Chow Mu was an ordinary transmigrator, if one didn't count his routine deaths and how each demise led to an upgrade, thanks to that eccentric system. He constantly rushed into danger, clashing with countless people solely to achieve the most high-end death imaginable. One moment he'd be expending his life in front of an enemy. The next, the enemy would find him standing unharmed behind them. Even immortals lost sleep over him, calling him a heavenly Tao destroyer. Despite not wanting fame, he activated a system that granted him Tang Sanzeng-like longevity. Somehow, Chow Mu possessed this body, as if the universe were celebrating its grand opening with fireworks. He jolted upright, his eyes unfocused, as if waking from a bewildering dream. He immediately reached out to check his body, muttering like a malfunctioning machine, I'm still alive, wait, something's wrong. Isn't this what people call transmigration? Before he could ponder further, his gaze landed on a creature in front of him. It wasn't an ordinary cat but a walking furball. Its body was plump and round like an overinflated bun, and it dashed over at lightning speed and pressed its butt of destruction onto his face. The result splat, a bone-chilling sound. He died inexplicably, squashed by a cat's butt. Died by butt? This death probably wins the award for most humiliating death of the year. As he was busy fuming about his fate, a cold voice rang out as if from some ancient tome. Congratulations, host. Death assessment complete. Death reward 1 skill point. Current skill points 1. Chi and blood growth. Chow Mu spun around abruptly, his eyes wide, looking at an interface suspended in midair, and rubbed his neck in confusion. He muttered, Wait, what did you just say? Death assessment? I get graded even after I die? What kind of system is this? A surge of anger flared up. He suddenly clenched his fists as if to crush the interface. Are you messing with me? You want me to level up by dying and my chi and blood increase after death? How is this different from self-mutilation? Do you think I'm an idiot? With that, he casually punched the nearby wall. Boom, the wall cracked open like a bitten cookie. Chow Mu looked down at his fist, then at the wall, then back at his fist. He suddenly laughed as if he'd won the lottery. Haha, turns out this system isn't bad after all. Boosting strength like this is pretty good, free and such high quality. Before he could celebrate for long, he frowned and looked at the interface again. But what's this skill point for? Is it for buying food or ordering takeout? The system responded with a cold line of text. Host currently possesses 1 skill point. Please explore on your own. Oh come on, if you want me to die, just say so. Why play these mysterious tricks? Have you ever seen a worse system than you? Fine, I'll explore on my own, but let me be clear. You, system, are the most goddamn scoundrel. A passerby accidentally walked past, saw Chow Mu's corpse lying in the middle of the road and frowned, muttering, Oh dear, how unlucky. Where did this come from, dying so miserably? Probably a beggar who didn't know his way and got hit by a cart. Hearing this, Chow Mu, standing at a distance, nearly fell over backward. He thought, what, my corpse is still there and I'm mistaken for a beggar? This is outright personal insult. Unable to tolerate such humiliation, Chow Mu quietly approached the corpse. His hands fumbled about as if searching for a national treasure. After a few minutes of fumbling, he reached into the old corpse's pocket and pulled out 2 copper coins. To confirm, he took out 2 more copper coins from his own pants pocket for comparison. His gaze lit up as he looked at the copper coins. Aha, he cheered as if he'd just discovered a groundbreaking instant noodle recipe. Everything on my body is copied identically to the new one. Doesn't that mean if I die once, my wealth doubles? In that case, I'll just keep dying. Getting rich won't be hard. As soon as the thought of getting rich quickly flashed, he rubbed his back in fright, a shiver running down his spine. That's truly terrifying, but how will I know if I don't try? Forget it. Since things are this way, I might as well go big. To survive in this strange world, I need money. There's nothing to lose by trying, right? No sooner said than done. Chow Mu immediately implemented a series of death plans. First he ran into a wall, then sat in the middle of the road watching an archery performance, thinking it would be a huge gain if he got shot by an arrow. Afterward he tried to eat himself to death and then choked to death. The system remained cold as if mocking him. Death assessment level. F skill points 0, total skill points 1. Other rewards chi and blood growth. Chow Mu collapsed to the ground, his head hitting the dirt as if to dig a new hole. He yelled, This damn system, I've died 3 times already and the difficulty is still F. How do I even die to level up? Just as he was struggling, the system added another line, making him want to cry out loud. Revival attempts within 7 days 1-5. Chow Mu froze for a few seconds, then stammered like a student who had forgotten his homework. Wait, there's a limit to revivals? What if I use up all my revival attempts? Won't I really kick the bucket then? After complaining on the ground for a long time like a student who had been expelled, Chow Mu suddenly clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with determination. Being mediocre in my previous life was one thing, but if I'm still this clueless in this life with a system, I might as well die. I must find the most high-level way to die. Every kick the bucket must be worthwhile. There must be a way to die that maximizes the value of my system. Let a newcomer establish a foothold here. Just then a scene appeared before his eyes. A man kneeling on the ground weeping. I promised to repay today, but my mother needs money for medicine. You can't force me, the ruffian said. If you can't pay, then pay with your life. One more word and don't blame me for being impolite. Chow Mu witnessed all of this and smiled. Ah, an opportunity. This is exactly the spectacular way to die I've been looking for. The ruffian kicked and the man fell sprawling. Just then, Chow Mu walked out like an amateur hero. How about I help you get your money back? The man looked up, his eyes wide as if he couldn't believe his ears. Who exactly are you? Chow Mu smiled confidently. I specialize in debt collection. Suddenly, a provocative shout came from a nearby house. What if I don't pay? Kill me if you dare. No sooner had he spoken than a sword swept past his cheek, making him tremble violently. The ruffian stammered, his eyes wide. What do you want to do? His hand trembled as he tried to push the blade away. Why, you really want to kill me, you little brat? You can't do anything important even with a sword. Chao Mu calmly withdrew the sword, shrugged, and said, Don't worry, I'm not here to kill you. Hearing this, the man sighed in relief and scoffed. Before he could even savor the feeling of security, he saw Chao Mu suddenly place the blade against his own neck, smiling as he added, I'll let my ghost come and collect the debt from you himself. He froze as if he'd heard something utterly illogical. Before he could ask another question, Chao Mu cleanly slashed his own neck and blood gushed out like a spring. He fell to the ground, his body motionless, while the ruffian screamed in terror, Don't die here, are you crazy? Just then, the system popped up a cold notification. Death assessment level, E skill points this time. 2. Current total skill points 3. Other rewards, chi and blood growth. Revival attempts within 7 days, 05. Chao Mu smiled contentedly in his heart. The assessment level improved. Creative deaths truly are valuable. 7 days later, on a tranquil moonlit night, the ruffian was sleeping in his small house when a chill suddenly enveloped the room, making him feel uneasy. He woke up with a start, groggily seeing a dark shadow approaching his face. As soon as he opened his eyes wide, he saw Chao Mu's cold smile up close, accompanied by words he never wanted to hear. I've come for you, pay up. He shrieked in terror as if he'd seen a ghost. Help, a ghost, mama, save me. Chao Mu leisurely walked out of the house, leaving behind only the ruffian's frantic screams. In the courtyard, he tossed the money bag, his eyes sparkling. It really works. This way of dying isn't bad at all. Another 7 days passed. In another small house, a gentle-faced young woman carried a bowl of medicine to the bedside where a man lay trembling. She softly said, Dalong, it's time for your medicine. The man was about to open his mouth to drink the medicine, but unexpectedly, the bowl was suddenly snatched away. Both looked up bewildered to see Chao Mu standing there, calmly raising the medicine bowl to his lips and drinking it all in one gulp. After drinking it, he gave a strange smile, even gesturing for the old couple to give him a thumbs up. Then, Chao Mu immediately collapsed onto the floor, blood endlessly pouring from his mouth. The husband, seeing this scene, became instantly panicked and loudly reprimanded. You venomous woman, do you want to poison me? The wife cried and defended herself. It wasn't me, Dalong, please don't wrongly accuse me. That strange man instructed me to do it. An hour later, Chao Mu had revived and was leisurely taking the money bag from the man. The man, tears in his eyes, said emotionally, Brother, I can't believe you were willing to test the poison for me. Such immense kindness, I don't know how to repay it. Chao Mu, in a chivalrous manner, patted his shoulder. No worries, brother. Chao Mu always enjoyed helping others, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Looking at the heavy money bag in his hand, his eyes sparkled. HMPH, helping others and all that, what's important is this money bag, that's what makes me happy. 3 months passed like wind, and Chao Mu had undergone a complete transformation. On the stone table in front of him sat a cup of fragrant tea, while he leisurely crossed his legs and contentedly savored it. Proud thoughts surfaced in his mind. Simply by collecting debts and dying for others, I not only amassed a large jar of gold but also became renowned in town as Chao Mu, the Debt King. It turns out that dying in a way that helps others actually leads to higher evaluations, and my body has also become increasingly powerful because of it. Now, with this body, my arm strength has reached 250 jin approximately, 125 kilograms, far surpassing ordinary people. My speed is also astonishing. 10 meters per second is no problem at all, but relying solely on helping others, the highest evaluation is still only E level. If I want higher, I need a more noble, higher quality way to die. A death as grand as Mount Tai, as I understand it. This world is a place where immortals and martial arts coexist. Bullies and criminals are everywhere. I won't lack targets for my noble sacrifices. But then again, compared to those immortals or martial arts masters, even if my body is stronger than an ordinary person's, it's still far from enough. What's more, this system doesn't make me revert to youth after each revival, meaning I'll still slowly age if this continues. By the time I'm too old to walk, the system will probably treat me as a joke. No, I need cultivation methods. With cultivation methods I can find a new path. Just then a crisp voice came from outside. Excuse me, is this the residence of Chao Mu, the Debt King? Hearing this, Chao Mu immediately looked up and with a cheerful smiling face replied, That's right, I am Chao Mu. Walking in was a girl with blindfolded eyes, possessing an elegant demeanor and classical beauty that made Chao Mu secretly admire her. Chao Mu immediately raised his hand and excitedly said, That's right, I am Chao Mu, the Debt King. A strange thought flashed through his mind. She's too much like a real-life Ning Yi. The girl stopped in front of Chao Mu and slowly said, Half a year ago my Chao family of Hayang was completely wiped out by the Wuji Society, only I miraculously survived. Can you help me avenge this deep-seated hatred? In exchange I will teach you the Hayang Chao family's secret longevity method. Hearing this, Chao Mu stammered, his eyes bulging as if they might fall out. Grandma, your surname isn't Ning, is it? On the bustling street, amidst the coming and going of people, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Boss, does your pork stall sell melons? The person had a dog-shaped glove on his hand, looking quite peculiar. He stood in front of the meat stall, looking at the butcher with innocent eyes and asked, How about you chop these 2 melons into minced meat for me too, but make sure not to get any pulp on them? The butcher looked at him as if he were looking at a madman and gnashed his teeth as he replied, You brat, are you looking for trouble? Chao Mu said, That's right, what if you figured it out? Want to chop me? Oh, remember to aim well, there's a lot of blood here. Butcher Jung could no longer hold back. He raised his knife and roared, "I'm going to chop you into minced meat." Haha, as expected, a martial arts practitioner, Butcher Jung, you killed my whole family. Today I shall take your dog's life. With that, he abruptly flung off the dog-shaped glove, his hand swirling as if about to unleash an earth-shattering ultimate move. He shouted, "Take this, my 8th set of broadcast gymnastics." The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Before they could understand what was happening, peefed, a jet of blood spurted out. But the one who fell was Chow Mu. He stumbled a few steps, tried to maintain his balance, then fell to the ground before he had fully fallen. Chow Mu didn't forget to elegantly make a heart gesture to the surrounding spectators. He then lay motionless, ascending to heaven on the spot, leaving the stunned crowd gaping at the unbelievable scene. A clamor immediately erupted around them. People pointed at Butcher Jung and yelled murder. "Don't let him get away!" Butcher Jung's face turned pale. He jumped onto a large manure cart parked nearby, started the engine and sped away, not forgetting to shout, "I can't take this anymore." After a while, Chow Mu's dead body suddenly twitched. Crack, he came back to life, sat up and softly groaned in his mouth. "Ouch, that hurt. Being hacked to death is quite painful, but not as bad as I imagined." Chow Mu calmly sat next to his own corpse, reached into the corpse's pocket, pulled out a money bag and chuckled. "Dying so miserably, system, you'd better give me some decent rewards." No sooner had he spoken than the system appeared, emitting its cold, familiar voice. Death assessment level. D. Skill points rewarded for death, 10. Current skill point balance, 20. Revival attempts within 7 days, 4, 5. 5 skill points consumed. Longevity art body forging entry level. Other rewards. Chi and blood growth, C level. Reached C level for the first time, and I learned the longevity art entry level in an instant. Indeed, not bad at all, however. When he looked at the system again, he noticed that 5 of his skill points had been deducted. He immediately asked, puzzled, "Wait, skill points were deducted? Is this how I unlock cultivation method features? Using skill points to exchange for proficiency, 5 points exchanged for entry-level longevity art. What can the remaining 20 points be exchanged for?" System, put all my skill points into the longevity art. However, the system coldly replied, "Host death assessment does not meet the standard. This function is currently not unlocked. When the time comes, the system will randomly allocate points." Chow Mu's face turned pale upon hearing this, his mouth stiff. "This is clearly a roundabout way of forcing me to keep dying, isn't it? Alright, since Butcher Jung is conveniently here, let me test it out again. He's a hidden operative of the Wuji Society. Sister Shui said we can't let him go. Excellent, let him kill me a few more times to raise my death assessment. We'll see who gets the last laugh." In a dilapidated house, a trembling voice rang out. "My lord, this subordinate couldn't help but kill a brat today. He claimed to be avenging the Chow family, but half a year ago, wasn't the Chow family already wiped out by our Wuji Society? There weren't any survivors. This matter is too strange. Could there really be a survivor from the Chow family coming to seek revenge? In any case, killing all descendants of the Chow family is the safest method. We cannot leave any threats." Suddenly a loud bang came from outside, making him jump. He turned his head to the doorway and loudly demanded, "Who's there?" When he saw the person standing at the doorway, Butcher Jung looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, his eyes wide and round, screaming shrilly, "Aren't you dead already?" Chow Mu walked in, a cold expression on his face, but a faint smile played on his lips. "You're mistaken, I am Chow Jing. My brother, Chow Mu, was killed by you. Today I've come to make you pay a blood debt." With that, he charged forward with a furious momentum, shouted, "Watch my family's secret technique." Butcher Jung, both surprised and enraged, wildly swung his knife, yelling, "Damn it, are you crazy?" A sharp blade cut down, splitting Chow Mu's hand in half. But Chow Mu maintained a mysterious smile, using his hand to clamp the blade stuck in his hand, and said in a low voice, "Your knife is already in my hand, are you scared?" Butcher Jung looked at this scene, utterly perplexed, but still tried his best to shout, "I'm scared of you, brother. Can you please look at your hand before speaking? You're right, but if you're capable, just kill me." Chow Mu, however, secretly muttered to himself, "It still hurts like hell, but I can't lose face." Butcher Jung trembled with rage, cursing, "You two brothers are truly insane." Just as he was in a panic, Chow Mu suddenly punched him in the face, sending him stumbling to the ground. Butcher Jung wiped the blood from his nose and glared at Chow Mu through gritted teeth. "Why, you're Chow Jing, right? You're indeed different from your foolish younger brother. You've painstakingly cultivated your strength. I admit you're stronger than your brother." However, it wasn't long before the situation reversed, and Chow Mu was ruthlessly kicked and punched by Butcher Jung, rolling around on the floor. Butcher Jung, panting and sweating profusely, looked at Chow Mu lying on the floor with a pale face and sneered, "You're incredibly audacious, but you're just a fool who isn't afraid of death." Butcher Jung still held the pigeon in his hand, muttering, "This guy's really crazy, but if that secret letter was sent out, wouldn't the Lord misunderstand?" Before he could finish his thought, a large log whistled in from outside, directly embedding itself in the wall. Immediately after, another Chow Mu appeared, shouting menacingly, "How dare you kill my brother Chow Jing? Pay with your life." Butcher Jung looked up to the sky and sighed, his face filled with despair, mumbling, "Damn it, not another one." He stood up and roared through gritted teeth, "All right, since you're all asking for death, I'll send every one of you to meet your ancestors." A loud bang echoed through the house and dust flew everywhere. When the smoke cleared, Butcher Jung was lying on the ground, blood streaming from his mouth. He looked up, a bitter smile on his face, and said, "Killed the small one, and now the big one has come. How many more brothers are there? I can't take it anymore." Chow Mu was undergoing his North revival, and the system notified him of his death assessment level. Skill points rewarded 6 points. Current skill point balance 1. Revival attempts 1, 5. Skill points consumed 2 points. Longevity art body forging proficient. Chow Mu sat cross-legged and muttered. The first time, 5 points were deducted, unlocking the longevity art entry level. The second time, 2 points were deducted and proficiency increased by 20. After 2 times, only 1 point is deducted each time, and proficiency increases by 40, but the death assessment level has significantly decreased. Clearly the system won't let me keep cheating like this. It seems the higher the level, the more points are deducted, but the harder it is to raise the death assessment level. If the assessment level is low, the skill points rewarded are also few. To make matters worse, I only have 5 revival attempts left. It's hard to seek revenge immediately with this trick. Should I wait 7 days and come back? No, I can't miss this opportunity. This guy has already been exhausted by the previous 3 generations of Chow Mu. Now is the best time to strike. In the 4th encounter I was almost evenly matched with him. With only 20 proficiency in the longevity art, now increased to 40, my chances of winning will definitely be higher. I'll try one more time. If I win, I can complete the mission earlier in exchange for the next cultivation method from Sister Shui. Butcher Zheng, however, muttered suspiciously, "Strange, these kids look like twins and the later ones are stronger than the previous, with more power and more refined boxing. The one who just died was already close to my strength. If another one comes, I won't be able to handle it." Just then, the door creaked open. Butcher Zheng trembled, his face pale, and he struggled to say, "And no, not another one, right?" A familiar voice came from behind him. "Of course there is." Butcher Zheng just trembled, unable to speak. Chow Mu raised his fist and shouted, "Heavenly justice!" He delivered a heavy punch directly to Butcher Zheng's face. The butcher didn't even have time to react before he fell to the ground and met his maker. The system immediately chimed in with a familiar voice, "Immortal Disciple +1, Immortal Disciple +1, Immortal Disciple +1. Chow Mu sneered, reached into Butcher Zheng's pocket and pulled out a few small brocade pouches and a stack of papers. He opened them and found they were secret letters. It turned out these were what he wanted to send to the Wuji Society. Sister Shui's intelligence was indeed correct. This Butcher Zheng was indeed involved in the massacre of the Heyang Chow family. The first time I died at his hands, the system gave me a C assessment. Could it be that the death assessment is also related to the identity of the person who kills me? If I die at the hands of an evil person, the assessment will be higher. I'll have to verify this again when I get a chance." Chow Mu glanced at another piece of paper, but the content was written in twisted tadpole-like script, completely unintelligible. He muttered to himself, "I'll take this back to Sister Shui, maybe I can get some benefit from it." A while later, Chow Mu was already standing in front of a small house in the suburbs of Yan City. He called out loudly, "Sister Shui, I'm back." A pair of slender legs emerged from the house. Ning Shui lifted the bamboo hat from his face, and after lightly touching Chow Mu's face, she softly asked, "You've been gone for so long," but her ears twitched slightly as if she sensed something unusual. She suddenly took a step back and asked suspiciously, "No, your voice isn't like Chow Mu's." Chow Mu laughed heartily, waving his hand and saying, "As expected of Sister Shui, your senses are still as keen as before. My chi and blood have grown, my strength is greater, and now besides my muscles, even my voice has changed. It sounds like an adult man's voice now." Ning Shui looked doubtful. "Is that so? I don't believe it. Do you have any proof that you are Chow Mu?" Chow Mu stammered, stroking his chin, then suddenly asked a question Ning Shui was already familiar with. "You really don't have the surname Ning, do you?" This question made Ning Shui suddenly freeze, recalling a month ago. Back then, Chow Mu had also followed her persistently, repeatedly asking the same question every time they met. "You really don't have the surname Ning, do you?" She was silent for a moment, then approached Chow Mu, sniffing his scent with her keen nose all the way to his tongue. Chow Mu's expression at this moment was as if he had been petrified, thinking, "So intimate, who wouldn't be happy?" Ning Shui fumbled for a moment, then pushed him away. It really is you, still the original scent." "That's right." She walked to the chair, sat down gracefully and calmly crossed her legs. Holding a cup of hot tea in one hand, she said seriously, "After the Chow family was wiped out, my eyes have been twitching. This is a sign that the heavenly eye is about to open. All clues will be revealed to it, so don't try to deceive me." Chow Mu couldn't help but secretly think, "Can you stop bragging, Heavenly Eye? I even know about the Rinnegan." Despite this, he still pulled out the secret letter from his pocket and held it up to Ning Shui. Yes, only you are left of the Chow family now. The martial saint of the Wuji Society didn't kill you. It must be because you have innate spiritual perception." "Oh right, Sister Shui. When are you going to teach me the second chapter of the Longevity Fist, the Refining Vigor chapter?" Ning Shui reminded him. "Don't be too greedy. To cultivate inner vigor, you must first refine your chi and blood and strengthen your physical body. This process will take at least 5 to 6 years. Isn't it because I want to avenge you as soon as possible? We agreed back then that you would teach me the Longevity Fist and I would avenge the Chow family. I think the force refining stage is almost complete." Hearing this, she just shook her head. She helplessly grabbed Chow Mu's hand and said, "Come, let me feel your muscles and bones to see what stage you've reached. Oh, but this scene looks too strange." Her hand had just touched Chow Mu's arm when she suddenly froze because her hand had brushed against solid muscle. She was stunned for a moment, then unconsciously withdrew her hand, stammering and exclaiming, What? What are you letting me touch?" Chow Mu was also stunned, his face full of question marks. "My arm, what did you think it was?" Ning Shui's face flushed hot, and she quickly coughed a few times to cover her embarrassment. She stammered, "I just didn't expect you to be able to cultivate to this extent after only knowing you for a month. Are you a martial arts prodigy?" She then reached out her hand again to feel Chow Emu's arm. Amazing, truly profound. Body tempering is originally a strenuous stage with no shortcuts, yet you've achieved this. Since sister thinks my training is going well, why not teach me the next chapter now? The Longevity Fist is the Hyang Chow family's unique martial art. Once perfected, I can achieve a state of non-diminishment and non-decay, a prerequisite for immortal cultivation, so I must complete it quickly. This is my path to immortal cultivation. Immortals, wait for me. However, Ning Shui still maintained a calm tone. Although you've practiced well, you've only been practicing for a month. Butcher Zheng has not yet cultivated inner vigor, but his arms possess 100 jin of punching power. Once you've completed your strength training and killed him, I'll teach you the next steps. Hearing this, Chow Mu beamed with joy, nearly drooling, and excitedly replied, no need to wait, I've already taken care of it. Butcher Zheng has been killed by me. Ning Shui heard this, utterly shocked and incredulous. She immediately retorted, how is that possible? Not only did I kill him, but I also found a secret letter on him. Unfortunately, the letter was written in tadpole script and I couldn't understand it. Tadpole script, that's an internal cipher of the Wuji Society. If that's the case, you really did kill Butcher Zheng. But Ning Shui's mind was still reeling with shock. I can't believe he actually killed Butcher Zheng. A month ago, he was just a clueless person following me around, and now he's done something so earth-shattering. After pondering for a moment, she said softly, since you've killed Butcher Zheng, I will keep my word and impart to you the next chapter of the Longevity Fist, the Refining Vigor chapter. Kneel before me and I will teach you the incantation. Then inside the house, Ning Shui's voice began to ring out steadily. A tangible body and intangible aid, one real, many illusory. Half an hour later, Chow Emu's system displayed a notification. Longevity Fist, Refining Vigor Chapter, 40 Proficiency. Chow Mu opened his eyes, thinking proficiency hasn't increased much as expected. Relying on system rewards is much faster than cultivating on my own. If I want to become strong quickly, I must find a stronger villain than Butcher Zheng to challenge. After the lesson, Ning Shui handed Chow Mu a small booklet. This is the decryption method for the tadpole script. Take a look and then translate the contents of the letter for me. Chow Mu took the booklet and glanced at it, but a strange thought crossed his mind. Her eyes can't see. How did she find this thing? Is she pretending to be blind? Nevertheless, he didn't dare to ask and instead hastily took out the booklet and the letter to compare them. Sure enough, the handwriting was different from those of the people who had been killed. The letter seemed to state that the great Yan Emperor would soon leave the imperial capital. The Wuji Society was gathering its members to prepare for an operation, but when he read the last line, he suddenly blurted out, "Assassinate the great Yan Emperor." Ning Shui was immediately taken aback and rushed forward to ask, "What did you say? Where is the Wuji Society planning to assassinate the Emperor? What is the specific time of the Emperor's travel? Is it clearly recorded?" Chow Mu shook his head, looking helpless. "The secret code in the letter is not enough for a complete decryption. I can only piece together some of the content. A specific time and location are unclear." Ning Shui sat on the chair, clenching her fists, her face filled with anger. The Wuji Society is truly audacious, but if they are the ones making a move, the possibility of success is not small. Chow Mu asked curiously, "Is the Wuji Society that powerful?" Ning Shui sighed, then said, "I only told you that the Wuji Society and the martial sage eliminated the Chow family, but not the reason. The martial sage is the second strongest martial arts supreme in the world and the founder of the Wuji Society. He once eliminated countless aristocratic families and martial arts sects just to seize the martial arts secret manuals they treasured. These manuals were then passed on to Wuji Society members to enhance internal strength. Our Chow family's Longevity Fist was originally an extraordinary martial art passed down by the first-generation patriarch, but it ultimately could not escape the martial sage's clutches. He not only stole our secret manual but also wiped out the entire family, just to ensure the secret wouldn't leak. I'm teaching you the Longevity Fist not to have you eliminate the martial sage. I only hope you can clip his wings so I can personally kill this enemy." Chow Mu looked at her, silent for a moment. Then he suddenly burst out laughing and made a suggestion. "I have an idea. Perhaps I can infiltrate the Wuji Society." Ning Shui heard this and abruptly stood up, looking worried. "Have you gone mad from practicing infiltrate the Wuji Society? Do you think they'll trust you that easily?" Chow Mu slammed the table. "I'll first join the Wuji Society as an assassin, and then I'll participate in the plan to assassinate the great Yan Emperor. By then the Imperial Court and the Wuji Society will surely be at loggerheads. If I can't infiltrate the Wuji Society, I will continue to target their members and try to obtain the complete plan. Once I have sufficient intelligence, I will assassinate in the name of an assassin, placing all the blame on the Wuji Society. In this way, the Imperial Court will surely take strong measures against the Wuji Society. Your great revenge will be avenged, and I will also be able to seize this opportunity to grow stronger." Ning Shui slammed the table, clearly disagreeing with Chow Emu's idea. She said seriously, "Your idea is too far-fetched. It's almost a dead end. Although you want revenge, there's clearly a selfish motive mixed in. Are you just trying to assassinate the Emperor as an assassin to leave a name in history?" Chow Mu secretly laughed to himself. She wasn't wrong. If he died as an assassin, the system's assessment would surely be very high. Moreover, the Wuji Society was founded by the world's second strongest martial artist and possessed a huge treasury of martial arts texts. Internal members could freely read these secret manuals, and there was even a complete version of the longevity fist among them. Perfect, isn't this the leveling ground I've been dreaming of? Then he cleared his throat, regained his serious demeanor and said, Sister, if the martial sage is as strong as you say, direct revenge is almost impossible. At most, we can only cause some trouble for the Wuji Society, so my plan is the best approach. Hearing this, Ning Shui became even more worried. You'll die, this plan is too dangerous. Chao Mu still maintained a very reliable and upright appearance, but was actually biding his time, casually replying, What's there to fear about death? But in his heart, he desperately suppressed his laughter because of his heroic words. Ning Shui sniffed the air around him, thinking, no smell of lying. His emotions are more excitement and enthusiasm. Is he serious? But what does he want from me? The longevity fist is clearly not worth his life. Suddenly, another thought flashed through her mind, making Ning Shui's face flush crimson. She covered her face and mumbled shyly, Could he be coveting my body? Seeing her face turn beet red, Chao Mu couldn't help but ask helplessly, Sister, what are you overthinking now? Ning Shui was startled, her hands trembling as she stammered an explanation. I just feel that your kindness is as vast as a mountain and I can't repay it. I was wondering if there was anything else I could do for you. Chao Mu was stunned and scratched his head. Oh, is that so? But he quickly ignored her embarrassment, leaned against the door and said seriously, Speaking of which, there is indeed one thing and only you can do it. Hearing this, Ning Shui regained her tense expression, nodded and asked, What is it? Chao Mu chuckled, pointed and said, It's a secret. Ning Shui's mind was filled with question marks after hearing this. But she still sighed, thinking that since he wasn't afraid of death there was no harm in letting him try. Finally she replied, Okay, as you wish. Chao Mu smiled brightly with satisfaction. Great, sister, do you know of any other members of the Wuji Society nearby? Ning Shui immediately replied, Yes, Yan City Lord Guo Yan. On the bustling streets of Yan City a long whip cracked, lashing fiercely across the back of an innocent commoner. The sound of the whip cutting through the air was accompanied by the victim's painful scream. Not only that, but the person wielding the whip struck again, this time at another commoner. The whipped person writhed on the ground in pain, groaning and begging for mercy. The surrounding people, horrified by the sight, turned pale and scattered, shouting as they ran, The wicked young Master Guo Yan is here, run! And young Master Guo, have mercy! The whip wielder arrogantly raised his head and shouted menacingly, Young Master Guo is out, those who block his path die. Just then, young Master Guo, a lavishly dressed young man sitting in a sedan chair, noticed a girl standing in the crowd. He licked his lips, his gaze lustful, and commanded, Guards, bring that beauty to me. The girl in the crowd was filled with anger. The man next to her drew his sword and said coldly, You wish, you shameless scoundrel, I'd rather die than let you have your way. But just then a strong hand appeared from nowhere and grabbed the senior disciple's hand. Two tall burly men emerged from out of nowhere and told the two, The young master wishes to see you. Please come with us. The girl's senior disciple was stunned, his face flushing crimson, while the girl turned pale and stammered, Is he calling you the beauty? The senior disciple's face was red to his ears as he gritted his teeth, drew his sword and roared, Shameless scoundrel. The girl also drew her sword, stood beside him and shouted, Scum, I'll help my senior brother. Today we must teach him a lesson. Young Master Guo gritted his teeth in anger, waved his hand and commanded, Grab these two fools and teach them a good lesson. Immediately, 4 muscular men charged forward like hungry tigers. They quickly subdued the two, forcefully pinning them to the ground. One burly man even resorted to dirty tactics, clamping the girl's head with his naturally fragrant armpit. The girl gasped for breath, struggling desperately, coughing violently and shouting, What kind of move is this? It's so disgusting. Young Master Guo stood far away, laughing triumphantly. Haha, dare to resist me? You're asking for death. But what he didn't know was that on a nearby rooftop a pair of sharp eyes was watching closely. Suddenly an explosion erupted, sending dirt, rocks and smoke flying. Several guards turned their heads and shouted, Young Master, Young Master. Before young Master Guo could understand what was happening, Chao Mu lifted him into the air, a strong hand gripping his neck daintily, holding him like a chicken. Young Master Guo's subordinates were scared out of their wits, frantically shouting, The young master is being bullied. Young Master Guo, his neck squeezed, still managed to threaten in a broken voice, You brat, let go, my father is the city lord of Yan City. Chao Mu tilted his head, listening intently as if to hear more clearly, then asked coldly, So what? My father will be here soon and you won't escape. When he arrives you'll wish you were dead. Chao Mu's face outwardly turned ashen with anger, but inwardly he was overjoyed. He thought to himself, There's such a good thing as this, he's actually bringing his father, a bigger target, to me to help me. I originally only wanted to act heroically, kill the city lord's son and then wait to be killed by these attendants. But if the city lord himself kills me, won't the death assessment be raised to a higher level? The system suddenly popped up a notification. Heroic death assessment prediction is rising. Chao Mu was momentarily stunned, thinking, This is the first time a death assessment prompt has appeared. It seems the system also agrees with my plan. Excellent. A higher assessment definitely belongs to me. Those men released the senior disciple and the girl and all ran over shouting, Young Master, Young Master. Meanwhile, the senior disciple and the girl looked at Chao Mu with concern and said, Thank you for your help, brave hero, but this man is too powerful. We can't let you get involved. Hero, run quickly. Chao Mu heard this, glanced back at her, then slapped young Master Guo hard across the face. The crisp sound made even the nearby guards tremble. The nearby guards screamed in horror. Young Master, the girl's senior disciple also looked at Chao Mu with a puzzled expression. Hero Chao Mu raised his hand ready to slap him again. But this time he didn't forget to loudly threaten, "All of you shut up, otherwise I'll kill him." Young Master Guo's face was swollen like a pig's head, tears welling in his eyes, his lips trembling as he begged, "Brave hero, please spare my life. This entire city belongs to my family. Whatever you want, just say it, and I'll give it to you. Please don't kill me." Chao Mu glanced at him, his gaze cold and perplexing, making young Master Guo even more confused. He gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on young Master Guo's neck, saying in a deep voice, "Don't beg for mercy, call your father over now." Just then the sound of horse hooves echoed in the distance, and a troop of soldiers appeared, led by a middle-aged man on horseback, his face stern and filled with killing intent. Young Master Guo seemed to grasp a lifeline and shouted ecstatically, "Father, father has come to save me." Chao Mu looked at the man, thinking, this is Guo Yan, the city lord of Yan City. He seems very strong indeed. Guo Yan didn't bother to look at his son, just roared, "Shut up." With just one furious roar, the surrounding air seemed to grow heavy, and immense pressure bore down on everyone present. Chao Mu couldn't help but inwardly admit that Guo Yan's martial arts were indeed powerful. Even a roar could generate such immense pressure. Guo Yan stared sharply at Chao Mu, quickly assessing the situation in his mind. This kid hadn't even cultivated inner vigor yet. He was clearly just a strength-training martial artist, but his arm strength was remarkable, able to easily lift an adult, which was rare. He dismounted, his heavy footsteps radiating a strong oppressive aura that made his subordinates tremble and dare not look up. Chao Mu watched him approach, his brows furrowed. "He's just walking over, but I feel like I'm being crushed by a giant boulder. Damn it, this is really uncomfortable." He then tightened his grip on young Master Guo's neck and shouted, "Stop." Guo Yan stopped, retracting the oppressive aura he was emitting. He observed silently, even more surprised inwardly. This kid can still speak and shout under the pressure of my inner vigor. Ordinary martial artists would have been suppressed into silence long ago. His courage is indeed considerable. Guo Yan suddenly laughed, heartily cupping his fists and kindly saying, "Young friend, don't get agitated. Let's sit down and talk things over. It's true that I, Guo, failed in raising my son. This time is my fault. Please release my son and I will strictly discipline him from now on." Upon hearing the apology, Chao Mu's face clearly showed disappointment. "What the hell? Why is it an apology? How can a father apologize the moment he opens his mouth? Shouldn't you be threatening me, using every trick to push me to my limit? How am I supposed to get you to kill me if you do this?" He glanced at the system, and the screen displayed a prompt, "Heroic Death Assessment Prediction. C is rising." Chao Mu thought, the death assessment is still there, there's still a chance I can't miss it. He quickly regained his composure and sternly reprimanded, "Your son publicly robs people in the street. Can one apology erase everything?" Guo Yan still maintained a calm expression, then heartily laughed again, cupping his fists and saying, "You two are disciples of the Bright Moon sect, I presume? I, Guo, have some acquaintance with Sect Master Mo of your esteemed sect. Another day I will personally visit and offer gifts as an apology. What do you two think? Can we let this matter rest?" Upon hearing this, the two slightly frowned and exchanged whispers. "He clearly knows we're from the Bright Moon sect. Is this a threat?" "It's true. Yan City is Guo Yan's territory. We can't do anything to him." The two exchanged glances, then cupped their fists and conceded, "The city lord is too polite. In fact, we were also a bit rash upon first entering Yan City. Please forgive us." The nearby commoners, seeing this, discussed indignantly, "That's it. What about the people young Master Guo beat? It's not like it's been just 1 or 2 days. Yes, that young master causes trouble everywhere. Are we just going to let him off?" Meanwhile, Chao Mu suddenly shouted, "Guo Yan!" He emphasized each provocative word, making Guo Yan's face turn as black as a pot, even with veins bulging. "Do you think that just by paying some money and bowing your head everything can be settled? I see you're very good at this sort of thing. You must have cleaned up this useless son's messes often. But this isn't the first time he's sent people to beat innocent commoners, nor is it the first time he's robbed women in the street. What do you plan to compensate for those who were crippled or killed by him? I think exchanging his life for justice is the most reasonable. This kid is truly difficult to deal with, impervious to both soft and hard tactics. Not simple at all. Young friend, stop hiding things. What exactly will it take for you to release my son?" Chao Mu stood in the middle of the street, laughing heartily and saying, "You want me to release him? It's simple, unless I die." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. All the commoners who heard this were moved. One person whispered to himself, "A mere passerby actually stepping up for us, even willing to sacrifice his own life." Guo Yan sighed helplessly. "It seems we have nothing more to discuss." Before he could finish speaking, a figure suddenly appeared behind Chao Mu. He only had time to turn his head when a rope suddenly lashed out, entangling young Master Guo and pulling him from Chao Mu's grasp. Immediately after, Chao Mu was swiftly subdued by the old man standing behind him, pinned to the ground and unable to move. His face was tense, his teeth clenched in feigned anger, but inwardly he was so excited he wanted to jump for joy. "Woohoo, this time it's a sure thing. The system just notified me that the death assessment is upgrading. This is it. My first high assessment death. I'm coming." Guo Yan stood opposite him and asked in a deep voice, "Boy, what's your name?" "My surname is Chao, my given name Mu. I am an unknown nobody, with no backing or connections. City Lord Guo, just kill me. Don't be polite." Chao Mu thought anxiously, "Hurry up and do it. What are you waiting for?" However, Guo Yan only narrowed his eyes, finding him somewhat courageous. Then what he said next stunned both Chao Mu and the old man restraining him. Guo Yan said coldly, "Release him." Chao Mu was dumbfounded, his face stiff as a stone statue, almost disbelieving his ears. All he could think was, What did he say? Guo Yan spoke again, this time in a gentle yet authoritative tone. Chao Mu, your courage is extraordinary. You are indeed no ordinary person. If you are interested in joining the army and serving the country, you can register at my Yan City Lord's mansion at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Mu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood with his mouth open, tears streaming down his face, roaring in his heart. No, the script is wrong. This isn't what I wanted. Why is this happening? Why won't you kill me? Guo Yan said nothing more, just turned and left. Young Master Guo was helped up by his subordinates, sobbing and shouting, Father, save me. As soon as he spoke, Guo Yan slapped him hard and roared, Shut up, I've spoiled you too much, take him back. Guo Yan then mounted his horse, and before leaving he looked back at Chao Mu and added, Chao Mu, if you change your mind, you can register at the City Lord's mansion anytime. Chao Mu stood there, his eyes wide, his face ashen, muttering, The surrounding commoners began to discuss. The City Lord's son is really a useless fop, but the City Lord himself is reasonable. Yes, the City Lord is too magnanimous. That strong man is so lucky, he's even caught the City Lord's eye now. If he joins the army to guard the city, he might even become an official someday. Chao Mu stood among the crowd, feeling as if he had been trampled underfoot. He looked up at the sky and let out a long cry, his eyes spitting fire, mournfully shouting, Why, I've gone to all this trouble. The atmosphere was perfectly set. I had even prepared my last words, but I'm still alive. These father and son really give me no peace. They refuse to kill me. Just then, a prompt from the system appeared. Heroic Death Assessment Prediction. C. Chao Mu was slightly surprised. HMPH. The death assessment remains at C. The longevity lock is still lit, meaning if I die now, I'll still get the same high death assessment. But why is this? Is there any difference between the current me and me from a few minutes ago? Suddenly, applause erupted around Chao Mu. The commoners who had just witnessed the events discussed animatedly, some even bowing their heads in respect. The senior disciple and the girl also respectfully cupped their fists in salute. Chao Mu looked around and a thought flashed through his mind. I understand now. If I die now, I will die as a righteous young man. You dared to insult the City Lord of Yan City in the street. No longer the unknown nobody, Chao Mu. So this is the correct way to unlock the longevity system. As long as I continue to act heroically, my reputation and fame will continue to rise. If I successfully die, I will become stronger. If I fail to die, I can still accumulate fame and raise my death assessment. Whether in life or death, I win. Chao Mu fantasized about the day when his ultimate death would be a spectacular, high-quality demise. This thought made him giggle foolishly, even drooling. In the Guo residence, young Master Guo lay in bed, groaning continuously whenever the doctor treated his bruised areas. It hurts so much it's killing me. Why not punish that scoundrel Chao Mu instead? You want to recruit him? Guo Yan sat nearby, calmly replying, No need to rush, you don't need to worry about him. After speaking, he pondered, recalling the scene when Chao Mu was captured. The angry and disdainful looks from the commoners at that time made him realize clearly how much resentment this unfilial son had accumulated in the hearts of Yan City's people. If I killed Chao Mu in front of them, wouldn't the City Lord image I painstakingly built be ruined? On the contrary, recruiting Chao Mu as he did now would both appease public anger and earn praise. Killing two birds with one stone, Guo Yan looked at his son seriously and admonished. Rebellious son, you deserved that beating long ago. If I let you continue causing trouble, it will lead to disaster sooner or later. For the next month, you are confined to the residence. Not a single step outside. Young Master Guo turned pale upon hearing this and asked blankly, Why, during this time, the current Great Yan Emperor may be inspecting the Yan City area. Keeping you confined to the residence is to avoid inviting disaster. Young Master Guo became even more confused after hearing this. The Great Yan Emperor, is this news reliable? Guo Yan stroked his chin and chuckled. How could the Emperor's travel itinerary be made public? Who knows if it might attract assassination attempts? What about Chao Mu? Will he accept the invitation to join the Yan City garrison? Guo Yan revealed a sinister smile, whether he accepts or not. I have ways to deal with him. If he really joins, it will be even easier to handle. Aren't there bandits rampaging outside Dongshan City recently? When the time comes, I'll just send him to the battlefield and he's sure to die. Meanwhile, on the rooftop where Chao Mu and Ning Shui were, Ning Shui said in surprise, You hit his son and he still wants to recruit you into the Yan City garrison. He's probably deceiving you. Chao Mu's lips curled into a cold smile. So I must go to this City Lord's mansion. Ning Shui sighed deeply, her face full of worry. Then she took out a small booklet from her clothes. If you are determined to do this almost certain death deed, I have another cultivation method I can pass on to you. Chao Mu's eyes lit up like searchlights upon hearing this, and he shouted, Really? He took the small booklet, sniffing it with various comical expressions, which confused Ning Shui, who could only shake her head and say, This is a secret martial arts technique treasured by my Chao family. This cultivation method allows you to damage your own meridians to unleash your body's potential. When used, your inner vigor can rapidly increase, at least doubling. Chao Mu glanced at the cover and read, Heavenly Demonic Disintegration Technique. Such a good thing, truly heaven sent. Of course, you must first cultivate inner vigor before you can use this life or death technique. Chao Mu, your actions possess the spirit of ancient heroes, and this temperament is very suited for martial arts. I believe your martial arts will improve faster than ordinary people's. But Chao Mu didn't take heed, only focusing on flipping through the secret manual. the system immediately chimed in with a notification. Heavenly Demonic Disintegration Technique has reached entry level. Ning Shui saw his lack of reaction, and a helpless expression appeared on her face. I'm passing on the Heavenly Demonic Disintegration Technique to you not so that you'll fight to the death, but in hopes that you'll have more chances to live. Chao Mu replied with a light chuckle. I understand, but then he let out another chuckle, his eyes fixed on the cultivation method, his face displaying an unmistakable look of extreme exhilaration. Ning Shui sighed, shaking her head helplessly. Speechless at Chao Mu's strange attitude in the barracks of the Yan City garrison, Chao Mu held a long spear, thrusting it forward with force. His movements were clean, crisp, and full of power enough to draw attention. He then observed for a moment, thinking to himself, since ancient times the spear has been a weapon of the army, easily striking vital points. I hope it can bring me some good luck. In the distance a group of soldiers sat chatting, pointing at Chao Mu and discussing. Is that Chao Mu? His aptitude seems only average. He's only refined his strength to the extreme. He hasn't even developed inner vigor yet. Here only 9th grade martial artists who've developed inner vigor can become captains. How did he get it? Wasn't it through connections? I heard he once dared to apprehend the city lord's son, and the city lord, being magnanimous, didn't pursue it but instead promoted him exceptionally. But battle relies on true skill. How many days can he last? Chao Mu, meanwhile, still sat leisurely cultivating qi, and the system displayed a notification. Longevity Fist Vigor Refining Chapter Proficient. Military Spear Art Entry Level. Heavenly Demonic Disintegration Technique Entry Level. His heart was filled with joy. He had learned new skills. He wondered when he could die once and raise his death assessment to A level. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, Captain. Chao Mu looked up and saw a soldier approaching. I heard you want to buy some martial arts techniques and boxing manuals. Chao Mu immediately replied. That's right, old Huang, do you have any good stuff? The man burst out laughing. Captain, my surname is Bai, not Huang, but you can call me old Huang if you like. The soldiers nearby heard this and mocked him with laughter. Ha ha ha, yellow teeth and surname Bai, calling him old Huang certainly makes sense. Old Huang impatiently said, Go, don't disturb the captain, I'm talking business. Captain, I have a hard Qigong technique here, do you need it? Chao Mu's eyes immediately lit up at the words hard Qigong, and he asked, hard Qigong? He thought he hadn't developed inner vigor yet, so if he had an external hard Qigong for protection, it would indeed be good. Just then another soldier walked over, smiling as he said to the captain, shouldn't you first ask what kind of hard Qigong old Huang is talking about before deciding whether to take it? Old Huang immediately replied, Iron Crotch Qigong. At the sound of the name, Chao Mu immediately envisioned a blood-boiling scene which made his face turn black and cold sweat stream down him. Chao Mu said, I usually enjoy studying martial arts the most. I'll take this Iron Crotch Qigong, name your price. After all, that was one of the body's biggest weaknesses. This weakness must be well protected, and having a hard Qigong for defense would be perfect. Old Huang heard this, took out a small booklet from his chest pocket and said with a chuckle, Captain, what's this talk of money? This Iron Crotch Qigong is my offering to you, Captain. Old Huang suddenly turned his head, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. After a while he said to Chao Mu with a wronged expression, Captain, 4 months ago my daughter-in-law was pregnant, but she encountered young Master Guo on the road. He lashed out with a whip and the child was lost. Although my daughter-in-law didn't die, her body is still very weak now. Old Huang bowed his head and sobbed, Captain, please avenge me. If you can do it, I will consider you my benefactor for life. Chao Mu quickly helped him up, sincerely saying, you don't have to do this. I can't take your cultivation method for free. I will definitely find a way to repay you later. What repayment? This is my gratitude. You don't need to mention it again. Just then a soldier ran over from a distance, breathlessly reporting, Captain, Lieutenant Commander Chu asked you to go to his tent. Chao Mu heard this, smiled faintly and quickly left. In a large tent of the Yan City garrison, Chao Mu walked in and saw Lieutenant Commander Chu standing in front of an unfurled map pointing to an area outside Dongshan City. Outside Dongshan City, there's a Song He who calls himself the King of Bandits, and he's extremely arrogant and tyrannical. Speaking of this, Lieutenant Commander Chu suddenly pulled up a flag planted on the ground and shouted, a mere bandit, daring to call himself king, what a joke. Chao Mu remained expressionless, showing no reaction to Lieutenant Commander Chu's unusual display. This Song He committed all kinds of evil, from robbery and theft to murder. He had been in Dongshan for less than half a year and had already committed hundreds of crimes. He was also a notorious lecher, who had kidnapped countless innocent women. The lucky ones managed to escape, but the unfortunate ones died tragically in his camp. This scoundrel must be eliminated. If he's not eliminated, I cannot face the innocent people with peace of mind. Hearing this, Chao Mu immediately switched to full-on righteous performance mode. What a beast, such a bandit must be eradicated, there's no other way. Excellent, so I've prepared an army of 1,000 men will march out of the city in 5 days to suppress these bandits. I heard you're remarkably brave, so I'm making you the vanguard, leading the army. What do you say? Chao Mu immediately cupped his fists in salute. Lieutenant Commander Chu looked at him, his eyes slightly puzzled as he saw Chao Mu solemnly accept the command. Meanwhile, Chao Mu left the tent with a leisurely stride, secretly overjoyed. 1,000-man army, 10 captains, all 9th grade martial artists except me. They actually chose me as the vanguard, citing remarkable bravery. The city lord has finally made his move. A chance to seek death has arrived, ha ha ha. He walked along, chuckling foolishly like someone possessed, which made Lieutenant Commander Chu's brows furrow even deeper in the tent. Is this kid truly foolish or just confident? Why did he agree so readily? I must be cautious. The task the city lord assigned cannot have any mishaps. 5 days later, outside Dongshan City, Chao Mu was leading his army toward the valley region. Old Huang hurried forward, chuckling. Captain, I'm very familiar with this area. How about I lead the way? If we can't find traces of the bandit camp here, then it's very likely they're hidden in the small valley to the west just over a mile from here. Good, then let's go there, but remember, if things go south, immediately hide behind me. Captain, you're truly the best person I've ever met. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. This is a military order. Hearing Chao Mu say this, Old Huang nodded frantically. But Chao Mu's face darkened inwardly, thinking, I've finally come out to seek death, don't ruin my plan. Along the way, Old Huang chopped through weeds to clear a path, laughing heartily as he told stories. Captain, let me tell you, my eldest son has been very strong since he was little. He's only 15 this year and can already lift a 130 Jin stone lock. Captain, how were you when you were 15? Show off a bit? When I was 15, Butcher Zheng chopped me to death with one swing. The air instantly solidified. Old Huang was stunned, but thought to himself, I don't believe it. Chao Mu angrily admonished, be serious, hurry up and lead the way. Just then a sharp whistling sound cut through the air and an extremely fast black shadow rushed from a distance. Before Old Huang could react, thousands of arrows suddenly appeared in the sky, densely covering the entire area. Chao Mu immediately kicked Old Huang, sending him flying, then he charged forward with his long spear. Shouting, let me deal with it. He brandished his long spear, the spear's shadow swirling like a tornado, attempting to shatter the rain of arrows before him, but after only 2 sounds, 2 arrows shot directly into Chao Mu's back. He spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing inwardly. TV shows are indeed deceptive. A spinning spear can't block them at all. A nearby soldier saw this scene and screamed in fright, Captain. Just then, several bandits armed with swords, sabers, and bows rushed out from the bushes. 2 of them charged directly at Chao Mu, scaring the soldier into falling on his butt, shouting tremblingly, Aha, bandits! But Chao Mu showed no fear, even a hint of a proud and confident sneer played on his lips. Finally, bandits, this is great. I'm about to die, and the longevity lock has lit up. It seems the more bravely I fight, the higher my death assessment will be. No one can stop me from seeking death today. Chao Mu charged forward with his long spear, an undisguised joyful smile on his face. He shouted, in front of me you will all fall. Then a fierce battle erupted. A bandit swung his saber down, but before it could even touch anyone, Chao Mu's long spear had already pierced his chest and penetrated another companion standing nearby, blood gushing out and splattering everywhere. The nearby soldier saw this sight, utterly terrified. He stammered, unable to speak. Chao Mu coldly kicked away the bandit's corpse, pulled out his long spear, constantly rotating his wrist, and charged directly into the fray. He was immensely strong, like a fierce beast, each spear thrust taking a life. One by one, bandits fell before the horrified eyes of the soldiers behind him. A soldier exclaimed, Captain, he's too strong, but the remaining few bandits, seeing the unfavorable situation, immediately fled in panic. Chao Mu saw this and disdainfully said, HMPH, is that all you've got? He turned around, expressionlessly pulled out the arrow stuck in his shoulder with his hand as if nothing had happened, then calmly said, bring the hemostatic medicine for me to bandage. Old Huang immediately knelt down, repeatedly kowtowing, his face filled with remorse. Captain, you blocked these 3 arrows for me. I, Old Huang, truly don't know how to repay you. Chao Mu impatiently said, no, don't do that. 2 other soldiers came forward to bandage him, but they kept mocking, it's just a few small bandits acting as if they were strong enemies. Chao Mu also felt helpless. He had originally intended to use human heads as system rewards, but who knew the enemies would be so weak? It seemed he would have to keep trying next time. The bald soldier, while bandaging him, asked again, Captain, the way you repaid Old Huang, was it just by saving his life? Old Huang heard this and became even more grateful, repeatedly kowtowing, Captain, I, Old Huang, will never forget your kindness. Chao Mu jokingly asked, what are you doing, monk? Do you also have a cultivation method or secret manual you want to give me? My secret manual isn't on me, but I'll definitely offer it to the captain when we return to the city. My life, Old Huang's life, is yours. Chao Mu nodded indifferently after hearing this. All right, but first I have to eliminate these bandits. He stood up, overlooking the valley ahead, thinking to himself, either the bandits' lair is in this valley, or this is an ambush. To lure the enemy deeper, very likely, perhaps this is where I'll meet my end. He turned and asked Old Huang, does this valley have a name? Old Huang looked at the valley and replied, no. What's wrong, Captain? Chao Mu said nothing, just picked up his long spear and carved the 3 characters, Luomu Valley, onto a nearby tree. He chuckled, since it has no name, let's call it Luomu Valley. This name is truly fitting for the scene. Where should I die later? The soldiers behind him couldn't help but stare blankly at this scene. One of them whispered, are you here to fight a war or to travel? Just then a sound of horse hooves rang out. Chao Mu, why are you stopping? Didn't I tell you to scout ahead? Chao Mu still calmly replied, we were just ambushed by bandits and ahead is a valley, possibly an ambush. I'm worried, but Lieutenant Commander Chu loudly interrupted him, reprimanding, you are the vanguard. Whether there's an ambush is your responsibility to investigate. If there really is one, we will reinforce you. Are you cowardly trying to defy orders? As he spoke, he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his eyes flickering with calculation. If he defies orders, I'll have a reason to execute him on the spot, completing the task the city lord assigned. But to his surprise, Chao Mu showed no panic or hesitation, but instead loudly nodded and said, understood. Chao Mu swaggered directly into the valley, a look of arrogant joy on his face. He thought to himself, Lieutenant Commander Chu, thank you. From now on you are my good brother. It would be too embarrassing to be killed by an 8th grade lieutenant for defying orders. I must die gloriously, like a man fighting and dying against bandits on the battlefield. Old Huang behind him shouted in fear, Captain, your wound has opened and you're bleeding profusely. Wait until I exchange my copper coins for skill points, then I'll send your brother on his way. However, before he could dream much longer, Chow Emu's face immediately darkened from the cave ahead. A horde of bandits surged out like a tide, their shouts echoing. Old Huang trembled all over, crying out with a pale face, Captain, there are hundreds of bandits in this cave, we don't have enough men. Chow Mu turned around and loudly admonished, What are you staring at? Run! Hearing this, the soldiers who were originally frozen in fears ducked out of it and fled in panic. But Old Huang looked back as he ran, seeing Chow Mu still fighting alone, his long spear dancing like a dragon. He fought without retreating, only to buy time for the soldiers to retreat. Old Huang was in tears, shouting loudly to everyone, The captain is risking his life to hold off the bandits. Can't abandon him. The bald soldier also shouted loudly, We must go back and save the captain. But just as he was about to turn, Chow Emu's cold admonishment rang out, All of you get out, don't look back, that's an order. Old Huang and the bald soldier stood there with tears in their eyes, watching Chow Mu fight alone, unsure of what to do. Above, Lieutenant Commander Chu sat on his horse, his eyes cold, and he said in a deep voice, No unauthorized retreat, anyone who disobeys orders will be killed without mercy. Chow Mu glanced up, seeing the high and mighty Lieutenant Commander Chu, and sneered, thinking, If I don't die, then all these 100 soldiers under me will die with me. Are you trying to force me to my death with their lives? What a calculation. Just then Old Huang could no longer hold back and shouted loudly, Captain, if you want to die, then we'll die with you. Chow Mu turned around and loudly admonished, Get out, you don't want your wife to become a widow and your son to be bullied in the future, do you? But we can't just stand by and watch you die. Chow Mu roared, charging directly into the bandit horde. If you don't want to die, then shut up, this is my battle. Then he charged into the bandit horde again, fighting fiercely with them, leaving Old Huang only able to reach out and call out to the captain. He wielded his long spear, piercing a bandit's chest, blood splattering everywhere, then shouted, What you can't do, let me do. What you dare not say. Let me say it, but you cannot die, because you must live on. An arrow shot directly into Chow Emu's body. Blood gushed from his mouth, but the smile on his lips grew even more frantic. The bandit horde surged in like a tide, but he did not retreat. If I'm to die, I'll die first. All of you charge at me, don't make me wait too long. Chow Emu's long spear swept across, sending 2 bandits flying with agonizing screams. Another was stabbed to the ground by his spear, his vital parts irrevocably damaged. Chow Mu stepped on the bandit's corpse and shouted, Don't be afraid, all of you come at me, I must die here today. But if you want to take my life, you must pay a heavy price. The bandits swarmed him, but Chow Emu's every spear thrust sent several flying. He thought to himself, Come on, more, give me more. He was covered in blood, his own and his enemies', but his eyes still blazed with fighting spirit. I can feel a power seemingly about to burst forth from my body. Above, Lieutenant Commander Chu looked down, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He muttered, This kid has actually developed inner vigor. A 20-year-old cultivating inner vigor means he's either extraordinarily talented or possesses exceptional willpower. HMPH, but he's just developed a bit of inner vigor. At most he can only last a few more breaths. No, he just cultivated inner vigor. How could he be so powerful? No, this must be some kind of explosive secret technique. It's the heavenly demonic disintegration technique. Ha 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 ha. Using such a desperate move, he's definitely dead this time. There's no coming back from this. Old Huang cried out, tears streaming down his face. Captain, Chow Mu didn't turn around. He just plunged his spear into the ground with all his might. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, he roared with immense power. No one is allowed to pass. Chow Mu stood amidst a battlefield littered with bandit corpses, his entire body covered in blood, his armor torn and arrows still deeply embedded in him. He reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and with a steadfast shout that echoed in everyone's hearts, Today, with Chow here, no one shall step past this circle. The remaining bandits yelled, Don't be afraid, he's running out of strength, charge. But Chow Mu didn't waver. He smiled and once again charged into the bandits, his spear swinging continuously, each thrust taking a life. Old Huang and Baldy stood outside watching the scene, not daring to breathe. They trembled as they witnessed Chow Mu fighting like a god. When it was all over, all the bandits had been annihilated, and Chow Mu still stood firm, even though his body was riddled with arrows. Old Huang's tears streamed down his face and he choked out, Captain. The soldiers behind him also couldn't contain their emotions, sobbing uncontrollably. Chow Mu stood there, a majestic figure atop a pile of bandit corpses, his head held high, his gaze sharp as if he were the undefeated god of the battlefield in the distance. Lieutenant Commander Chu sat on horseback looking down at the situation below, laughing sinisterly. He spurred his horse forward, shouting loudly, Vanguard Chow, your righteousness is boundless. We will absolutely not let you down. Kill them all for me. Charge. After a while, the remaining bandits were also eliminated. Lieutenant Commander Chu rode his horse closer to Chow Emu's corpse. He glanced at Chow Emu's body with a cold expression, then indifferently ordered, The sweep is complete. The army will immediately withdraw to the city. Old Huang was stunned to hear this, and he looked up and asked, Back to the city, but these bandits are just scattered remnants. We haven't completely cleared them out, and we haven't found their main camp. The bandits are numerous. We can't risk going deeper. Yes, Commander, withdraw to the city. Old Huang and Baldi were so angry they couldn't help but spit on the ground. They cursed under their breath. Now you say we can't risk going deeper, so why didn't you come earlier? You let the captain go to his death alone, since things have come to this. Let's take the captain's body back. We at least owe his family an explanation. It seems the captain only has a blind younger sister and the two siblings rely on each other. 3 soldiers sadly walked over, carefully covering Chow Emu's body, and choked out, "Captain, rest in peace." But no one knew that high up on the cliff face, Chow Mu had revived and was silently observing everything. The system's voice rang in his head. Death assessment level. B. Skill points rewarded for this death 25. Current skill points 19. Skill growth deduction 30 points. Revival attempts within 7 days 4-5, as expected of a B-level assessment. Skill proficiency has significantly increased. If C-level is the cultivation efficiency of 10 years of effort, then B-level is equivalent to 20 years, plus an extra 150. Ha 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 ha, this feels great. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and plunged his spear forcefully into a nearby tree trunk, the spearhead piercing a tiny ant crawling on it. He pulled out the spear, looked at the ant's corpse, and his smile grew even more sinister. The benefits of a high-quality death are truly terrifying. Next, it's time to thank my good brother who helped me level up. Lieutenant Commander Chu, who was commanding the army's retreat, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. As he passed by a tree, Lieutenant Commander Chu suddenly noticed the characters Chow Mu were different from before. Luomu Valley. He frowned and asked, "Why are the characters on this tree different? What does this mean?" Old Huang and Baldi stood before the tree, tears welling in their eyes as they looked at the characters Luomu Valley that Chow Mu had carved earlier. The captain suspected an ambush before entering the valley, but couldn't defy military orders and had to walk into his death. Did the captain die for us? The captain was indeed prepared to sacrifice himself long ago. How can we not respect such a person? At this moment, Lieutenant Commander Chu spurred his horse forward, his cold gaze sweeping over the body being carried away. He asked, "What are you carrying?" Old Huang bowed his head, filled with indignation, but still replied, "Reporting, sir, it's Captain Chow Emu's body." Lieutenant Commander Chu asked again, "Chow Emu's body?" A flicker of anger appeared in Old Huang's eyes. "This bastard, does he not even allow us to retrieve the captain's body? Captain Chow Mu died fighting bandits. He cannot be left in this desolate place. Take him back to Yan City. I will personally arrange his funeral." Old Huang scorned inwardly. "HMPH, wasn't the captain's death caused by you? Now you're putting on an act." Lieutenant Commander Chu turned his horse and rode away, a faint smile playing on his lips, thinking to himself, "This brat Chow Mu killed so many bandits. All the credit will ultimately go to me. The more reckless people like him there are in the army, the better. The task the city lord assigned is complete, and the young master can rest assured. By bringing his body back, it's both reasonable and deflects responsibility. The city lord might even promote me to commandant. Oh, isn't Chow Emu's younger sister still around? Aye, the lieutenant commander will take good care of her for you." But just then a thud sound rang out, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Lieutenant Commander Chu looked down, seeing a spear piercing straight through his back, the force of the spear so strong it went through his body and embedded itself in the tree in front of him. His hand trembled as he tried to reach out for help, but when he looked up, the person he saw was none other than Chow Mu. Lieutenant Commander Chu's eyes rolled back, his face unwilling, his lips trembling without forming words, and then he completely collapsed. He officially joined his ancestors. The soldiers behind him saw this scene and screamed in panic, "Ambush, ambush, who is it? Show yourself." Old Huang and Baldi looked up at the mountain ridge. Old Huang whispered, You just saw that?" Baldi remained silent and awkwardly replied, "I saw it. It was bandits." "Bandits ambushed us," Old Huang quickly chimed in. "Yes, that's right. It was bandits," but the soldiers behind them became even more panicked. One person yelled, "The bandits are back and there's a master among them. Retreat quickly, run!" Without needing anyone to tell them, the entire group of soldiers immediately spurred their horses and scattered like a broken hive on the cliff. Chow Mu stood there, looking down with a joyful expression. "So strong, Lieutenant Commander Chu is an 8th grade martial artist, yet he didn't even recognize my spear. 1B level death assessment has elevated me above the 8th grade realm. Moreover, this time I controlled the heavenly demonic disintegration technique quite well, only bursting out when throwing the spear, so I only crippled an arm instead of dying on the spot. Ha 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 ha, this cultivation method was truly made for me. I've killed Lieutenant Commander Chu. These soldiers will definitely find out who the assassin is. As long as that happens, I'll have another chance to die. A level death assessment, here I come." But at that very moment, the shouts of the soldiers below rang out, "Bandits, the bandits are here." Chow Mu looked down and saw that the soldiers had all fled. His face darkened and he yelled out in dissatisfaction, "They ran away, they all ran away again. How am I supposed to die now? The script in my mind has already played out twice. I've thought through all the lines. If you all run away, who am I going to say them to? They really won't let me die in peace." Chow Emu's face was as black as a pot as he listened to Old Huang's voice continuously shouting through a megaphone to the soldiers, "The bandits are back, the bandits are back." Wait, this voice sounds like Old Huang yelling. "Yes, it's you, Old Huang. I kindly saved your life, blocked swords and spears for you, and you make it so I can't die in peace. That one shout of yours. Now, the one who killed Lieutenant Commander Chu will be blamed on bandits, not me. What kind of assessment will I get then?" But right after, his eyes lit up as he saw a group of bandits lurking behind the bushes. However, the fact that the bandits are really here isn't a lie, it's perfect timing. Chow Mu jumped up and grandly declared, You indeed pretended to retreat and now you're secretly ambushing us, but remember my Chow family is not comprised of scholars. We will absolutely not bow down to you bandits. I'm half crippled now, very easy to kill. Brothers, quickly come and take my head. But contrary to Chow Emu's wishes, as soon as these bandits saw him, they all trembled, their faces turning ashen as if they'd seen a ghost. A ghost, you. You weren't dead already? Why are you standing here? He doesn't even have any wounds left. Wasn't he riddled with arrows just now? Without another word, all the bandits simultaneously turned and fled desperately. Chow Mu chased after them, yelling loudly, "Hey, don't be scared, I'm already dead. Right now I am my elder brother Chow Lin." "What nonsense are you talking about, you ghost?" Chow Mu still tried to explain solemnly. "What I mean is I am Chow Emu's elder brother, you killed my younger brother and now I want revenge. Don't you see I'm a bit bigger now?" The bandit heard this and became even more terrified, turning to his companions and yelling, "Are you still believing him? He's truly a vengeful ghost. That Commander Guangping killed him and next it's us." The whole group ran even faster, some even silently praying as they ran, "Please don't follow us anymore. We know we were wrong." But after running a short distance they suddenly stopped dead in their tracks. A powerful figure appeared in front, blocking their way. One bandit stared, his voice trembling. "That's the boss." Another rushed over, crying, "Boss, save us, there's a ghost. He says he's Chow Lin, Chow Emu's elder brother. He even killed Lieutenant Commander Chu." Hearing this, Chow Mu charged forward like crazy, yelling loudly. "Bandit King," he thought to himself. "Being attacked by bandit foot soldiers can lead to a B-level assessment. If I'm killed by the Bandit King, won't that directly get me to A level? Song He, return my younger brother's life," the one called the boss was Song He, the Bandit King. He stepped out of the shadows, his demeanor so relaxed that Chow Mu even stopped. Chow Mu let out an hum and asked, "You are Bandit King Song He? May I ask, brave sir, why are you pursuing my subordinates?" Chow Mu froze. Looking at the person in front of him, he stepped out and cupped his fists with a polite smile. "I am surnamed Wang, but my name is Song He, the Bandit King." Chow Mu stared blankly at Song He, feeling that things were getting stranger and stranger. Seeing Chow Emu's expression, Song He chuckled, but right after Song He suddenly braced himself against a nearby tree, coughing violently and continuously spitting blood. Chow Mu froze, a series of question marks ringing in his head. Wait, the bandit leader is actually a sickly scholar pretending. What kind of trick is this? A bandit subordinate pointed at Chow Mu and yelled, "Boss, he says he's Chow Emu's elder brother, here for revenge." As soon as Song He heard this, his eyes flashed with a sharp glint that made Chow Mu feel a bit uneasy, cautiously taking a step back. But immediately, Song He burst into a harmless laugh, looking like an idiot. "Brother Chow is indeed a true hero, a man of righteousness. I truly admire you. Your younger brother Chow Mu killed Lieutenant Commander Chu. That was a courageous and cunning act. Today I want to invite you to join Dongshan. Follow me, and together in these chaotic times let us accomplish great things, brother. Let's find a way to survive this chaos together. Isn't that a man's ambition?" Chow Mu was dumbfounded, all sorts of incredulous expressions appearing on his face. He stared and asked, "You want to recruit me? Aren't you afraid I'll seek revenge for my younger brother?" Song He maintained his calm smile, even laughing loudly as if he didn't care. "In these times, you kill me, I kill you. There's no right or wrong. The victor becomes king, the loser a bandit." These words, too blunt and realistic, left Chow Mu speechless. He scratched his head and sighed. "You're not wrong." But suddenly Chow Emu's good soul was seized. Chow Mu took a deep breath, stood up straight, and said with determination, like shouting a slogan, "But a man born between heaven and earth, looking up without shame, bowing down without disgrace, how can he hide in the mountains as a bandit to survive? HMPH, bandits, whoever wants to be one, go ahead, but don't even think about brainwashing me. I am just a ruthless assessment earning machine. Quickly come and kill me. Complete your mission." But before he could rejoice, Chow Mu saw Song He's subordinate step forward with murderous intent. One yelled, "What is this guy saying? Is he looking down on us? Just because he killed a Lieutenant Commander Chu, he thinks he's invincible." Another angrily shouted, "He refuses a kind offer and wants to suffer punishment instead. The boss kindly invited him and he dares to act like this." Chow Mu was overjoyed to hear this. "Yes, get angry and quickly come kill me. Stop pretending." But unexpectedly, Song He raised his hand to signal them to stop. He still maintained his calm demeanor, then turned to Chow Mu and asked, "Brother Chow, can you guess where we bandits come from?" Chow Mu didn't even bother to think, replying immediately, "Tyrannical government is fiercer than tigers. The famine is widespread. People are impoverished. You are all refugees." As he spoke, he thought of himself. Come to think of it, this body of mine was originally just a beggar who starved to death on the roadside. Song He heard the answer, stroked his chin and mumbled, "Tyrannical government is fiercer than tigers." Brother Chow's words are truly profound. Surviving in chaotic times is indeed not easy. Skulls pile up like mountains, human hearts are vast and deep. Things that seem intangible make our steps heavier and heavier. Life is truly full of suffering. Chow Mu crossed his arms and proudly snorted, "HMPH, isn't that the truth?" Song He slowly drew his sword. "Brother Chow, I ask you one more time, are you willing to join me in opening up a path for the common people to survive?" These spirited words echoed throughout the forest, and the subordinates behind him also showed expressions of admiration. But Chow Mu only yawned and sneered. No, Song He was stunned, and his subordinates also stared wide-eyed. Chow Mu shrugged and smiled. "Whether you're a bandit king or a rebel army, ultimately it depends on your actions and character. Don't just speak flowery words." Song He was surprised for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. "Good, Brother Chow is indeed straightforward. If that's the case, don't be shy. Come to my camp and see for yourselves what kind of people we are." Chow Mu raised an eyebrow and nodded. "That I can do. he thought to himself. He's trying to recruit me, but if I refuse after knowing their hideout, they definitely won't let me leave alive. Then I'll get to die. Truly a perfect script. As the group stepped through the camp gate, Chao Mu looked around in a daze. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sun, his gaze sweeping around, and he involuntarily blurted out, "This place, instead of calling it a bandit camp, it's more like a mountain village. But why are there old people and children here?" Song He replied, "They are all homeless people driven out of Yan City. We found them and brought them here to settle. Yan City appears prosperous, but it's all just an illusion created by City Lord Guo Yan. The common people are poor, and anyone he dislikes is driven out of the city. But the suffering of the common people isn't entirely Guo Yan's fault. It's because Great Yan is weakened. The emperor only knows how to curry favor with immortals, and the officials below collude with enemies to plunder wealth, which is why the common people have fallen into such dire circumstances." Chao Mu nodded as he listened, but his eyes were full of curiosity. He asked, "Immortals, I've heard of them before but never met one. Can Sir Song tell me more?" Hearing this, Song He slightly frowned, turning to look at Chao Mu deeply. "You cultivate the longevity fist. Are you not a remnant of the Chao family bloodline? How have you never seen an immortal?" As soon as these words were spoken, Chao Mu immediately assumed a stance, clenching his hands and vigilantly asked, "You know the longevity fist? Are you from the Wuji Society?" Song He laughed heartily, waving his hand and saying, "Don't be alarmed, brother Chao. The Chao family's longevity fist is well known. Not just members of the Wuji Society recognize it. Don't worry, I mean no harm. This is not the place to talk. Follow me." Moments later, the two stopped in front of a Taoist temple in the village. Song He pointed to the deity statue enshrined in the hall and solemnly said, "This is an immortal." Chao Mu looked at the statue, his body stiff, his throat dry, as he asked, "A statue?" Song He also seemed a bit embarrassed, reluctantly waving his hand to explain, No, this is a revered immortal Taoist. In today's world, which Taoist temple doesn't enshrine an immortal?" Chao Mu's eyes widened and he couldn't help but scoff. "What kind of high-level immortal cultivation and martial arts world is this? I suddenly feel a bit of reality, as if I've lived for so long in vain. Martial artists like me and immortal cultivators like you are truly worlds apart. Even if my iron crotch qigong reaches grand completion, could I beat a few immortals?" Song He continued with a tone full of resentment. "Immortals and mortals are originally from the same root, but they are high above, not treating mortals as their own kind. They raise humans and cultivate spirit plants, yet they view all living beings as mere grass. They don't protect mortals, they only treat us as pets. Anyone who dares to disobey is killed without question. It's laughable that mortals are treated as slaves without even realizing it. From birth to death, they are resources in the hands of immortals." Hearing this, Chao Mu trembled all over, clenching his fists, and muttered through gritted teeth, "Isn't this blatant capitalist exploitation? The sense of substitution is too strong. It's like I'm reliving my previous life. High profits come with high risks. To achieve the highest ranking, a battle with immortals is inevitable. What tricks can the system pull off when encountering an immortal? Might as well try." Chao Mu immediately launched a kick. Seeing him kick towards the statue, Song He said, dumbfounded, "Brother Chao, I'm not afraid, but I'm tired of the immortal's high and mighty theatrics." Then he waved his fist at the statue. "I'll smash your immortal statue. You can try to strike me dead with a bolt of lightning." Chao Mu rushed forward with lightning speed, shouting with immense power, "We are born free. Who dares to lord over us?" Song He retreated a few steps in alarm, frantically shouting, What exactly do you want to do?" Chao Mu revealed a scornful smile and threw a heavy punch without hesitation. Seeing this, Song He gritted his teeth, raised his hand and shouted, "Take that!" Chao Mu's fist slammed directly into the statue in front of him, but the force was so great that the punch even affected Song He's sword, which, unable to withstand the vibration, was shaken out of his hand, leaving Song He swaying, dizzy and panting. The sword flew out and plunged directly into the statue's head. Song He's smile immediately froze, and he was speechless. Immediately after, the statue suddenly exploded, fragments scattered, enraging Song He to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chao Mu landed lightly, his gaze cold as he looked behind him, pondering repeatedly, "These bandits are truly vicious. They even dared to stop me from seeking death?" Chao Mu rushed directly in front of Song He, his face almost touching his, then loudly questioned, "Didn't you say immortals are no good? Then why did you stop me? And did you just use immortal magic?" Song He coughed several times, then hurriedly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggling to explain, "Brother Chao, don't misunderstand. I am not an immortal cultivator. I just learned some spells. My so-called learning spells is merely to control those immortals. Those immortals truly deserve to die. I even hope there will be no more immortals in this world, but Brother Chao, your actions are too rash. Smashing the idol might incur the immortals' retaliation, or even divine punishment." Hearing this, Chao Mu was completely unconcerned. He spat, then provocatively said, "Threaten me? I hope it works. Preferably a bolt of divine lightning will strike me dead immediately." Song He, hearing this, became so angry that blood surged to his mouth again, and he muttered to himself, "What's wrong with you? You won't even listen to my advice anymore. Brother Chao, are you truly not afraid of immortals to this extent? Never mind, don't get agitated anymore. Your blood is almost gone. I understand what you mean, and I will be more careful in the future. But then again, if even you have to cultivate immortal magic to fight immortals, doesn't that prove that the path of martial arts is blocked? Unfortunately, I don't even have a single immortal cultivation method at the moment." Song He had to speak up now, trying hard to explain. Martial arts focus on physical training, while immortal cultivation emphasizes the spirit. If we really compare which is stronger, the martial sage, as the strongest martial artist in the world today, has the strength to contend with immortals, but strictly speaking he has not yet reached the pinnacle of martial artists. In fact, martial arts itself has no concept of a pinnacle. Immortals are powerful not only because of their magic but also because they can achieve longevity. Even if they do nothing, as long as they live long enough, they can outlast a mortal. However, immortal cultivation requires extremely high aptitude, and not everyone can cultivate. Moreover, the speed of immortal cultivation is extremely slow. A single secluded cultivation session can sometimes last for 1,500 years. While martial arts progress much faster, if more martial arts powerhouses emerged in the world, if those peak martial artists could break through the limits of lifespan, why would we be afraid of not being able to overthrow the rule of immortals? Chao Mu stepped forward after listening and patted Song He as if comforting him, saying, "Don't get agitated, don't be angry." As he spoke, he secretly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, constantly calculating in his heart. If this were true, wouldn't the longevity fist be the path for martial cultivators to achieve longevity? No wonder it's a treasure passed down by Sister Shui's family. And now I have the revival system to assist me. I can achieve the pinnacle of martial arts with the fastest cultivation speed, and then combine the longevity power of the longevity fist with my immortality. Wouldn't I then become an immortal? Becoming an immortal takes tens of thousands of years. I think a desperate fight will get it done. Song He looked at Chao Mu, wondering to himself, what's wrong with this guy? Did I misjudge him back then? By the way, Mr. Wong, do you think I have the aptitude for immortal cultivation? He smiled slightly, thinking, I have to try this path of immortal cultivation no matter what. Only children make choices, I want it all. Song He quickly reached out to stop him and decisively said, if you don't have a spiritual root, you cannot cultivate immortals. Upon hearing this, Chao Mu looked around as if afraid someone might overhear his astonishing secret. Then he leaned close to Song He's ear and whispered something that made Song He dumbfounded, his face ashen, as if he had just lost his mind. Then I ask you, Mr. Wong, my iron crotch Qigong has reached max level. Does that count as an iron spiritual root? Before Song He could react, Chao Mu pulled down his pants and displayed his divine power to the other party. Song He's face turned beet red and he immediately turned around, covering his eyes with his hands, stammering with embarrassment. What iron spiritual root? Forgive my shallow knowledge, I can't help you. Quick, put your divine power away. Song He turned around, trying hard to compose himself, not looking at Chao Mu, and said, Brother Chao, if there's nothing else, you can leave on your own. Chao Mu asked, puzzled, where to? Didn't you say you wanted to recruit me earlier? Song He said, I know Brother Chao has a broad mind, extraordinary courage, and great righteousness, but this small temple cannot accommodate a great Buddha like you. Chao Mu scratched his cheek upon hearing this and chuckled awkwardly. Ah, so that's how it is? But Song He frowned inwardly, thinking, this Chao Mu is too reckless. Keeping him around might ruin my plans. Chao Mu stared intently at Song He and asked, you're letting me go this easily? Aren't you afraid I'll reveal your bandit camp's location? Are you not considering killing me to silence me? Song He lost his patience, his hands trembling, a twisted smile on his face, saying, Brother Chao, you're not the type to do such a thing, and we've already alerted the authorities. We were planning to leave here anyway. Chao Mu thought in silence for a while, then burst into a relieved laugh. All right then, I won't delay your important matters. Until we meet again. He turned and left, but inwardly he was filled with dissatisfaction, thinking, forget it, this trip was a waste, I can't even die. Then I'll go back to Yan City first. Hurry up, maybe I can still make it to my own funeral. Meanwhile, in another place, several men arrived at Ning Shui's home. One of them knocked on the door. Ning Shui opened the door and asked, who are you? The man pushed the door open forcefully and walked in arrogantly, saying, my young master is the city lord's son. Chao Mu, you bravely eradicated the bandits. My young master has specially come on behalf of the city lord to express condolences to the family. Subsequently, a huge wooden coffin was carried in. Inside the coffin lay Chao Mu's corpse. The young city lord scanned Ning Shui, thinking, so beautiful, what a pity she's just a woman. And a blind one at that. Ning Shui didn't notice the frivolity in his gaze. She just anxiously asked, where is Chao Mu? Why hasn't he returned yet? The young city lord's smile became somewhat displeased upon hearing Ning Shui's question, but he still forced a sarcastic smile. Chao Mu, he's dead. Ning Shui heard this as if she couldn't believe her ears. Biting her lip, she pressed, dead, what do you mean by that? The young city lord didn't answer immediately. Instead, he closed his fan, pointed at the wooden coffin in front of him, and scornfully said, he's just dead. Your Chao Mu is right inside. Ning Shui was struck by lightning, retreating a few steps. I don't believe Chao Mu would die so easily, she said, trying to close the door to prevent him from entering. But the young city lord quickly blocked the door. He smiled broadly, his eyes full of malice. Oh dear, I brought Chao Mu's corpse, but I forgot to tell you. He didn't stop there. He grabbed Ning Shui's hand, disregarded her struggles, and forcibly pulled her out of the door. He kicked open the wooden coffin and the lid flew open. He pointed at the corpse inside and commanded, you are Chao Mu's family, please confirm. Ning Shui screamed in struggle. What are you doing? The young city lord didn't answer. Instead, he pressed her head against the coffin, almost touching Chao Mu's scarred face. He then sneered again, pretending to suddenly remember something. Oh, I almost forgot, you can't see. Then I'll describe what Brother Chao looks like now. Chow Emu's limbs were all broken with at least 50 knife and arrow wounds on his body, and his face was so bloody and disfigured that it was unbearable to look at. Ning Shui violently pulled her hand away. Impossible, this can't be happening. Impossible, impossible. Right, maybe the corpse is fake, the coffin is fake, I am fake at this moment, everything is fake, but if I say that, will you feel better? He smiled sinisterly and took another step forward, deliberately leaning close to her. Ning Shui trembled, reaching behind her to tightly grasp something as if defending herself. In the corner another man was trembling with rage, gritting his teeth and saying, "This is too much, I will definitely kill this shameless scoundrel." Old Huang stood beside him, hurriedly pulling him back and advising in a low voice, "Don't get agitated. This is young Master Guo, we can't touch him. After he leaves, we'll help the young lady with the captain's funeral and give her some silver so she doesn't suffer anymore." The young city lord looked back at Ning Shui and seeing that she just stood there without reacting, he showed a look of annoyance. "That's it, she can't even cry, how boring." He clapped his hands, feigning thought, then said, "Since that's the case, I'll try another way to make you feel more." Just then a subordinate behind him brought a steaming bowl of soup. The young city lord took it, holding the bowl, and a twisted smile appeared on his face. The people of Yan City all praised Chow Mu for his extraordinary courage and righteousness. "How about it, young lady? Try this bowl of courage and righteousness soup and see what special taste it has." Ning Shui heard this and stammered in fear. You, the young city lord coldly ordered. "Men, force this young lady to drink the soup." In an instant 3 subordinates stepped forward, held Ning Shui down and forcibly made her drink the bowl of soup. The wooden staff she held in her hand dropped to the ground with a soft thud, but no one noticed. 2 of them held Ning Shui down while another approached with the bowl of soup. Ning Shui was diligently restrained by everyone. The man pinched her mouth and sternly said, "Drink it quickly, be good." Suddenly the bowl of soup in his hand seemed to be enchanted, flying up by itself, leaving his grasp. Before everyone could understand what was happening, Old Huang rushed forward, took the bowl of soup and drank it all with relish, as if savoring a delicacy. After drinking he wiped his mouth, grinning and smacking his lips, saying, "Oh, this soup is truly delicious." Young Master Guo was so angry that his face turned red. He immediately raised his foot and kicked Old Huang hard, loudly reprimanding him. "You dog, who told you to snatch my food?" Just then another pair of feet approached, and the bald old monk walked out chanting, "Amataba, young Master Guo, he is Old Huang, Captain Chow's subordinate. He's not very bright and loves to eat, please don't bother with him." Young Master Guo's face darkened further upon hearing this. He looked at Old Huang, bending down to pick up the overturned soup bowl to continue eating, and snapped, "What are you eating? Are you done eating?" At this moment a strange voice came from a distance, seemingly with a hint of provocation. "It smells so good." Young Master Guo looked up, turning his head with an arrogant expression, just about to say, "Who is it?" But before he could finish he froze, and the appearance of this person made him gape, unable to believe his eyes. Chow Mu walked in, his gaze cold as he swept over everyone, then a smile played on his lips as he said, "The soup is delicious, I wonder if I can have a bowl?" Old Huang's eyes immediately filled with tears when he saw Chow Mu. He ran forward and hugged Chow Mu tightly, shouting, "Captain!" Ning Shui exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the name. "Chow Mu?" Another old man, Fu, also looked utterly shocked. Chow Mu, how could it be him? Young Master Guo was stunned, his hands trembling, stammering in disbelief. "Impossible, impossible." He quickly turned to look at the coffin behind him. Chow Emu's corpse still lay motionless in the coffin, cold and stiff, which made him even more unable to comprehend what was happening. Chow Mu just smiled faintly, slowly took off his bamboo hat, and at the same time waved his long spear and charged forward, covering his face with the hat. Young Master Guo was dumbfounded, frozen in place. A sharp long spear swept past, piercing the bamboo hat, just narrowly missing his face. Everyone around was frozen, no one daring to move. Just then, as the long spear came, Old Man Fu, with quick hands and eyes, deflected its trajectory, allowing young Master Guo to escape unharmed. Chow Mu stared directly at young Master Guo while his spear-wielding arm continued to bleed. Young Master Guo looked at the scene before him, his face pale with fear, completely terrified. The bald old monk stood next to Old Huang, whispering doubtfully, "It really doesn't seem to be the captain. You're fiercer than the captain today, and a bit sturdier." Fu watched Chow Mu for a moment, then loudly asked, "Chow Mu is dead, who are you?" He scrutinized Chow Mu, secretly mumbling to himself. This person clearly had injured chi and blood, yet why was his attack just now so powerful, and this face looked too much like Chow Emu's? Chow Mu lowered his voice and replied coldly, "I am Chow Lin. Chow Mu is my younger brother." This answer stunned Fu into silence. "If you disrespect my brother's remains, I, Chow Lin, will drag you to hell, even if it costs me my life." Hearing this, young Master Guo's face turned ashen, and cold sweat streamed down him. Fu laughed loudly, boasting, "Enough with the nonsense. Do you think I'd be scared after all that talk?" But before he could give an order, young Master Guo had already fled on all fours, shouting as he ran, "Uncle Fu, let's go, I'll come back next time." Fu was left behind, his face full of question marks. Then he snorted coldly, shook his head angrily, and followed them away. Chow Mu stood there, the long spear in his hand still throbbing with pain, blood still dripping onto the ground, but he didn't care. He was afraid that as soon as young Master Guo returned to the city lord's mansion, their agents would immediately rush over. He thought, "I must seize the opportunity. Dying one more time won't hurt. Tomorrow I, Chow Lin, will bury Chow Emu's body on the dirt hill outside the city." Fu heard this, his face sinking, thinking, "This kid definitely has other motives. He wants to go out of the city tomorrow. Does he want me to deal with him?" With that, Chow Mu walked into the house, muttering as he went, "Oh, I'm hungry now. I didn't expect I'd actually make it back to eat my own sacrificial offerings." At this point he suddenly realized something was amiss and quickly rephrased, I mean, I'm eating my younger brother's sacrificial offerings. Old Huang and Baldi stood there dumbfounded, completely unable to comprehend what he had just said. Walking into the house, Chow Mu saw a large pot of soup. Without waiting for anyone, he scooped a bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Just then, Old Huang and Baldi rushed over in a panic, shouting, "Don't drink it, that soup can't be drunk." Chow Mu turned around and saw Old Huang clutching his stomach, having thrown up all the soup he had just drunk. He raised an eyebrow, calmly picked a piece of offal from the bowl, and handed it to Old Huang, saying, "This is pig liver and pig heart, not what you think. Do you believe what that fop says? Besides, I heard my brother died so tragically that his internal organs were rotten. How could they be used to make soup?" Old Huang and Baldi, hearing this, bit their lips in terror and burst into tears, clutching their heads. Seeing this, Chow Mu also pretended to cry, thinking, "It seems they haven't discovered me yet." Just then, Ning Shui walked in from behind. She sniffed her nose, seemingly trying to sense something. Chow Mu turned his head and saw her approaching him closely. He was startled and shrieked. She stopped, her face full of confusion. Meanwhile, inside the City Lord's mansion, young Master Guo's screams echoed, "Chow Mu, Chow Mu's ghost has appeared." City Lord Guo Yan heard this, turned his head coldly and asked, "Didn't I confine you? What trouble are you stirring up again?" Young Master Guo, hearing this, dared not say another word. The City Lord turned to Ah Fu and asked, "Ah Fu, did you go with him too?" Ah Fu bowed and replied, "City Lord, please calm your anger. Young Master merely wished to offer condolences to Chow Mu's family, but we encountered a man who resembled Chow Mu, claiming to be his elder brother, Chow Lin." Young Master Guo, hearing this, recalled Chow Mu's terrifying gaze from before and trembled all over. Stammering, unable to speak, Ah Fu continued to report, "According to my observation, Chow Lin is 1 inch taller than Chow Mu and looks identical but appears slightly older. His strength is estimated to be newly 8th grade with damaged chi and blood, even somewhat diminished, not as good as a 9th grade peak. Nothing to worry about. Chow Mu had just died and Chow Lin appeared. This is no simple matter. The Emperor is coming soon. In these chaotic times, I, the City Lord, have no time for such minor matters. Ah Fu, you personally handle this. Remember, cut the weeds and remove the roots or they will surely return with the spring breeze." Ah Fu respectfully replied, "Yes, your subordinate will not be negligent in the slightest." Back at Ning Shui's home, Chow Mu yawned and inadvertently glanced behind him. Immediately noticing Ning Shui was close, she continued to sniff his scent, which startled Chow Mu and filled him with unease. He silently cried out, "Spare me, my lady." Chow Mu hastily dodged Ning Shui's approach, then quickly said, "My lady, I, Chow Mu, am already 23 this year with 13 concubines at home, each with 18 weapons and 36 stances of wind, frost, rain, and dew. Please respect yourself and don't joke like this." Ning Shui murmured, drawing out the sound. Just then, Old Huang interrupted, Brother Chow Lin, my brother only died yesterday. Is the government so efficient? Is this really the consolation money sent by the authorities?" Old Huang scratched his head and replied with a dry laugh, This is certainly consolation money." Chow Mu sighed, thinking, from the looks of it, they most likely pooled their own money for me. He tucked the silver pouch back into Old Huang's hand, firmly saying, "No need for consolation money. I don't care for the government's stinky money." Before he could finish, Baldi chimed in, pulling out an old cultivation manual and handing it to Chow Mu, saying, "You don't want consolation money, but surely you want a secret manual?" Previously, in front of Captain Chow Mu, I promised him that if I returned to Yan City alive I would give him this secret manual as a token of gratitude for protecting me during the bandit suppression battle. Hearing this, Chow Mu's hands trembled with joy and he incessantly thought, "Haha, another hard qigong, I must cultivate it." But outwardly he tried to remain calm, suppressing his emotions, which puzzled Baldi. He quietly asked Old Huang, "Is he satisfied or not?" Chow Mu watched the two leave, then casually tucked the manual into his clothes. "Miss Ning, I often heard my brother mention you. Tomorrow the City Lord's mansion and I will have a confrontation. I hope you can leave Yan City early to avoid getting involved." Ning Shui didn't answer but continued to approach, sniffing Chow Mu's scent. This made him feel helpless, not knowing what to say, so he backed away, held out his hand to stop her and said, "Young lady, you are playing with fire. I, Chow Lin, have cultivated iron crotch qigong for many years. My body is like steel. You can't handle it." Ning Shui suddenly interrupted him, directly saying 3 words, "Stop acting. You're deliberately talking nonsense to disrupt my judgment, aren't you? Although I can't see, I've already seen through you, your scent, your voice when you speak, the tone at the end of each sentence, and even the frequency of your footsteps. It's all Chow Mu." Chow Mu scratched his head and had to admit, "You can't see, yet you want to survive alone in this chaotic world. You truly have some skill. Sister Shui is indeed no ordinary person." Hearing this, Ning Shui sighed. "It seems I guessed correctly. So how did you deceive them?" "Disguise," Chow Mu stammered, equivocating. "Something like that. Actually, during the bandit suppression battle I was severely wounded and fell into enemy lines. My comrades all thought I was dead. Later, I was fortunate enough to be saved by Immortal Wang, who is Song He. He also helped me stage this act to deceive them." Ning Shui nodded after Chow Mu's explanation and softly said, "Immortal being, so that's it. You tell this story every other day, don't you? I remember when I was a child an immortal once said you had innate spiritual armor, that you were extraordinary and wanted to take you as a disciple, but because the Chow family was a prominent martial arts clan and didn't want to associate with immortals, they refused. And now you actually recognize the path of immortals? My eyes are blind, so I cannot follow the martial arts path, but perhaps I can follow the immortal path." Sure enough, it's another cliché story. After the family was wiped out overnight, my heavenly eye will open, and I'll even be able to crush the martial sage, right? Ning Shui didn't join in the laughter. She stepped forward, seriously telling Chao Mu to stop. Outside the city are Guo Yan's people. He's a 6th grade martial artist and there are thousands of soldiers in the barracks. You've only just reached 8th grade and your vitality is greatly depleted from using the heavenly demonic disintegration technique. You're no match for him. So stop now and let me confront him instead. Chao Mu was stunned, thinking, is she going to compete with me for the chance to die? Actually, I only realized today that although I have a desire for revenge, my strength is insufficient. I once wanted to exchange secret manuals for your help, but I cannot bear to see you die for me. Such a half-hearted idea can never lead to successful revenge. Tomorrow I will leave Yan City to seek the immortal path. You no longer need to be enemies with Guo Yan. You risked your life for me, and I have nothing to repay you with. So I give you the secret manual of the layered wave force. This cultivation method allows you to unleash multiple internal forces, continuously stacking them layer by layer, ultimately erupting with power beyond your limits. Chao Mu, hearing this, clenched his hands, stammering, Layered waves, is this truly? Yes, this is the very cultivation method passed down through generations of my Chao family. Stop now, Chao Mu, this is my last secret manual. Hearing this, Chao Mu couldn't help but burst into tears. Sister Shui, he cried, clutching the manual tightly, his face filled with pain as if experiencing the greatest sorrow of his life. Ning Shui looked at Chao Mu's overly exaggerated expression dumbfounded and asked in confusion, is there really a need for such a strong reaction? Suddenly, Chao Mu burst out laughing, his smile as bright as if he had just won the lottery. He turned to Ning Shui, playfully asking, oh right, Sister Shui, you haven't forgotten your promise to me, have you? That encyclopedia you hadn't finished reading, you said you'd tell me about it. Then Chao Mu threw a punch, declaring, you have your path and I have mine. This is the great Tao. I will not rest until my goal is achieved. Ning Shui remained silent, gripping her staff tightly, finally uttering a single word. All right, I'll wait for you at the dilapidated temple outside the city for 7 days. If you don't come after 7 days, I won't wait. If you come, we'll set off together. Subsequently, Chao Mu carried a small box, walking step by step up the hill to bury himself. How joyful my heart is. Then, as if correcting himself, he feigned solemnity and said, ah no, I mean I'm burying my younger brother. Second brother, you found peace in the earth. What am I to do, left alone in this world? Woo woo, he spoke while continuously shoveling earth with a small shovel, as if genuinely putting his heart into it. However, behind him, Ah Fu had already quietly appeared, wearing gloves, his expression as cold as a grim reaper, lying in wait. He made no sound, raised his staff and charged directly at Chao Mu, intending to launch a sneak attack from behind. Unexpectedly, Chao Mu suddenly turned around and directly covered Ah Fu's face with the ashes box he was holding. Ah, my eyes? Ah Fu screamed in pain and fell backward. This is ashes mixed with quicklime. How dare you use your brother's ashes to attack me? Chao Mu, holding his long spear, his face cold, a sneer playing on his lips, said, this is called brothers in arms fighting side by side. With that, he charged forward, thrusting his spear at Ah Fu, shouting loudly, old villain, face your death. It seems the system approves of my persona of not fearing strong enemies and bravely resisting. Then let's add some fuel to the fire. Ah Fu gritted his teeth and endured the pain, snorting disdainfully, a mere 8th grade dares to fight me? Then he exerted himself fiercely, kicking Chao Mu with immense force. The kick was so powerful that it instantly broke 3 of Chao Mu's ribs and blood spurted from his mouth. Before he could react, Ah Fu swiftly followed up with another kick, sending Chao Mu directly down into the abyss. As he fell, Chao Mu didn't forget to raise his hand, forcing a bitter smile and saying, thank you, brother, for sending me off. Ah Fu stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down with a cold snort, disdainfully saying, a mere 2 brothers daring to offend the city lord of Yan City, cutting the weeds and removing the roots, isn't this too easy? He turned to leave, but before he could even take a step, a figure appeared in front, blocking his path. Ah Fu's eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw in front of him. Chao Mu stood again, a cold sneer on his lips, saying, old villain, do you think my Chao family has no one left to bully? How is there another one? I thought I had already dealt with both of you. Chao Mu stepped forward, step by step like a ghost. The heavenly demonic disintegration technique once again unleashed its power, emanating an imposing aura that forced Ah Fu to retreat a few steps. He lightly topped his toe, leapt into the air, and delivered a flying kick fiercely at Ah Fu. Ah Fu dodged sideways, letting out a cold sneer. It's the heavenly demonic disintegration technique again. Are all you Chao family members so unafraid of death? A mere early 8th grade dares to rely on brute strength to fight me. You're at most an ant. This old man may be blind, but crushing you is still more than enough. The two struck simultaneously, their forces clashing and the surrounding air violently vibrated. As a result, Chao Mu was defeated again. This time his body was kicked off the cliff by Ah Fu. As he fell, he didn't forget to make a heart gesture. Watching Chao Mu disappear into the abyss below, Ah Fu was panting and sweating profusely, but his eyes still held contempt. Is that all? Ah Fu was about to leave when a familiar voice came from behind him. Hello. Ah Fu suddenly turned around, and there, smiling, was another Chao Mu. We meet again. Spring has come and Chao Mu has bloomed and revived again. Ah Fu's eyes widened, bloodshot, his mind filled with chaotic thoughts. Twin brothers, a ghostly immortal, or an immortal cultivator? How is there another one? Am I under an illusion but I'm still conscious? He tightly clutched the wound on his chest, frowned in pain and gritted his teeth, saying, playing tricks. But Chao Mu disdained to answer. He merely shrugged and charged directly at him. Ah Fu took a step back, thinking disdainfully, does he think disguising himself as the same person will disturb my mind? but when Chao Mu unleashed his ultimate move, the immense power of the heavenly demonic disintegration technique made Ah Fu's eyes bloodshot and his head spin, and fear began to creep into his heart. Ah Fu shouted, "Why do you Chao family members use the heavenly demonic disintegration technique as soon as you strike? Aren't you afraid of death? Are you even human?" He angrily unleashed a powerful move, striking Chao Mu fiercely. Blood gushed from Chao Mu's mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Ah Fu immediately rushed forward and delivered another palm strike. Chao Mu once again plummeted into the abyss, but as he fell, he waved with a smile. "See you again," Ah Fu gasped, letting out a roar as if to calm himself. "It must be an illusion, it's fake. Everything is fake." Before he could calm down, another Chao Mu emerged from the darkness, dragging his body. As he walked, he pulled out his long spear and once again activated the heavenly demonic disintegration technique. Ah Fu gritted his teeth, his eyes red, and shouted, "You won't disturb my mind, I will crush you." The two tangled again, and another frantic battle erupted. During the fight, Chao Mu fought while thinking, "Ah Fu, you're truly a master. You've killed me several times and can still stand firm. The system has rated me sea level again, but the generous rewards cannot be missed. Unfortunately, last time I even dropped a level. Well, I'll just earn some more points. If you are no longer useful to me yet still want to pursue me to the death," Chao Mu said, gripping the spear tip and thrusting it fiercely at Ah Fu, "then I won't spare you." Ah Fu, in agony, his face pale, clutched his wound, but still forced himself to push Chao Mu away. "Whether you're human or ghost, whether it's one person or 10 identical people, I will make sure you never revive." Chao Mu lightly tapped his foot, charged forward, grabbed Ah Fu's neck, and together they leaped off the cliff. As they fell, he grinned sinisterly. "I'll tell you a story I just made up." At the same time, the system chimed in his mind, refreshing 7-day revival count, remaining revivals. 5. Ah Fu struggled, screaming in panic. "Let go of me, you lunatic." He gritted his teeth, trying to pry Chao Mu's hands away, but Chao Mu merely smiled coldly. "No hands, I still have my feet." With that, he clamped Ah Fu's body with his legs, giving Ah Fu no chance to break free. Ah Fu struggled in vain, his consciousness gradually blurring. As the two were about to hit the bottom of the valley, he suddenly saw countless Chao Mu corpses strewn below. He stammered in terror, 1, 2, 3, 4. How are there so many? Before he could think further, the two plunged directly into the valley bottom. In the distance, 2 wild dogs watched, startled. One dog looked at the chaotic scene below, blinked, and thought, "Did pies just fall from the sky? This must be a gift from heaven." Ah Fu and Chao Mu's corpses lay sprawled below, but just then another Chao Mu emerged from the darkness. He took a leisurely deep breath, then muttered to himself, "Mission accomplished." The system suddenly chimed. Death assessment level. B skill points rewarded for this death. 2. Current skill point balance 41 skill points deducted. 2. Revival attempts within 7 days. 4. 5. Skills. Longevity fist vigor refining proficient. Military spear art proficient. Heavenly demonic disintegration technique skilled. Iron crotch qigong skilled. Other rewards qi and blood growth. Chao Mu let out an unhappy ha after hearing this. Why only B level and not much skill growth? This is boring. How am I supposed to play? He closed his eyes, pondering. I am currently only a mid-8th grade. The Chi C vortex hasn't even appeared yet. As expected, the higher the grade, the harder it is to break through. Just then, the system chimed again. Congratulations, host. Additional rewards have been activated. Reward option, revival point setting. Host can choose an uninhabited location to revive after death or preset the revival point for the next death. Hearing this, Chao Mu tightly embraced the system he imagined in his mind, his face glowing, laughing as if he had won the lottery. Ha 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 ha, I can set revival points with this feature. I can revive in unexpected places for my enemies. It's so convenient and flexible. Such a great feature, of course. I have to try it immediately. His mind filled with wild ideas, Chao Mu leisurely walked towards the city lord's mansion. First, I'll go back to the city to change clothes. The cost of clothes, of course, would be reimbursed by the city lord. Haha, in the Guo residence kitchen, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. The chef was tasting a dish. Chao Mu, like a ghost, infiltrated in an instant, quickly knocking out everyone in the kitchen. He held a simple slingshot in his hand, silently subduing everyone without leaving a trace. After so many revivals, I haven't had a chance to properly celebrate myself. Today I'll treat myself to a good meal as thanks to the esteemed city lord. With that, he pulled down a bowl of noodles from the stove and devoured it with relish on the spot. A sound came from outside the kitchen. Chao Mu vigilantly crouched and peeked out, wondering who had arrived. It was young Master Guo leading a dog, swaggering in arrogantly. He walked saying, "Tisk tisk, a dog's nose is truly sharp. It knows to run to the kitchen as soon as it's mealtime." Chao Mu observed the situation, thinking, if I strike now, I'll definitely be discovered. Maybe there's even a servant standing in the blind spot behind the door. But so what if I'm discovered? Am I afraid of death? Young Master Guo reached the doorway, his face full of arrogance, and violently kicked open the door, yelling, "Are you all deaf inside? Why aren't you opening the door?" The dog next to him also barked a few times. Just as he bent down to look at the dog, a hand suddenly reached out from inside the door, grabbed him and the dog, and dragged them directly in. The door slammed shut. The two servants outside looked at each other, not understanding what had happened. In the kitchen, young Master Guo was thrown violently to the ground, both pained and panicked. Before he could even understand what was happening, Chao Mu walked over like his father. He trembled, pointing at the dog, and yelled, "Big Black, bite him." But when he looked back, his dog Big Black was slumped on the floor, trembling all over. Chao Mu gently stroked the dog's head and said with a smile, "Good boy." This scene froze young Master Guo, his face full of question marks. What the hell is going on? Chao Mu didn't give him a chance to react. The sharp long spear was already pressed against his neck. Quiet. You just need to answer my questions. How many martial artists of rank are there in this city lord's mansion? Young Master Guo trembled and whispered. My father is a 6th grade, there are 2 7th grades, one of whom is Uncle Fu, who just left the city to kill someone. Also there seem to be 5 or 6 8th grades, as for 9th grades I'm not sure. How much do you know about the Wuji Society, or about the great Yan Emperor's secret travels? Young Master Guo's face turned pale. He gently pushed aside the spear tip and asked in a panic, how do you also know about this? Chao Mu snapped, stop with the nonsense, and got straight to the point. Young Master Guo shivered in fear and quickly replied, I'll tell you. My father said the Emperor might be near Yan City within a month, so he told me not to cause trouble recently. Chao Mu frowned and continued to ask, the specific time, the itinerary? Young Master Guo nervously calculated in his mind. If I answer now, he'll definitely kill me. I must find a way to lure him out of the kitchen, preferably to my father's location or where there are helpers. How could I know the specific details of such important intelligence? But I can take you to my father's study. There's an original secret letter there where you can find all the information. Chao Mu had seen through all of young Master Guo's plans and sneered inwardly, trying to lure me to Guo Yan. HMPH, I'm just waiting for a chance to see him, but I won't let you succeed easily. He raised his long spear and said in a menacing low voice, trying to set a trap for me. If so, I'll just kill you now and find the secret letter myself. Young Master Guo was startled and quickly yelled, Don't kill me. Not only do I know where the secret letter is, but I also know my father hid a peerless martial arts manual. If you don't kill me, I'll take you to get it. Chao Mu paused and the spear tip against his neck stopped. Chao Mu looked down, his eyes lit up, and he asked coldly, What manual? Young Master Guo quickly gestured wildly and said, That book is called Martial Sage's Insight Art. My father often practices it in secret. It's definitely a top-tier martial arts manual. Hearing this, Chao Mu's eyes sparkled, and he secretly cheered, Martial Sage's Insight Art, just the name sounds cool, haha. This peerless manual must be mine. He chuckled inwardly but outwardly maintained a dangerous expression. He grabbed young Master Guo by the collar and dragged him up. Lead the way, don't play any tricks or you'll lose your head. Before long the two arrived at Guo Yan's study. Young Master Guo fumbled for a moment and finally found the manual, handing it to Chao Mu. Why doesn't Guo Yan lock up such important things? Young Master Guo trembled as he replied. Aside from me, no one dares to enter my father's study without permission. If discovered, the consequences are severe. Chao Mu flipped through the manual while keeping the spear tip against his neck to prevent any tricks. But when he finished reading the contents, his face showed a puzzled expression. Why is this cultivation method so strange? It's not like a boxing or weapon technique. Instead, it's a profound spiritual art focusing on developing acute intuition, vague premonitions. This technique seems so rudimentary. Is there a second half? This seems to be in my father's secret room too. If you want it, I can take you to see it. Don't play any tricks. If I find out you're lying, you won't get another chance to speak. Of course, how would I dare? The two left the study and continued down the corridor. Young Master Guo bit his lip, thinking as he walked, This Chao Lin is always behind me. If I make any unusual move, he'll strike immediately, but he can't see my expression. There must be a way to get rid of him. In this mansion, only my father and Chu Wen can save me. If my father isn't in the study, he must be in the secret room. As long as I can get there, I'll definitely survive. Just then, Chu Wen suddenly appeared from around the corner of the corridor, brushing past the two. Chu Wen immediately cupped his fists and respectfully called out, Young Master. Seeing Chu Wen, young Master Guo immediately blinked repeatedly, trying to signal Chu Wen that Chao Mu was standing behind him. Chu Wen noticed young Master Guo's strange behavior and leaned back, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Something's not right here. Very not right. At this moment, young Master Guo looked at Chu Wen with anticipation. Hoping he would understand his distress signal, Chu Wen stared at young Master Guo, his expression serious, his hand tightly gripping the saber at his waist. He thought, Young Master is blinking at me, he must want me to help. Young Master, please be proper, don't make eyes at me. I, Chu Wen, am over 40, with a wife and children, and I don't like men, nor do I want to get involved in some love triangle. You, what are you talking about? Just then, Chao Mu coldly revealed his hand, swinging his spear directly at young Master Guo. Chu Wen's eyes widened in horror, and he yelled, Young Master! Young Master Guo fell to the ground, weakly gasping for help. Save me! Chu Wen then snapped back to reality, immediately drew his saber and shouted, Assassin, young Master is in danger. There's an assassin. Hearing this, Chao Mu burst out laughing, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He grabbed young Master Guo, violently threw him towards Chu Wen, and drew his long spear, saying, You want it this way, then I'll give it to you. Suddenly, a chillingly powerful killing intent came from behind him, making Chao Mu freeze. He turned to look. This killing intent emanated from Guo Yan, who stood there, his face ashen. Chao Mu gripped the long spear in his hand, looking at him, and thought excitedly, Finally, I've forced this old man to act. But before Chao Mu could move, Guo Yan had already moved in an instant, striking Chao Mu hard in the chest with a palm. The powerful blow sent Chao Mu flying out of the courtyard. He braced himself with the long spear, struggling to stand, spitting blood, yet still defiantly yelled at Guo Yan, if you have the guts, kill me. Guo Yan grew even angrier, rushed forward, grabbed Chao Mu's long spear, and then kicked him hard. This kick sent Chao Mu flying into the swirling dust, but after only a moment he stumbled out again, bracing himself with the long spear, a defiant smile still on his lips. Hit harder, don't hold back. I cultivate the iron cloth shirt, this much force can't kill me. Guo Yan roared, punching Chao Mu hard. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Why did you kill my son?" Chao Mu sneered, "If good and evil go unpunished, heaven and earth will be unjust. If no one avenges it, then I will." With that, he twisted his hand, pinning Guo Yan to the ground. Guo Yan quickly pushed himself up from the ground, dodging Chao Mu's long spear. The two wrestled together. Guo Yan dodged Chao Mu's barrage of spear attacks, then blocked a strike with his hand, simultaneously unleashing a killing move, and said in a deep voice, "Chao Lin, after you die I will hang your corpse on the city gate, expose it to the sun for 10 days to honor my son's spirit." As soon as he finished speaking, Guo Yan delivered a fatal palm strike, hitting Chao Mu hard in the chest, sending him to the ground, spitting blood continuously. At this moment, soldiers rushed in from all directions, shouting in unison, "City Lord!" Chao Mu, covered in blood, yelled, "Give me a quick death." Guo Yan snatched a sword from a soldier and relentlessly hacked at Chao Mu's body. His hand tendons were completely severed, blood gushing out. Chu Wen at this time was supporting young Master Guo's corpse, muttering as he watched the battle. City Lord hates reckless fools who dare to challenge him the most. I'm afraid this Chao Mu will have all his meridians destroyed and suffer various tortures to appease the City Lord's wrath. Guo Yan held the sword and chopped at Chao Mu's leg, coldly saying, "Next are the leg tendons. This old scoundrel never intended to kill me from the start. He wanted to torture me to death. No, I absolutely cannot let him succeed." Chao Mu, spitting blood, sighed in relief as if finding a moment of calm amidst the chaos and leisurely recited, "1,000 years of heroic spirit, what a joy." Guo Yan's face flushed even redder upon hearing the poem. His veins bulging, he roared, "You brat, you're quite leisurely. Daring to recite poetry even at this point?" He furiously swung his sword. But Chao Mu merely sneered, suddenly activating the heavenly demonic disintegration technique, radiating killing intent as he charged at him. Guo Yan was startled, his eyes wide open, thinking, "This guy still has a killing move left, but what does he want to do?" Just as Chao Mu was about to touch him, he sidestepped. Chao Mu didn't rush to attack him but turned and ran straight towards a nearby well. Guo Yan's face turned pale, and he roared through gritted teeth, "Damn it, this kid wants to run," but in reality Chao Mu had no intention of escaping. He used all his strength and slammed his head into the well opening, committing suicide on the spot without hesitation. As his body fell, only a hazy consciousness remained, and he muttered in his heart, "Please refresh again." Chu Wen, standing nearby, witnessed this scene and was too shocked to speak. "This guy is incredibly resilient, with extraordinary courage." Guo Yan's hands trembled with rage, and he threw the sword in his hand heavily onto the ground. He clenched his fists, looked at the well opening and roared, "Bastard, so many people and a good-for-nothing escaped right under my nose. Guards, go to the Chao family, kill everyone, leave no one alive." His subordinates, sweating profusely from fear, immediately replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Guo Yan took a deep breath and turned to Chu Wen. "You go down and retrieve the body. I want to see him, dead or alive." Chu Wen bowed and replied, "Understood." Outside the city, by the river, Song He's bandit group. Song He suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on something floating on the water. Looking closely, he exclaimed in surprise, "It's Chao Mu, quickly pull him out." Only 3 days had passed since Chao Lin broke into the city lord's mansion and single-handedly killed young Master Guo. His heroic deeds had already spread throughout Yan City. The common people discussed animatedly, many standing before the wanted poster of Chao Mu hung on the city wall, looking at it and silently praying for his safety. Ning Shui, wearing a straw hat that obscured her face, walked through the crowd with her staff. Hearing their discussions, she lowered her head and softly muttered, "Chao Mu, you had the help of an immortal master last time. You'll be fine this time too, right?" In another place, Chao Mu was completely bandaged, looking like a mummy. He suddenly opened his eyes, struggling in pain, muttering, "What's going on? Why am I not dead yet?" He raised his hand and stared at it, clearly feeling the pain from all his wounds. Were these wounds, this pain, and these strangers around him all real? Song He was continuously wiping away tears with a handkerchief, sobbing as if a loved one had just been revived. A subordinate cheered, he's awake, boss. Look, Chao Mu's awake." Song He cried out heartily, "I heard everything you did in the city. The common people see you as a hero. Since you're a hero, everyone has a responsibility to help." Chao Mu looked at Song He, weeping profusely, his face filled with disbelief. He painfully sat up and yelled, "Wang Song He, I have no grievances with you. Why did you save me?" Song He replied, "No need to say more, I understand." What did he understand? And he still wanted to cure him. Long Yi was so vicious. Song He saw Chao Mu spitting blood in anger and asked worriedly, "Chao Lin, are you alright?" Chao Mu, in excruciating pain, pleaded, "Please stop curing me, I beg you." "Chao Lin, do you feel powerless to turn things around and don't want to implicate us? Even at death's door you still think of others. You are indeed a true hero." Song He, unable to contain his excitement, suddenly grabbed Chao Mu's hand tightly, making him roll his eyes and gasp in pain. Song He, however, didn't notice, continuing to sob and say, "Wang Song He, I will never stand by and watch a hero like you die before me. Chao Lin, I know you're suffering more than death right now, but don't give up. There's hope as long as you live. Come on, don't give up, don't die." These words pierced Chao Mu like knives, making him spit blood again. Song He, still crying, held Chao Mu's hand and kept pounding the bed with it as if trying to inject vitality into him, causing Chao Mu to nearly faint from the pain. "Oh heaven, please save me from this guy's clutches, anyone please." Seeing Chao Mu's pale and weak face, Song He panicked even more and cried out, "Chao Lin, your injuries seem to have worsened. Hold on a little longer." 2 days later, amidst a sorrowful scene, Song He cradled Chao Mu's corpse, his eyes filled with tears, wailing loudly, "Brother Chao, your righteousness will live on forever." Meanwhile, Chao Mu had already revived and was sitting on a high rock looking down at the weeping Song He. He shook his head, both amused and helpless, then heard the system chime in his mind, "Death assessment level, B. Skill points rewarded for this death 26, current skill points balance 14, skill growth deduction 53. Revival attempts within 7 days 3-5 skills, longevity fist figure refining proficient 60, martial sages insight art entry level 100, heavenly demonic disintegration technique proficient 100, iron crotch qigong proficient 100. Other rewards, chi and blood growth. Chao Mu sighed deeply, filled with emotion, finally dead. This death even has a legendary touch and the system assessment has improved, it's not a loss at all. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate, absorbing the airflow in his dantian, feeling the chi-si vortex forming, leaping from mid-8th grade to peak 7th grade. This revival was truly a huge gain. This revival made me feel like I'd lived another 10 years. Martial Sage's insight art is at entry level, and various hard qigong techniques have also grown significantly. The efficiency is indeed beyond expectations. Suddenly a rustling sound came from the bushes behind him. Chao Mu glanced back and saw 3 bandits emerging, whispering to each other as they walked. One bandit stepped back, asking in alarm, You, why do you look exactly like the person on the wanted poster? Who are you? Why are you spying on our camp? Chao Mu stroked his chin, looking at them curiously, thinking, brothers, my chi and blood grow with each revival, so looking a bit more mature isn't strange, but what identity should I use this time? Stop! Chao Mu cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, My surname is Chao, my given name is Chao Yin, no Chao Sen. I've come looking for my son Chao Lin, is he here? The 3 bandits exchanged glances. Hey Chao Lin, is his father really that young? Look at him, he's not even 30. How could he be his father? Meanwhile, Chao Mu chuckled inwardly. Is this the effect of the longevity fist? Sister Shui said that after mastering the longevity fist, one can achieve immortality. I didn't think it was real before, but now that I've only mastered vigor refining, I feel my entire body brimming with vitality, never diminishing. I must complete the second half soon then. Chao Mu cleared his throat and solemnly said, Early to bed, early to rise, diligently practice body-protecting martial arts and maintain good health. All right, I don't need you to guess anymore. Can you take me to see my son now? The 2 bandits exchanged glances, their faces still filled with disbelief. One stammered, well, all right, follow me. A moment later in the camp's medical hall, the scene was shocking. Chao Mu lay quietly in a coffin, looking truly dead. Song He sat beside him, clutching his head and sobbing uncontrollably. Brother Chao, are you really dead? Chao Mu asked from the side. Mr. Wang, my son died meaningfully. For justice, there's no need to grieve, but the matter of the dead is settled. For the living, I must seek retribution. Yan City Lord Guo Yan, he caused the death of my 2 sons. I swear to be irreconcilable with him and will personally kill him in a few days. Hearing Chao Mu's impassioned declaration, Song He looked at him, his mouth twitching continuously with only one thought in his mind. No wonder Brother Chao is so stubborn, so obstinate. It's because he was taught by such a father. Chao Mu solemnly patted Song He's shoulder. Mr. Wang, I see that although you are a bandit, you have the world in your heart. I wonder if you would be willing to join me in confronting Guo Yan and finding a way for the common people to survive. Song He was momentarily stunned by the question, and memories immediately flooded his mind. These words sound familiar. Ah, that's right. Didn't Chao Lin also say these things to me? Chao Mu muttered inwardly. I'm now at peak 7th grade, enough to fight Guo Yan one-on-one, but he's not alone. There's a group of strong subordinates in the Guo mansion. Finding allies is the best approach. Song He was also weighing the situation, thinking, your cultivation is very high now. If I can use you to eliminate Guo Yan, that would indeed be a good thing. But he's as reckless as Chao Lin and prone to screwing things up. I must stabilize him first. After thinking for a moment, Song He stood up, cupped his fists and replied, You saw through my intentions at a glance. I am no ordinary bandit and I admire you. However, dealing with Guo Yan is a major undertaking that requires careful planning. We cannot simply barge into the city lord's mansion. You take your time to consider. When you've decided, come find me. Song He asked curiously, What are you planning to do? Chao Mu, carrying his own corpse, turned and replied, Didn't you say Guo Yan's subordinates are searching everywhere for my son's body? Dead or alive, right? I'm planning to send this body over first to prevent those lackeys from barking indiscriminately and disturbing your grand plan. Song He was dumbfounded, as if witnessing the most absurd thing in his life. He asked again, You want to give Chao Lin's corpse to Guo Yan? He spoke while chasing Chao Mu, gesticulating wildly. Don't you know, Guo Yan is a strange man. He wants to hang Chao Lin's corpse on the city gate to display it to the public. He wants Brother Chao to find no peace even after death. Chao Mu heard Song He explain that Guo Yan wanted to hang Chao Lin's corpse on the city gate for public display and suddenly said, Oh, is that so? In that case, my son's corpse will be a perfect bait. If Guo Yan really leaves the heavily guarded city lord's mansion for this, wouldn't it be more convenient for us to act, big brother? Chao Lin is your biological son, no need to say more. As long as I can kill Guo Yan, I am willing to become bait to avenge my son. These words froze Song He in place, his face still filled with disbelief. After a moment of stunned silence, Song He softly called out, Brother Chao, no Uncle Chao, your righteousness is profound. I am ashamed of myself. I will immediately arrange for an honest physician to take Chao Lin's body to report to the authorities for the next few days. Please rest in the camp, Uncle Chao, and await my good news. Chao Mu replied politely, You are too kind, but inwardly he chuckled. Helpers have arrived and the assassination plan is also taking shape. Next, I just need to find a way to boost my system assessment within 2 days. I must put on a good show. In Guo's study, a pigeon flew in and landed on the window frame. Guo Yan glanced at it, and the content of the letter made him frown, thinking even the Wuji Society's Zun envoy can't find the Chao family's whereabouts. Could Chao Mu and Chao Lin simply be putting on a grand show, pretending to have a powerful Chao family behind them, almost deceiving me, a powerful city lord, with their naive act? Just then a subordinate rushed in, cupped his fists and reported, "City Lord, Chao Lin's body has been found. A local doctor by the Panchen River discovered the floating corpse, identified it from the wanted poster, and promptly reported it." Hearing this, Guo Yan immediately stood up and slammed the table. "Where is the body? Take me to see it quickly." By the Panchen River. Guo Yan was impatient and quickly opened the coffin. When he saw the body inside, he carefully observed it and nodded. "It's not fake. This is indeed Chao Lin's body." The subordinate by his side then added, "Reporting, City Lord, your humble servant heard that Chao Lin struggled with his injuries for several days in that doctor's house before painfully dying." Guo Yan frowned, his face full of doubt, and ordered, "Go investigate if there's anything suspicious about that doctor. Otherwise, tomorrow I, the City Lord, will personally hang Chao Lin's body on the city gate." The next day, outside Yan City's gate, soldiers stood in formation, continuously announcing, "By order of the City Lord, the city gate is closed today. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter." On a tall tree branch nearby, Chao Mu sat comfortably, a slight smile playing on his lips. This old scoundrel Guo Yan is truly cautious. He's even locking down the city gate just to display a corpse. Is he afraid another Chao family member will pop out from this crowd? Good thing I came prepared. Recalling the previous night in Song He's mountain bandit camp, Chao Mu and Song He were discussing their plan. Chao Mu began, "Mr. Wang, although we formed an alliance to ensure success, we need to clearly divide responsibilities and proceed according to the plan." Song He asked Uncle Chao, "Do you already have a specific plan?" Chao Mu said, "I need you all to infiltrate the city. After Guo Yan leaves the City Lord's mansion, immediately create chaos to tie down reinforcements, while I will go directly to Guo Yan and kill him myself." Hearing this, Song He slammed the table, stood up, and loudly asked, "Are you planning to face Guo Yan alone?" Chao Mu was startled by the sudden noise, kicked the table, and impatiently roared, "Yes, my mind is made up. Don't even think about snatching my mission," he thought to himself. "How can I let others take such a good opportunity to seek death?" Song He's eyes were filled with tears as he excitedly grasped Chao Mu's hand, choking out, "Assassinating Guo Yan is the most dangerous part of this plan. I never expected you would willingly take on this responsibility. For the sake of us juniors, you are risking your life. My admiration for you is like a surging river, endless." Chao Mu's facial muscles stiffened upon hearing this. Then he raised his hand in a stop gesture, directly blocking Song He, and yelled, "Stop, stop, stop, little Wang, I'm taking this on not to be a hero. I just don't want you all to steal my thunder." Song He froze, his mouth agape. "Chao Sen, honestly I just love doing good deeds in this life. Don't snatch my chance to shine. Also, while you're infiltrating Guo's mansion, help me grab a few secret manuals. Consider it getting my money's worth." Song He's face turned pale with anger, nearly spitting blood. "For such a small matter are you willing to sacrifice your life? You're even more reckless than Chao Mu and Chao Lin. Let's get back to business. Little Wang, you said you met my son by the river, right? But he clearly fell into the water after jumping from the City Lord's mansion. Based on this, there must be an underground river beneath the City Lord's mansion that leads directly to the mountains outside the city. Tomorrow you will follow this secret passage. Remember, you must ensure the operation is completely stealthy." Until today, Song He and a group of bandits stood before a crack leading to a secret passage, a map in his hand. After observing for a moment, Song He nodded and said, "There is indeed a secret passage. Brothers, today we will infiltrate the City Lord's mansion and with Senior Chao eliminate the villain Guo." The bandits behind him shouted in unison, fierce and menacing, and immediately entered the secret passage. Outside Guo's mansion on a cliff, Chao Mu stood on a towering rock overlooking the City Lord's mansion. Estimating the time, Song He should have found the secret passage by now. "It's my turn to act." He looked down at the height of the cliff, smiling as he muttered to himself, "This height is good. I'll definitely die if I jump." With that, Chao Mu jumped down without hesitation. The revival point in the outer city area was already preset. Chao Mu appeared in a small courtyard in the city thanks to the system's preset revival point function. As soon as he revived, he sighed, "This function is really useful. Reviving directly in the city, who cares if the city is locked down? Grandpa Chao is here." Guo Yan. A few hours later, Guo Yan led a troop of soldiers on horseback out of the city, followed by a group of people carrying a large coffin. The common people on both sides discussed animatedly, "Didn't they say the City Lord was burying young Master Guo today? Why is no one wearing mourning clothes? How strange. Yan City has been unsettled these past few days. I wonder when it will be peaceful again." Guo Yan stood among the crowd, loudly commanding, "Open the coffin, raise the body." A subordinate stepped forward and unceremoniously kicked open the coffin lid. He bent down, grabbed Chao Mu's head and lifted it high like a trophy, displaying it to everyone. This cruel scene caused the surrounding common people to discuss, "Who is that? Why did he die so terribly? It doesn't seem to be young Master Guo. He looks somewhat familiar. Isn't that the righteous man who once severely beat young Master Guo? I heard someone named Chao Lin broke into the City Lord's mansion yesterday. It must be him." The senior disciple who had been saved by Chao Mu immediately recognized, "This isn't a burial, this is a parade of shame." Guo Yan's methods are truly ruthless. After this incident, I'm afraid even those heroic figures won't dare to challenge him. Just then, a loud voice sneered, "Righteous man? Does someone surnamed Chao even deserve to be called a righteous man? He dared to break into the city lord's mansion and commit murder in broad daylight, according to the Great Yan law. This is a capital offense, punishable by 1,000 cuts." These words immediately made the poor common people behind him unable to tolerate it. One person retorted loudly, "That's easy for you to say. Breaking into civilian homes to rob and behave atrociously, has young Master Guo done any less of that in the past?" "Exactly. Why don't you first talk about him violating the Great Yan law? Nowadays people are starving to death everywhere. Yet the city lord doesn't care at all. If we're talking about law, the first one who should die is Guo Yan." Hearing this, that person immediately ordered, "Subordinates, listen up, grab your weapons and beat these stinking beggars to death. How dare they insult the city lord?" Soldiers immediately rushed forward, mercilessly beating the poor common people. They cursed, "Aren't you afraid of retribution for doing this, colluding with officials and merchants, treating human lives as mere grass? Evil begets evil. You will pay the price sooner or later." These tragic words only made that person more contemptuous. "Starving to death is what you deserve. What if grain prices rise? Isn't it just for us to earn more money? The Chuncheong brothel in the city is still short of a few slaves. Why don't you do something useful? Never mind, your stench would dirty my Miss Yingying. You lowly commoners should die sooner and be reborn. Even being a dog in the next life would be better than now, just like that so-called righteous man surnamed Chao you mentioned. Ha 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 ha." Suddenly a flash of light too fast for anyone to notice. A sharp strike sliced off that person's wig. He clutched his head and shrieked, my hair!" Chao Mu, holding a long spear, burst out from the crowd like a whirlwind. He pepped past the soldiers who were beating the common people, instantly knocking them all down. The common people immediately rushed forward, punching and kicking. One person shouted, "You stinking unscrupulous merchant, today is your end." That person was surrounded, crying and begging for mercy. No, city lord, help, help." A soldier ran to Guo Yan, hastily reporting, "City lord, it seems someone is causing trouble on the roadside." Guo Yan replied without looking back, "Ignore them, just a bunch of unruly commoners. Tomorrow arrest a few to make an example of." But just then a long spear flew through the crowd, directly piercing towards Guo Yan. He alertly turned his head, but it was too late. The long spear grazed him, knocking him off his horse. His subordinates and soldiers immediately bushed forward, shouting in panic, "City lord, there's an assassin. Quickly protect the city lord." Guo Yan clutched his bleeding shoulder, his eyes filled with fear and anger. He kept thinking, just a little bit more. If I had been 1 second slower, that long spear would have directly pierced my head. Just then a majestic voice rang out, "Guo Yan!" Guo Yan looked up to see Chao Mu approaching with imposing aura, holding a long spear, his voice filled with hatred. "You killed my family and displayed their corpses. This blood feud my Chao family will repay tenfold." Guo Yan's face turned pale and he stammered, "Chao Lin, you're still alive?" No, impossible." Chao Mu revealed a cold sneer, enunciating each word wrong. "I am his father." Chao's Senator Guo Yan heard this and became even more flustered. "Your Chao family, there are still more damned accomplices? How many people are in the Chao family? What was the Wuji Society talking about? That the Chao family doesn't exist? It was all lies. I've been deceived." He gritted his teeth, waved his hand and loudly snapped, "What are you waiting for? Kill him for me." The soldiers immediately charged. Chao Mu smiled, his lips curved upwards, his long spear pointing straight ahead, his voice full of provocation. "Come on, don't hold back." A soldier rushed forward, but before he could even swing his sword, Chao Mu was as fast as lightning, piercing his chest with a spear and sending him flying. Another shouted, "Die?" then charged. But in just an instant Chao Mu's long spear had pierced through his body. The soldiers behind immediately shouted, "Shoot arrows!" Rows of arrows shot towards Chao Mu, but he remained unmoving, rotating his long spear to parry every arrow, then quickly charged towards them. Realizing they couldn't resist, a soldier shouted, "Raise shields, form a formation." Rows of shields were raised, forming a solid defensive barrier. Chao Mu's eyes blazed with fire, completely fearless as he charged directly into the enemy formation. His long spear swept wildly. A soldier trembled and retreated, stammering, What kind of monster is this? One person can break through our formation. Why are you panicking? Our fierce generals haven't even joined the fight yet." Chu Wen hurriedly ran forward to support the sweating Guo Yan, shouting loudly, "No retreat, charge!" Two soldiers trembled as they replied, "Yes, sir," but their hearts were already filled with fear. Guo Yan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. "Damn it! Why is your Chao family so fearless of death? They chase me like a pack of mad dogs, and this Chao Sen and that Chao Lin are terrifyingly similar. From their movements, eyes to their expressions, they're like two peas in a pod." Chao Mu's lips curled into a smug smile. "Guo Yan, old scoundrel, you can't escape." Chu Wen drew his saber and loudly said, "City Lord, you go first, I'll hold him off." Chu Wen swung his saber and charged straight at Chao Mu. Chao Mu looked at him and laughed. "Do you think you can stop me from avenging my son?" "Shut up, your son killed the City Lord's son, he deserved to die." Chao Mu sneered. "My son eradicated evil for the people. Your son was a lawless scoundrel who oppressed the common people. He should have died long ago." Chu Wen's face turned ashen with rage and he roared, "You have no right to slander my young master. He was 100 times better than you." Chao Mu coldly mocked, as expected of Guo's dog. Guo's dog food is 100 times better than the common people's meals, right? This statement drove Chu Wen mad with rage. He swung his saber directly at Chao Mu, yelling, "Shut up!" But in his anger he revealed an opening. Chao Mu sneered, and his long spear pierced straight through Chu Wen's body. Chu Wen clutched the long spear, crying out in pain, "Even if I die, I will never let you advance another step. You truly are a loyal dog, but it's a pity you followed the wrong master." A few soldiers standing outside witnessing this scene trembled and said, "Chu Wen, Sir Chu Wen is a 7th grade martial artist, yet he was struck down in less than 10 moves. What should we do? The city lord hasn't even made his move yet." Guo Yan stood up, his face ashen, tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, his voice cold but filled with killing intent. "Chu Wen, you did well." Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed across Chu Wen's pain-distorted face. He turned and forced a smile. "City lord," but before he could say more, Guo Yan mercilessly swung his sword, piercing directly through both Chu Wen and Chao Mu. Blood splattered everywhere. Chao Mu's eyes widened, looking at the sword piercing his chest, thinking, "Damn it, I was ambushed. I lose this time, but just you wait, next time you're dead." Chao Mu's eyes slowly closed and he fell to the ground with Chu Wen. Guo Yan looked at the two lying at his feet and threw his head back in triumphant laughter. "Haha, this is the fate of those who dare to oppose me, the city lord. Even if your Chao family has more people, I'll kill everyone who comes. No one can shake my position, no one." Ha 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 ha. The revival point. Chao Mu sat up, his face clearly showing anger, but when he looked at the system again, his mood immediately changed. System notification. Death assessment level A. Skill points rewarded for this death 56. Current skill point balance 11. Skill growth deduction 59 points. Revival attempts within 7 days 2-5. Skills. Longevity fist vigor refining minor accomplishment. Military spear art minor accomplishment. Heavenly demonic disintegration technique proficient. Iron crotch qigong minor accomplishment. Layered wave force first layer. Martial sages insight art proficient. Other rewards. Congratulations host for achieving a level assessment for the first time, unlocking the skill point free allocation function. Total revival attempts 30. Life deducted 30 years. Current remaining life 50 years. Additional skill point reward 200 points. System level increase 10. Host, please continue to strive for a stylish death. Upon hearing the system notification, Chao Mu immediately rolled his eyes. He rushed forward and grabbed it, yelling, "What the hell? You didn't tell me earlier that reviving deducts lifespan?" Although I had a vague guess, it turns out the novice protection period is over. Now it's deducting all my previous revival debts. Oh my god, if I had known this, I would have only cultivated the longevity fist. Chao Mu imagined in his mind that if he only cultivated the longevity fist, he would have a perfect body, 6-pack abs turning into an 8-pack, peak attractiveness, and an unbeatable aura. He feigned seriousness and muttered to himself, "Sister Shui once said that after achieving great success with the longevity fist, one can maintain peak chi and blood forever and extend lifespan. If I had focused on cultivating the longevity fist, I would surely have perfected it by now. I'm practically a demigod now. Never mind, this isn't the time to think about such things. Luckily, the A-level assessment reward is quite generous. Otherwise I would have suffered a huge loss. Wang Song, he is still waiting for me. The matter of lifespan can wait until after Guo Yan is dealt with." On Guo Yan's side, a soldier rushed in, knelt before Guo Yan and loudly reported, "City Lord, bad news, something big has happened at the City Lord's mansion." A group of unidentified individuals emerged from various corners of the mansion. They took advantage of the weak garrison, killed all the guards, and have already occupied the City Lord's mansion. Hearing this, Guo Yan's forehead immediately bulged with veins. Guo Yan's face turned pale, and he pointed his sword at the soldier, roaring, "Immediately gather everyone and return to the city, now." The soldiers were about to carry out the order, but unexpectedly, a group of common people rushed from afar armed with crude weapons, shouting loudly, "Don't let him go back, we must avenge righteous Chao and kill Guo Yan." The shouts were thunderous, making Guo Yan grit his teeth. He roared like a beast, "A bunch of unruly commoners and lowly scoundrels, how dare you block me? Kill them all, leave no one alive." The soldiers immediately obeyed, firing arrows in unison. A rain of arrows showering the common people, but just then a dazzling light flashed, too fast for anyone to perceive, and all the incoming arrows were deflected. A figure descended from the sky like a god, stirring up dust. "Righteous Chao, are you still alive?" Guo Yan screamed in terror, his eyes wide. Chao Sen, no, I distinctly killed you myself." Chao Mu disdained to explain, clutching his long spear and charging forward, coldly yelling, "Guo Yan, prepare to die." The common people behind Chao Mu also shouted in unison, "Kill Guo Yan and overthrow Yan City with righteous Chao." The scene was chaotic. The soldiers looked at Chao Mu's wild aura and heard the shouts of the common people, their hearts growing even more flustered. "Brother, what should we do? This situation is clearly disadvantageous to us." But when he looked back, his companions were already gone. Where are they? Where did they go? In the ranks, armor and long spears were discarded. Soldiers scattered in all directions, cries rising and falling. "That Chao fellow, who knows if he's human or ghost? How can we fight him? I joined the army to protect the common people, not to kill civilians. If I really slaughter common people today, how will I face my parents?" Chu Wen faithfully followed the city lord for many years, yet in the end he was discarded like trash. "Our fate will only be worse. Foolish city lord, I quit." Guo Yan watched the soldiers scatter like a swarm of bees, his forehead veins bulging. He furiously shouted, "No running, all of you come back. Anyone who disobeys orders will be immediately beheaded." But at this moment his voice held no deterrence. The soldiers ran while shouting, "Run, run, our homes are ruined." Just then a streak of light flashed. Guo Yan reacted quickly, raising his sword to block. Chao Mu's long spear heavily struck the sword's blade, emitting a crisp clang. "Guo Yan, this situation today is your own doing. Prepare to die, just you alone." With that he swung his sword, deflecting Chao Mu's long spear, then abruptly slashed horizontally. Chao Emu's face was cut, and he had to lament. This sword energy is so strong, this old man is still so formidable even after being injured? Guo Yan, like a madman, unleashed wave after wave of sword energy, forcing Chao Mu into defense. He roared, "It's all you. All my years of meticulous planning have been ruined by you. I want you dead, and everyone in your Chao family must die." Under Guo Yan's furious assault, Chao Mu was unable to resist. He plunged his long spear heavily into the ground, struggling to stand firm. Guo Yan's lips curled upwards. He raised his long sword, his eyes filled with killing intent, and shouted, "It's over." He yelled the word "die," then unleashed his strongest move, the pure yang limitless sword, striking directly at Chao Emu's head. But just then, Chao Mu suddenly raised his hand, directly gripping the sword's blade with his entire palm. This sudden action made Guo Yan's eyes widen. Unable to believe what was happening before him, Chao Mu displayed a cold sneer on his grim face, and an aura of fear radiated from his entire body. Guo Yan trembled all over, his eyes filled with terror, his lips quivering, his hand unable to hold the sword. "Have you already seen through my sword technique?" "Impossible. It's been less than 10 moves. You couldn't possibly have done that. If this were our first encounter, of course, I couldn't see through your sword technique, but this is already our second encounter." Guo Yan was startled, his eyes wide, almost disbelieving what he heard. Second time, he mumbled to himself, countless thoughts flashing through his mind like lightning. But before he could grasp the true meaning of that statement, a heavy killing intent enveloped him. Chao Mu gave him no chance, cruelly wielding his long spear and thrusting it without hesitation into Guo Yan's heart. Guo Yan felt a bone-chilling pain and collapsed. Though exhausted, he gnashed his teeth and cursed with his last breath. "Damn it, I, a mighty city lord, was actually toyed with like a monkey. What, Chao Sen? So you were Chao Lin all along?" Chao Mu then pulled the long spear from Guo Yan's body, raised it high, and loudly declared, "Guo Yan is dead, killed by Chao Sen, my Chao family." The surrounding people cheered in unison. "Hero Chao, hero Chao, hero Chao." Chao Mu closed his eyes, savoring the glorious moment, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha." But then the smile quickly turned into a violent cough, and blood continuously gushed from his mouth. Chao Mu swayed, his body weakly collapsing to the ground. Despite this, his lips still held a faint smile, thinking to himself, "Great, a quick battle. This time, I must have gotten an A- level assessment again." But fate seemed to be toying with him. Song He ran from a distance, looking at Chao Mu lying on the ground in panic, shouting, "Uncle Chao, are you alright?" Without waiting for Chao Mu to say another word, Song He had already picked him up, running and shouting, "Don't worry. This time I'll definitely save you." Chao Mu was weak and powerless, and angrily whispered, "Let go of me. I don't need your help." "Wang Song He, you are too vicious." Song He ignored him and took Chao Mu back to the camp to bandage his wounds. Chao Mu seemed extremely uncomfortable. Song He still paced back and forth, chattering incessantly, as if wanting to shatter all of Chao Emu's hopes for quiet. "Uncle Chao, you're finally alive again. It seems your iron bones are recovering well, but your complexion isn't good. It looks like you're suffering from a chronic illness." He patted his chest, sighing with the air of an itinerant doctor. "Your meridians are almost completely destroyed, and only 10 of your internal energy remains. I'm afraid it will take some time to recover. Yan City, alas, both traditional medicine and martial arts are extremely backward. It will take me some time to find a way to treat you." With that, he grabbed Chao Emu's hand, smiling brightly as if he had just discovered a treasure. "But Uncle Chao, please rest assured I will do my utmost to treat you. Even if it means climbing mountains of swords or crossing seas of fire, I, Song He, will never give up." Chao Mu trembled all over, roaring inwardly, "Wang Song He, leave me alone. I'll be jumping around in no time. We mind our own business. Why do you have to bother me?" Chao Mu quickly forced a dry laugh, put on his clothes, and said, "I'm in a hurry. I'm going out for some air." Song He immediately asked suspiciously, "Does Uncle Chao want to go find that protector?" Chao Mu was dumbfounded, his eyes wide like freshly caught goldfish. "Protector? What protector?" Chao Mu was startled, thinking, "Oh no, I forgot to leave that protector outside again." Song He clapped his hands happily and said, "It's that body double protector. Uncle Chao is so thoughtful, even specially arranging someone to impersonate you to deceive Guo Yan. I didn't expect you to be so clever." Chao Mu hastily forced a dry laugh and replied, Yes, where is that protector now? Uncle Chao, please rest assured that person has bravely sacrificed. We have already held a grand funeral for him, and his grave is filled with chrysanthemums. Every Qingming festival from now on, plenty of joss paper will be prepared, never lacking." Hearing Song He's words, Chao Mu felt like he had fallen into an endless vortex of bad luck. "That's truly troublesome. By the way, are there any Wuji Society strongholds near Yan City?" Song He immediately replied, "As far as I know, there aren't, but they have influence in Heyang Prefecture." Chao Mu continued to ask, "Is Heyang Prefecture in the north?" Song He nodded. "That's right, no wonder. Ever since I started cultivating the martial sage's insight art, I've always felt something in the north attracting me. Now that I think about it, it must be Heyang. It's very possible there are still members of my Chao family there. All right, I'm going to Heyang Prefecture now. Immediately, I'll leave Yan City to you. Remember to handle things well." Song He heard this and quickly said in alarm, "Now, but your injuries haven't healed yet. How about we wait a few days before you go?" Chao Mu put his hand on Song He's shoulder, revealing a reliable smile. But inwardly he just wanted to escape quickly. "I can't do anything here. Perhaps I can find a cure in Heyang." Song He hesitated for a moment but finally nodded. Yes, it's true. Chow Mu, however, secretly muttered, mainly I want to get rid of you, this jinx. If I stay here one more day I'm afraid I'll go crazy. Song He sighed but then suddenly picked up a pen and started writing something. As he wrote he said, wait, since Uncle Chow is going I can write you a letter of recommendation. I have an old friend named Shen Cheng. He's an official in Hayang Prefecture and holds some status. Helping you find a position should be no problem. Chow Mu almost choked upon hearing this. He looked at Song He in surprise and asked, aren't you a bandit? How do you have an old friend who's an official? Are you saying you play both sides and were just colleagues before? No need to explain, you're indeed not simple, even if you don't hold office. You're no ordinary bandit. In the letter, just call me Chow Mu. After all, Chow Sen has already killed Guo Yan, so I don't want to cause too much more commotion. Song He nodded and immediately wrote as Chow Mu instructed. After finishing, he handed the letter to Chow Mu, smiling. Then I wish Uncle Chow a smooth journey. Chow Mu took the letter, glanced at Song He and sneered. Kid, you're quite efficient. Alright, I can't let you lose either. Chow Mu led Song He into a room filled with gold, silver and jewelry. Song He was stunned, looking at the treasures before him and saying, how much blood and sweat did this Guo Yan extort from the common people? He's simply a beast. But when he turned around he saw Chow Mu rolling around on the pile of gold happily like a money grubber, continuously muttering, I'm rich, I'm rich. Song He looked at him helplessly, unable to say anything but sigh. Chow Mu sat up, trying his best to put on a dignified appearance, wiped the drool from his mouth and seriously said, Little Wang, take all this money back with you. Song He was stunned. What? All for me? There are still many people starving outside. They can't be left unhelped. Take this money to buy grain and distribute it to the people. They will definitely be grateful to you. Yan City no longer has a city lord. Soon someone from above will be sent. If it's another person like Guo Yan, won't the people suffer even more? Instead of letting someone else take over, you should step up and take charge of Yan City. Use Yan City as your base to launch your grand plan. Upon hearing this, 2 streams of tears immediately gushed from Song He's eyes. He rushed forward, tightly embraced Chow Mu, and while crying said, Uncle Chow, you are truly understanding, viewing money as dirt. My admiration for you is like a surging river, endless. Chow Mu put out a hand to block his head, helplessly saying, Stop, stop, stop. I didn't come empty-handed either. He held up a scroll of secret manual, proudly laughing. This divine martial arts manual is mine now. Uncle Chow, your eye for talent is truly keen. This is the pure yang limitless art, one of the top martial arts techniques in ancient times. Chow Mu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Really? Let me see. He opened the manual and began to read, but after only a few seconds his eyes suddenly widened. Song He also followed suit and was completely stiff, stammering, Uncle Chow, you're already married, right? I'm afraid this book is not for you. The manual states, to cultivate this divine art one must maintain a virgin body. If yang is leaked, one's power is destroyed. If emotions are stirred, death follows. Not for me? How could it not be for me? My body was still 15 years old before I died. I don't believe I can't cultivate it. Chow Mu covered his face in disappointment, thinking this technique actually forbids even a trace of primal yang from being leaked. But I'm a red-blooded man, how can I endure that? Song He then took out another scroll and said, How about Uncle Chow takes a look at this myriad flesh transformation? Chow Mu frowned curiously and asked, What's this? This is a contemporary martial art created by the martial sage. This book is divided into many stages, from easy to difficult. The first half includes makeup artistry, disguise techniques, and bone shrinking techniques. If successfully cultivated, one can precisely control their flesh and blood, changing their form at will. Chow Mu heard this and excitedly shouted, What? Isn't that the legendary 72 transformations? Oh my god, what a day is today. My luck is simply off the charts. Song He coughed, looking at Chow Mu, seeming to want to dampen his excitement, but then said, However, the content within is profound and difficult to understand. If you want to learn it, you will need to spend a lot of time and effort. We can study and discuss it together after you've recovered. After that, going to Hayang Prefecture won't be too late. Are you trying to drag me into your plan again? If I'm kept here any longer, I'll truly go crazy. Thinking this, he snatched the scroll from Song He's hand and ran off laughing. Chow Mu politely said, Mr. Wang, I, Chow Sen, will repay this kindness in the future. Farewell. Song He watched Chow Mu's retreating figure and just smiled faintly. There will always be a chance to meet again when that time comes. It won't be too late to have him join our plan. Chow Mu ran all the way home, pushed open the door and shouted loudly, Sister Shui, Sister Shui. Looking around and seeing no one, he wondered aloud, Has Sister Shui left? Suddenly a soft hand covered his eyes from behind. Ning Shui's gentle voice rang out, It hasn't been 7 days yet. Where would I go now? Chow Mu turned around and laughed. Today is exactly the 7th day, and that hateful Guo Yan has already been dealt with by me. But when he looked at Ning Shui, he suddenly hummed and asked in surprise, Sister Shui, what's with your outfit? Ning Shui was also startled, then pointed at Chow Mu's luggage and asked back, Are you also carrying luggage? The two exchanged glances and the conversation fell silent for a moment. Chow Mu scratched his head and broke the silence. Sister Shui, I'm going to Hayang Prefecture this time to search for the martial sage and traces of the second half of the longevity fist, so we might have to part ways temporarily again. Ning Shui heard this and said in surprise, Hayang Prefecture, what a coincidence. I was just about to go there myself. Is it really such a coincidence, or is it because you can't bear to part with me and insist on following me? Indeed, a woman in love, who's following you. Hayang Prefecture is originally a place with many immortals suitable for cultivating Taoism. You're overthinking it. Chow Mu teased, Is that so? Sounds quite convincing. Ning Shui turned and left saying, HMPH, believe it or not, I'm leaving first. Chao Mu quickly chased after her, shouting, Hey Sister Shui, I was just joking, don't be angry, don't be angry. After some time, Chao Mu and Ning Shui arrived at Haiyang Prefecture together. Chao Mu cupped his fists respectfully and said, I am Chao Mu, introduced by Mr. Wang, and wish to pay my respects to official Shen. Shen Qing, a renowned official in Haiyang Prefecture, held the letter of recommendation and asked, Are you truly the person he introduced? The letter says you are severely injured, but your complexion now seems very healthy. Chao Mu was stunned, awkwardly scratching his head, and quickly said evasively, There's a special reason for that, he thought to himself. I died once again before coming here. And I also cultivated the pure yang limitless art and myriad flesh transformation. So I look a bit different now. Shen Qing looked at Chao Mu suspiciously but did not press further. By the way, Mr. Wang introduced you. Where is he now? Chao Mu quickly replied. Mr. Wang is now living in seclusion in the mountains. His whereabouts are extremely mysterious and I only encountered him by chance once. You only encountered him once and he introduced you? That's strange. But never mind, if he doesn't want to reveal it, then I won't force him. What a pity. Back then, if not for his personal prescription, I probably wouldn't be alive today. Enough of that, the person he introduced. I naturally believe, however, there are only 2 vacancies left here, one for a scribe and one for a constable. You can choose one yourself. Chao Mu heard this and pondered. Being a constable was both free and allowed him to move around the city, conveniently looking for clues about the Wuji Society. Thinking this, he cupped his fists and replied, Then I'll choose to be a constable. Soon after, Chao Mu changed into a brand new constable's uniform, standing tall and imposing. He cupped his fists and said, I am Chao Mu and newly appointed constable. Greetings, colleagues. The 2 constables next to him exchanged glances, whispering in confusion. Lord Shen has always been incorruptible. How could he let someone pull strings? What's this person's background? As they were still whispering, a stern voice rang out, silencing them immediately. A woman with a cold aura, Chief Constable Chen Yingshui, said coldly, The new recruit has reported. From now on we are colleagues. Get along well, no gossiping. Now that everyone is here, let's discuss the recent case. I'm sure you've all heard a strange Wuchang demon case has appeared recently in Haiyang Prefecture. Hearing this, 3 constables were all startled, their eyes wide as they looked at each other. Only Chao Mu looked bewildered. Wuchang, what kind of demon is that? These past few days, many demons have been causing mischief in the city, endangering people's lives. People say this demon is called Wuchang. It's an exotic beast that specifically devours death energy. Every time it appears, it takes a life just like the legendary black and white Wuchang, which is why it's called Wuchang. Its strength is extremely powerful. Many martial artists have tried to capture it, including 5th and 6th grade martial artists, but all of them met their demise. Chao Mu heard this, and an interested smile appeared on his lips, thinking to himself, So powerful, it seems this demon is well worth my effort. Perhaps if I kill it, the system will even give me excellent rewards. This time, we will be cooperating with the Xuanchen sect to investigate this case. Chao Mu suddenly looked up and asked, The Xuanchen sect? Not long ago, after the Chao family was annihilated, a Taoist temple called Xuanchen Temple was built on the old Chao family site. Now it has been expanded and renamed Xuanchen sect. Chao Mu heard this, and the corner of his mouth slightly lifted, thinking, What a coincidence. The Chao family's territory fell into the hands of the Xuanchen sect. It must be related to the Wuji Society. There are currently no clues about the incomplete longevity fist manual. Perhaps I can start my investigation with the Xuanchen sect. If I'm lucky, I might even find other immortal cultivation methods. Good things keep happening. Before his thoughts could drift too far, the 2 constables next to him suddenly clutched their heads and burst into tears, crying as if their fathers had died. Chao Mu kept blinking, asking inwardly, What the hell? Why are they suddenly so miserable? One of them cried. Why do these difficult things always fall to us? We've suffered so much and not even a single bonus. Brother, why is the boss reacting this way? That person replied helplessly. We are just small constables, how can we capture a demon? Besides, the strongest person in our constable team has only just entered the 7th grade, the rest are not worth mentioning at all. Chao Mu raised an eyebrow and asked, So is this a mandatory mission? Is arranging work this way a bit too careless about the lives of the common people? What can we do? The court obeys the immortal sects. We will always just be unlucky devils pushed out as cannon fodder. Just then an elegant voice rang out. You don't need to worry too much. I hear everyone is discussing the Wuchang demon case. It seems I've come at just the right time. Everyone turned their heads in unison, only to see a woman slowly descending on a white crane. The constable immediately recognized the newcomer and stammered, Shish, she's Immortal Mingyue of the Xuanchen sect. Mingyue landed gracefully and gently said, Demons are not something you mortals can deal with. You all only need to track its whereabouts and once found, immediately inform me. I will handle the rest. Hearing this, the 2 constables immediately fell into a state of obsession. Their eyes shone like headlights and they ran to her in unison, bowing repeatedly and thanking her. Thank you, Immortal, for caring about our safety. Immortal is truly benevolent. How wonderful. Rest assured, we will definitely find the demon's whereabouts. That person then said, Immortal, even if it's a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, we will not refuse. Chen Yingshui stood by, watching this scene, and helplessly sighed. These guys are treated like cattle and horses, yet they're still so enthusiastic. Truly hopeless. Never mind, it's just a small task of gathering intelligence. The fighting will be left to the Immortal sect. We have no other choice. Chao Mu thought, if that's the case, why don't you handle everything yourselves? Is this some strange trick to use demons to suppress the court in martial arts? Mingyue then said, this demon feeds on death energy, so it often appears near those who are close to death, such as clinics and prisons. If its traces cannot be found in these places, everyone can gather those who are near death and use them as bait to lure it out. Using people as bait, isn't that a bit too cruel? After all, they are already close to death, why not let them exert a final bit of value before their demise? Chen Yingshui, arms crossed, asked, if we catch this monster, how does the Immortal intend to deal with it? Mingyue, hands on hips, replied, the heavenly Tao has its own compassion. I will bring it back to the sect for discipline and then let it serve the sect to atone for its sins. That sounds nice. The heavenly Tao has compassion, but it has already harmed the Great Yan populace, and you intend to let it live in an immortal sect? Where is the heavenly Tao? According to Great Yan law, a murderer must pay with their life, but Great Yan's laws only apply to mortals and cannot interfere with immortal matters. Therefore, the fate of a demon like this is naturally decided by our immortal sect. This answer infuriated Chen Yingshui. She sharply said, oh, but, just as the atmosphere grew taut as a string, Chao Mu raised his hand to interrupt her. Immortal, what if we accidentally kill this demon while hunting it? Hearing this question, Chen Yingshui silently looked at Chao Mu. Mingyu's forehead beaded with sweat, but she still smiled and said, I have already said that this matter is extremely dangerous. If you encounter it, report it immediately, and absolutely do not act without authorization. Chao Mu stepped forward and continued to ask, but what if it chases us and we don't have time to report? Can we not fight back? If we kill it in self-defense, wouldn't that be a great achievement? What reward would the sect give then? For example, let me tour the sect. Mingyue smiled faintly. The sect is a sacred place. Mortals are not permitted entry. Chao Mu merely snorted, thinking, the Xuanchen sect members are indeed arrogant to the extreme. It seems I'll have to find another way to investigate. That's all for today. I hope everyone can find traces of the demon within 3 days. I will await your good news. With that, she flew into the sky and disappeared. At this moment, a constable hastily approached Chen Yingshui, asking blankly, Sister, what should we do now? Hearing her words, it's like going to die, Chen Yingshui, arms crossed, said coldly. This is the Yamen of the Great Yan dynasty. We do not need to obey the Immortal's commands. Continue your investigation in the city, leaving no stone unturned. If you find any clues, report them to me immediately. I will handle the rest myself then. Chen Yingshui turned and called out, Chao Mu, you stay. Hearing this, Chao Mu stopped and looked back at her. Chen Yingshui walked over and said, Lord Shen has always been fair and wise. His choice to include you in the team proves you are indeed capable, but I want to ask you, were you deliberately provoking her just now? Or do you really have a way to kill the demon? Boss, you overestimate me. I was just asking objectively. Chen Yingshui narrowed her eyes at him and coolly countered, Is that so? Chao Mu immediately replied, Of course, good, then you also hurry and look for clues. Chao Mu quickly agreed. He turned and left, thinking as he walked, if this demon likes death energy, then why don't I try to seek death? As night fell on the drunken Immortal pavilion in the west of the city, a dark figure stood overlooking. A knock echoed outside the door. He said, Come in. The door opened and Fei Shu guard Chu Xing entered, kneeling and reporting to your majesty, we have news about Wang Song. Hearing this, he twirled the ring on his finger, signaling Chu Xing to continue. The spy place near Shen Qing has sent news. Shen Qing just arranged for a person named Chao Mu to serve as a Yamen constable, and the person who recommended him is Wang Song. The letter of recommendation did not mention Chao Mu's specific situation, and even Shen Qing might not be aware, but there are rumors in the court that Wang Song has entered the Immortal path. Nonsense, ignore it. He had always detested immortals. How could he cultivate the Tao? But human nature is prone to change, and after decades of absence he is now acting this way. So the person he recommended must also be extraordinary. Arrange it. I want to see who this Chao Mu truly is. The next morning, in a room at the Qingluan Taoist temple, a kind-faced Taoist sat opposite Ning Shui and said, Ning Shui, the last time I saw you, you were still a little girl. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed. You have finally arrived here. It is truly fate. Ning Shui hesitated, saying, Immortal Lingling. I, Immortal Lingling, immediately interrupted her. I already know about the Chao family's affairs. In truth, there is no right or wrong in either the immortal or martial paths. You are naturally gifted with spiritual perception. If there are better cultivation methods, why waste time? If you don't want to join an immortal sect, staying here with me is also fine. Hearing this, Ning Shui merely replied, yes, but in her heart, she was still secretly wondering, what is Chao Mu doing now? Over there, Chao Mu was doing nothing but staying in jail. Another constable, holding a large bunch of keys, loudly reprimanded, Chao Mu, behave yourself. If you cause trouble again, 10 lives won't be enough for you to die. Chao Mu resolutely replied, don't worry, even if I die today, I won't leave the cell for half a step. After all, this is a rare opportunity for me to seek death. Earlier, in the Shaoqiu tea house, a storyteller stood on stage, eloquently narrating stories to the guests below. Chao Sen roared, we are warriors, we must advance and never retreat. With that, he struck through his chest, killing the city lord of Yan City. Then he drew his sword and left, leaving behind a heroic and powerful figure. Chao Mu sat at a table in the corner of the tea house, resting his head on his hands, looking bored and muttering to himself. The story is indeed exciting, but I didn't expect that with demons rampant in the city, the storyteller is only chasing trends. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? I originally intended to use the rumors in the city to find traces of the demon, thereby finding a reasonable way to die, but instead I've been sitting here for half an hour listening to my own glorious deeds. What a waste of time. Just as he was bored, a person walked over, sized him up from head to toe, and then said, "You are the constable of Hayang Prefecture. Instead of being busy with official duties during the day, you sit here listening to stories. Don't you think that's a bit irresponsible?" So that was the old emperor from the night before. Chao Mu didn't even stand up, pointing at the person and saying, "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" The emperor laughed heartily, replying, "How dare I? I'm just making a joke." Although Chao Mu responded with a smile, he was secretly sizing up the person opposite him. This person is not simple. He was burly and had a dignified aura, clearly a prominent figure, and the person behind him said nothing but exuded powerful presence, obviously a top-tier master. "How do you know I'm not solving a case? Besides, if you like to lecture others, why don't you go teach the current emperor how to fight immortals?" Chu Sheng, listening behind, couldn't help but roar presumptuous. But the emperor raised his hand to stop him, his face gentle, saying, "This gentleman truly has sharp words and extraordinary spirit. I am very curious, in your opinion, what kind of person is the current emperor?" Chao Mu glanced at him, thinking, who else could it be? It's the person I hate to the bone and have always wanted to assassinate but never had the chance. I heard the emperor would pass through Yan City, but I never saw him. I killed the Guo family but saw no wanted posters from the court. I had originally hoped to be executed by the officials. That would certainly be a good opportunity. These two might be local officials. If I insult the emperor in front of him and then die for the crime, I'll surely be famous throughout the land, he calmly replied. The current emperor is a wise monarch rarely seen in 1,000 years. Chao Mu's words immediately drew all eyes in the tea house to him. 1,000 years, isn't that a bit too high praise? Not at all. Look, even his reign title is beautiful. Yang O Yang, the emperor bowed to the immortals, surrendered without a fight, compensated with money, and even licked their feet. Isn't that eternal peace? Chu Sheng, listening behind, and gnashed his teeth, thinking, how dare he call the emperor a coward? This guy definitely doesn't want to live. Although the emperor still smiled, he slowly said, but the immortal forces are too powerful. Even the martial sage could only retreat, and 100,000 elite soldiers were annihilated. Is the current emperor perhaps considering the bigger picture and having to make concessions for long-term interests? Do you mean the emperor is playing a grand game of chess? Is that right? If you lose, you get beaten. There are no other options. But concessions come in two types. One is temporary retreat for self-preservation, and the other is bowing down to become someone else's lackey. These are completely different. In Yan City, 5 out of 10 households are empty, people are displaced, and some even resort to banditry to survive. And the city lord of Yan City, perhaps feasting and oblivious, while the court turns a blind eye and a deaf ear, unwilling to intervene. The emperor is appointed by heaven to rule the people. How are they his people? Treating them as livestock to offer to immortals for their pleasure. They take resources at will, disregarding the lives of the populace. A weakened court, impoverished people. How many Yan cities has this created? Truly, the Son of Heaven is supreme. Chu Xing couldn't help but slam the table and loudly reprimand, "Traitorous, you're spouting nonsense." But Chao Mu didn't back down, sticking his neck out and retorting, "Why are you so agitated? Who doesn't know that the emperor rears immortal sects? He even established immortal sect outposts in various regions, treating them as honored guests, welcoming them into big cities. Isn't this behavior obvious enough?" Chu Xing's face flushed red with anger, and he loudly shouted, "Shut up, you are not allowed to insult His Majesty." Chao Mu snorted, directly giving him the middle finger, and coldly said, "I'm speaking the truth, what's wrong with that? The emperor is nothing but a dog of the immortals." Everyone around was astonished, both afraid and impressed by Chao Mu's audacity. Some even exclaimed, "Whose fierce warrior is this who dares to openly insult the current emperor? 100 times more exciting than my storytelling. You're practically riding on my head and cursing me. You must have recognized my identity and are deliberately trying to harm me, right?" Or perhaps these words are also the sentiment of the former Minister of Justice, Wang Song. Back then, Wang Song on his deathbed advised the emperor never to yield to the immortals and ultimately died for it. Now the world's situation is indeed as he predicted, and he has recommended this person. Chu Xing trembled with rage, drawing his sword and pointing it at Chao Mu. According to Great Yan law, slandering His Majesty in the market, after conviction, shall be executed. The emperor thought, this guy is truly a master of instigation. Even the usually calm Chu Xing has been enraged to this extent by him. Chao Mu pointed directly at himself and loudly said, "If I am convicted for my words, then this sin shall be borne by me alone, unrelated to others." What does this crazy self-destructive behavior mean? What is his plan? After a moment of silence, the emperor suddenly closed his fan and said, "Forget it, this person doesn't understand the bigger picture. He's just a braggart. That's all for today, farewell." Chao Mu was stunned, shouting loudly, "What the hell, my neck is clean and ready to die at any moment and you're just leaving? Don't go, I can curse even worse." Just as Chao Mu was lamenting his missed opportunity for death, a soldier rushed into the tea house menacingly and loudly asked, "Who is Chao Mu?" Hearing his own name, Chao Mu excitedly waved his hands as if seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. I'm here, it's me, the soldier sternly reprimanded. Someone has accused you of insulting His Majesty. Spouting nonsense about state affairs in the tea house. Chow Mu was even happier, asking with a beaming smile, are you here to arrest me? Hurry up and arrest me, I promise I won't resist. So, as expected, Chow Mu was directly sent to jail. In the jail he was so happy that even the two jailers found it strange. He kept asking them, hey brothers, when are you going to execute me? Don't wait until autumn, that's too long. Hurry up and carry out the execution to save the taxpayers' money, and when you do, make it lively. I like mass graves. The two jailers trembled with fear at Chow Mu's strange behavior, looked at each other and then whispered, is he crazy? Who would be so eager to die, or does he know he won't die? Someone is protecting him. Who would be so bold? Who dares to protect someone who insulted the emperor? The other person shook his head, then gently lashed Chow Mu with a whip, reprimanding, behave yourself, this is where prisoners are kept. Don't think about getting out. Prisoners, that's perfect. By the way, doesn't that Wu-Chang demon like death energy? This person is about to die. It will definitely appear. Suddenly, the old man next to him looked up, his eyes staring blankly at a black cat standing in front of him, but on closer inspection it was a beautiful golden cat. It slowly walked over, its eyes shining as it looked at the old man, then meowed. The old man reached out and stroked the cat. Oh, it's just a cat, you scared me. How did you get in here? He held the cat and trembled as he walked towards the door, muttering, this jail is the underworld, even rats don't dare approach. Good can come of you being here, I'll let you out. But the old man accidentally slipped, sending the cat flying into the air while he crashed to the ground. Chow Mu hurried over, squatted down and asked, Elder, are you all right? Blood seeped from the old man's mouth, but he still struggled to get up, confidently giving a thumbs up and chuckling, I'm fine, my body's strong. Let me tell you, back in the day I was a master thief specializing in robbing the rich to help the poor. I was quite a figure in the martial world. Chow Mu looked at him and hesitantly replied, but I think you're quite badly hurt. Nonsense, how could a master thief get hurt from a fall? Back then I fought hundreds of rounds against rich cultivators with just one sword. If I hadn't been careless and captured, I would still be a famous hero in the martial world. Chow Mu looked at him, feeling scared. Elder, stop boasting. This is just a final surge of energy. Another time I robbed a large merchant's goods just to distribute them to poor children. At that time I still lived in a dilapidated hut. But my ambition, before he could finish speaking, the old man fell to the ground motionless. Chow Mu frantically shouted, is anyone there? Someone has fainted. Just then, the black cat with shining eyes slowly walked over. It meowed and began to absorb the death energy from the old man's body. Chow Mu frowned, sensing something unusual, and immediately reprimanded, what are you doing? He reached out to check the old man, his face paling as he realized he had already stopped breathing. Constable Shen once said that a deceased person's death energy can enhance the power of a demon. If I'm not mistaken, you're the Wu-Chang demon we're looking for. As soon as Chow Mu finished speaking, the cat demon suddenly transformed, becoming huge and ferocious. But Chow Mu, far from being scared, excitedly waved his hand. Excellent, come and kill me. The cat demon's emerald eyes glowed with an eerie light, emitting a menacing meow. Chow Mu felt his authority threatened and continued to provoke, what's wrong? Don't you like to eat death energy? Come on, eat me too. The demon pounced, opening its large mouth as if to swallow Chow Mu whole. Chow Mu laughed heartily. That's more like it, we're not to be trifled with. But just then, with a muffled thump, the demon, instead of attacking, suddenly shrank, turning into a small harmless kitten that jumped onto Chow Mu. Chow Mu was stunned, his mouth agape. Unable to believe what was happening before his eyes, he grabbed the cat's tail and pulled it away, reprimanding, go away, you're a Wu-Chang demon, you kill without blinking. Why are you playing coy now? Don't you have any cat dignity? But the cat demon didn't mind, just kept rubbing its head against him. Chow Mu was utterly confused, muttering as he watched, what kind of expression is this? Can cats be infatuated? Wait, this demon eats death energy. If it's following me, is it because I'm about to die? Just then, voices came from outside. The prisoner surnamed Chow, where are you? A soldier walked in, followed by an elderly prefect. Your Honor, rest assured, no prisoner can escape from this jail. Your Honor, he's the serious offender who publicly insulted His Majesty. Chow Mu excitedly said, so when will I be interrogated, and when will I be executed? Can it be soon? I can't wait. Constable Chow, you must be joking. The previous incident was just a misunderstanding. I'm here to ask you to be released from jail. Chow Mu immediately widened his eyes at the words, released from jail, slammed open the cell door and shouted, released? Are you kidding me? I almost died and revived painstakingly, creating an opportunity for myself to have a dignified end, and now you're saying nothing happened? What's the point of living like this? Chow Mu's action. Both the prefect and the constable frozen in place, continuously sweating cold. The old prefect wiped the sweat from his forehead, trying hard to remain calm, but his voice trembled. It was our improper handling, Constable Chow. Your breaking out of jail is entirely reasonable. Haha. After saying that, he turned and shouted, hurry up and untie Constable Chow. The constable next to him was scared out of his wits, quickly nodded, and then fumbled to untie Chow Mu, his movements clumsy as if he was afraid of something. Chow Mu said with disdain, forget it, next time I'll figure out a way to get back in myself. The constable, wiping his sweat, stammered, You want to come back in again? The old prefect glanced at Chow Mu, cold sweat trickling down his face. He could clearly escape easily but chose not to, instead publicly insulting the emperor, yet someone still came with an imperial edict to free him. This person's background must be terrifying, absolutely not to be trifled with. Chow Mu suddenly spoke, his tone serious. One more thing. The old prefect immediately bowed, respectfully cupped his fists and replied, Your Honor, please speak. Let that old man rest in peace. He couldn't even survive a fall, what a pity. The old prefect chuckled dryly. Constable Chow is indeed kind-hearted. I will definitely arrange for his proper burial. Chow Mu muttered. But where did that cat demon go? The old prefect immediately pointed. It just went that way. When Constable Chow returned to the yamen, Shen Qingyi's angry voice came from inside. It's only been 2 days, just 2 days, and you've already gone out to cause trouble with your official position and even got arrested. What about the prestige of our yamen? Chow Mu lowered his head and replied sincerely, Your Honor, you know me. I deliberately caused trouble to solve the case. I went to prison to secretly investigate and gather evidence. I hope Your Honor believes me. I have no selfish motives whatsoever. Hearing this, Shen Qing sighed, his brows relaxing, and said, So that's it. But then he suddenly slammed the table, pointed at Chow Mu's head and shouted, Are you taking me for a fool? Does going to prison require publicly insulting the emperor? Just then, Chen Yingshui coughed lightly from the side, and both turned to look at her. Chow Mu, to get you out, this is the first time I've used my authority, and I even personally went to see old man Lu, apologized and offered gifts. Do you know how difficult that was? If it weren't for Mr. Wang's sake, why should I care about him? Chow Mu immediately lowered his head to show sincerity. Thank you, Your Honor, but he thought to himself, you and Wang Song are merely stepping stones on my path to self-destruction. Shen Qing waved his hand, sighed. Forget it in the future. Remember to be cautious in your words and actions. But then his face suddenly darkened, and he thought to himself, Although I went to rescue him, the yamen staff said that before I arrived, someone had already used a flying fish order to demand his release. The flying fish order is a special imperial edict personally bestowed by the emperor to his close guards to convey decrees could his superior be the emperor. Did the emperor personally order him to curse himself? Does the current emperor have some strange hobby? He couldn't have actually enjoyed being cursed by his majesty, could he? Shen Qing pondered for a long time, then slumped into his chair. All right, let's talk about official business now. Did you see that demon in prison? Chow Mu immediately nodded and replied, Yes, I saw it. That demon is a cat demon with black, white, and yellow fur. It was initially very small, but after consuming the death energy of death row inmates it would grow huge, taller than a person. However, I didn't see it actually harming anyone, Chen Yingshui mused. Every time the Wuchang demon appears there's always a death. This matches the case. Some previous victims had claw marks. It indeed resembles the claw marks of a feline or tiger demon. Chow Mu recalled the beautiful golden cat and suddenly shivered, muttering, But the culprit may not be the Wuchang demon. If it were the culprit, it just wouldn't make sense. Chen Yingshui frowned and asked, Why do you say that? Is this cat demon just attracted by death energy? So every time it appears at a crime scene everyone mistakenly thinks it's the culprit. Chen Yingshui seemed to understand something, her eyes lighting up. You mean, there's another demon? Just then a huge roar echoed from the mountaintop. A ferocious azure flying tiger roared in front of the mountain disciples. 2 young women trembled and shouted, Senior Sister Mingyue, your azure flying tiger is too ferocious, we simply can't tame it. Moreover, every time Senior Sister is away it goes wild, we really don't know what to do. Mingyue descended and scolded loudly, Nonsense, taming spirit beasts is our responsibility if Qingnu returns and blames us. None of us can bear the responsibility. She walked over, gently stroked the white tiger's head and softly said, Good boy, sit down. The ferocious azure flying tiger immediately sat down obediently like a docile kitten. The 2 women behind couldn't help but exclaim, Senior Sister is amazing. Mingyue smiled faintly, but her heart was full of disdain. These idiots, if I didn't let the tiger go wild, how could I showcase my beast-taming skills in front of Qingnu? How could I have a chance to earn merit? Anyway, Qingnu is in secluded cultivation and won't be back for at least a month. This problem isn't too serious. Next, I'll use those mortals to capture the Wuchang cat demon, and my sect status will definitely rise to the next level. That night in the yamen, Chen Yingshui stood before the constables and solemnly announced that this operation was to capture the Wuchang demon. Constable Chow saw it last night in the West City prison. So this time the focus is on the West City area. We must search thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned. All the constables responded in unison, Yes, sir, and immediately sprang into action. Chow Mu walked alone into a dark alley. Suddenly a black shadow leapt from his feet. It was the golden cat. It jumped up and bit Chow Mu's leg, startling him. Chow Mu squatted down, stroked its head and couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, ever since I got out of jail last night, I've felt you following me. You're so clingy. Are you treating me as a long-term meal ticket? Chow Mu looked at the small cat in front of him and couldn't help but remember Ning Shui, who was cute and docile like a kitten. Blurted out, You sniffing around like this really reminds me of Sister Shui, but she's much cuter than you. Just then, Chen Yingshui walked out and asked, What's wrong, that cat is? As soon as the cat demon saw Chen Yingshui, its fur bristled and it ran away without a trace. Scared, Chow Mu and Chen Yingshui both stared blankly as it ran off. Chow Mu immediately chased after it, shouting as he ran, That's the cat demon I was talking about. Chen Yingshui also followed closely, shouting as she ran, It's heading towards the western suburbs. We'll split up. I'll cut it off from the left. Chow Mu immediately replied, No, it's already turned right. Jump down quickly. Pursue it. The 2 immediately descended near a large mansion. but the cat demon had already vanished when they arrived. Chow Mu stopped, frowning in thought. Gone? No, this cat is very agile. It should have shaken us off long ago. Why is it keeping a certain distance as if deliberately luring us? Chen Yingshui looked up at the mansion in front of them and said in a deep voice. This is Chow Mu turned and asked, Boss, do you know this place? Chen Yingshui nodded and replied. The Yamen once inspected here. This is the territory of the Scarlet Water Gang, a newly emerging gang. The gang leader, Zhang Long, is a 6th-grade martial artist, and his strength is not to be underestimated. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood assailed their noses. Chow Mu lightly covered his nose, frowning. The smell of blood is very strong. Inside the Scarlet Water Gang compound, Mingyue and Zhang Long were conversing. Zhang Long, the gang leader, respectfully saluted Immortal Mingyue. It is truly my honor to serve the Xuanchen sect, one of the 9 great immortal sects. If the Immortal can grant me early entry into the Immortal sect to learn the path of longevity, I will be absolutely loyal and obey all commands. Mingyue smiled, holding something in her hand, and slowly replied, Since you have such sincerity, I will naturally give you a chance. However, there are as many martial artists who wish to join the Immortal sect as there are grains of sand in the Ganges. I cannot easily accept you. Only when you pass my test will I consider it. Zhang Long asked in surprise. A test? Mingyue calmly replied. Grade only represents the martial artist's internal energy level. I want to see your actual combat ability. Don't worry, it's just an easy test. It won't cause too much of a stir. As soon as she finished speaking, her spirit beast, the azure flying tiger, roared and charged forward. Zhang Long hesitated for a moment, stepping back, a hint of apprehension on his face. Mingyu's lips curved into a faint smile as she asked, Scared? If you want to give up, you can, but the path of longevity. Zhang Long immediately radiated killing intent and sneered. Immortal misunderstands. I was just afraid of accidentally killing it. Immortal, rest assured I will restrain myself and only go so far. However, after only a brief exchange, Zhang Long was already beneath the azure flying tiger's claws. He cried out in terror. Immortal, save me. The Wuchang demon beast can smell death energy, and death energy only appears on those near death. Your body, a 6th-grade martial artist, has a very strong death energy. It will definitely come when it smells it. Alright, spare his life. If he's killed, the death energy will dissipate too quickly. And I still need him to lure the demon beast. The azure flying tiger turned back and glared fiercely at Mingyue. Mingyue stepped back, fearful in her heart, thinking, before it would always obey if I fed it flesh and blood. But today, could this 6th-grade martial artist be like a great tonic, unleashing its brutal nature? Suddenly, a cat's meow echoed from the rooftop, catching Mingyu's attention. Seeing the Wuchang cat demon, she happily cried out, holding a small red pouch, Ah, you've indeed come, quickly surrender. But before she could do anything, the azure flying tiger suddenly lunged at the Wuchang cat demon, swinging its sharp claws fiercely as if to tear off the rooftop. The cat demon escaped. Mingyue murmured in horror. Damn it, little tiger is out of control. If anyone else discovers this, the consequences will be unimaginable. The azure flying tiger continued to fiercely pursue the cat demon, its roars echoing throughout the area. Below, Chen Yingshui immediately shouted, Look! When she saw the scene above, Chow Mu looked up and blurted out, A tiger demon, there's indeed another demon beast. Chen Yingshui didn't hesitate, turning and running into the mansion saying, Follow me. As she ran, she kicked open the gate and rushed in. Immediately, her gaze fell upon the corpse on the ground and she said disappointedly, We're too late. Chow Mu looked at the corpse, asking in confusion, What? That tiger demon must be a spirit beast raised by the Xuanchen sect. Spirit beasts are usually controlled by immortal cultivators, so the beast tamer must be nearby. You mean this Wuchang cat demon case is related to the Xuanchen sect? Suddenly, a black shadow streaked through the air. The azure flying tiger kicked the Wuchang cat demon fiercely from above, sending it crashing to the ground. Chow Mu immediately jumped up without thinking, picked up the Wuchang cat demon, then landed on the ground, sneering, You want to fight? Good, come on. The azure flying tiger roared and rushed over like a whirlwind. The Wuchang cat demon let out a faint meow, and Chow Mu's face also turned pale. Chen Yingshui activated her movement technique, ran over and pulled Chow Mu out of the danger zone. The tiger demon is too strong, we're no match for it. I can use my movement technique to hold it off for a while. You go quickly call for reinforcements. With that, without waiting for Chow Mu's reply, she directly threw him out. But as soon as she threw Chow Mu, the azure flying tiger pounced behind her. Chen Yingshui looked back, her eyes wide, crying out inwardly, Damn it. Just then, Chow Mu activated the heavenly demonic disintegration technique. From the front, Chow Mu charged over, punching the azure flying tiger. Sorry boss, but I can't let you steal my credit. On the rooftop, a person sat quietly, his gaze overlooking the situation below. Chen Yingshui shouted furiously, Chow Mu, I told you to go call for reinforcements. Chow Mu turned and replied frankly, No boss, you go call for reinforcements, leave the rear to me. The person on the rooftop was Chu Xing, and he could only curse inwardly at this moment. Idiot, he could have escaped, but he came back. Now both of them will die here. If His Majesty knew this person died, it would probably be bad. Recalling His Majesty's instructions before he set off, Chu Xing gritted his teeth, carefully observed Chow Mu, investigated the situation clearly, and reported immediately to the Flying Fish Society if anything happened. Chu Xing's gaze swept to another direction. He thought to himself, but the real mastermind behind this tiger demon is still there. This matter definitely won't end so easily. Mingyue lazily watched the battle below, gently smiling and muttering to herself, "These troublesome constables, I've already made it clear that if they encounter a demon they shouldn't try to fight it but report to me immediately, yet someone still foolishly charged in. Well, he's just a 6th grade mortal martial artist, at most he'll be a good meal for little tiger, once it's full. I'll retrieve it, nothing to worry about." Chu Xing hid behind a large tree, nervously watching Mingyue. He frowned, thinking to himself, "His Majesty doesn't want to clash with immortals right now. If I act rashly it will probably only make things more complicated. I must act opportunistically." Below, the azure flying tiger continued to pounce on Chao Mu, its huge claws sweeping across, raising sharp wind blades. Chao Mu had no time to dodge and chose to withstand it with his protective inner vigor, immediately being sent flying backward. Wounds were clearly visible on his body. "This tiger demon is truly terrifying. It can break through my protective inner vigor with just its claws. Dying under its claws will definitely be very satisfying. Come on, use your strongest move to kill me." The azure flying tiger roared, erupting with terrifying power, its pressure spreading. This power surged towards Chao Mu, making him openly reveal an excited expression, and he excitedly shouted in his heart, "Excellent, let me die a good death." But just as that terrifying power was about to strike, Chen Yingshui rushed from afar, pulling Chao Mu away. "Chao Mu, what are you doing? Quickly dodge." Chao Mu was so angry he couldn't speak, wildly shouting in his heart, "Don't stop me, let me die. The tiger demon is too strong, we can't confront it head-on, we can only rely on movement techniques to dodge, look for openings and then deliver a fatal blow. Now I'll teach you the shadow step mental cultivation method. Watch my movements carefully." Without waiting for Chao Mu's reply, Chen Yingshui immediately activated the mental cultivation method. Every movement she made seemed both gentle and graceful. She displayed exquisite moves, dodging while controlling her energy, circulating qi to her feet, her spirit moving freely, stepping on air as if solid, stepping on solid as if air, continuously circulating. Chao Mu was pushed into an awkward situation again. He immediately spurted nosebleeds and groaned inwardly, "I'm almost out of breath, please, if you want to teach, can you put me down first?" In this situation not even an immortal could learn. Just as he was at a loss, a system panel suddenly appeared in his mind. Notification: Shadow Step is loading. Chao Mu was stunned, his mouth wide open. "What? This works too?" But the azure flying tiger was already impatient and immediately used its giant claws to separate the two. Chao Mu was sent flying, shouting, "Aha!" Chen Yingshui urgently shouted, "Chao Mu!" She drew the saber from her waist and fiercely charged at the azure flying tiger, slashing at its body, but her saber shattered into pieces as soon as it touched the tiger demon's body. Chen Yingshui's eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening before her. She thought to herself, "This tiger demon's internal energy is too profound, ordinary blades can't harm it at all." She quickly dodged the tiger demon's next attack, continuing to calculate in her heart. Shadow Step can help me dodge its attacks, but it can't inflict damage. If this continues, even if Chao Mu masters Shadow Step, we won't win, we'll definitely lose. Mingyue stood high above, looking down at Chen Yingshui, laughing heartily. "Overestimating yourself. That is the Saintess's spirit beast, immune to fire and water, impenetrable by blades. You'd best meekly wait to be eaten. For you mortals, dying under its claws is already a great honor." Below, the system in Chao Mu's mind suddenly chimed. Shadow Step loaded 100. Immediately, Chao Mu revealed a cold sneer and swiftly rushed towards Chen Yingshui and the azure flying tiger, simultaneously performing a combined move of heavenly demonic disintegration technique and Shadow Step. Chen Yingshui panicked, raising her hand to block, shouting, "Go, you can't beat it," and the azure flying tiger roared, swinging 3 sharp claws at him, but Chao Mu ignored her words and still charged straight ahead. The system continued to notify, current skill points 204. Full mastery of Shadow Step requires 126 points. Chao Mu stomped his feet and leapt high into the air. He shouted, "Deep Blue, give me strength." Chao Mu's entire body turned red like a god of war, making the azure flying tiger roar, and then Chao Mu swooped down, kicking the tiger demon's head, the attack so powerful that the ground cracked. Rocks flew everywhere, and Chen Yingshui and Chu Xing both stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what was happening before them. Chu Xing looked down, equally shocked. That strike's inner vigor far exceeded a 6th grade martial artist. Was that the heavenly demonic disintegration technique? Moreover, he combined it with an extremely fast movement technique, doubling its power. This fighting style is purely offensive with no defense. Chao Mu, this guy is a true madman. Chao Mu sneered, "Tiger demon, weren't you very arrogant just now? Get up and keep fighting." Chen Yingshui stood behind, her gaze still not recovered from the shock. Her mind was in a turmoil. Is this how he uses the Shadow Step I taught him? Movement technique is meant for flexible dodging and graceful movement, but he turned it into a tool of violence. Have I been practicing wrong all these years? Chao Mu didn't give anyone time to react, shouting, "Die." Then, intending to strike the azure flying tiger's head with a saber, just then Mingyue appeared, shouting, "Stop, this azure flying tiger is the Xuanchen sect Saintess's spirit beast, hand it over to me quickly." "Mortal sect rules. Haha, what do your father's rules have to do with a mere mortal like me? This beast has harmed countless people. According to imperial law, I must execute it." With that, without giving Mingyue a chance to stop him, Chao Mu directly slashed the azure flying tiger's head with his saber. Chu Xing watched this scene from afar, feeling a chill of fear, thinking, he really killed it. Who exactly is this Chao Mu to be so resolute, even daring to deal with an immortal sect's tiger demon? Why can a martial artist easily do what even the current emperor dares not? Mingyue stood frozen, her face pale, stammering, You actually. Chao Mu pulled out his blood-stained saber, looked coldly at Mingyue, his aura filled with killing intent. This murderous beast has been eliminated, but those who unleashed a tiger to kill and disregarded human lives must also pay with their lives. Mingyue felt a chill throughout her body, her throat dry, not daring to move, her heart filled with terror. If an immortal sect spirit beast causes trouble, it will naturally be dealt with by the immortal sect. You, immortal, have no right to interfere, and you even dare to falsely accuse me. That is a death sentence. Suddenly, Chen Yingshui's cold voice rang out from behind. False accusation then, immortal Mingyue. May I ask why you are here? Are you here to capture demon beasts or to release them? Mingyue shouted. I don't need to explain my whereabouts to you. You acted without authorization, hindered an immortal's work, and even harmed the Saintess's spirit beast. With that, she immediately flew into the sky, leaving behind a cold threat. All of you just wait for your punishment. Chen Yingshui watched Mingyue leave, saying, full of dissatisfaction, You acted without authorization, didn't report to me, hindered an immortal's work, and even harmed the Saintess's spirit beast. Chao Mu suddenly coughed violently, blood gushing from his mouth, and he fell heavily to the ground, scaring Chen Yingshui, who ran over. She hastily supported Chao Mu's head, worriedly saying, Chao Mu, you must stay conscious. Chao Mu trembled, weakly extending his hand to signal, Save me. Chen Yingshui tried hard to comfort him. Don't worry, the Lord and I will definitely find a way to treat you. We can definitely do it. But Chao Mu had already left his body, weakly muttering, Don't save me, let me die. Damn it. Chen Yingshui shouted in panic. Chao Mu, Chao Mu. The next morning, the cat demon lay on a tree branch, its tail swaying. It let out a tired sigh. Death energy, unlike those dying people before, only a few mouthfuls of death energy to sat my hunger. This time I'm truly full. That constable's death energy was impeccably pure, and he saved me last night. He was truly special. I loved it to death. What a pity he was severely injured by that tiger demon in the end. I had planned to follow him to the yamen and wait for him, but who knew the death energy on the road just disappeared? What a waste. Who said I'm a Wuchang cat demon that feeds on death energy? Because I'm watching you, it means your time of death is near. This cat will probably be lonely until the end. Just as it was feeling melancholy, something fell from the sky, startling it and making its fur stand on end. Chao Mu sat up, rubbing his head and frowning. Ouch, why did I fall onto a tree this time after reviving? The Wuchang cat demon said in surprise. He's not dead yet? Before it could react, the cat demon shot towards Chao Mu like an arrow. Chao Mu stared at it, reached out and pinched the cat's cheek. It's you again? Are you planning to cling to me? Fine, if you like me so much you can be my good luck charm. Let me see how my death assessment is this time. Battered and bruised, head bleeding, only a B-level assessment? That's really unfair. The system now displayed, death assessment influences damage to mortals. This death awarded 26 skill points for a total of 104 skill points and 4-5 revivals remaining within 7 days. Skills: Longevity, Fist Vigor, Refining, Minor Accomplishment 40, Shadow Step 100 complete, Martial Sage's Insight, Art Entry Level 40. Other rewards: Chi and Blood Growth. Chao Mu rested his chin in his hand, tilting his head in thought. Was it because the impact of his death wasn't significant enough? Impossible. Chen Yingshui must have already reported this incident. Xuanchen sect Immortal released a demon beast to kill people, and I, a constable, fought to the death to slay the beast. This is clearly a heroic act. Unless the case was suppressed midway. If that's the case, no wonder those immortal cultivators are so arrogant. They must think the imperial court wouldn't dare to blow things up, but if the immortal sects dare not make a fuss, then I will make a fuss for them. I'm not a constable anymore anyway. At this moment, the system displayed a new notification: consumed 104 skill points to exchange for Longevity, Fist Vigor, Refining, Grand Accomplishment 100. Chao Mu immediately sat cross-legged, circulating his energy to condense the chi and blood in his dantian. After Longevity Fist reached Minor Accomplishment, I received chi and blood growth rewards with each revival, but my basic appearance didn't change. Is this because my chi and blood are already stable at their peak physical state? Each revival consumes my lifespan, but the progress of Longevity Fist extends it. Thinking carefully, this trade is worth it. Now that my Longevity Fist has reached Grand Accomplishment, I wonder how many more years I can live. Let's go, Wuchang, let's change clothes and infiltrate the Xuanchen sect to apprehend someone. If necessary, I'll even try a few more revivals. The Wuchang cat let out a meow as if responding. Inside the Xuanchen Taoist temple, Chao Mu stood at the entrance muttering to himself. Isn't this the old Chao family mansion in Haiyang? Today is the 15th, so many pilgrims. Inside, a trembling old woman grabbed a Taoist acolyte by the collar, shaking him vigorously and pleading, Please, Immortal, protect us. My son and daughter-in-law were killed by a demon a few days ago, and now only my granddaughter is left, but she's too scared, she's gone mad. Please, Immortal, save my granddaughter. I am willing to burn incense and offer sacrifices here every day, only asking for your mercy. No shouting here. Haven't you seen that a 5th-grade acolyte is burning incense inside? Hurry up and wait in the back. In the main hall, the person the acolyte mentioned was devoutly kneeling and burning incense, praying to the saintess for a son for his 9th concubine. Outside, the old woman was still crying and pleading, but received only indifference from the people in the temple. Mingyue walked out from inside. Her gaze sharp and her voice rang out with authority. Wait a moment, you just said your son was killed by a demon, and this little girl witnessed it all with her own eyes? the old woman choked out. Yes, she was so scared she fainted for several days and only woke up today. But after waking she became like this, unresponsive to calls with dull lifeless eyes. Immortal, was my granddaughter's soul eaten by the demon? She indeed shows symptoms of soul loss. Come with me, I will personally treat your granddaughter. The old woman was overjoyed and gratefully said, Thank you, Immortal, thank you, Immortal. But just then, Chao Mu suddenly rushed out from the crowd, stopping them. No, you can't go with her. He pointed at Mingyue and accused, It is this Immortal who allowed demon beasts to kill people, causing a series of murders in Haiyang City. Mingyue froze for a moment, looking at Chao Mu standing there completely unharmed, her mind in a mess. Wasn't he half dead from Little Tiger's attack? How is he here now, completely unscathed? What is he going to do now? The surrounding crowd murmured amongst themselves. What does he mean, the Wuchang demon case? I heard many people died in that case. A Xuanchen sect Immortal released demon beasts to kill people? Impossible. She's an Immortal who protects Haiyang's peace. Mingyue quickly regained her composure and walked towards Chao Mu, her tone sarcastic. Oh, isn't this Constable Chao from the Yamen? As an official of the Imperial Court, you should act with integrity and fairness. You dare to claim I released demon beasts to kill people. Do you have any evidence? The crowd sided with her. Exactly, how dare he slander her without evidence? And he's just a small constable, how dare he accuse an Immortal? Exactly, even His Majesty dares not touch an Immortal. What is he? Don't talk nonsense. If we anger the Immortal, we will all suffer the consequences. Mingyue continued to maliciously leverage the situation. Previously this constable and I had some misunderstandings, which is why he's here to falsely accuse me. But according to Immortal sect rules, Imperial officials are not allowed to trespass without permission. On Immortal sect territory, Chao Mu, you trespassed and damaged the reputation of my Xuanchen sect. What is your crime? But Chao Mu did not retort, nor did he rush to defend himself. Just then the old woman's granddaughter suddenly stretched out a trembling hand, pointed at Mingyue and shouted loudly, It's her, it's her. Tiger hit the tiger. Father, mother. The little girl clutched her head, her body trembling with extreme fear. Her grandmother quickly rushed over, hugging her tightly. My dear granddaughter, it's all right. Grandma's here, it's all right, don't be afraid. The surrounding crowd began to stir, casting doubtful glances at Mingyue. Did that little girl just point at Immortal Mingyue? I think I heard that the Xuanchen sect keeps spirit beasts. Did she really release a demon to kill people? If the Xuanchen sect saintess finds out about this, she's going to be in big trouble, isn't she? Mingyue roared, her aura suddenly erupting. Silence, how dare a group of mortals disrespect me? Are you looking for death? Mingyue fiercely turned to Chao Mu, pointing at him, her tone like a knife. And you, Chao Mu, a lowly Yamen constable, dares to stir up trouble in an Immortal sect. This crime deserves death. Today you won't leave here alive, and as for everyone in your Yamen, I will deal with them one by one. Hearing this, Chao Mu merely sneered and retorted, Is that so? But I'm no longer a constable of the Yamen. I am Chao Qifu, Chao Mu's elder brother. With that, he slowly unbound the cloth strips wrapped around his long spear. Imperial law couldn't control Immortals. He suddenly rushed forward, thrusting his long spear fiercely at Mingyue, roaring, Then I, Chao Qifu, will take care of it. Just then a man drew his sword and blocked in front of Mingyue, deflecting Chao Mu's long spear's fatal blow. You foolish madman, how dare you strike my senior sister Mingyue? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. He swung his sword, continuously thrusting at Chao Mu, yelling, Watch me tear you to pieces. Chao Mu laughed heartily, full of interest. All right, good, let me see the strength of your Immortal sect. No, this is a martial artist sword technique. You're a martial artist, why are you serving as an Immortal sect's dog? Martial artists are just lowly mortals, but I yearn for the orthodox Immortal path. To attain longevity. With that he ripped open his outer garment, revealing his proud muscles. Perfect, today I'll kill you to gain merit, and the saintess will surely accept me into the sect. Watch closely. My ultimate technique, heavenly demonic disintegration. But before he could even unleash his move, Chao Mu's punch sent him flying. The man flew several circles, crashing heavily against the stone wall of the temple. His head embedded directly in the stone, motionless. Chao Mu chuckled softly. Heavenly demonic disintegration, I understand that. Suddenly a talisman flew from a distance, emitting a dazzling red light. Chao Mu glanced at it, immediately recognizing Mingyue was casting a spell, and yelled, Die, Chao Qifu! The talisman burned brightly, transforming into a ball of red flames that enveloped Chao Mu. Seeing the situation was dire, Chao Mu immediately ran far away, but the long spear in his hand couldn't withstand the high temperature and quickly burned to ashes. Chao Mu looked at the long spear, now reduced to ashes, and thought in horror. The long spear instantly melted. Is this the power of immortal magic? He lowered his head and looked at his hand, red flames still clinging to it, consuming every inch of flesh and blood. Chao Mu's eyes widened, and a desperate voice echoed in his mind, I've been hit. The flames released by Mingyu's talisman suddenly intensified, engulfing Chao Mu's entire body. He screamed in agony, his voice tearing through the air. Mingyue stood outside, a sneer playing on her lips, and she slowly said, How does it feel, Chao Mu? This is the corrosive bone profound fire talisman bestowed upon me by the saintess, which even I dare not use lightly. The flames it unleashes can destroy the soul and corrode the bones. Once touched, it's irreversible. This fire will never extinguish until your body is burned to ashes. This is the price you pay for daring to defy the immortal sect, ha 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 ha. But Mingyu's smile quickly froze because one of Chao Mu's feet suddenly stepped out from the flames. Chao Mu appeared in the sea of fire like an evil god, his entire body consumed by red flames. It won't extinguish, you say? Then let it burn, you're going to die today anyway. Activate Heavenly Demonic Disintegration, full power burst. Are you crazy? You're just immortal. Why are you deliberately opposing me? Chao Emmy's lips curled into a cold sneer. Why? Because you, an immortal, have committed countless evils, aiding villains and harming the innocent today. Even if I die, I only ask that justice and heavenly principles still exist in this world. I, Chao Qifu, ask you, immortal, to accept your death. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Mu, like a living flame, charged directly at Mingyue. His body carried an overwhelming aura, instantly closing in on Mingyue. Mingyue screamed in panic, "No, don't," but it was too late. Chao Mu rushed forward and tightly embraced her. The two were consumed together by the corrosive bone-profound fire. Mingyue screamed in agony, her cries seemingly piercing the clouds. Mingyue desperately reached out as if seeking help. "Impossible. I'm an immortal. How can I die at the hands of a mortal? Senior brother, senior sister. Why aren't you coming down? Why aren't you saving me?" Chao Mu watched Mingyue slowly sink into the flames, his eyes showing no emotion. Chao Mu looked at his burnt hand and secretly thought, "Fortunately, I invested all my skill points in Longevity Fist earlier, which barely allowed me to resist the corrosive bone-profound fire. But even so, this body was severely damaged. But this is good too. At least Mingyue will no longer have a chance to harm that grandmother and granddaughter. Moreover, publicly defeating an immortal also allowed me to regain face and spirit in front of everyone. Such a heroic death burning in this sea of fire will surely earn much praise." Suddenly a sharp sword chi streaked across the sky. A flying sword sped in, piercing directly into the stone wall beside Chao Mu. He screamed in agony because he found that one of his arms had been severed. The surrounding crowd discussed in horror. "Hero Chao is finished. The immortal sect has come for revenge. Wait, look quickly. The flames on Hero Chao's body have disappeared." The crowd immediately focused their gaze on Chao Mu. The raging flames on his body had completely vanished. The crowd whispered, "The flames are gone, really? That's right, Hero Chao has killed the evil immortal Mingyue. Immeasurable merit. The immortal sect's flames couldn't burn Hero Chao to death." Chao Mu looked at the flying dagger stuck in the stone wall, then glanced at his severed arm on the ground. A thought flashed through his mind. "That's right, it was this flying dagger that cut off my arm, which was contaminated with the profound fire. The flames lost their fuel, so of course they couldn't continue burning. The person who struck wasn't trying to harm me but to save me, but why didn't they save me sooner? Now I'm in this state, I might as well have died. My hair is burnt, my clothes are gone, and while my iron crotch qigong won't burn, I can't even maintain my dignity now. Does anyone have a pair of pants I can borrow?" Hearing this, everyone simultaneously took off their pants, scrambling to offer them, saying in unison, "No problem, Constable Chao, wear my pants. Hero Chao, you killed the evil immortal, truly a hero. Here's mine, if you don't mind. I can even give you my Chao family's ancestral underwear. Keep that for yourself, I don't need it. The Xuanchen sect will definitely not let this go. Everyone leave quickly so you don't get implicated." Someone in the crowd asked worriedly, "But Hero Chao, you're so badly injured, why don't you come with us?" Chao Mu confidently replied, "No need, I have my own way to escape. After all, even immortals are no match for me." That person helplessly said, "All right, Sir Chao, please take care." After the crowd dispersed, Chao Mu quietly looked at the distant forest. "All right, everyone's gone. Senior expert in the forest, aren't you coming out yet? I will certainly repay this life-saving kindness as an unending spring." Xu Xing and the Emperor were observing all this. Xu Xing tilted his head in confusion and asked, "Your Majesty, you ordered me to save his life, but he doesn't seem happy at all." The Emperor sighed lightly. "Indeed unfathomable. These two Chao brothers have truly peculiar personalities, but I never expected him to actually dare to fight an immortal for the Wuchang demon case, even at the cost of his own life. Even a mere martial artist understands the importance of upholding justice in the world. Yet I, as Emperor, dare not defy the laws of heaven. If even I don't dare to take responsibility, how can I be worthy of being the son of heaven?" Xu Xing knelt and bowed his head, saying, "Your subject deserves to die 10,000 times, but your Majesty possesses profound foresight. Your position is different from mine, so naturally you cannot act as rashly as he does. In truth, your subject knows that your Majesty has always cared for the world, but the immortal forces are too powerful, which is why you have had to endure such humiliation. What's there to say about enduring humiliation? On the contrary, I would rather be as decisive as he is, avenging wrongs and repaying kindness. Enough, go quickly and take him away. Don't let the Xuanchen sect catch him. I do not wish to see a righteous man suffer such a fate like him." But just then a gust of wind suddenly swept past. Xu Xing immediately turned to look, his expression grave. Then it darkened again. It's too late. In a distant and quiet place, two men were playing chess, and one of them softly said, "Mingyue is dead, and the corrosive bone-profound fire talisman was also used. She actually died at the hands of a mere mortal. Talented but shallow, yet always eager for favor. She deserved this calamity. It's only a pity that her death has lowered the prestige of our Xuanchen sect." The person opposite replied, "This year, senior brother Chiang was responsible for guarding the Xuanchen temple, but he went off to play. It seems this matter will fall to you and me. Indeed, after all, the Xuanchen temple is also a Taoist temple that receives offerings of incense. If that martial artist is not dealt with, the incense offerings will surely quickly dwindle. By then we will be severely punished." Just then a flash of light passed and both men froze. "It seems we don't need to act now. Let's continue our game." That's right, a corrosive bone profound fire talisman was activated. She must have sensed it. In midair, a woman with an arrogant demeanor flew in on a sword. She was Wu Qingxin, the saintess of the Xuanchen sect. She looked down at Chao Mu, her eyes cold as she asked, "Who are you?" Chao Mu was a little surprised, thinking to himself, "Who is this woman?" My martial sage's insight art sensed her presence. But it should only happen with Wuji Society members, so why would it sense an immortal cultivator? Chao Mu replied in a calm tone, "A person who seeks reason and discerns right from wrong. May I ask who you are, young lady?" Wu Qingxin bothered no more with him, simply dropping a cold indifferent statement. Then she cruelly extended a finger and a flame burst from its tip, saying, "When immortal sex act, even a mistake becomes a right." With a gentle wave, a scorching red light flew down, engulfing Chao Mu. Chao Mu screamed in agony within the flames. But unlike last time, this time his eyes lit up with excitement. "This profound fire is 10 times stronger than Mingyu's. It seems you are the saintess Mingyue spoke of. Very well. Today is the 15th, a good day for burning incense and worshipping gods. I hope this mortal's incense offering is acceptable to you, immortal." Wu Qingxin's expression remained unchanged by Chao Mu's provocative words. But another thought flashed through her mind. He has the aura of the martial sage's insight art. Has the Wuji Society fallen so far as to send a 6th-grade martial artist to cause trouble? Mingyu's death is not regrettable, but she was my subordinate. At this moment I cannot lose my dignity. Just then, Wu Qingxin's gaze swept towards the nearby forest, and with a stir in her heart she noticed 2 auras hiding in the forest, but now they had vanished. She sped off again, thinking to herself, "Never mind, let them go. Now is not the time to be entangled in minor details." In a nearby forest, Chao Mu had revived, accompanied by the Wuchang cat. It secretly muttered to itself, "This time I've really hit the jackpot. This person can revive multiple times. This rich death energy is simply this cat's dream. Ha ha ha, I'm overjoyed." At the same time, Chao Mu looked at the system panel and reminded without turning his head, "Hey buddy, don't just focus on eating my death energy, at least help out during a fight." The Wuchang cat meowed, thinking to itself, "This cat isn't good at fighting, but acting cute and spoiled is my forte. Let that foolish human do the fighting. This cat only needs to eat death energy." Chao Mu looked at the cat and sighed. But when he saw the system panel display, a brilliant smile appeared on his face, and he thought to himself, "But this death was worth it. The rewards are good." The system notification read, "Death assessment. Mortal disrespects gods, neither bowing to heaven nor earth. This death rewarded 56 skill points. Current skill points balance 56. Revivals within 7 days 3-5. Current skills: Longevity, Fist, Vigor, Refining, Grand Accomplishment 100, Martial Sage's Insight Art Proficient 100, Heavenly Demonic Disintegration Technique Proficient 100, Layered Wave Force First Layer 1, Myriad Flesh Transformation Entry Level 100, Iron Crotch Qigong Grand Accomplishment 100. Other rewards: Qi and Blood Growth 100. The Qi C in my Dantian has expanded again. I am now a 4th-grade martial artist, and one more step will bring me to the spirit refining realm. Currently I have 2 auxiliary spirit refining cultivation methods, Longevity, Fist, Vigor Refining, and Pure Yang Limitless Art, but both are incomplete. Although Martial Sage's Insight Art is a spirit refining secret art for lower-grade martial artists, it still pales in comparison to true spirit refining martial arts. The Xuanchen sect saintess, the Martial Sage's Insight Art can sense her. There can only be one reason. She is connected to the Wuji Society. If I investigate further, can I obtain information about the lower scroll of the Longevity Fist Spirit Refining chapter? As soon as he thought of this, his eyes lit up, filled with determination to find clues. At the Xuanchen sect Saintess Lingquan's residence, inside Lingchen, Wu Qingxin was soaking in the clear spring water, enjoying the serene, immortal-like tranquility, but suddenly, she frowned slightly, opened her eyes, and her gaze sharply swept across her surroundings. Someone from the Wuji Society has infiltrated. In a small temple in a certain village, a portrait of Saintess Wu Qingxin hung high in the center, her demeanor arrogant yet also imbued with a trace of compassion and majesty. Villagers knelt on the ground, their prayers rising and falling in unison. Saintess, above the sacred fire burns brightly. Please bless Saint Village, dispel sickness and eliminate demons. The smoke from the incense slowly ascended, merging into the air, and then, as if drawn by an invisible force, quietly drifted directly towards the portrait. In a secret hot spring, Wu Qingxin was soaking and relaxing when she felt a faint energy enter her body, and her gaze stirred. She spread out her palm, carefully examining the faint spiritual energy. Her delicate brows slightly furrowed. The effect of remotely absorbing wish power was too poor. She thought to herself, "If I want to break through foundation establishment, I need more incense wish power. At this rate, the cultivation speed is simply too slow." Suddenly her eyes lit up, and she abruptly turned her head to look at a nearby rock. Something is secretly observing. Who is it? Is it someone from the Wuji Society? Behind the rock a black shadow remained motionless, merely staring coldly at her. Chao Mu hid behind the rock, covering a lowly maid's mouth. He hadn't expected the Xuanchen sect saintess to be in such an ordinary place. Seeing the martial slaves at the entrance, I'm now starting to doubt the true value of this saintess. The maid, her mouth covered by Chao Mu, was filled with terror, crying out in panic, "Ghost Lord, spare my life. I'm just a maid, forced into the sect by my father. There's a head and a debtor. If you want to kill, go find the saintess, don't harm me. I'm asking you, and you must answer truthfully, otherwise." The little girl was so scared she burst into tears, stammering, I'll tell everything." Chao Mu released her, resting his hands heavily on the ground, threatening, "Good, I believe you, but if you dare to lie or conceal anything, don't blame me for making you a ghost attendant." The little girl stammered, crying, "My father is the Haoyang prefect. As long as you don't harm me, I'll ask my father to arrange the best Buddhist ceremony for you." Chao Mu interrupted her, shouting loudly, "Stop with the nonsense. What is the background of your saintess?" The saintess was once a disciple of the martial sage named Wu Qingxin. She is also the martial sage's adopted daughter. Chao Mu muttered after hearing this. Martial sage, wasn't he the person most opposed to immortal sects? How could his adopted daughter also join the Xuanchen sect? The little girl gulped and tried hard to explain. "Ghost Lord, you don't know, 40 years ago the martial sage was defeated by an immortal. After that he resigned and founded the Wuji Society. Then he disappeared. To this day even the elders in our sect can't find him. Martial arts have also declined because of this. The martial arts aristocratic families that were once destroyed by the martial sage now have only scattered martial cultivators who can't find a way out. The entire Wuji Society is no longer a match for the immortal sects. It happened like this. About 10 years ago, our saintess joined the immortal sect. Although she cultivated martial arts, the saintess's aptitude in immortal arts was truly outstanding. Within 5 years of joining, she surpassed all her peers. Later, the elders chose her as the saintess, becoming a shining example for all martial artists in the world. At this point, the little girl's eyes lit up, filled with admiration. Since then, more and more martial cultivators have abandoned martial arts to join the immortal sect. Saintess is my idol. Although my father forced me, it is precisely because of the saintess that I broke through my prejudices and decided to join the immortal sect." Chao Mu heard this and thought silently, speechless. It is indeed a strategy to buy bones with gold. No wonder more and more martial artists are willing to become slaves of the immortal sect. But cultivating immortals is not that easy. Martial artists entering immortal sects are merely the lowest-ranking slaves, with no opportunity to access the core of immortal cultivation. But Wu Qingxin joined the Xuanchen sect more than 10 years ago, so the destruction of the Chao family should be unrelated to her. Therefore I definitely won't find any clues about the longevity fist from her. Chao Mu pointed at the maid, startling her. He pressed on, "How much do you know about the Wuji Society? Have you seen the saintess cultivate any martial arts techniques, or has she taught you anything?" My abilities are insufficient and I am not worthy of the saintess's instruction, but I must redouble my efforts to take good care of the spirit beasts and worry about the saintess's diet and daily life. If I don't eat, drink, or sleep, she will surely like me." Chao Mu yelled in shock. "How come the entire immortal sect is like a cult? Do they even brainwash people?" he asked seriously. "So what is Wu Qingxin's current realm?" The little girl laughed after hearing this, not noticing a talisman quietly flying behind her. She replied nonchalantly, "Our saintess is exceptionally talented. This secluded cultivation is almost going to break through Foundation establishment." As soon as she finished speaking, Chao Mu abruptly reached out and grabbed her wrist, pulling her to his side. Chao Mu forcefully threw her behind him, just dodging a massive explosion in front of them. As the smoke gradually cleared, a young girl's figure appeared in the ruins. Wu Qingxin walked out, red spiritual energy coalescing in her hand, and said sternly, "Loose-lipped." Chao Mu stared fixedly at her, shouting loudly, "If I hadn't been quick, you girl would have already turned to ashes." The maid cried out in terror, "Aren't you a ghost?" Chao Mu bothered no more with an answer, merely questioning, "Saintess of the Xuanchen sect, in your eyes are human lives like ants?" Hearing this, Wu Qingxin frowned slightly, her eyes filled with doubt, and she exclaimed, "It's you." Chao Mu thought to himself, "Do I have to explain again?" He raised his hand to cover his mouth, clearing his throat with effort, and said seriously, "I am Chao Zhang. Earlier today you burned my younger brother Chao Qifu to death. Our Chao family has been loyal to the country since ancient times, taking the rise and fall of the world as our own responsibility, unafraid of sacrifice. You killed my younger brother, so today I come to seek revenge from you." As soon as he finished speaking, a scorching flame burst from Wu Qingxin's hand, flying straight towards Chao Mu. He jumped away in alarm, shouting loudly, "Again, it was just a joke. I'm also a member of the Wuji Society, senior sister. Why so aggressive?" he thought to himself. "I can't die so quickly. I must extract more information first." Wu Qingxin held a burning talisman and said coldly, "Utterly foolish. No one is more foolish than you. You'll die at the martial sage's hands sooner or later anyway. I might as well help you end it now." Chao Mu was startled and quickly reached out to stop her, hurriedly asking, "Wait, senior sister, what do you mean by that? I haven't even met the martial sage. Why would he kill me? Is there something on me that shouldn't be?" "Ah, I know, it's the martial sage's inside art. Both senior sister and I have cultivated this technique, right?" Wu Qingxin didn't answer, merely lowered her head. Chao Mu immediately burst into laughter, showing off, "It seems I guessed correctly. Because the martial sage's inside art has a sensing ability. You thought I was sent by the martial sage to kill you, but in reality you betrayed the martial sage and joined the immortal sect to decipher this technique, right?" Wu Qingxin pursed her lips tightly, staring coldly at the ground without a word. She raised the sword in her hand and said coldly, "The Flying Fish Guard saved your brother's life today. Are you Emperor's men? Has the martial sage already intervened with the great Yan Emperor?" Chao Mu looked at the sword in shock, secretly surprised. "The Flying Fish Blade, that's from the Flying Fish Guards, so the expert who saved me this morning was from the Flying Fish Guards. But why would the Emperor save me? I have no connection to him at all. I even cursed him." Wu Qingxin coldly asked, "Where is the great Yan Emperor?" Chao Mu quickly replied, I'm telling you the truth, I have no idea about any emperor, do you believe me? She didn't hesitate, fiercely throwing the burning talisman at Chao Mu. Then you're of no value anymore. Seeing the talisman flying towards him, Chao Mu sneered and used Shadow Step to jump and evade. He thought to himself, what's wrong with this saintess? She immediately resorts to violence if a word is out of line. It seems I can't get any more information out of her. Time to retreat. But just then, the little maid suddenly rushed up from behind and struck Chao Mu's back with a palm. He was startled, turning around and shouting in surprise, You? The little girl's eyes welled up with tears, her lips trembling as she silently mouthed, I'm sorry. This palm pushed Chao Mu into the talisman's attack range. The talisman immediately clung to his chest, igniting a raging fire that instantly engulfed Chao Mu's entire body. Painful screams echoed in the air. The little maid was so scared that she immediately knelt before Wu Qingxin, continuously kowtowing and trembling as she pleaded, Saintess, spare my life, I promise I'll never talk too much again. I'll write to my father right now and ask him to build more Saintess temples to provide you with more incense offerings. Remember your place. If you speak out of turn again, this Saintess will make your Lu family perish. The little girl bowed her head deeply, softly assenting but clearly. Yes. A moment later, in a quiet room of the Xuanchen sect, Wu Qingxin stood before a glowing jade pendant, calmly reporting, Venerable Elder, the Haiyang Prefect's office may have flying fish guards and you have direct contact with the great Yan Emperor. A majestic voice came from the jade pendant. The Saintess only needs to focus on cultivation and enter the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. Other matters will be handled by the sect. The Xuanchen sect had been searching for the great Yan Emperor for a long time. This information would certainly be a great achievement. If presented, it might yield spiritual elixirs or medicinal wines helpful for cultivation. One must quickly improve their cultivation. One day I too will join the ranks of the Xuanchen sect immortals, becoming a Xuanchen immortal of great virtue and achievement, worshipped by the world. In front of a small tea house, a storyteller was telling a tale. Do you all know that man named Chao Qifu was consumed by strange flames, but before his death he still raised his head and shouted, This mortal's incense offerings even immortals cannot bear. A burst of cheers erupted from the crowd. Good, this Chao Qifu is indeed a hero of the mortal realm. Chao Mu wore an expression of enjoyment. Ah, this is comfortable, drinking tea and listening to others praise me. This feeling is truly wonderful. But then he frowned, feeling a faint ache in his arm, seemingly a remnant from his last death. He sighed, muttering to himself, being burned to death, it really hurts, and twice, died utterly destitute. The system panel appeared before Chao Mu. Death assessment, low-grade incense offering, death by suffocation, skill points awarded 10 points, current skill point balance 46 points, remaining lifespan 55. Revivals within 7 days 25. Current skills, longevity, fist vigor, refining, grand accomplishment 100, martial sages, insight, art proficient 100, shadow blade technique entry level 100. Other rewards, chi and blood growth. Chao Mu looked at the system panel, angrily slammed the table and roared, although I want to die, I absolutely cannot die so meaninglessly. Wu Qingxin, next time we meet I will definitely send you on your way. But thinking carefully, Wu Qingxin was originally a disciple of the martial sage, yet she openly joined the Immortal sect. It's highly possible that the martial sage planted her as an undercover agent in the Immortal sect, but she took the opportunity to try and break free from the martial sage's control. So what's so strange about this martial sage's inside art? Without the sensing ability, I wouldn't have known that even the Haiyang Prefecture's office hides so many Wuji Society members. Moonlight spilled over the Qingming mountain range where the Xuanchen sect resided. In a grand hall, the elders of the Xuanchen sect were discussing important matters. Venerable Elder spoke, Wu Qingxin has sent word that the great Yan Emperor has appeared in Haiyang Prefecture. Hearing this, Elder Tianqing slammed the table. He finally appeared. Our plan is half successful. Taoist Chiang nodded slightly, then continued. According to the agreement, in half a month, Emperor Yang will disguise himself as an ordinary pilgrim and come to the top of Qingmeng Mountain. He will kowtow to the immortal statue of the Xuanchen sect, but he has been hiding and evading for the past month and even I couldn't contact him. Could he be going back on his word? Venerable Elder stroked his white beard, disapprovingly masking his movements. The sect leader had personally taken the Tianwu mirror to Zhangzhou to block the eyes of the other 8 great immortal sects, yet today he dared to let the flying fish guards rescue Immortal, daring to intrude into the Xuanchen temple. Elder Tianqing suddenly stood up, angrily saying, does he truly believe he can weigh the pros and cons, placing Great Yan in the hands of the immortal sects and surviving to this day? He doesn't know that 40 years ago, the 9 great immortal sects had already annihilated all of Great Yan's elites. If we wished to change the dynasty, it would only take a wave of our hand. Taoist Chiang then appeared, saying, Elder Tianqing is right, but ancient texts state that the mandate of heaven for emperors is determined by heaven. Without immortal destiny, one cannot achieve longevity. We cultivators are extremely wary of imperial luck and avoid it if possible. Venerable Elder coldly smiled. Avoidance is true, but it is also true that one does not necessarily have to sit on the throne. We cultivators need all the resources of the human world, including incense and wish power. What's the use of being a mortal emperor? At most he's just the king of a monkey colony. We should be the puppet masters controlling the Monkey King. It doesn't matter. In half a month he will kneel whether he wants to or not. At that time, our Xuanchen sect will be the first immortal sect to be kowtowed to by the Son of Heaven of Great Yan. Then we will stand tall among the 9 great immortal sects entering an unprecedented era of prosperity. Now is not the time to cause trouble. Occasionally we should let the emperor relax to show our immortal sect's magnanimity. Taoist Chiang suddenly tentatively asked, "Does martial uncle mean that the main purpose of establishing Wu Qingxin as the saintess was to use her as bait to lure the martial sage out and eliminate him? But after many years the martial sage has still not taken the bait. So what's the use of keeping her?" The next morning, Chu Xing appeared behind the emperor, cupping his fists and bowing his head, reporting, "Your Majesty, your humble servant has investigated and found that this man named Chao Qifu has no relation to the Chao family of Hayang, which was annihilated by the martial sage. Furthermore, there are rumors in Yan City that the Chao family father and son are righteous individuals, possessing the style of ancient knights, taking it as their family motto to die on the path of righteousness. Among their family's martial arts there is a unique skill called Heavenly Demonic Disintegration Technique. A family art is Heavenly Demonic Disintegration? Isn't this family afraid of being childless?" Chu Xing replied. "This your humble servant is also unsure." Suddenly a red light flashed across the sky like a lightning bolt, piercing the tranquil night. Chu Xing immediately looked up, his face tensing, and he shouted vigilantly, "Your Majesty, an extraordinary person has arrived." Immediately after, a person descended from the sky, landing lightly before the two, their eyes filled with wariness. Xuanchen sect's Chiang pays respects to the great Yan emperor. The emperor stepped forward a few paces, a smile on his face, but unable to hide his worry, he asked, "Shanshan sect immortal, what brings you here?" He thought to himself, "I've been so careful in my disguise and delayed my journey to the Qingming mountain range. Why was my whereabouts exposed so quickly? Of course I've come to urge the emperor to depart. According to the plan, it takes about half a month from Hayang to the Qingming mountain range. You should be setting off soon, right? By the way, yesterday a mortal martial artist dared to intrude into the Xuanchen temple. I heard that the emperor and the flying fish guards around him seemed to have intervened." Hearing this, the emperor's face immediately changed and he couldn't speak. Chu Xing, standing beside him, was also astonished, thinking to himself, "When His Majesty saved someone yesterday he only used an ordinary flying dagger, without any characteristics of the flying fish guards. How did they discover it? This is bad. Wu Qingxin is a disciple of the martial sage and deeply understands various martial arts in the world. She must have recognized His Majesty's flying dagger technique. That's the flying star hand, the signature move of the flying fish guards." The emperor glanced at Chu Xing, seeing his subordinate's tense expression, and became even more convinced that his plan had a flaw. He secretly resented, "Chu Xing and I have been so careful, yet we still left traces. This time the Xuanchen sect will definitely use this to pressure us as a warning." His face turned to one of worry, but he spoke with feigned panic. "Immortal, please calm your anger. Yesterday was—" the emperor was about to explain when Chiang interrupted. "Yesterday's matter was due to the saintess's improper handling, but our Xuanchen sect has always upheld righteousness, acting openly and honestly, and will certainly handle it appropriately." The Xuanchen sect decided to abolish Wu Qingxin's saintess title and expel her from Hayang City. Hearing this, the emperor's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Strange, why is the Xuanchen sect so agreeable? Suddenly putting on a show of fairness, they must be hiding something. "Since the matter is settled, please depart as soon as possible. We will meet in half a month on Qingming Mountain." With that, he transformed into a red light and shot into the sky, in a small alley. The person Chao Mu saved and brought back to Yan City was now performing Qinggong, rapidly moving across rooftops, but suddenly he stopped, tightly gripped his sword hilt and turned around, shouting, "You've been following me for so long, what are you still hiding for? Come out!" A person walked out, each step slow and leisurely. "Don't worry, I mean no harm. My name is Chao Zhang and I heard you are the most well-informed person in Hayang City, so I've come specifically to inquire about some matters." He excitedly rushed forward, tightly grasped Chao Mu's hand and shouted enthusiastically, "Chao Zhang, are you from the Chao family? It must be. You look exactly like the heroes of the Chao family." Chao Mu blandly hummed, replying, I am indeed from the Chao family, but you are." Zhang Chen excitedly introduced himself. "I am Zhang Chen. Previously in Yan City I was publicly humiliated by Guo Yan's son. Thanks to the heroes of the Chao family for their assistance I was able to escape. From then on I have always been grateful to them." Chao Mu sighed inwardly. "Ah, so it was you. If you hadn't said anything I really wouldn't have remembered." Zhang Chen thumped his chest proudly, saying, "From that day on I've been spreading the heroic deeds of the Chao family everywhere. I want to incite everyone to rise up and resist the corrupt court and those hypocrites." Hearing this, Chao Mu scratched his head and curiously asked, "Aren't you afraid of offending the authorities and the immortal sects?" "That's not a concern, it's not that easy for them to catch me. Besides, you've been following me for so long you must have noticed that I'm not an ordinary person." Chao Mu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you carry a sword and your movements are extremely agile. You're clearly not an ordinary storyteller." "That's right, actually, I'm from the Listening Tide Tower." Hearing this, the two looked at each other. Then Chao Mu reached out and picked his nose, asking confusedly, "What is the Listening Tide Tower?" Zhang Chen sighed in disappointment. "I can't believe you don't know. When the martial sage purged the old martial arts world, the Listening Tide Tower survived. Our tower master is known throughout the martial world as the 100 Scholars. He has many eyes and ears, specializing in collecting intelligence from all corners of the Jianghu. The weapon rankings and hero rankings circulating in the Jianghu are all created by him personally." Chao Mu continued to pick his nose and asked, "Oh, so you're in intelligence then?" Zhang Chen immediately broke into a cold sweat, sighing inwardly. Oh my god, why is his reaction so indifferent? But he stammered. Something like that. It's all thanks to those idle fellows in the tower. They create all sorts of strange rankings like the Jianghu Beauty List, the annual worst underwear collection, the Jiangnan Brothel Guide. These things have completely ruined the reputation of the Listening Tide Tower. So it's understandable that you, a newcomer, don't know our reputation. Hearing this, Chao Mu seriously took out a small notebook and pen and began to carefully record. Could you elaborate on those lists you just mentioned? Zhang Chen was dumbfounded, roaring inwardly, oh my god, he's actually interested in these random things. I'm only responsible for disseminating important information about the Jianghu. I'm not very familiar with those strange lists. However, there's a crucial piece of news recently. The Wuji Society is recruiting those who have cultivated the martial sage's insight art to participate in their assassination mission. Whoever achieves great merit will be taught the martial sage's advanced cultivation techniques. Hearing this, Chao Mu looked up and curiously asked, who is the target of this assassination mission? Zhang Chen slowly said, it's the Saintess Wu Qingxin who betrayed the martial sage back then. She once joined the Xuanchen sect, but now she's being hunted by many people. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Mu said no more. He turned and sped away, leaving only one sentence. Thanks, brother, I'll treat you to tea another day, as he ran. Chao Mu thought to himself, Henry, so many Wuji Society members have recently arrived in Qingyang Prefecture, all targeting Wu Qingxin. If I can participate in this chase, maybe I'll have a chance to get the second half of the longevity fist and even infiltrate the Wuji Society. Wu Qingxin's blood is mine for the taking. Outside Yunsheng Tower, the sun shone brightly. Chao Mu sat alone, sipping tea. Not far away, 3 other people each occupied a table, ignoring each other. He looked around and thought, how strange, why are there so few people? With so few, they want to deal with Wu Qingxin. Isn't that just seeking death? Suddenly, a man walked to his table and asked with a smile, little brother, you don't look like a Wuji Society member. Are you also here for the superior cultivation method just like me? Chao Mu glanced at him, a slight smile on his lips, and replied, brother, what should I call you? Is there something I can help you with? The man laughed heartily. Just call me Old Hu. Seeing that the emissary hasn't arrived yet, I just wanted to find someone to chat with to pass the time. Old Hu sat down unceremoniously, looking at Chao Mu with a friendly expression. Little brother, you're so young and already reached 4th grade. I presume you practice a superior internal cultivation method? To be honest, the cultivation method I practice is also a superior one from the Wuji Society. Although it's only half a scroll, it's indeed very valuable. Besides, I have a unique secret manual. If you're interested, we can exchange knowledge. Chao Mu picked up his teacup, smiled faintly, and replied, all right, but it's only half a scroll. It seems I'll have to deal more with the Wuji Society in the future. He then secretly calculated. Another half scroll. It seems the Wuji Society holds all the second halves of the secret manuals, forcing martial artists to work for them if they want to advance further in martial arts. Old Hu pointed to the sky and laughed heartily. Half a scroll is already excellent. In the past, those superior cultivation methods were all in the hands of the major martial arts sects. Those with poor aptitude or no backing could never hope to get them. But now it's different. You can get them just by completing a mission. To be honest, this half scroll is enough for a lifetime of dedicated practice. Chao Mu suddenly stood up, turned towards the door and asked loudly, we've been sitting here for half an hour. Why hasn't the most important emissary shown up yet? Are they afraid, not daring to pursue Wu Qingxin? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure nearby let out a cold snort, his tone full of mockery. This kid truly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to disrespect the emissary? Our emissary has a well-thought-out plan to deal with Wu Qingxin. It's not your place to speak so much. How ridiculous! Another man stroked his beard, looking at Chao Mu warily. Kid, do you know what you're saying? Wu Qingxin is not only the saintess of the Immortal sect, but also a disciple of the martial sage. She is proficient in various Li Huo talismans, and yesterday she burned a high-grade Chao family martial artist to death with just one move. Do you know how powerful the Chao family is? Even cursing the emperor, no one dared to touch them. Hearing this, Chao Mu chuckled inwardly, but outwardly still feigned surprise, exclaiming loudly, oh, is she that powerful? At this moment, a person wearing a straw hat spoke. If you are all afraid, you can leave. Anyway, the martial sage's cultivation methods are only passed on to those who make the greatest contributions. One less opponent, and our chances are greater. These provocative words made the atmosphere tense. The bearded man, the one who mocked Chao Mu, Old Hu, and Chao Mu all showed wary and calculating expressions. Chao Mu gently placed his teacup on the table, but before he could retract his hand, a sword-wielding youth had already rushed forward, stabbing Old Hu. At the same time, the bearded man also slammed his palm onto the table in front of him, shattering it, and charged directly at Chao Mu, his fist aimed at Chao Mu's chest, forcing him to quickly retreat a few steps. But just as the fist was about to make contact, a counterforce suddenly appeared, blocking the punch. The bearded man's eyes widened as he looked at Chao Mu, thinking, iron cloth shirt, this kid is not simple either. The bearded man clasped his hands behind his back, his arm muscles bulging, veins throbbing, full of power. All right, let me experience the power of your iron arm divine palm, and see if your kung fu can withstand my iron palm. With that, he laughed heartily, then fiercely punched Chao Mu's chest. Chao Mu calmly raised his hand to block, feeling the force of each punch and quickly assessed in his mind. His strength is indeed very strong and fierce, but at most it's only 5 or 6/10 of mine. Defeating him won't be difficult. Chao Mu's gaze turned to the person in the straw hat in the distance. He exuded a heavy and dignified aura, clearly a true powerhouse. The guy is indeed tricky. The fact that no one dares to move against him speaks for itself. Since that's the case, I must feign weakness. Just as the bearded man threw his next punch, Chao Mu dodged sideways, then suddenly ran swiftly towards the black-clad man. Unable to stop in time, the bearded man crashed directly into the wall, creating a large hole. Chao Mu gripped his long spear tightly, the spear tip pointing directly at the straw-hatted man's back, but in an instant his sword-drawing speed was astonishingly fast. With just one move his sword broke and a wound appeared on Chao Mu's face. Blood was still dripping, but he merely curved his lips slightly and asked calmly, "You could have killed me directly, but you held back. Were you just testing our strength? Am I right, Emissary Jing Zan?" The black-clad man paused slightly, a little surprised. Old Hu and the sword-wielding youth immediately stopped. While the bearded man's eyes widened, looking at Chao Mu in astonishment, the person in the straw hat said in a deep voice, "How did you recognize me?" Chao Mu replied, "It's not difficult to recognize, although there are many here who cultivate the martial sage's inside art. The aura you exude far surpasses ours, most importantly. The emissary Jing Zan token you were wearing accidentally showed during our exchange just now." He was startled, thinking to himself, "So that move just now was to expose me and I didn't even realize it. Little brother's skill is indeed extraordinary. May I ask your name?" Chao Mu cupped his fists and introduced himself with a smile. "My name is Chao Zhang," but he secretly muttered, "I'll use this name for now." Hearing the surname Chao, Old Hu's eyes immediately widened and he blurted out, "Chao, are you the hero Chao who has recently become famous throughout the land?" Chao Mu held his chest, feigning a pained expression, and calmly replied, "That's right, the person who was burned to death yesterday was indeed my elder brother." Upon hearing this, Emissary Jing Zan also cupped his fists and said, "So that's it, little brother is here to avenge his elder brother. However, this operation is no small matter. Those with insufficient strength who participate will only die in vain. But fortunately, everyone present has reached 4th grade. I believe everyone will be able to eliminate the traitor Wu Qingxin and receive their deserved rewards. Emissary, there's no need to be polite. We will certainly give our utmost." "Excellent, the horses are ready. Without further ado, let us depart immediately." Chao Mu asked curiously, "Tell me, where is Wu Qingxin now? I can't sense her aura. She seems to have left Haiyang City." Emissary Jing Zan remained composed, speaking with certainty. "Don't worry, Lone Soul Hand Shu Chang and several other 4th grade martial artists have already gone ahead and found Wu Qingxin's location." Old Hu immediately interjected, "Shu Chang, I know him. He's a renowned expert. For many years he has specialized in hard qigong, fighting desperately, and is considered a top-tier 4th grade martial artist." Emissary Jing Zan continued, "That's right, although inner energy is limited in 4th grade. Shu Chang has already mastered the martial sage's inside art. The martial sage once said that this secret art is the benchmark for a martial artist's ability to enter the spirit refining path." Chao Mu exclaimed, "So that's it, he is indeed a remarkable expert." But just then a scene in the distance stunned everyone. A corpse impaled on a wooden stake was burning fiercely in the wilderness. Everyone galloped wildly. Emissary Jing Zan immediately recognized it and blurted out, "That's Shu Chang." Old Hu gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment, burned alive after being impaled on a wooden stake. "This demoness Wu Qingxin is indeed vicious and inhumane," Chao Mu calmly said. "She deliberately slowed the burning speed, intending for us to see this scene and be intimidated." Old Hu heard this and asked in surprise, "Brother Chao, how did you figure that out?" Chao Mu scratched his head, stammering, "We Chao family members have a pretty good understanding of these things." But he thought to himself, "I've been burned alive twice. Don't I have enough experience?" Emissary Jing Zan suddenly reined in his horse, pointed towards the dense forest and shouted, "I've just sensed a new aura. There's a village in that forest. Wu Qingxin is there. Chase her immediately." Everyone didn't hesitate, immediately spurred their horses, following Emissary Jing Zan directly into the forest ahead. That night, Saintess Village, small room. Wu Qingxin stood quietly before her idol. In her hand she held a sound-transmitting jade pendant from which a serious voice emerged. "The great Tao has 50, heaven derives 49, man escapes 1. Wu Qingxin, although you made a mistake, were expelled from the sect and lost your saintess title. All hardships are merely trials. As long as you can return to the Xuanchen sect main altar on Qingmeng Mountain, you will still be accepted as a disciple by the sect." Hearing this, Wu Qingxin couldn't help but sneer, immediately throwing the jade pendant aside, her heart filled with bitterness, secretly thinking more of those hypocritical words. "You clearly know that as soon as I leave Xuanchen Temple I'll be hunted by the Wuji Society, yet you took my magical artifacts and told me to go to Qingming Mountain. You simply want me to die on the way." Just then a ragged child ran in from outside the door, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Saintess, are you truly the saintess? My mother said you saved all of us. You are the best immortal." Looking at the child's frail and dirty appearance, a thought flashed through Wu Qingxin's mind. Did the prefect send these refugees to Saintess Village to provide me with incense and wish power? Just then an elderly woman walked in, bowed slightly and said, "Saintess, please forgive this child for offending you." The child refused to leave, pointing at the idol and happily shouting, "Aunt Lin, look, the Saintess has stepped out of the painting." The woman quickly pulled the child's hand and gently scolded, "Go home and find your mother. It's late at night, don't run around." The child bowed his head and obediently left. At this moment, Wu Qingxin slowly turned around and asked the woman, "Did you bring this child into the village?" The woman nodded and mused. "This village used to be home to refugees from natural disasters. I saw they were ill-clothed and starving, so I brought them all here. Later the city's prefect also sent silver and manpower and the village gradually stabilized." The years have passed. Is the saintess well? Wu Qingxin was expressionless, coldly replying, "Yes, thank you for your concern, mother." The woman was startled, waving her hands repeatedly. "Saintess, you jest. How dare a commoner like me claim to be an immortal's mother? I only had 2 daughters, but many years ago they—" Wu Qingxin interrupted her coldly. "They died." The woman was stunned, stammering, "How could this be? He clearly promised me." Wu Qingren never regarded the laws of the human world. Breaking martial arts rules was commonplace for him. How could he care about a single life? Back then, he slaughtered various sects for secret manuals and eventually came to the Lin family. "Mother, to protect your family, you handed me, a child with martial arts talent, to him in exchange for your family's safety. But in the end, the Lin family was still wiped out. He adopted me, but only to turn me into nourishment for his martial arts." "What do you mean by that?" "He clearly promised me." Wu Qingxin smiled faintly. "I joined the immortal sect Cultivated, only to escape his control. But what now? The sect has also abandoned me, disregarding my life or death. Even so, from beginning to end, I have never blamed Mother once. 10 years ago, Mother founded Saintess Village to help me cultivate, but I used every method and still couldn't break through. Now, pursued by the Wuji Society, my life is in peril. I came here only to see Mother one last time. Saintess, merely a useless weed, a person of meager fate." After hearing her words, the woman did not respond, nor did she show any emotion. Her eyes were downcast, not knowing what she was thinking. After Wu Qingxin finished speaking, she turned to leave. Before stepping out the door, she left only one cold sentence: "Mother, please take care from now on." The woman still stood there gazing at her retreating back, yet said nothing, as if hesitating. Suddenly she shouted, "Saintess, may this commoner boldly ask for your blessing." Outside Saintess Village, Chao Mu and his group had arrived. Standing at the edge of the village, everyone looked at the vague and eerie scene before them. The bearded man spoke. "This ghost village looks spine-chilling. Should we just rush in or—" Emissary Jing Zan remained composed, replying, "No hurry, let's observe carefully first." "Wait, someone's coming. Could it be Wu Qingxin's reinforcements?" "No, just villagers. Don't panic." The child from earlier ran over joyfully, shouting happily, "Uncles, are you also here to find the saintess?" Old Hu chuckled and stepped forward, appearing friendly. "Heh, that's right, little one. Can you take us to find her?" But as he approached, the child, still smiling innocently, suddenly raised a Lihuo talisman in his hand. The talisman began to burn, flames spreading over the child's entire body, but the child showed no sign of pain, instead smiling as he rushed towards them. "No, you are bad people." This sudden scene stunned Old Hu, leaving him frozen. Chao Mu reacted quickly, pulling Old Hu away to avoid the flames, but the poor child was completely engulfed by fire. While saving Old Hu, Chao Mu accidentally got some flames on his hand. Old Hu, having just recovered, shouted, "Don't move, stand still." Old Hu chopped with his saber and the scorched skin was immediately removed. To completely remove the corrosive fire from his hand, Chao Mu looked at his perfectly intact hands with only a few scratches remaining and let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Amazing, with one swing of your saber, even the corrosive fire was cleared. Teach me that move." Old Hu replied with a laugh, "Haha, it's just a small trick. I only cut off the surface skin that caught fire. There's nothing complicated about it. But no more jokes. That demoness must know we're here, which is why she set up such an ambush. To even use children, she's truly shameless." Everyone turned to look at the village. And those villagers were now holding Lihuo talismans in their hands, their eyes vacant and fanatical, endlessly repeating the same phrase. "Protect the saintess, die without regret. Protect the saintess, die without regret." Among them, Wu Qingxin's mother also appeared, shouting, "The sacred fire is efficacious. Burn my decaying body. Protect the saintess, die without regret." As soon as she finished speaking, the talisman in her hand burst into flames, which immediately engulfed her body and those of the other villagers. None of them screamed or showed pain. Instead, they all charged towards Chao Mu and his group, still endlessly repeating, "Die without regret." Seeing this terrifying sight, one person in the group screamed in horror, "That's corrosive bone, profound fire. Retreat quickly. Don't let the fire touch you, damn it. This demoness actually dared to use such despicable tricks." Suddenly, Old Hu, instead of retreating, charged forward. A saber in his hand gleamed with a cold light, and his powerful slashes sent villagers falling one after another. Chao Mu, standing behind, couldn't help but praise, "Amazing, even the corrosive bone, profound fire. Old Hu can avoid it. How did you do it?" The swordsman in green next to Chao Mu began to explain. "Old Hu's saber technique is extraordinary. He is a descendant of the former Saber Dao leader." Hearing this, Chao Mu asked with even more curiosity, "Who is the Saber Dao leader?" Around the time of the battle between the Immortals and the Martial Sage ranked 11th on the 100 Scholars Martial World Hero list, but above the Martial Sage at 10th was a saber expert surnamed Hu. Oh, even stronger than the Martial Sage back then. It seems I'll have to learn properly from Old Hu in the future. On the other side of the battlefield, Old Hu, while fighting, shouted, "Leave this place to me, everyone. That demoness must be hiding nearby. The rest is up to you all." On the battlefield, the frenzied villagers, engulfed in flames, still continuously shouted, "The sacred fire is efficacious. Burn my decaying body. Protect the saintess. Die without regret." Among them, Wu Qingxin's mother was no exception. Her eyes gradually blurred and the image of young Wu Qingxin appeared in her mind. Feeling death approaching, she showed no fear. Instead, a satisfied smile appeared on her tear-filled face. Before closing her eyes, she silently murmured, "Qingxin." In the shrine, Wu Qingxin still sat absorbing the wish power of the villagers who had died for her. Suddenly, she felt a familiar surge of wish power, and her whole body froze, trembling, muttering, Mother is dead, how could this be? Ha 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 ha, how can there be so much wish power? Why didn't you die sooner? So much wish power will definitely help me break through Foundation establishment. Just then, the shrine door was suddenly broken open. Chao Mu and his group rushed in and stood before her. I was right, you are indeed here, demoness, your time has come. The belligerent bearded man in the group immediately charged forward shouting, this credit is definitely mine. But Wu Qingxin didn't even look at him. She just gently raised her hand and the surrounding spiritual energy converged, forming a flaming sword chi. She coldly uttered 2 words, seeking death. As soon as she finished speaking, before the bearded man could even get close, he was directly pierced through the head by the sword chi and fell instantly. Seeing his teammate killed in an instant, emissary Jing Zan immediately ordered, shouting, the demoness is very powerful. Split into 3 groups and attack. Faced with the encirclement, Wu Qingxin remained calm. She cast a spell and 2 clones immediately materialized from the flames, each heading straight for a target. One clone rushed towards the swordsman, and the other rushed towards Chao Mu. Chao Mu was slightly startled, thinking to himself, wasn't this cloning technique destroyed in the village? Just as he was distracted, the clone had already rushed over, stabbing him with a sword. Chao Mu dodged the fatal blow and immediately counterattacked, piercing the clone's head with a spear. But surprisingly, the clone, instead of disappearing as expected after being stabbed, turned into raging flames that quickly spread towards Chao Mu. He realized in alarm, oh no, this isn't an ordinary clone but one formed by a Lihuo talisman. Although he realized it, he had no time to react and the flames had already engulfed his body. At the same time, emissary Jing Zan and the swordsman were also unfortunately attacked by the flames released by the other clones. Wu Qingxin burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, the sinful mortals have been consumed by the sacred fire, go to hell and suffer forever. As soon as she finished speaking, she broke through the rooftop and charged straight into the sky. Wu Qingxin arrogantly looked down, her tone filled with pride. This mortal world is full of suffering, the court is weak, taxes are heavy, and the people are living in misery. Only my Qing NV village is a true paradise. I grant those who suffer the chance to be reborn. Below, the villagers were completely entranced. They knelt on the ground holding burning Lihuo talismans, the flames consuming their bodies yet still ceaselessly chanting, Qing NV has manifested. Thank you Qing NV for guiding us to the land of ultimate bliss. The sacred fire is efficacious. Burn my decaying body. Take me to the land of ultimate bliss. Wu Qingxin looked down indifferently, without a hint of pity. Very good, continue. Just a little more and I will break through Foundation establishment. You mere ants, you think you can kill me? Where do you get the courage to oppose me? But just as she was feeling smug, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Die, demoness. It was Chao Mu, whom she thought had been burned to death, now fiercely activating the heavenly demonic disintegration technique. While below, a sword chi swept across someone's neck. Old Hu fighting roared, Tis, can you be quiet, so annoying. Just then, something suddenly flew past, startling Old Hu. He looked and saw Chao Mu fiercely battling Wu Qingxin. Old Hu couldn't help but exclaim, what a tenacious fellow. His body consumed by Lihuo, yet he still desperately fights that demoness. Truly admirable, Wu Qingxin screamed in terror. It's you again, you were clearly burned to death by me. Why are you not dead yet? Why won't you die? Chao Mu leapt, throwing his long spear directly at her, coldly saying, I can die, but you won't live either. Chao Mu continuously threw punches raining down on Wu Qingxin. Wu Qingxin gritted her teeth contemptuously, saying, the foolish rage of a dying person, this battle is truly meaningless. You think you can use your body to resist my spells? When you turn to ashes, I will still be the victor. But Chao Mu suddenly closed in, gripping her hand tightly, and revealed a sinister smile. You won't live that long. Just then, emissary Jing Zan and the others, who were thought to be dead, suddenly reappeared. Brother Chao will help you. We martial artists must fight to the end. Kill her and let the Lihuo go with her. Wu Qingxin, tightly gripped by Chao Mu, couldn't dodge, and the other 4 immediately charged at her, attacking with all their might. The fierce move seemed to shatter the air. A moment later, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and figures emerged, all heavily injured and lying on the ground. A man in green lay on the ground, his body charred, severe burns clearly visible. Old Hu and emissary Jing Zan were in similar states, their breaths weak as if their strength was completely exhausted. In front, Chao Mu still stood, but his body was also equally broken. It seems I am ultimately fated to be without the immortal path. Wu Qingxin was stabbed in the abdomen by Chao Mu's sword. Do you think killing me will make you live, you think? Chao Mu looked down, coldly replying, the corrosive bone profound fire is undying. Everyone here knows that, but killing you is because you've committed too many sins. As he spoke, Wu Qingxin quietly pulled out a talisman, attempting to secretly heal her wounds. Ha 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 ha, I've committed many evils. What about you all? A bunch of foolish people greedy for the martial sage's inside art, yet unaware you're heading towards death. Don't you find it strange? Why do those who cultivate the martial sage's inside art sense each other? Why can everyone in the martial world cultivate it? Because this was originally a special secret art created by the martial sage. What is its true purpose? It's for hunting down high-grade martial artists. You fools are merely pawns on his chessboard. 40 years ago, in the battle between immortals and the martial sage that shook the 9 provinces, The martial sage swept across the 9 provinces, gathering 3,000 of the most outstanding martial arts geniuses. These people were not only disciples but also adopted sons. The martial sage generously imparted the most essential cultivation methods and the profoundest martial arts, including the martial sage's insight art. But the cruel truth is, all who cultivated this technique eventually became sources of cultivation for the martial sage. He killed them one by one, absorbing their cultivation to strengthen his own power. Among the 3,000 disciples, how many do you think survived? The answer is none. No matter where they ran to the ends of the earth, the martial sage could rely on his special insight to hunt them down completely. In this world, from the Jianghu to the court, from mortals to immortal sects, there is no place for you or me to hide. Before she could finish, Chao Mu suddenly plunged the sword another inch deeper and blood gushed out. Chao Mu's eyes were as cold as frost. His voice low and sinister. "Keep talking, I'm listening." Wu Qingxin was furious, roaring, "Don't you understand? We are merely stepping stones on the martial sage's martial path. What I am today, you will be tomorrow. Let me go, I will definitely find a way to resolve this calamity, to free us from the shadow of death." Her cold and desperate confession shocked old Hu and his group. After hearing all this, Chao Mu was not moved in the slightest. Without waiting for Wu Qingxin to say another word, he cruelly swung his sword, ending her life. Wu Qingxin's eyes widened. Looking at Chao Mu in shock, she fell, her trembling hand reaching out to him, reluctantly asking, "Why?" Chao Mu's lips curved upwards and he calmly uttered a single sentence, "Dead is dead. Anyone who can kill me will only make me stronger." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Qingxin's eyes glazed over and she was completely dead. At this moment, the villagers rushed over. "The saintess, is she dead? Impossible, impossible, she's not dead. The saintess has ascended, haha. The saintess has become an immortal. From now on this will no longer be Saintess Village, but Immortal Maiden Village, ha 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 ha." Chao Mu muttered to himself, "Li Huo is hard to extinguish, but human hearts are even harder to fathom." Then Chao Mu walked towards old Hu and the other two and asked in a low voice, "How is everyone doing?" The man in green struggled to his feet, his face filled with exhaustion, and replied, panting, "I almost couldn't hold on." Thankfully, Wu Qingxin's Li Huo was also greatly weakened. Old Hu is too severely injured, his strength is completely exhausted, he can't help us anymore. Everyone, try to circulate your energy and see how long you can last, then find a way to extinguish the flames. Alright, we'll listen to the emissary. Not long after, several people sat together in silence. Chao Mu quietly told himself, "You all keep trying, I'm already halfway into the coffin just waiting for it to end this time. After killing the saintess, the assessment definitely won't be bad." Old Hu finally spoke up. "Brother Chao, this time you slew the saintess, truly a great feat. This old Hu can only admire you. You're a rare man indeed, especially your decisiveness. Unmoved by Wu Qingxin's charms and facing death without fear. Truly admirable. Old Hu, you flatter me. If not for you, we probably couldn't even have gotten past those frenzied villagers. By the way, you promised to teach me saber techniques, you haven't forgotten, have you?" Old Hu laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Haha, don't worry, I'll teach you once we enter the city." But before he finished speaking, a sword chi flew from somewhere, piercing directly through Old Hu's body. Everyone screamed in horror. Old Hu, that wasn't all. 4 Li Huo talismans descended from the sky. Chao Mu and his group had no time to dodge and were immediately engulfed in flames. HMPH, the corrosive bone profound fire is undying. You mere martial artists, how dare you dream of killing me, how ridiculous. A little basic immortal magic is enough to conceal my vital signs, even top martial artists wouldn't notice. Did you think a fatal wound could kill me? With just 1 talisman I can completely recover. This is immortal magic, something your martial arts can never compare to. You martial artists are only fit to kneel before immortals like me, even the martial sage is the same." As soon as she finished speaking, a deep sigh suddenly echoed in the space, just one sigh, yet it carried a terrifying pressure that seemed to freeze Wu Qingxin in place. Cold gaze appeared, staring intently at her, accompanied by a giant hand manipulating her. "Qingxin, I sent you to Xuanchen sect to cultivate for over 20 years, giving you time to perform, and this is all you have to show for it?" Wu Qingxin stuttered in terror. Marshal?" Chao Mu on the other side also heard the voice, immediately turned around, his eyes filled with undisguised shock. "I originally thought you could display some ability, but it seems you're only capable of this much." Wu Qingxin was terrified out of her wits. "No, impossible, absolutely impossible." The martial sage suddenly stomped his foot. "Change your appearance and even I can't recognize you." How useless. Chao Mu stood nearby, feeling the terrifying pressure, and had to retreat a few steps. The Li Huo flames on his body, which were originally difficult to extinguish, instantly disappeared. This aura was 100 times stronger than Wu Qingxin's. Emissary Jing Zan stood by, nodding in agreement. "That's right, this is indeed the martial sage, a top-tier powerhouse of martial arts whose name even the martial world fears, senior." "Why do you?" the martial sage said. "Are you wondering why I can break the sensing law of the martial sage's insight art? Why can I hide my tracks, yet you remain completely unaware?" Under the elder's imposing presence, Wu Qingxin dared not breathe. "You are not worthy to question me." Wu Qingxin trembled all over with fear. I was wrong, foster father. I was just too surprised by your cultivation. I truly was foolish. Just because he couldn't do it 20 years ago doesn't mean he can't now. Moreover, he is even more terrifying than before." The martial sage stepped forward and said, "I named you Qingxin, hoping your heart would be clear and calm, but you lack the maturity. Martial arts refine the spirit, and immortal cultivation builds the foundation. You have failed at both. Are you afraid that even after a breakthrough you would still die at my hands, which is why your Tao heart completely collapsed? Never mind. If you wish to live, I will give you a chance. Hearing this, Wu Qingxin's eyes lit up. Thank you, foster father. But the hope that had just ignited was immediately extinguished by his next words. If you want to live, defeat me. Prove you are worthy to continue living. Wu Qingxin's body stiffened. All these years I have exhausted myself trying to evade him, barely surviving in fear, but this day has finally arrived. Engulfed in despair, Wu Qingxin fell into endless panic. A disobedient and useless person has only one path, death. Wu Qingxin slowly stood up, thinking to herself, he's not joking. If I can't win, I will surely die. She took a deep breath, mobilizing all the spiritual energy in her body, preparing for a life-or-death battle. Chao Emu's lips curved upwards as he thought, is Wu Qingxin going all out? Excellent, this is a rare opportunity to see the martial sage's true strength. Wu Qingxin's eyes were resolute, as were the martial sage's. Wu Qingxin suddenly charged straight forward. How dare she attack directly, wanting to compete martial arts with the martial sage? Before Chao Mu could even speak, he realized she wasn't attacking but turning to flee. My goodness, she really ran? She fled before even fighting. Wu Qingxin was now running at full speed, thinking, I can't beat him. I'll definitely die. I'll return to the Immortal sect. Bow my head and confess. I can endure any humiliation as long as I save my life. I'll do anything as long as I don't die. But before this thought could solidify, a dark figure had already blocked her path. The martial sage appeared before her like a ghost, his eyes filled with fury, killing intent churning. With a wave of his hand he clawed her head and fiercely pulled her towards himself. Chao Mu couldn't help but be horrified. He's that fast. Is this truly a power a martial artist can achieve? The martial sage tightly gripped Wu Qingxin's head and said contemptuously, back then I saw some talent in you, which gave me hope, but now even your escape speed is not worth mentioning. It was truly a mistake to spare your life back then. Fortunately, mistakes can still be rectified, she pleaded. No, don't, foster father, please give me another chance. I don't want to die. Damn old man, why must I die? I just want to live, and you. The Immortal sect treats me as a pawn, but you treat me as food. Do you know what it's like to live a lifetime in fear? One day you will die painfully just like me, never finding peace. But before her curse was finished, the last trace of life in her body was drained. Afterward, the martial sage coldly threw Wu Qingxin's body to the ground like a pile of broken roots. The corpse landed directly in front of the man in green, who looked down and couldn't help but feel a chill. I'm afraid we will also meet the same fate as her. Emissary Jing Zan asked indifferently. Are you afraid? Throughout history, martial artists have always dreamed of defeating immortals with martial might, and only one person ever truly achieved this, the martial sage. The Wuji Society's purpose is to slaughter all immortals with supreme martial power, ushering in an era of eternal peace. Chao Mu, standing behind, suddenly interjected, his tone full of sarcasm. Peace? After the martial sage's victory, the first thing he did was slaughter all the martial arts aristocratic families. Do you call that ushering in an era of eternal peace? A true strong person wields their blade against those stronger than themselves, and the cowards, they only wield their blade against those weaker than themselves. If they can't kill immortals, they turn to slaughter their own kind. Can people like you truly bring about eternal peace? The man in green was extremely worried, hastily lowering his voice and calling out, Brother Chao, what are you trying to do? On the rooftop, the martial sage frowned slightly, his gaze sharply fixed below. Are you teaching me how to do things? Chao Mu said. A true patriot does not live to harm others, but sacrifices himself to save humanity. Against immortals, tens of thousands of martial arts families have sacrificed themselves throughout history. 3,000 disciples once followed you. 100,000 heroes have fallen. If all of them can sacrifice themselves, then why can't you, the martial sage, die? Chao Emu's words, full of spirit, not only shook the entire space but also directly accused the martial sage, completely fearless. The martial sage did not get angry. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter, his booming voice echoing like thunder. Ha ha ha, interesting, truly interesting. You, young man, are even more interesting than Wu Qingxin. Come up and die. Chao Mu did not flinch, his lips curved slightly, and he calmly smiled, provoking, come down and let me die. The martial sage's lips curved into a faint smile, then he casually sat on the rooftop as if nothing mattered. Go find a weapon you're proficient with, I'll wait. Chao Mu turned and walked towards the long spear stuck in the ground. With a forceful stomp, the long spear sprang up, rotated a few times in the air, and he steadily caught it. He chuckled lightly, swung the long spear a few times, then pointed its tip directly at the martial sage. Chao Mu did not hesitate, leaping fiercely straight onto the rooftop. One man, one spear, full of imposing aura, completely fearless. As he approached his opponent, Chao Mu poured all his strength into unleashing an incredibly powerful spear technique, but to his surprise, the martial sage blocked the attack with just one finger, effortlessly and without concern. Chao Mu desperately pushed the spear tip forward, giving his all, yet he could not make the martial sage move an inch. He didn't use any internal energy. He just used his body to block my attack. Thinking this, he decided to fight with all his might, a confident smile flashing across his face. He activated the heavenly demonic disintegration technique, his power multiplying. His spear technique now became fiercer than ever, continuously unleashing deadly moves, but all attacks were effortlessly neutralized by the martial sage with a single finger, as if he were merely playing. The martial sage spoke, evaluating as if he were appreciating art. This spear technique is quite good, specifically designed to damage the bones and muscles of strong opponents. Combined with heavenly demintegration, it truly is power. Breaking power, a good idea. Chao Mu continued to attack from all directions, but not a single move could touch the martial sage. Chao Mu circled behind him at top speed and fiercely thrust the spear tip towards his back. This attack successfully struck the martial sage, but the result was unexpected. The spear tip did not penetrate, instead it clung tightly to his body as if being sucked in. Chao Mu desperately pulled the spear but could not break free. Chao Mu frowned and muttered, "The spear is stuck, what's going on?" The martial sage remained standing and said, "Your moves are not fluid enough. It's impressive that you've learned so many cultivation methods at such a young age. But heavenly demonic disintegration is a technique that harms oneself 10 parts for every 1 part it harms the enemy. It's worthless except for destroying your martial path." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly burst forth, flinging Chao Mu far away like a rag doll. The violent impact shattered the long spear into pieces. Chao Mu slid across the rooftop using his hands to steady himself. Amazing, as expected of the martial arts leader, he's a perfect opponent for racking up points. He immediately adopted the longevity fist stance, clenching his fists and placing them before his chest. "Old man, don't get ahead of yourself. I know more than just heavenly demonic disintegration." But before he could finish, the martial sage had already instantly moved in front of him. "Everyone in the Chao family once cultivated the longevity fist, but none could become my opponent, let alone just you." As soon as he finished speaking, the martial sage quickly grabbed Chao Mu's head and fiercely stomped him onto the rooftop. This astonishing stomp tore a large hole in the roof, sending dust flying. Below, the man in green cried out in alarm. "Brother Chao, what a pity." Looking through the hole in the roof, a deep pit appeared on the ground, and amidst the blurry dust, Chao Mu lay covered in blood. His body was almost completely devoid of strength. The martial sage descended from the sky, standing before Chao Mu. "Weren't you asking why it's always others who sacrifice themselves? Why isn't it me, the martial sage, who dies? Because you are too weak. The world only knows the martial sage's name, but they don't know that the martial sage was not born a martial sage. In the first half of my life, my martial path was smooth and my official career soared. But all that changed after the defeat of the Immortals. I abandoned all my official positions and devoted myself entirely to martial arts. I created the martial sage's inside art, then sought out the 10 strongest masters in the world. I taught them complete cultivation methods, agreeing to a decisive battle 10 years later. The ultimate victor would absorb the martial arts of the others to become a martial sage. Back then, among the 10 top masters in the world, each had the potential to become the martial sage, but ultimately, I was the sole survivor. The strong devour the weak. This is the greatest law of this world, and it is my martial path. You are a weakling with all your ribs broken and suffering the backlash of heavenly demonic disintegration. You're no different from a dead person, too weak to even be absorbed by me." Just as the martial sage was about to walk away, Chao Mu's finger suddenly twitched. In a blink he sprang up, punching straight at the martial sage. The martial sage easily caught the punch. HMPH, a last dying struggle, but when he looked down, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. The fist he held tightly was just an arm, a severed arm. Chao Mu suddenly delivered another punch directly to his face. 3-wave force combined with a single wave. Using 6/10 of its power, carrying destructive force, this young man dares to sever his own arm just to find an opportunity to counterattack? Truly interesting. Chao Mu continued to charge forward, unleashing the second wave, this time using 7/10 of its power. As the martial sage parried, he secretly sighed. His body is exhausted, his consciousness blurred, yet he still moves forward relentlessly. Such resilience is rare, truly rare. Chao Mu relentlessly pressed closer, move after move, giving the martial sage no chance to counter. The man in green outside saw this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. He blurted out, "Brother Chao, how can this be?" Emissary Jing Zan, standing nearby, was equally stunned, muttering, "The martial sage is actually being forced back." The man in green's tone was full of admiration. "I heard that the Chao family's secret technique is the 3-wave force. Each punch uses only 6 or 7/10 of its power. When the force is unleashed, a second surge of power is generated in an extremely short time, like waves stacking one upon another, making the power far exceed 10/10. Brother Chao, keep fighting, defeat the martial sage." The martial sage's expression gradually turned cold, then he suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, interesting, even more interesting than I imagined." He broke Chao Mu's move, suddenly reaching out to grab his head. The man in green was startled and shouted, "Oh no, that's the move that killed Wu Qingxin." Chao Mu maintained his tenacious aura, scoffing, "Contempt, who are you planning to eat me now? Do you know? I, Chao Zhang, am the weakest person in the Chao family. There are many reclusive elders and clan members at home. We are a generation willing to sacrifice for justice. And you, a cannibalistic martial sage, you are not worthy. Martial sage, I ask you, if you devour the flesh, blood, and bones of everyone in the Chao family, will you then be able to slaughter immortals?" This question made the entire space seem to freeze. The man in green, watching this scene, murmured, "What does he want to do, make the Chao family fight the martial sage? No, he definitely has another purpose." But the martial sage merely scoffed coldly. "Ah, you're already eager to die, so I shall grant your wish." With that, he forcefully twisted Chao Mu's neck. With a crisp snap, Chao Mu fell motionless to the ground. The man in green cried out in pain, "Brother Chao, Brother Chao." Then the martial sage slowly turned to look at the remaining two. You two are the same. Continue to fear me, to hate me. One day, if you are strong enough to stand before me and kill me, that will be your only way to live." With that, his gaze swept over them once more. Then he turned and left in a deathly silence. The man in green, after hearing the martial sage's words, immediately understood in his heart. It's not that he won't kill me, it's just that the time isn't right. He's waiting for us, these unripe fruits, to mature so he can pick us at will. I won't let you succeed. I will spread today's events throughout the world. The martial sage completely ignored the man in green's provocation, and while absorbing Chow Mu, he replied, "Then spread it. I welcome all who wish to challenge me." Not long after, a strange thing happened. Chow Mu, who had just been killed, sat up again, lying wounded on the rooftop. "Why didn't you kill me? Do you want to use me as bait to lure the Chow family?" Chow Mu's heart burned with rage. "If you won't kill me, are you going to let me live in this broken body? Don't let me live for nothing. Speak, damn old man, you don't dare to kill me, do you? Right, you must be afraid of the Chow family's revenge." "Ha, a dignified martial sage, yet his courage is as small as a mouse's." The martial sage leisurely finished the wine in his bowl and replied, "Whether you wish to die or not is your business, but whether I allow you to die is my business." Chow Mu burst into helpless tears. "I understand you want me to live with this broken body, to suffer a fate worse than death. You truly are malicious." The martial sage looked at him and smiled contemptuously. "What, giving up already?" Chow Mu grew even more enraged, roaring, "Get lost, or else just give me one stab. Don't you want to practice divine martial arts? As long as you help me do one thing, I will give you the best thing." Chow Mu leapt up, sneering, "Just now we were fighting tooth and nail, and now you want me to help you? How interesting. Don't rush to refuse. Look in that direction, that's the Qingming mountain range, a famous scenic spot in southern continent with a Taoist temple called Qingyun Temple. The Xuanchen sect leader is there now, and from the foot of the mountain to the peak, incense offerings are abundant and continuous. It's bad enough that people are ignorant, but even the great Yan Emperor kneels there. Truly disappointing." Chow Mu also feigned surprise and said, "The Emperor actually goes to kneel before immortals? Where has his courage gone?" The martial sage sneered, replying, "Immortals, they're just extraordinary people. Do you think this kneeling has any meaning? I think you understand. Every action of the Son of Heaven is imitated by the common people. When the entire nation eagerly kneels before immortals, superstition will spread. In the long run, people will lose the courage to stand tall." Hearing the martial sage's words, Chow Mu immediately recalled an important detail. Zheng Duqi's secret letter had previously mentioned an assassination plan, and now he understood all of this was related to that. The martial sage said, "Since you crave death, why not do something grand before you die? My great plan is to assassinate the great Yan Emperor. He is currently confronting the extraordinary people of the Xuanchen sect. If you can accomplish this, I will personally impart to you a supreme cultivation method. Once you master it, you can return and challenge me again. If you die, let your family come for revenge. No matter how many come, I will see them all through. I am even willing to give them those supreme cultivation methods." Hearing this, Chow Mu secretly rejoiced. "My plan to assassinate the great Yan Emperor now has another chance. Killing two birds with one stone, what reason is there to refuse?" He immediately replied, "All right, kill the Emperor, take your cultivation method, and then kill you. What could be more interesting than that?" The martial sage couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha, excellent, I really didn't misjudge you." Chow Mu curiously asked, "Speaking of which, how did you become Old Hu? Was Old Hu a real person, or were you him all along?" The martial sage calmly replied, "Old Hu did exist. He was once the 10th strongest expert in the world, but I defeated him and used his identity. From then on I concealed myself in the Jianghu under that name, observing the world." Chow Mu couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder you could hide for so long, truly brilliant." Just then a figure suddenly appeared, quick as a gust of wind, and leaped directly onto the rooftop. The martial sage showed no surprise, but instead quipped, "Oh, you're finally here. It seems you had a hard time shaking off your tail, didn't you?" This newly arrived person was none other than Wu Qizheng, one of the 7 sages of the Wuji Society. Wu Qizheng sternly said, "If I die one day, it will certainly not be at your hands, martial sage." The martial sage sneered with a hint of mockery. "Oh, a little sympathy, come if you wish, try to kill me, but I know your ambition isn't here." All right, back to the main topic. How many people are we facing? There are 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators. It seems the Xuanchen sect used Wu Qingxin as bait to lure you out. Their goal is merely the final battle before the Emperor worships the Immortals. Chow Mu stood nearby pondering, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. "Did you just fight an Immortal? Why is your body severely injured yet you recovered so quickly?" The martial sage suddenly clapped Chow Mu on the shoulder. "I almost forgot, heal him. He still has a mission to complete, assassinating the Emperor." In an instant, Wu Qizheng was standing before Chow Mu, his cold gaze sweeping over his broken body, missing an arm, bones almost completely shattered, and severe injuries all over. It seemed he couldn't be saved. Chow Mu grinned. "No need to look, how can I be saved like this? Just leave it." Ignoring Chow Mu's refusal, Wu Qizheng suddenly extended his hand, pulled out his own internal organ, and held it before him. Chow Mu shouted in horror, "Hey brother, what are you doing?" But Wu Qizheng merely calmly kneaded the organ, shaping it into an arm, and then attached it to Chow Mu. "All right, give it a try." Chow Mu was dumbfounded. "Seriously, are you treating me like Lego?" Wu Qizheng also asked back in confusion. "What's Lego?" Just then, Chow Mu's body began to undergo strange changes, and a green energy gathered at the site of his missing arm. Blood vessels and nerves gradually formed, the green light healing the wound and expelling all injuries from his body. Chao Mu felt his throat tighten and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Chao Mu exclaimed, "It really recovered. This medical skill is even better than Wang Songyi's. As expected, I have one more nemesis." The martial sage stood up, waved his hand and said, "Qijung, he's yours. Once he's healed, prepare to depart. Our target has already set off." The next morning a carriage sped through the woods. Inside the carriage, the great Yan Emperor held a sword encased in a wooden box. The scene shifted to a tea house in Wuji City. The tea house was bustling with people, all intently listening to a captivating story. The story I'm about to tell comes from a hero who wishes to remain anonymous. It is said that a few days ago the martial sage met with Wu Qingxin, the saintess of the Immortal sect, in a desolate wilderness outside the city. That fierce battle under the moonlight was exceptionally brutal. As if flames engulfed the entire sky, in the end the martial sage violently struck down the saintess, crushing her into a human pancake. The guests in the tea house upon hearing this were all enraged and discussed animatedly. How hateful! He didn't even spare his own adopted daughter, raising her for so many years only to drain her cultivation. He's simply a cruel beast. You're all talking nonsense. Wu Qingxin betrayed the martial way, and the martial sage absorbing her inner energy was for the greater good, for the dedication of the martial way, a person sitting nearby immediately retorted. Bah, you're a liar. Even now we don't know how many people have been tricked by the Wuji Society into cultivating evil techniques. Tomorrow if he drains you, would you also be considered a sacrifice for the martial way? What does it have to do with me? The martial sage only absorbs the inner energy of martial artists above 3rd grade, and I'm only 8th grade. That person also refused to back down, drawing his sword and hitting back. You're spouting nonsense. The martial sage is the last hope of martial artists. If he can kill immortals, what if I let him absorb me? Ha, you're truly the martial sage's dog. Do you believe everything he says? Taoist Chiang happened to pass by. Hearing the commotion, he stopped and murmured, "A cultivation method that absorbs inner energy? Interesting." At this moment Chao Mu and his group set off, and emissary Jing Zan asked with concern, "Chao Zhang, how are your injuries?" Chao Mu smiled and replied, "They've completely recovered. Mr. Wu's medical skills are truly miraculous. Even bones can regenerate." "Ah, is this Mr. Wu also one of the martial sage's 3,000 disciples? But he hasn't said a word from beginning to end." Emissary Jing Zan nodded and explained, "Indeed, he is one of the 7 sages of the martial sage. The 7 sages are the strongest among the martial sage's remaining hundreds of disciples. Each of them possesses at least one unique secret technique, even surpassing the martial sage himself." Chao Mu secretly thought to himself, 3,000 people were devoured until only a small fraction remained. How is this martial sage's conduct any different from Saintess Wu Qingxin's? He immediately asked directly, "So Mr. Wu's unique skill is medical art?" Emissary Jing Zan hesitated for a moment, then replied, "I'm not sure about that." Qijung, walking ahead, heard the question and turned back to answer, "Medical art? You could say that. You've just begun to learn myriad flesh transformation, so naturally you can't fully understand it yet." Chao Mu spurred his horse to catch up, curiously asking, "Myriad flesh transformation? Isn't that a cultivation method created by the martial sage?" Qijung explained. "Myriad flesh transformation is a miraculous art that can only be performed by martial artists above spirit refining 3rd grade. What you have is just a common version, merely a superficial skill compared to the true complete cultivation method." Chao Mu's eyes lit up and he continued to ask, "Then do I still have a chance to learn the true myriad flesh transformation?" But Qijung did not answer, instead turning to emissary Jing Zan and asking, "Is the rumor about the emperor in Wuji City true?" Chao Mu angrily roared, "Hey, don't change the subject, I'm still asking." Emissary Jing Zan answered Qijung's question, "This news came from Mo Mingzi, the leader of the Manhua sect in Wuji City. He was once an emissary, so the news must be accurate. Moreover, Wuji City is closest to Qingmeng Mountain, and it's not surprising that Emperor Yang, escorted by Taoist Chiang, would stop there. The emperor is like a moving target. If this news is wrong, we'll just attack Qingmeng Mountain directly. That would also be interesting." Qijung smiled faintly, "You are truly interesting. Assassinating the emperor is a life or death matter. Yet you treat it as an interesting job." Chao Mu replied with a smile, unconcerned, "If I don't return this time, that would be even better." Qijung sighed, shaking his head. "Such a temperament, no wonder the martial sage didn't kill you." Chao Mu smiled encouragingly, "Don't worry, brother, I'll cover your rear if anything happens, just run." Qijung smiled silently, then said solemnly, "Don't you know that the martial artist's spirit, which is what the martial sage's inside art absorbs, shows your immense potential? If you can pass this test, you will definitely become a new star in the future of the martial way. But if you fail, you will only become his food. Only by surviving can you truly transcend the martial sage's calculations." Chao Mu murmured, "What, I must survive? Me?" Chao Mu said, "Wait, if I die, it doesn't count as passing the test." This doesn't match what he said before. "It's fine to give the cultivation method to the Chao family. I have no objections. Let's go to the Manhua sect to see Mo Mingzi first." Emissary Jing Zan, "You go inform the martial sage." Emissary Jing Zan nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood." Chao Mu felt he was being ignored again and angrily roared, "Stop changing the subject, I'm still asking." Afterward, Chao Mu and Qijung arrived at the foot of Qingmeng Mountain, the location of the Wuji Manhua sect. This was, after all, one of the major sects under the Wuji Society. Why was there no one even guarding the gate? Kijung, standing nearby, also nodded. No one to greet us, it is a bit strange. Just then, a scream came from inside. Hearing the scream, Chao Mu said, and there's a smell of blood. Something's happened. Could the Immortal sect have learned of our actions and set up a trap in advance? Kijung pushed the door open without hesitation, saying as he walked, let's go in and see. If it's really a trap, we can also turn the tables, capture them, and gather intelligence. There's no harm in that. Hearing this, Chao Mu couldn't help but laugh. Well said, but that line should be mine. You, a divine physician, are even bolder than me. The two stepped into the Mingyue sect courtyard, but the scene before them was unusually empty, with no one in sight. They continued deeper, arriving at a half-open door and cautiously stepped inside. A sight before them stunned both. In the dimly lit room, a Mingyue sect disciple was being choked by someone. Seeing people enter, the Mingyue sect disciple struggled, reaching out for help. Save me. That person also noticed Chao Mu and Kijung but showed no sign of concern. Instead, he sneered, his voice cold. You've arrived. After draining the disciple's life force, he tossed the corpse aside like trash. The more terrifying sight was that Chao Mu and Kijung discovered that all the Mingyue sect disciples had suffered the same fate. Suddenly, that person turned and charged directly at Kijung, shouting as he attacked, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chao Mu reacted quickly, immediately unleashing the three-wave force to block the attack. Your opponent is me, don't touch the divine physician. With that, Chao Mu forcefully threw him aside to avoid danger, then leapt forward to engage the enemy. The two continuously exchanged blows, each move filled with killing intent. Kijung said, Chao Zhang, that's Mo Mingzi, the leader of the Mingyue sect. In his prime, he was a 4th-grade martial artist, but now he's 70 years old and his strength has fallen to 6th grade, not to be feared. However, Mo Mingzi has absorbed the blood and cultivation of many disciples. Now he has likely recovered some strength, possibly even returning to 4th grade. Don't be careless. Kijung's words had barely left his mouth when Chao Mu was severely injured by Mo Mingzi's attack. Chao Zhang, are you alright? Chao Mu slowly stood up, saying, I almost fell asleep. Next time, can you say it all in one breath? This 4th grade is indeed stronger than I imagined. I never thought this old fellow at 70 could still be so fierce. At this moment, that person released a black evil energy circling his body. Why resist? You are much weaker than me. Resistance is futile. With that, he charged forward and delivered another heavy palm strike. Chao Mu reacted quickly, dodging in time. Let me absorb your cultivation. It's good for both of us, isn't it? Chao Mu sneered inwardly, as expected. The old fellows of the Wuji Society are all the same. This absurd theory is identical to the martial sages. His inner energy is 5 or 6/10 stronger than mine, but if I use heavenly demonic disintegration, I can definitely suppress him. But as Kijung said, I can't die in this test. I'll save heavenly demonic disintegration for next time. Chao Mu immediately used Shadow Step, moving at an incredibly fast speed. Kijung couldn't help but exclaim, using the advantage of movement technique to constantly move, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. This tactic is good. It can still be used against ordinary enemies. However, Mo Mingzi was not someone who played by the rules. He wouldn't be easily caught by such tactics. Mo Mingzi's eyes gradually sharpened, almost striking Chao Mu with a palm. Chao Mu thought, has this old geezer seen through my movement technique so quickly? Realizing that his opponent had just missed, Chao Mu quickly used his hand as a pivot, unleashing the three-wave force, delivering a powerful second wave straight to Mo Mingzi's chest. This blow made Mo Mingzi's chest bones crackle. Chao Mu clearly heard the sound of breaking bones and couldn't help but smile triumphantly. His chest bone is broken, the advantage is mine now. Mo Mingzi suddenly endured the pain, reaching out to tightly grab Chao Mu's leg. No, I've got you. Chao Mu was startled, thinking, doesn't this old geezer fear death? Why does this feeling seem so familiar? Mo Mingzi immediately exerted force, slamming his opponent heavily to the ground. Chao Mu crashed down, feeling as if he were carrying a pile of ghosts to celebrate the new year. Chao Mu spat blood, thinking, I've run into a ghost, severely injured, yet no reaction at all. But he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, something's off. Just as he pressed Chao Mu's head down, Chao Mu returned a kick. Clearly this guy was playing a tactic of trading injuries. Chao Mu seized the opportunity to counterattack, delivering a precise kick that forced the opponent back, then quickly widened the distance. His current fighting style was all-out offense, with defense coming second. If it were before, facing such a fierce enemy, he would definitely not be able to hold on. But now times have changed, and the most important thing is to survive. It's truly annoying to fight with such restraint. At this moment, Wu Kijung casually walked over, smacking his lips. You still haven't realized that Mo Mingzi is currently delirious and won't reason with you at all. Every move he makes is an offense without defense. He wants to kill you. If you have any other trump cards, I advise you to play them soon. Meanwhile, Mo Mingzi's body began to change at an astonishing speed, his arms swelling like mutated bananas. Muscles bulged as if he were testing a new muscle-stimulating drug, either success or becoming food. He roared and charged straight at Chao Mu with his gigantic arms. Chao Mu immediately used Shadow Step to dodge. But just then a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, causing him to widen his eyes as if he had grasped some truth. He was immediately seized by Mo Mingzi's massive arms and blood began to drip, drop by drop, a grave situation. Wu Kijung observed all this, thinking, is this the end? Mo Mingzi smiled, it's over, now be my dinner obediently. However, in this seemingly hopeless moment, Chao Mu's voice rang out again, filled with the realization of life's truth. Why am I thinking so much? If I want to fight, I'll fight to my heart's content. As soon as his words fell, he immediately activated heavenly demonic disintegration, breaking free from the giant arms with overwhelming force, then charged straight at his opponent. 3 waves of stacked force combined with a second wave, continuously assailing Mo Mingzi like a storm, catching him off guard and sending him spinning like a windmill in a tempest. Chao Mu also laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, this is more like it. He relentlessly applied pressure, punches raining down like hail so fiercely that Mo Mingzi immediately flew out like a cannonball, crashing to the ground with a thud, instantly reverting to human form, his consciousness rebooting from its frozen state, the entire person trembling and bewildered. Ah, what is this? Chao Mu walked over and stepped on his chest, but just then Wu Qijung spoke. Keep him alive, the madness on his body has dissipated, now he can talk properly. Although still angry, Chao Mu reluctantly lifted his foot, coldly snorting, consider yourself lucky. Mo Mingzi coughed a few times, then suddenly sighed, admitting, I originally intended to die at the martial sage's hands, letting him absorb my cultivation. But now that Master Wu Qijung has intervened, this is also fine. Wu Qijung calmly commented, you're still full of life. Though injured, you're not on the verge of death. It's not yet time for last words. Perhaps you should explain things clearly. Mo Mingzi was silent for a moment before slowly recounting, yesterday I unexpectedly encountered Taoist Chiang of the Xuanchen sect in Huzhou City. He was escorting the emperor's people, so I decided to secretly follow, but the next day he actually showed up at my sect. Chao Mu frowned in confusion. Did he come to silence me, lest the emperor's whereabouts be exposed? Mo Mingzi shook his head, his voice filled with indignation. No, I scouted him. He wasn't worried about the emperor being discovered at all. He came here simply to investigate the power of the martial sage's insight art. Recalling that terrifying memory, Mo Mingzi still shivered at that time. Taoist Chiang was tightly clutching his son's neck and his cold words still echoed in his ears. This cultivation method of absorbing inner energy is nothing special. No matter how much you absorb, you are still immortal. Use me as your opponent, fight if you want, but first release my son. However, Taoist Chiang completely ignored him, and raging flames cruelly devoured the child's life, leaving deep hatred in Mo Mingzi's heart. Back in reality, his face was ashen, his eyes filled with resentment. He not only massacred many of my disciples, but even my only son tragically died at his hands. I desperately sought revenge, but I couldn't even get close to him. Wu Qijung narrowed his eyes, musing, you lost your son, and half a lifetime's efforts were ruined, so you inadvertently lost your mind and then absorbed the cultivation of those surviving disciples? Not inadvertently. What if I did it on purpose? As soon as his words fell, a group of people suddenly emerged from all directions surrounding them. Chao Mu's lips curved, shrugging, his tone full of interest. Interesting, more ambushes? Are you planning to take us both out in one go? Everyone exuded killing intent, causing Wu Qijung to fall into contemplation. Chao Mu roughly assessed the situation. These people came from different sects and all were true top experts. Being surrounded like this was indeed unpleasant. Breaking through was the best strategy. However, before he could even make a move, everyone uniformly knelt down. Chao Mu was dumbfounded, his mouth wide open. What's going on? Are they surrendering before even fighting? Am I that imposing? Mo Mingzi then sighed, slowly explaining, I am merely a low-ranking figure now. If I don't spread false information, how can I draw out the martial sage? I am old, so it's better to sacrifice this old body and ask the martial sage to kill me, and then we can kill that extraordinary person. And they are all martial artists whose families were destroyed by extraordinary people, but their resolve remains firm. I have already taught them the martial sage's inside art, and since I have recovered to 4th grade, am I now qualified to be the martial sage's food? Wu Qijung exclaimed. Why are you willing to die for the martial sage? Mo Mingzi shook his head, bitterly smiling. We are not dying for the martial sage, but for the leader of martial arts. Back when humanity was still resisting extraordinary people, everyone exerted their utmost, collectively resisting. But now people bow and flatter extraordinary people, building magnificent temples, offering sacrifices, praying for a little peace from natural disasters. But how do the common people know how many of the so-called natural disasters they fear are actually created by extraordinary people themselves to win over hearts? He clenched his fists, his voice low, recounting a story he once heard from an immortal. Senior brother, Master said to wait for natural disasters, yet he sent us to distribute porridge and relief. What does that mean? Haha, this is what Master often calls the way of incense. This great Yan dynasty must be chaotic. It cannot not be chaotic, but it also cannot be too chaotic. The mortal world suffers and the people are in misery. Only then will they bow, burn incense, and worship gods, providing an endless stream of incense power. So that's it. If wars, natural disasters, and famine lead to a sharp decline in population, that's also not good. So when they are almost at their limit of endurance, we must appear to help them, making them grateful. Haha. Junior brother learns quickly. This is all thanks to senior brother's good teaching. Back to the present. Mo Mingzi furiously pounded the ground, his face red with anger. If this continues, humanity will eventually become nothing more than docile livestock raised by extraordinary people. Chao Mu silently watched him, and Wang Songyi's words suddenly flashed in his mind. Recent natural disasters are very unusual, aren't they? Many displaced refugees in Yan City have become bandits. Is all this the work of immortals? Mo Mingzi stood up, his eyes resolute, and continued, Immortal Tao is strong, martial Tao is weak. Martial Dao lags behind Immortal Dao, perhaps it is due to the times, but there is another path, and that is to enter the Dao through martial arts. The martial sage is our greatest hope as martial artists, the people behind him shouted in unison, their momentum fierce. We are willing to be the pioneers of martial arts, willing to pave the way for the elimination of extraordinary people, even if it only shortens the distance by 1 or 2 steps, we are willing. Chao Mu didn't waste words, immediately giving Mo Mingzi a resounding slap and loudly reprimanding, "Willing my ass." Mo Mingzi covered his face, glaring back, "You idiot, you don't understand anything." Chao Mu couldn't be bothered to argue, casually delivering a few more slaps, continuously scolding, "Shut your stinking mouth. If you don't save yourself, even heaven won't save you. You bring trouble upon yourself and you want to drag others down with you." He talks about saving the world, but in reality it's all self-satisfaction. If it's truly for the common people of the world, and are your disciples not common people? Before you drained them dry, did you not hear their pleas for help? How are you any different from those extraordinary people? After slapping for a while, Chao Mu retracted his hand, shook it and complained with a frown, "My hand is swelling from hitting you." Hearing this, Mo Mingzi's eyes glazed over and his whole body trembled. His once firm Dao heart seemed to shatter into 1,000 pieces. He stumbled back a few steps, his voice hoarse. "No, this is all for martial artists." But before he could finish, a cold voice rang out behind him, "Is that your last will?" Mo Mingzi's body stiffened. He slowly turned around, instantly meeting the martial sage's icy gaze. Before he could react, he was seized by the head in an instant. All of Mo Mingzi's vitality and life force were drained. His body withered like a mummy, collapsing in terror before everyone's eyes. The remaining martial artists who witnessed this scene all turned pale. They had thought that if they couldn't resist the extraordinary people, at least they could place their hope in the leader of martial arts. But what was the result? The person they revered so much didn't even care about them. The martial sage coldly scanned the trembling crowd, his tone full of contempt. "A mob of rabble aspiring to be my stepping stones, you are not worthy. Now get out of my sight." Everyone dared not utter a sound, their hands and feet so soft with fear that they immediately scattered and fled like a flock of startled birds. Wu Qizheng waited until everything was calm before speaking. "Since the Mingyue sect's information is false, let's continue searching for Emperor Yang's whereabouts." But the martial sage merely waved his hand lightly, his tone calm. "No need, other branches have already sent word. Emperor Yang has arrived in Qingming Town." Chao Mu frowned upon hearing this. "Qingming Town, huh? If so, the emperor must have already arrived at Qingyun Temple. The plan to assassinate him along the way is no longer feasible. Now we have only one path left, storm Qingyun Temple and kill Emperor Yang." That evening, Chao Mu and Wu Qizheng arrived in Qingming Town, and the two quickly found a roadside inn. A waiter, seeing customers, immediately rushed out to greet them eagerly. "Welcome, esteemed guests, please come in." As Chao Mu entered the inn, he surveyed his surroundings. The streets of Qingming Town were strikingly different from other places. There were no farmers to be seen along the way, nor a single cultivated field. Instead, it was entirely composed of shops selling joss paper, lanterns, and statues of deities. How strange. Are there no farmlands here? Is the entire town made up of shops selling sacrificial items? Do the residents here only make a living by doing business and renting out inns to pilgrims? The innkeeper laughed heartily upon hearing this, his tone full of pride. "Haha, you two must be from out of town. In our town, no one needs to toil in the fields. The immortals of the Xuanchen sect took pity on our difficult lives, so they bestowed blessings. As long as we chant scriptures and pray on time every day and go up the mountain to worship the gods, we won't have to worry about food, clothing, or shelter. Of course, this blessing only applies to local residents. Obtaining household registration in this town is not easy. It requires 10 years of continuous devout prayer day and night. But compared to the court's ever-increasing taxes, this is already a great favor. Taxes in other towns are even levied up to 20 years in advance, and the people can barely feed themselves, so the entrance of Qingming Town is almost trampled flat by displaced people from all over southern continent." Chao Mu snorted inwardly, thinking dryly. "Isn't it just household registration? What's the big deal? If they don't produce, will the townspeople's money and food grow on their own? Do the immortals have magical ATMs?" The innkeeper, listening for a while, immediately launched into a rambling explanation, throwing out a cryptic remark. "The immortals are incredibly powerful. Perhaps they can create things out of thin air." Then the man pointed ahead, seriously informing them, "Your room is here. Rest well, and if you need anything, just call me. Excellent service, no tips." Chao Mu nodded lightly, deep in thought, responding with just one word, but in his heart he was still analyzing the immortals' financial plan, secretly speculating. They collect peace negotiation fees from the court to support their followers, while pushing all the bad reputation onto the court. Extraordinary people are indeed cunning. While he was deep in thought, Wu Qizheng suddenly spoke, his tone a little off. "Go over there and take off your clothes." Chao Mu immediately went on the defensive, tightly clutching his clothes, afraid they would be snatched. "Mr. Wu, do you have some strange habit?" Wu Qizheng replied seriously. "You used heavenly demonic disintegration earlier, and your injuries are severe. I will treat you." Hearing this, Chao Mu had no choice but to take off his clothes, revealing his still bleeding wounds like a leaking faucet. But he still couldn't help but say a provocative remark. "Stop pretending. I know you're just infatuated with my body. Come and take a good look." Wu Qizheng raised an eyebrow, unable to resist a warning. "Do you believe I'll just kill you?" Chao Mu burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, just kidding Mr. Wu, don't take it seriously. Wu Qijung found it uninteresting and didn't want to get tangled up with this guy anymore. He suddenly drew his knife and plunged it directly into his own chest, then calmly dug out a piece of fresh meat as if it had just come from a market butcher's stall. Chao Mu watched, marveling at the sight. Despite seeing it countless times, he still found it astonishing. The myriad flesh transformation truly was a peculiar cultivation method. Why don't you try it yourself? Without a word, Wu Qijung swung his knife at Chao Mu's chest, then forcefully pressed the piece of meat onto the wound. The meat wriggled as if alive, then burrowed into Chao Mu's body, beginning to heal him. After a moment, Wu Qijung assessed, "Your skin wounds are fine, but the internal injuries caused by heavenly demonic disintegration are much more troublesome. Your meridians are damaged, but my flesh and blood can directly repair them. So can heavenly demonic disintegration be used freely from now on? I advise you not to be reckless. It will take at least 3 days for your meridians to fully recover. Of course, this won't affect your plan to assassinate the emperor." Chao Mu tentatively asked, 3 days? Are you sure about the exact time the emperor will visit? On the first day of next month, the emperor will perform the incense worship ceremony at an auspicious hour. The operation is about to begin. I'm entrusting this cultivation method to you. Chao Mu's eyes lit up like headlights. Myriad flesh transformation, is that the comprehensive cultivation method you mentioned earlier? Are you really giving it to me? Mr. Wu, don't regret it. Infinite recovery combined with heavenly demonic disintegration, I'll be invincible, Wu Qijung calmly said. Of course, but unsolicited courtesy hides a motive. Is this what the martial sage means? He replied. Let's just say it's my meaning. What do you mean, let's just say? Don't leave me hanging. Wu Qijung didn't answer, merely turned and left, his voice somewhat low. Chao Zhang and all the Chao family are brave men who value righteousness over life, but I hope you will cherish your own life more. Martial sage has always been headstrong and only trusts himself. I don't know what trump cards methods or how powerful he is for this operation. Are you afraid that I might misinterpret him and want to sacrifice myself for righteousness only to end up dying in vain, just like Mo Mingzi? Hearing this, he fell into contemplation. A true sacrifice for righteousness is worthy of respect. I couldn't ask for more. But Mo Mingzi wasn't like that, and neither am I, don't worry. My goal is only to get the cultivation method the martial sage promised me, not to actually work for him. Wu Qijung gently pushed open the door, his movements slow as if emphasizing the tragic story he was about to tell. Many people like you believed the martial sage's words, but they all died. With that, he didn't look back, leaving Chao Mu alone in thought. He secretly assessed Wu Qijung. Was he so friendly out of sympathy, or was he merely concealing some conspiracy? But regardless, Chao Mu wasn't too concerned. He was still searching for a meaningful death, but no matter what, he had his own principles. He was never part of the Wuji Society, let alone an ally. 3 days later, the Xuanchen sect gate was bustling with people. At this time, Chu Sheng and Emperor Yang had also arrived. Chao Mu, squeezed in the crowd, really wanted to send all these people flying. There were too many people. He should have known not to pretend to be a pilgrim to go up the mountain. The martial sage's insight art within him indicated that among these pilgrims there must be members of the Wuji Society. Even the martial sage himself might be hidden among them. Just then, the emperor also walked up and his gaze met Chao Mu's. At this moment, Taoist Chiang and Taoist Qingyang raised their hands and said, "Hold on, ahead is the Immortal Hall. Martial artists are not permitted inside. Within 10 days, only one person may go forward alone to offer incense." Emperor Yang pondered for a moment, then turned to Chu Sheng and instructed, "You stay here." Chu Sheng immediately cupped his fists and bowed, respectfully assenting. "Yes, your majesty." Emperor Yang then entered the hall alone. Inside, he lit 3 sticks of incense, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He secretly mused, "I of course know that cooperating with the Xuanchen sect is like playing with fire. But if I were just an ordinary pilgrim today and worshipped the immortals again in the future, perhaps there could still be room for maneuver. However, how could the Xuanchen sect easily grant the emperor's wish?" Taoist Chiang and Taoist Qingyang exchanged glances, their eyes filled with profound meaning. Clang, a long bell reverberated, and at the same time a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the temple. The light grew more intense, finally solidifying into a form. A deep voice directly entered his mind, "Emperor Yang." Before Emperor Yang could react, countless images of immortals appeared before him. Emperor Yang looked at the immortals. "Why do you not kneel? Why do you not kneel? Why do you not kneel?" It was then that he realized he had been tricked. The Xuanchen sect had no intention of cooperating with him. They merely wanted to use the excuse of worshipping immortals to force him to kneel before them. If this scene were witnessed by the common people, where would the emperor's authority be? Absolutely impossible. He must not kneel. Emperor Yang immediately turned to leave, only to find that behind him was no longer an exit, but a steep cliff. Below the abyss, countless ghosts chanted in unison with an eerie sound. "We respectfully invite your majesty to worship the immortals. We respectfully invite your majesty to worship the immortals. We respectfully invite your majesty to worship the immortals. We respectfully invite your majesty to worship the immortals. We respectfully invite your majesty to worship the immortals. We respectfully invite your majesty to worship the immortals." Chu Sheng sensed something was wrong, muttering, "What's happening?" As soon as the bell rang, all the pilgrims seemed possessed by demons. "Do they know His Majesty is here today?" He immediately shouted from outside, "Your Majesty, these pilgrims are problematic, don't listen to them." Your Majesty, Emperor Yang looked at the scene before him, his will gradually collapsing. Even the common people stood on the side of the immortals. Given the situation, wouldn't continued resistance be futile? Perhaps only complete submission to the Xuanchen sect was the correct path. Outside, a group of people watched this scene intently. They immediately drew their swords, gnashing their teeth. Is that dog emperor really going to kneel? Hold back, don't ruin the grand plan. But before they could even act, Taoist Chiang had already swung his sword, a flash of swordlight, blood splattered, and the Wuji Society members were instantly killed like sliced beef. It turned out that the pilgrims who came to offer incense today were all devout followers cultivated by Qingming Town, in whose hearts the seed of loyalty to the Xuanchen sect had long been sown. As soon as the time was ripe, this seed would sprout into fervent faith. But not only that, hidden among these silent pilgrims were assassins from the Wuji Society. Foolish mortals, do you think you can disrupt the Immortal sect's grand plan? Open your eyes and watch Emperor Yang kneel before us. HMPH. Once this happens, the Xuanchen sect will reign supreme, lasting for eternity. Just when everyone thought Emperor Yang was about to kneel, a black shadow suddenly streaked across the sky, heading straight for the large bell in the tower. With a heavy blow, it sent the massive bronze bell crashing directly towards the emperor. Taoist Qingying reacted with lightning speed, soaring forward and splitting the bronze bell in half with his sword, saving the emperor's life in the nick of time. At this moment, the emperor also jolted awake. Chu Xing hurried over, asking frantically, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Emperor Yang was drenched in cold sweat, his voice trembling. "That was close. My mind was disturbed by the Immortal sect just now. I almost knelt. Who helped me? No one helped you. I'm here to kill you." Then to everyone's horror, Chao Mu appeared, long spear in hand, his eyes fierce as a beast's, charging straight at Emperor Yang. All the Wuji Society members were dumbfounded. What in the world was happening? Which reckless fool just charged forward like that? Damn it, was he going to his death? Emperor Yang recognized him in the crowd, his tone full of surprise. "It's him." Taoist Qingyang, needless to say, his face was grim, filled with murderous intent. "How dare a lowly ant disrupt my Xuanchen sect's good fortune? Are you tired of living?" With that, the sword in his hand condensed into a giant jade sword. He mercilessly swung his sword, the sword light swift as lightning, already upon Chao Mu. The power of this single sword strike was immense, splitting the entire building in half and leaving a deep sword mark on the ground. Emperor Yang, Chu Sheng, and the Wuji Society members witnessed this scene, all terrified out of their wits. Anyone who dared offend the Xuanchen sect faced only death. Below, the common people heard the sounds of fighting. Some fled in panic, while others, curious, rushed over to watch. "They're fighting. Elder Qingyang is punishing those martial artists from the Wuji Society." "Really? I'll go take a look." "What are you looking at? Those are immortals fighting. If you get caught in the crossfire, you'll lose your life." "Ah, then let's run, brothers." The scene at this moment was exceptionally terrifying. The ground was shattered by the power of the immortal. Chu Xing felt a chill down his spine, thinking, without reaching the spirit-refining realm, facing such a strike, there's only death above. Taoist Qingyin looked down at the Wuji Society members, scoffing. "Do you see? This is the difference between immortals and mortals. Today, none of you will leave here alive." As soon as his words fell, a voice came from behind him. "Standing so high, aren't you cold?" These words were like a slap across Taoist Qingying's face. He whirled around, and in that instant, Chao Mu swung his spear directly at his face, sending him tumbling off the cliff like a stone. Taoist Qingying crashed to the ground, his face pale. Impossible, his vitality clearly just vanished. How is he stronger than before now? Chao Mu sneered, his tone full of mockery. "Great immortal, are you scared?" Without waiting for a response, he charged forward, attacking continuously like a wild beast. As he fought, Chao Mu thought to himself, "Although I can't beat him, the important thing is that I can endure. Before, I was instantly killed by a sword, but that was just what I wanted. Not only did I receive generous rewards, but my corpse was also shattered by the sword chi, saving me the trouble of disposal." A line of flickering text appeared in his mind like a report card. Death assessment, A rank. Title, deceased by extraordinary being sword. This death awarded 56 skill points, leaving 50 skill points. Usable lifespan, 54 points. Revivals within 7 days, 4-5. 72 points already consumed to exchange for myriad flesh transformation. Minor accomplishment, 100. A smile played on his lips as he thought to himself, "Perfect. With myriad flesh transformation reaching minor accomplishment and infinite recovery, I can now use heavenly demonic disintegration at will as long as I keep it within a certain range. Plus I have 4 revivals left. If needed, I'm willing to go all out no matter the cost to eliminate you." Taoist Qingyang, then. Chao Mu fiercely punched, pushing Qingyang back step by step. But just as he delivered a fatal blow aiming directly for his opponent's chest, a faint green light suddenly flashed, blocking Qingyang. Chao Mu's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell is this golden body protection?" Taoist Qingyang's lips curled into a mocking smile, and he replied, "Just playing with you, you annoying little brat." With that, he immediately unleashed the myriad Dharma sword art, fiercely swinging his sword, sending Chao Mu flying far away, crashing into the wall in front of him. The Wuji Society members watched this scene, gnashing their teeth and cursing. "Damn it, is this truly the power of an immortal? Even a martial artist on the verge of reaching 3rd grade is just a toy in their eyes." Taoist Qingyang scoffed triumphantly, saying, "HMPH, with your heart pierced by the azure nether sword, not even an immortal could survive." Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking he was almost pierced by another sword? Qingyang sharply turned his head, only to find that the wound on Chao Mu's body was healing at an astonishing speed. Truly a divine sword. Even a great immortal like me has to be wary of its sharpness. But no matter how good the sword, your swordsmanship is still abysmal. That last strike missed by far too much, Chao Mu secretly thought. HMPH, how could it hit? I've already moved my heart elsewhere with myriad flesh transformation. Why don't I, a mere martial artist, teach this great immortal how to wield a sword gracefully? With that, he immediately unleashed the pure yang limitless sword and charged forward to attack. Taoist Qingyang waved his hand, repelling him. Despite this, Chao Mu, taking advantage of the momentum, still charged forward like a mad bull. Seeing this, the Wuji Society members immediately cheered him on. Charge, brothers, kill this old geezer, show him that we martial artists are not to be trifled with. You're amazing, junior brother. If you win, I'll brag about you forever, Emperor Yang silently mused. I didn't expect him to be able to turn the tide. It seems this path of martial arts can indeed defeat those immortal cultivators. Taoist Qingyang retreated repeatedly, gritting his teeth and muttering to himself, how is this possible? My toy dares to climb all over me. If I lose, what will become of the Xuanchen sect's reputation? My senior brother and the elders will surely beat me to a pulp. I cannot lose. Even if it costs me all my energy, I must kill him. Thinking this, he unleashed the Scarlet Yin Dragon's breath axe, releasing a blue fire dragon, intending to incinerate Chao Mu, and roared, "Ha ha ha, my Scarlet Yin Dragon fire will burn you to ashes. Not even a spirit-refining martial artist can escape death. Watch this." Before he could even gloat, Chao Mu reappeared like a mushroom after rain. He had already been revived by the system and charged forward unexpectedly, responding, "Thank you, great immortal, for even collecting my corpse for free. To repay your kindness, I shall now send you to the western heavens." Taoist Qingyang's face turned ashen, and he exclaimed in shock, "What? How is that possible?" But at this moment, Taoist Chiang suddenly appeared, smashing Chao Mu's head to the ground with a punch, and cursed, "Useless, you can't even handle an unknown kid." Chao Mu mused, unable to move. Is this Chiang? He feels even more troublesome than Qingyang. Taoist Chiang turned to Emperor Yang and said, "Emperor of Great Yan, please rest assured, our Xuanchen sect will not let these assassins harm a single hair on your head. You are always so meticulous with etiquette. Surely you will kneel and thank us to show your gratitude, won't you?" Emperor Yang clenched his hands, thinking, this is too much, it's a blatant threat against me. "If I don't kneel to the immortal sect today, I'll still die by the assassin's hands," Chu Xing interjected. "Your Majesty, with this subject here, why would the Xuanchen sect need to assist?" Taoist Chiang sneered. "Oh, even if you are a spirit-refining martial artist, you won't be able to withstand this swarm of ant-like assassins." Just then, the martial sage coughed in the crowd and spat at Taoist Chiang, but he dodged, and the spittle flew directly towards Emperor Yang. "Your Majesty, watch out!" Chu Xing immediately launched his flying star blade to block, but the spittle shattered the blade. "A mere cough could shatter my flying star blade, could it be?" Taoist Chiang burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, so you've finally decided to show your face after letting your pawns cause chaos everywhere. A rat that's been hiding for 40 years has finally poked out its head." Chao Mu abruptly sat up, thinking, as expected, these assassins are not simple. Assassinating Emperor Yang right under the Xuanchen sect's nose is harder than ascending to heaven. Someone like the martial sage wouldn't place all his hopes on me. It's best to find someone to stir up the situation, then wait for the opportune moment to strike, and I am the one to initiate the chaos. Taoist Chiang continued to roar. "Today, Emperor Yang will kneel before immortals, and it will also be the day the immortal sect eradicates all its enemies. Where are my junior brothers? Follow me in charge. Let's deal with the martial sage." As soon as his words fell, hundreds of dazzling lights flashed out and surged forward. The martial sage was instantly surrounded by a large group of Xuanchen sect disciples. "You mortal martial arts worm, you've cultivated for decades and indeed made some progress, but unfortunately you've gone astray and should be eliminated." The martial sage with blood-red eyes laughed wildly in response. "Haha, if I am the demonic path, then you are the immortal path. Only the victor can determine that." Taoist Qingyang quickly formed hand seals, releasing a brilliant sword light, then shouted, "Senior brother, I had a slight mishap just now. Please give me another chance to show my skill." Taoist Chiang heard this and chuckled, saying, "Oh, are you going to unleash your ultimate move?" In front of Taoist Qingyang, thousands of sword chi spiraled into enormous circles, then surrounded him and charged directly at the martial sage. "You are a martial arts worm, aren't you? This is my peerless sword technique, cultivated for 30 years. Taoist Qingyang pointed his hand forward, and hundreds of sword chi like a swarm of bees shot towards the martial sage, forming a brilliant orb of light. He shouted loudly, "If you're capable, then take this move." The Xuanchen sect disciples watched with excitement, exclaiming, "As expected of senior brother Qingyang, this sword array is truly amazing. We thought we'd have to battle the martial arts leader for a few rounds, but who knew it would end so quickly?" The martial sage still stood proudly, completely unharmed. He burst into laughter, scoffing, 30 years of sword training and all you managed to do was splash mud on my clothes?" The martial sage pointed at the Xuanchen sect disciples ahead and roared, "Alright, stop wasting time. All of you charge at me." The Xuanchen sect disciples, wielding various weapons, immediately rushed towards the martial sage, roaring, "How dare he speak such arrogant words?" One disciple brandished a huge fan, conjuring a storm. Another opened a gourd, unleashing a blazing purple flame. Yet another threw a gleaming yellow talisman accompanied by thunderous lightning directly at the martial sage. A series of moves intertwined, emitting deafening roars, and brilliant light soared into the sky, obscuring everything around. When the smoke and dust cleared, the disciples stared dumbfounded as the martial sage still stood before them, completely unharmed. "What's going on? A mortal body actually resisted our immortal sect's magical artifacts and remained unharmed? Is he human or ghost?" Chu Xing, observing the battle from afar, couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of the martial sage, he has mastered predictive tactics to perfection. He anticipates his opponent's moves, then uses extremely refined movement techniques to precisely evade every attack, making it seem as if he stands still. To achieve this, the body and mind must cooperate at a pinnacle level. Even a slight deviation would result in instant death. The martial sage tightly clenched his hands, emitting a blood-red light all around him, then sternly asked, "Are you done dancing? Now it's my turn to perform." He soared into the air with a powerful aura, then fiercely punched forward. A fist's wind brushed past Taoist Chiang's face, scattering his hair, and blood from an unknown source splattered onto him. He froze, raised his hand to touch his face, then glanced back and blurted out, "The blood, it's not mine?" Cold sweat immediately drenched him, and he turned to look at his companion beside him. Behind him, a headless corpse stood trembling, still trying to form hand seals to cast a spell. Watching Taoist Qingyang roll on the ground, the disciples shouted in unison, "Senior brother Qingyang!" Everyone present, including the emperor, was stunned, not understanding what had happened. The Wuji Society members immediately drew their gleaming blades, and Chu Xing swiftly rushed forward, blocking the martial sage. The Wuji Society members, raising their blades, charged straight at the emperor, shouting, "The opportunity has come. Kill him!" Chu Xing turned and shouted to the emperor, "Your Majesty, leave this place to your subject. Quickly hide in the main hall," he roared, unleashing his flying star hand towards the charging crowd. Chao Mu hastily jumped up and ran forward, secretly wondering in his heart, how could it be so smooth? Everything was too coincidental. In contrast, the Wuji Society members roared through gritted teeth, unable to advance, for they had encountered spirit-refining realm masters. The Xuanchen sect would never be so weak. Moreover, Taoist Chiang remained calm and composed, appearing extremely at ease, so they must still be hiding their trump card. At this moment, the martial sage seized the opportunity to wave his hand, taking another person's head. He weaved through the crowd, charging directly at the emperor, his eyes pitch black, and he roared with mad laughter, "The strong are immortals, the weak are demons." He erupted with astonishing power, sending everyone flying, then swiftly rushed forward. The martial sage charged forward with blood-red eyes. Chu Xing stood before the emperor, trying to protect him, but sweat had already soaked his entire body. The martial sage leapt up, punching at the cowering emperor, roaring, "Emperor Yang, run again!" Chu Xing hastily waved his hand and threw his flying star blade, but the martial sage punched him in the abdomen. "Those who block me die." The emperor looked back to see Chu Xing fall to the ground, shattering the stone steps, and anxiously shouted, "Chu Xing, Chu Xing!" Chu Xing clutched his stomach and shouted, "Your Majesty, run!" The martial sage reached out towards the emperor, roaring, "Run!" Suddenly, a golden orb of light shone forth from the main hall, its radiance gradually spreading, forming swirling beams of light that shot outwards. Then that thing transformed into a barrier, blocking the martial sage. The martial sage gazed gravely at the enemy before him. A black vortex appeared with a red orb of light in its center, from which a human face emerged, its eyes deep black, flashing with blood-red light. "You mortals dare to cause such a great calamity!" the Wuji Society members exclaimed in unison. "What the hell is that? A face monster? How do we fight this?" Mortals slaying immortals is an outrageous act, deserving of punishment. 5 lightning bolts struck down, reducing both body and soul to ashes. Then the human face opened its mouth and spat out a crimson lightning bolt, descending from the sky, striking directly at the martial sage. "Mortal, die!" That power struck the martial sage, making him scream in agony. Then the crimson lightning struck the Wuji Society members. Chao Mu quickly used Shadow Step to rapidly dodge, thinking this is their trump card. No, this is probably just the opening act. These powerhouses had merely been watching the show all along. If Chiang hadn't been so weak, they wouldn't have bothered to move. At this moment, the martial sage was being repeatedly struck and roasted by the crimson lightning. A highly plausible thought surfaced in Chao Mu's mind. With this level of spell, I wonder if the martial sage can even keep his body intact. Amidst the sky-filling lightning, the martial sage still stood proudly like a solid statue, for his muscles were constantly regenerating, but he was still left a bloody mess by the lightning. He raised one hand high to the sky, striking an extremely cool pose, yet it was somewhat confusing, for that hand actually pointed towards the emperor and Chu Xing. His eyes turned pale, and half his face was scorched by the electricity, resembling honeycomb coal. The emperor looked at the scene filled with doubt, and suddenly a thought flashed. "Wait, is he looking at me?" Just then, Chao Mu happened to run past behind the emperor. Coincidentally, the lightning still stubbornly struck down, continuing to envelop the martial sage in its electric torment. In an instant, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, revealing the shining sun and simultaneously blowing away all the smoke and dust. Then everyone witnessed the cruel truth. A huge black crater appeared where the martial sage had been, but he was nowhere to be found. Chu Xing clutched his chest, his eyes wide, stammering, "How is this possible, martial sage? He really..." The emperor lowered his head, his voice low, making a tragic summary, "Dead." In the end, martial arts still lost to immortal arts. Taoist Chiang's face was beaming with joy as if he'd won the lottery, a sneering smile playing on his lips, and he shouted loudly, "The leader of martial arts, rebellious and defiant, angered the heavens and shall endure the 5 heavenly thunderbolts, turning to dust both body and soul, dissipating." His words echoed far below the hall, reaching the ears of all the common people. "Good riddance, there will be no more martial sage in the world. That cannibalistic fiend should have suffered the 5 heavenly thunderbolts long ago." At the same time, the Wuji Society members were the complete opposite. They all knelt on the ground, their minds dizzy, muttering as if their souls had left them. "Impossible, how could the martial sage die? He was our greatest hope as martial artists against extraordinary beings. We worked so many years to reach the 3rd grade realm, and this is the result?" Chao Mu stood upright, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, his mind still unable to accept this fact. He thought to himself, unbelievable, even someone as powerful as the martial sage ultimately lost to immortals. For martial artists, the martial sage was the epitome of the previous generation's strength. He was like a blazing sun, illuminating the path of martial artists. But now the sun had set and martial arts were left without hope. Everything had vanished in an instant, and their grand words were now nowhere to be found. The victor is an immortal, the vanquished a demon. This backlash came too quickly. Suddenly, a flash of fire ignited ahead in an instant. A martial artist in front of Chao Mu burst into flames, becoming a living torch. He only managed to let out a painful scream before turning to ashes in midair. Taoist Chiang, brimming with imposing aura, waved his hand and ordered, "What are you standing around for? Follow me and eliminate these disrespectful martial artists." The Xuanchen sect disciples immediately shouted, "Yes, senior brother Chiang." Flames rained down like a meteor shower, bringing dust with them, directly assaulting the Wuji Society members. Battle instantly erupted in the air, filled with killing intent. The Xuanchen sect members roared in unison, "Kill!" A martial artist watched as two companions burned to ashes before his eyes, his mind reeling. Cold sweat drenched him, and he stammered, "Even the martial sage died at the hands of extraordinary beings. What's the use of us cultivating martial arts? The so-called martial arts against immortals is ultimately just a mirage." Just then a clear voice rang out, proclaiming decisively as if beyond doubt, "Martial arts are dead." Before the words faded, Chao Mu had already leapt into the scene, appearing before the man. He gently raised his hand, blocking the rapidly incoming sword chi as if merely fending off a breeze, his eyes bright and resolute, and he retorted, "Things in the world rarely go as one wishes." With that, Chao Mu stopped lecturing and charged directly forward, resolutely moving to rescue the group. While everyone else feared being scorched, he still rushed forward, roaring, "Just because of this minor setback, you give up and let yourselves be slaughtered? You all came for a great cause, how can you abandon it so easily? So what if the martial sage died? Can't we succeed without him? Even if we all die here today, what does it matter? Wouldn't it be glorious to drag a few immortals down with us before we die?" Upon hearing these words, everyone present immediately ignited with blazing fury in their eyes. "He's also a third-grade martial artist. If he can do it, why can't I? Heavenly demonic disintegration, how can I let a junior look down on me?" 8 gates open. Thus the Wuji Society members all clenched their weapons, their eyes wide with fury as they glared at the enemy, then charged forward in unison, their momentum fierce, roaring like bloodthirsty beasts. "Fight them, even if we die, we'll die standing." Chao Mu took the lead, charging towards the immortals with overwhelming momentum. Everyone followed closely, letting out a chorus of murderous roars. "Fight for martial arts, kill!" High in the sky, the Emperor and Chu Xing observed everything below. That fellow surnamed Chao had once again replaced the martial sage, reawakening the martial artist's fighting spirit. The Emperor said nothing, merely watched in silence, his mind filled with countless thoughts. "I never expected that there would still be people in this world who are not afraid of death and dare to defy immortal sects. If martial arts could unite, perhaps they could also contend with immortal arts." Just then a cold wind swept through, swirling towards the Emperor. Before he could even react, he was swept into the main hall by a powerful whirlwind. Chu Xing turned back in alarm, shouting, "Your Majesty!" But the Emperor had been sucked into the main hall, crashing heavily against the inner wall. Chu Xing frantically ran forward, knelt beside him, and anxiously shouted, "This humble subject deserves death for letting your Majesty be startled? I'm fine, I merely stumbled." But before he could collect himself, the immortal statue before him suddenly lit up, and a majestic voice echoed in the hall. Emperor Yang! Emperor Yang felt countless images of immortals appear before his eyes. They were precisely the divine statues he had seen in his previous hallucinations, only this time they were real. It was then that the statue's eyes suddenly opened, and a golden light shot directly at the Emperor, a majestic voice ringing out, "Kneel!" The Emperor gritted his teeth, resisting the invisible pressure weighing down on him with all his might, thinking, "Have they finally dropped the pretense? Now they're actually directly forcing me to kneel before them? But why are they suddenly in such a hurry? The martial sage is dead, isn't there no one left to stop them?" Just then, Chao Mu, his eyes bloodshot, burst in from outside with an aggressive aura. "A ghost?" Chu Xing gasped, his mouth agape, and asked, "It's you, you're not dead yet?" Chao Mu stomped his foot heavily and loudly replied, "It's not that easy to kill me." Then, with overwhelming momentum, he flew towards the idol, thinking, "Even if I kill Emperor Yang, there are still Emperor Yangsong, Emperor Yongui. It's better to destroy the idol directly, so the Emperor has no gods to worship, eliminating future trouble once and for all." With that, he roared and swung his sword at the idol's head. Chu Xing watched the scene before him, his heart racing, his eyes wide. He couldn't believe it. He actually brought the sword down? How could a person be so resolute? This was simply courting death. But against the power of the immortals, Chao Mu's body gradually began to crack. His body continuously recovered and his wounds began to self-heal as if he had a built-in repair mode. The heart transplanted by Wu Qijun was continuously operating, supporting his recovery. Chao Mu was now entangled with the idol's power, like two gangs fighting over territory. Locked in a fierce confrontation, Chu Xing stood aside, his face pale, sweating profusely as if he had been toiling all day. He roared in his heart, "Impossible, he's actually recovering himself while continuously sustaining injuries." And his realm is improving as if he's cheating. 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 1st grade. He's almost catching up to the martial sage. He turned to look at the idol, only to find it gradually cracking completely opposite to Chao Emu's state. This scene made him think in astonishment. What's going on? The immortal idol is rapidly weakening. Just then, a sharp light flashed in Chao Emu's eyes. He let out a cold snort and loudly declared, "It's just a broken rock, what's so great about it? Break for me?" He swung his sword down, instantly splitting the idol in half. At that moment, a terrifying force erupted from the idol, spreading in all directions. This power violently exploded like a berserk beast, destroying all the idols in the main hall. The powerful shockwave even extended outside. Just then, Taoist Chiang, who was slaughtering martial artists outside, sensed the commotion. He immediately kicked open the door and rushed in with an aggressive aura, roaring, "Who is it? Who dares to touch my Xuanchen sect's main hall?" He stared with wide eyes at everything before him, unable to believe his eyes. Chao Mu casually raised a hand pointing at the just-destroyed idol, and said in a relaxed tone, "Oh, you're only arriving now? Your house was built illegally, so I helped you tear it down. Why aren't you thanking me? You lowly ant, how dare you insult an immortal sect? I swear I will tear you to pieces." Chao Mu was as excited as if he had found an outlet for his stress. He said, "You've come at just the right time. I've just finished digesting Mr. Wu's flesh and blood, and now I'm full of power, perfect for a little practice with you." But just as he finished speaking, a red aura suddenly appeared from nowhere, swiftly coiling around his body. This aura formed into thick ropes, tightly binding Chao Emu's limbs, lifting him high into the air. "No, this isn't Chiang's magic. Could it be those small immortal idols?" The immortals in the main hall chanted in unison. "Mortals who disrespect deities, those who are greatly irreverent, shall enter the 9 underworlds, forever sinking into nothingness, forever sinking into nothingness." Chao Mu, however, sneered, "Putting on a show. Which sect of immortals are you from? You are nothing more than a group of extraordinary beings in immortal clothing, claiming to be immortals. There are no immortals in this world, only a group of extraordinary beings sitting on pedestals, a group of wishful thinkers who don't treat others as human." Taoist Chiang immediately pointed a finger at Chao Mu, as if Chao Mu owed him hundreds of taels of silver, then made a dashing gesture to summon his sword. As soon as the sword appeared, he burst into wild laughter as if he had won the lottery, then roared with full momentum, "Ah, you're looking for death." But Chao Mu was already accustomed to such threats. He remained unmoved and instead roared loudly, "Even if I die today, I will make you false immortals live a life worse than death." Taoist Chiang immediately raised his sword, its tip pointing directly at Chao Mu, and declared with an aggressive aura, his voice like thunder, "Then this immortal shall grant your wish." But before he could even make a move, everyone thought the emperor would only watch. Clutching his dragon robe, suddenly rushed out, raising his hand to block, and shouted as if appealing for a discount, "Immortal, please wait a moment." Chao Mu, still hanging in midair like a dried fish, suddenly stared wide-eyed at the emperor. He thought to himself, "What is this old man suddenly doing?" Taoist Chiang's eyes immediately blazed with fury, and he roared, "Emperor Yang, what do you mean?" But the emperor did not flinch, still looking at him as firm as a statue, and asked, "Before the worship, may the immortals of the Xuanchen sect allow me to ask a few questions?" Taoist Chiang snorted, but still retracted his sword and calmly replied. The elder didn't say no, so he agreed. Chao Mu now looked at the emperor's back, his mind racing, trying to guess what trick this person was up to now. But before he could deduce it, the emperor had already turned his head, staring at him intently, and asked, "Chao Zhang, you don't seem to be a subordinate of the martial sage, so what are you doing here?" Hearing this, Chao Mu suddenly closed his eyes, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, then replied concisely, "As I said, I came to kill you, and more importantly, I came here to fight for dignity." These words were like a stone dropped into a calm lake. The emperor paused slightly, and he repeated in confusion, "Dignity? The martial sage is dead, and the Wuji Society members are all mentally broken, as if they've lost everything and cannot continue fighting. And you are the emperor of Great Yan with all the people watching you. If you kneel, the entire nation will be demoralized, eventually leading to widespread discontent. If you want to kneel, you might as well just die." The emperor looked at him, his eyes still as calm as water, unperturbed, and slowly asked in return, "Do you really want me to die?" But even the martial sage, the master of martial arts, has died. What use is your hot-blooded spirit now? Chao Mu heard this and remained completely unmoved. Instead, he contemptuously asked in return, "The dead are dead. Are you going to give up on yourself just because you're alive? The martial sage is dead. If we follow his logic, it's because he was too weak, and no one else is to blame. If this generation's martial arts leader is not capable, there will be the next generation, and the one after that. If the predecessors dare not sacrifice themselves, only knowing compromise and kneeling, how can we expect future generations to have strong principles?" With that, Chao Mu fell silent. He took a deep breath, then suddenly exerted all his strength, roaring as if to tear the sky apart, "From this day forward, let me shoulder martial arts. Let me become the leader of martial arts." This roar echoed through the mountains and forests, reaching the battlefield below. The Wuji Society members who were fighting immediately froze in astonishment. Both friend and foe stopped because of this sound. "Well said, kid." But Taoist Chiang was different. He merely raised an eyebrow, sneering with contempt. "Just you, a person who wants to shoulder martial arts yet has become a prisoner at the feet of an immortal sect, truly lives up to his name." Chao Mu heard this and, far from being angry, burst into hearty laughter, then opened his mouth and let out a thunderous roar. A single tree does not make a forest. If I can't do it, someone will still inherit it 1,000 years from now, and sooner or later they will catch up to you extraordinary beings. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light emitted from the emperor's waist. He was immediately startled, his eyes flashing with astonishment. His hand slowly reached out, touching the glowing sword at his waist, only having time to think one thought. This feeling, then he drew the sword and held it high to the sky. The blade radiating dazzling light, illuminating the faces of those ignorant people. The emperor looked at the sword in his hand, his eyes filled with shock, then roared, "It's the Human King's sword." Taoist Chiang stared wide-eyed at the sword in the emperor's hand, his expression as if he had just discovered that the emperor was his long-lost neighbor. He shouted in horror, "Emperor Yang can actually control the Human King's sword. He actually dares to bring the Human King's sword." As soon as his words fell, golden light flashed and the restraints on Chao Mu instantly loosened. Chao Mu immediately evaporated like an ice cube in hot oil, then fell to the ground. What the hell is this Human King's sword? It's so powerful it can even affect immortal magic. The emperor completely ignored his questioning. He still stared intently at the sword in his hand, his eyes flashing with a triumphant gleam as if he had just won a snack prize, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was indeed right for the Grand Ancestor to protect me. The Grand Ancestor of the great Yan dynasty who conquered the world from horseback not only possessed the most powerful army of his time, but he himself was also the strongest martial artist in the world. After the Grand Ancestor's passing, the sword he carried became the Human King's sword, enshrined in the temple, like the imperial seal and the 9 tripod cauldrons, becoming a symbol of human imperial power. It carried the destiny and fortune of great Yan. With that, he raised the Human King's sword high to the sky, and the blade immediately emitted golden light, soaring straight into the heavens, so dazzling that a few passing birds flapped their wings in panic. The emperor looked at this scene, secretly calculating, if I couldn't awaken the Human King's sword today, I would be in a desperate situation with no other choice, but now I want to see to what extent the immortal sects will avoid involving imperial destiny. Above, the elders saw the light, squinted their eyes, then blurted out, as if they had just realized they forgot to lock the door. Is this Emperor Yang's reliance? We truly underestimated him. That sword was originally an ordinary object, but it absorbed the imperial destiny of the human world through years of incense offerings. Imperial destiny is an ethereal thing. Involving it may not necessarily affect the lifespan of us cultivators, right? Then you try it. Venerable Elder immediately fell silent, not uttering a word. After a long time he seemed to have finally understood. He took a deep breath, then roared like thunder, "Emperor Yang's worship of the immortals is a matter of great incense and fortune, and cannot be aborted midway. Yang, do it." Taoist Choyong heard this, clearly hesitant, and stammered, "Elder still," but before he could finish, a figure with flowing robes suddenly appeared in the sky. As soon as this person landed, he spoke clearly. "Fellow Taoists of the Xuanchen sect." He gently stroked his beard, revealing a gentle smile, his tone like a benevolent elder greeting his juniors. "How have you been recently?" Venerable Elder immediately showed a smile even brighter than spring chrysanthemums, clasped his hands, and immediately greeted, "Taoist Qingyi of the great Tao sect in Zhangzhou." But the elder felt no joy in his heart. He immediately calculated, at this point this is no coincidence. We inadvertently leaked the news of Emperor Yang's worship of the immortals. The 9 great immortal sects each occupy a region. The great Tao sect and the Xuanchen sect are neighbors, establishing Taoist temples and shrines, receiving incense offerings from the people of various prefectures, and the great Tao sect is the most deeply rooted and prosperous sect among all the immortal sects in Zhangzhou. Since the plan to deceive the heavens has been exposed, then the sect leader in Zhangzhou and the Tianwu mirror must also be in danger. No wonder that kid could destroy the sect leader's immortal statue. It must be because the sect leader was already powerless to resist. While Venerable Elder was still in a state of confusion, Wu Qingxin maintained her gentle smile, clasped her hands, and continued, "Fellow Taoists, I won't say more. Everything your sect leader did in Zhangzhou has been exposed, and several great immortal sects already know about this. The matter of Emperor Yang's worship of the immortals ends here." Venerable Elder immediately frowned and asked eagerly, "How is our sect leader now?" Qingyi looked at him and calmly replied, "This matter is settled. Your sect leader will naturally return safely." Chao Mu stared intently at the sword, unable to resist probing. "From the start, you never intended to kneel, did you?" Emperor Yang replied, "As a monarch I cannot kneel, but I was also compelled, because I truly had no absolute certainty, and this time was merely a stroke of luck." Was it really luck? The summoning of the Human King's sword might be related to this person. Just then a golden light suddenly descended from the sky, landing near the emperor. Qingyi appeared, his demeanor solemn, his actions gentle like a respected elder. "Emperor Yang, the matter of worshipping immortals ends here. This incident was the Xuanchen sect's unauthorized action and has nothing to do with our immortal sects. Emperor Yang, are you willing to return to Zhangzhou capital with me?" The emperor immediately smiled, clasped his hands in return. "Then I shall trouble the immortal," but in his heart he secretly cheered, "Finally I don't have to kneel." At this moment Elder Tianqing did not feel optimistic at all. He stood in the distance observing, his thoughts racing. The Emperor left a contingency. Could he have secretly informed the Great Tao sect and other immortal sects? Just then, Chao Mu suddenly approached. Elder Tianqing was immediately startled, his suspicions growing. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? But Chao Mu completely ignored what that group of people was calculating. He immediately raised his hand and waved, shouting loudly, "Hey, did you forget something? Hey, hey." Elder Tianqing heard Chao Mu's voice echoing in his ear and immediately frowned, so angry he wanted to strike immediately. He roared in a low voice, then unleashed a palm strike carrying dazzling fire and shouted, "This person bewitches immortal bodies, he deserves to die." Far from panicking, Chao Mu appeared extremely excited. He immediately raised his scoreboard and excitedly shouted, "Great, my Tianqing score has been saved again." But before he could enjoy the joy, a roar came, stopping everything. "All immortals, please wait a moment." The Emperor immediately raised his hand, his eyes filled with seriousness. Chao Mu immediately stared wide-eyed at him, so angry he wanted to roar in his heart. "Ruining my plans, you want to keep this person? Does the mortal Emperor still think he's different because of imperial destiny? Don't forget, there's still a long way to go." But just then, Chao Mu suddenly pushed the Emperor away, shouting, "I, Chao Zhang, have long since cast aside life and death. Why do I need the Emperor's protection? I only regret not being able to expose the true faces of you extraordinary beings sooner." But in his heart he was screaming frantically, "Words are one thing, actions are another. Don't joke about saving me." The Emperor slowly uttered a sentence that astonished everyone. "No, this man conspired to assassinate the monarch. According to the laws of Great Yan, he should be imprisoned in the celestial dungeon and then beheaded publicly." Chao Mu also widened his eyes, mouth agape, hands crossed. His face filled with an expression of profound emotion, tears almost welling up. He immediately let out a loud shout that took everyone by surprise, almost changing their opinion of Emperor Yang. "I didn't expect him to be such a good person. Today I must die." At this moment, Venerable Elder clasped his hands together, declaring with a feigned air of profundity, "That is good. When we reach the imperial capital, I will trouble fellow Taoist Qingyi to supervise, which will also serve as a warning to the world that anyone who profanes immortals and commits great sins will not live." Qingyi simply stroked his beard silently and gently, in no hurry to respond. He glanced at the shattered statues. His gaze deep, then nodded and said, "Rest assured, fellow Taoist." Afterwards, Qingyi led the great Yan Emperor to the mountain gate. At the foot of the mountain, the common people gathered in a dense crowd, their gazes fervent, as if they had witnessed immortals descending. One person couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Oh my goodness, to see so many immortals at once! Pinch me quickly. See if I'm dreaming. May all immortals be blessed with boundless longevity, coexisting with heaven and earth." The Emperor observed silently as he walked, a faint thoughtful smile playing on his lips. He thought, since ascending the throne, this was the first time he could directly bargain with immortals, wasn't it? But on the other side, Chao Mu's situation was completely different. He was being escorted by 2 Xuanchen sect disciples. When the common people saw him, they immediately began to whisper, their eyes filled with indignation. An elderly woman couldn't help but throw a handful of vegetable leaves directly at his face, cursing, "Villain Chao Zhang, how dare you offend an immortal? The immortal still spares your life, truly boundless compassion." And here, 2 small feet were strolling through the crowd. Unexpectedly, it was Ning Shui and her master. 2 of the 9 great immortal sects gathered here, which surely isn't a good sign. Cultivators like us who practice ancient methods shouldn't get involved in these matters. At this moment, Chao Mu and Ning Shui passed each other, but Ning Shui immediately stiffened. Her slender hand gently lifted the blindfold, her eyes struggling to open, but she only managed to catch a glimpse of the corner of his clothes. He continued to walk, hands clasped behind his head, appearing somewhat languid, but his gaze was exceptionally resolute. Suddenly, Ning Shui's clear and decisive voice rang out, "Chao Mu." Ning Shui immediately grabbed her senior sister's hand, her voice a little urgent. "Senior sister, that person just now." Ning Shui's hands unconsciously tightened. Then she suddenly asked an extremely important question. Was he handsome? Amina froze, and the image of Chao Mu licking his hand immediately flashed in her mind. Amina instantly stiffened, both flustered and unsure how to respond appropriately. "That person was injured, I didn't see clearly, but his appearance was quite handsome. He also seems to be named Chao, just like you." "What was his name again?" "Chao Zhang, right? Do you know him?" On hearing this, Ning Shui stumbled slightly, her footsteps faltering. "Your eyes are not ordinary. Although you have entered the immortal path, your quiet eyes are still a burden. You might even fall on level ground this time." At this moment, Ning Shui's mind was racing. Injured? What did he do again? What exactly? Things in the world are unpredictable. Since his life hasn't ended yet, we will surely meet again. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. "Junior sister, you haven't answered my question yet. Do you know that person?" But Ning Shui simply replied softly, her tone as firm as a nail being struck. "No, I don't." Soon dusk settled, and at the foot of the mountain a man sat quietly before a stone tomb, lost in thought. It was the martial sage. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. "Foster father," but the martial sage didn't turn around. His hand continued to carve on the stone, his voice calm yet filled with unwavering resolve. "There's no need to call me foster father. There is no martial sage in this world anymore." His firm hand finally completed the last stroke on the tombstone. On the rough stone tablet, only 5 large characters remained. "Tomb of Wu Qijang." The martial sage murmured to the tombstone, his voice calm but imbued with unspoken contemplation. "Wu Qijang, I told you long ago, that was your fatal weakness. So it was obvious you would use the myriad flesh transformation to disguise yourself as me and die in my place. even if in your heart it wasn't dying for me. The person who arrived behind him was none other than his adopted son Wu Chang'an. Foster father, I don't understand, was Qizheng's sacrifice worth it? If you wanted to kill Emperor Yang, why didn't you personally storm the mountain gate and kill him? The martial sage gently brushed the dust from the tombstone and slowly replied, kill this Emperor Yang and another will replace him. Since that is the case, it's better to use the martial sage's death to buy time for martial arts, to find a way to defeat the extraordinary beings. First, to take this opportunity to investigate the abilities of the Xuanchen sect elders. Such a sacrifice is valuable. Second, because the martial sage's inside art is still at a bottleneck. I need more time to deduce it. As he spoke, he picked up his knife again and carved 2 lines of text on the tombstone. Follow the righteous path, use unorthodox methods, just need to hide and wait for the time. Then why feign death? All the Wuji Society members who participated in the assassination have already. But before he could finish, the martial sage had already stood up and decisively interrupted him. This martial world doesn't need a martial sage. I've ruled the martial world for 40 years and more people have followed my martial path, but no one has ever been able to fight alongside me. The world only knows how to blindly worship the strong, holding me up as the banner of martial arts. But once this banner falls, they will panic like stray dogs, completely at a loss. My existence has become an impediment. The world needs people who continuously surpass me. Only in this way can martial arts contend with immortal arts. Does foster father want to encourage martial artists to become stronger? But what if it backfires? The martial sage sighed, his gaze distant, as if he too was unsure of the answer. Who knows, even if it's worse, it can't be worse than the martial sage suppressing the martial world for 40 years, can it? By the way, about Chao Zhang, is everything going smoothly? Wu Chang'an shrugged and replied, the imperial capital's celestial dungeon is heavily guarded. It's a bit troublesome to give him the cultivation method. I can't break my word. I must give him the complete set of techniques and in an appropriate way. This martial arts seed who fears no death perhaps should try other possibilities for entering the Dao. Wait, the celestial dungeon, Wu Chang'an, if you do that. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang'an's face immediately changed, saying, foster father, he will die. Haha, do you think that kid will be afraid? Alright, enough of that. You've done very well recently. The great Dao sect sleeper agent acted promptly, ensuring I wasn't present when Taoist Qingyi came to southern continent. From now on, the Wuji Society will be under your command. Wu Chang'an immediately clasped his fist, bowing his head respectfully. As you command. Only then did he shift his gaze to Wu Qizheng's tombstone. Qizheng, you always said that foster father and I are very similar, both little martial sages, but I still can't fathom foster father's thoughts. 2 days later, Yan City Prefectural Yamen. At least we're old acquaintances. You couldn't even offer a cup of tea? Wang Song smiled faintly. Ha, as expected, you're not dead. Tea is for guests and you and uninvited guests certainly don't count. 40 years ago, I abandoned my official post to practice martial arts and you, Wang Song, abandoned your official post to join the immortal path. 40 years have passed and I have become a true martial sage while you are merely a counterfeit prefect. Where is your Dao? Can you achieve immortality this way? Why would I seek immortality? I only cultivate spells, not immortality. If the immortal path is strong, I cultivate immortality. If the martial path is strong, I practice martial arts. All I seek is an era of peace, a prosperous nation, and a strong populace. Your martial arts talent is mediocre, and you don't even know how to flatter the immortal path. Your life will just be like this. Wang Song was not to be outdone, and immediately retorted, indeed, I can't compare to a person like you whose hands are stained with blood. You almost slaughtered half the martial world, then faked your death under the pretense of assassinating the emperor, living a debauched life. The person opposite snorted, saying, HMPH, the only thing harder than my fist in this world is probably your passionate and logical rhetoric. Catch, an immortal's Chang'an bag, what's inside? The person opposite then said, your fist. Wang Song frowned, opened the Chang'an bag to inspect, and his gaze immediately settled on a secret manual, the Xuanchen treasure scripture. This is the Taoist scripture for Xuanchen sect cultivators to establish their foundation. An immortal sect talismans and magic treasures. Where did you get these things? The person opposite replied, over the years I haven't killed many immortal cultivators, but it's enough to collect some immortal legacies. These things are much stronger than the rudimentary Taoist arts you practice now. Wang Song heard this, a flicker of interest in his eyes, but he still feigned aloofness, refusing righteously. How many martial artists are willing to run errands for immortal temples just hoping to obtain these things one day? This gift is too valuable, I dare not accept it. Don't misunderstand, extraordinary beings have a hypothesis about the human dynasty's imperial luck. It is said that human emperors carry imperial luck, so they cannot achieve longevity. Even if they succeed in cultivation, they won't live long. Consider these things as offerings for your tomb in the future. Upon hearing this, Wang Song immediately pounced on the pile of treasures, overjoyed. Since that's the case, then I'll respectfully accept. Foolish. Cultivating the immortal path is to curb the extraordinary beings. This path requires countless years. Your imperial luck is limited, and you probably won't get far. Wang Song did not retort, merely replied silently. If we can enlighten the common people, why worry about extraordinary beings deceiving them? Your martial path lives for time. I cultivate the immortal path to gain a brief moment for humanity. so the two glared at each other again. HMPH, our paths diverge so we cannot conspire together. Suddenly, Wang Song asked curiously, by the way, who was the person who died in your place? It turned out that this young man was the martial sage. He was silent for a moment, then replied, an enemy. In the evening the sky was overcast and heavy rain fell. A figure stood before a grave holding an old umbrella. It was none other than Wu Qijung. He looked at the name carved on the tombstone, his lips curling into a cold smile. As long as my death can benefit you in the end, does that count as an upright path? I said long ago, even if I die, I will never die for you. Even if you are my biological father, the myriad flesh transformation, when pushed to its extreme, allows one to separate flesh and blood, waiting for an opportunity to be reborn. Although my strength is greatly diminished, I was thus able to escape the martial sage's insight arts detection. I have already perfected the myriad flesh transformation, and I have given it to Chao Zhang. Before that, I hope he can discover the flaws of this secret method. I hope that one day in the future he can kill the martial sage. Suddenly, cat ears grew on someone's head in prison. Chao Mu was thriving, even casually using the myriad flesh transformation to disguise himself as a cat, boastfully complimenting himself. Oh, Wu Qijung's cultivation method is truly marvelous. But just then, the Wuchang cat appeared from nowhere, meowing. It gave Chao Mu a disdainful look, then prepared to slip away. Chao Mu immediately flared up, pointing in the direction the cat ran and furiously cursing. What kind of look is that? Are you treating me like trash? Don't run, today I'm going to pet you bald. Suddenly, a low chuckle came from the corner of the cell. Haha, this calico cat you're keeping is quite spirited. How did it manage to get into this celestial dungeon? How else could it get in? Through the window, of course. Don't let its plumpness fool you. It's just fluffy, even the smallest window it can squeeze through. But how should I address you? Since you can read so leisurely in prison, you must be of no small background, right? Hi Wuya, my background is irrelevant. I've just lived here for 30 years and am familiar with everyone inside. Upon hearing this, Chao Mu quickly pondered. The martial sage's insight art has a sensing ability. Is he from the Wuji Society? But his aura is only 9th grade, is that right? Well, he's considered the old-timer here, so please take good care of me, Junior. Hai Wuya didn't say much, just casually picked up a book from a pile nearby and handed it to him, smiling. Though we've just met, it feels as if we've known each other for a long time. I have a medical book here. While it can't fully repair your damaged meridians, it can at least alleviate some of your pain. Chao Mu secretly marveled. Strange, he can see my body's problems at a glance. This old man is not simple. Just then a cold voice came from outside. Chao Zhang, Lord Wei requests your presence. Immediately after, a ladder was lowered. Without thinking, Chao Mu stood up and refused Hai Wuya's book. No need for medical skills, my body is beyond saving anyway. Hai Wuya frowned slightly, asking in surprise, Lord Wei En, the #1 divine constable, personally requests you. What crime did you commit? Chao Mu's tone was calm, as if talking about the weather at regicide. Hai Wuya was instantly stunned. Chao Mu simply climbed the ladder and left the cell, leaving behind an old man sitting in shock. Hai Wuya placed the book on the ground, muttering, what is this person's background? Just then a figure suddenly appeared in the darkness. Hai Wuya, long time no see, how have you been? Wu Changkin, why are you here? Wu Changkin went straight to the point, saying concisely, have you found a successor for your cultivation method? What strange things are you talking about? If I had a suitable successor, would I still be here? Wu Changkin's tone was still light, yet carried a hint of deeper meaning. If not, the martial sage wants you to hand over the cultivation method to someone. This is the martial sage's will. Who is it? Wu Changkin replied calmly. Chao Zhang. At this moment, Chao Mu was led away, and the officer in charge said, Lord Wei, the person has been brought, please. You may step down. Do you intend to torture me? Hurry up, if I so much as frown, I lose. Wei En frowned. The #1 divine constable in the world says you conspired to assassinate his majesty. Chao Mu listened, even more excited in his heart, thinking to himself, this pressure, a spirit-refining martial artist, is even stronger than Chu Xing. You're quite capable, kid. I've wanted to meet you for a long time to see what you look like. Chao Mu chuckled inwardly. Here we go. The reward this time is definitely good. Chao Mu was preparing for a shocking interrogation when Wei En suddenly clapped him on the shoulder, a faint smile on his face. I heard you lambasted those extraordinary beings from the Xuanchen sect. Truly mighty. Don't worry, the emperor only sent me to inquire about the Chao family. Chao Mu immediately lost interest upon hearing this. His face deflated like a steamed bun, and he replied listlessly, you mean to say the emperor isn't going to kill me? How could that be? You're a designated death row inmate sentenced without interrogation. We've already prepared a sumptuous feast here. Let's eat and talk. Chao Mu's eyes immediately lit up, beaming with joy. A final meal? Then I'm relieved. This time I'll tell you everything, holding nothing back. Approximately 2 hours later, Wei En finally put down his pen, having organized Chao Mu's statement. The meaning of Hero Chao is, your Chao family is a large family that has lived in seclusion for many years, constantly on the move without a fixed abode. Your ancestors lived in remote mountains or offshore islands. Although the descendants are not numerous, the family rules are strict and the family traditions are rigorously passed down. The elders are all martial arts masters living simple lives, not seeking fame or fortune. Chao Mu raised his wine cup and drank it all, replying, exactly. If one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe there is such a family in the world that enshrines dying a worthy death as its family motto. The Chao family is indeed a unique and rare family in the world. Thank you, Hero Chao, today. I will now send someone to escort you back to the celestial dungeon. Chow Mu stared at the golden roasted chicken on the plate, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Can I take this chicken with me?" Wei En smiled and nodded. "Of course, I'll pack it for you right now." Lord Divine Constable is truly generous, so Chow Mu happily returned to his cell with the chicken. Wei En stood there, looking at his retreating back, lost in thought. Just then a soldier suddenly stepped forward, clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Hero Chow, I am Fang Yuan. I just heard about your family's deeds. Truly a family of loyalty and righteousness, admirable. If you have any instructions in the future, please tell me. Hero Chow, this chicken must be heavy, right? Let me help you carry it." Chow Mu was stunned. "No way, you, a jailer, are being so polite to me, a death row inmate. Is this reasonable?" Fang Yuan smiled broadly, a look of sincerity on his face. "Of course it's reasonable. I've admired heroes like Hero Chow since I was a child." "Are you sure you're a jailer and not my fan?" Then Chow Mu didn't hesitate, immediately placing the chicken on Hai Wuya's table, laughing heartily. "Old Hai, I brought you something good." Hai Wuya frowned, looking at the chicken in front of him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "This aroma, is it the honey-glazed roasted chicken from that century-old restaurant in the capital? I don't like to receive favors without merit. I don't like owing people. Is it because of that medical book, but you didn't even use it?" Chow Mu smiled faintly, giving himself and Administrator 09 a thumbs up, then said, "I appreciate the thought, that's enough. Indeed a straightforward person. Approximately 2 hours ago." Hai Wuya shook his head, looking at Wu Chunkin with confusion, and said, "Chao Zhang, wasn't he punished by the Immortal sect and executed? His life is precarious. Even if he masters my cultivation method, what good would it do?" Wu Chunkin folded his arms, replying calmly, "Haven't you also been living a precarious life in the celestial dungeon for 30 years? Have those 30 years been in vain? But my cultivation method is different from ancient and modern martial arts, and it's not yet perfected. If one cultivates it carelessly, at best it leads to chi deviation, at worst the body explodes and dies. Whether to pass it on or not is the Wuji Society's command, but ultimately it depends on your will. As for whether to cultivate it and how to cultivate it, that depends on Chao Zong's thoughts." Deep in the celestial dungeon, Chow Mu, having eaten and drunk his fill, collapsed on the ground and snored, as if tomorrow he wasn't going to the execution ground but to a market. Hai Wuya looked at him sleeping soundly and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "I didn't expect this kid to sleep so soundly before his death. Perhaps this kid can truly master my cultivation method." At this moment Wei En sat in his room sipping tea, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Chao Zong's character is unyielding, just like Hai Wuya's. Beside him, Fang Yuan respectfully replied, "That's right, my lord." Chao Zong's description of the other members of the Chao family was full of loopholes. To say it was fabricated would not be an exaggeration. But the rumors about the Chao family in the Jianghu were not entirely groundless. His Majesty wants to inquire about the Chao family's news. It will probably not be easy. "By the way, how is Mr. Hai doing recently?" Fang Yuan replied. "Still reading, and he seems to have recently advanced to 8th grade again." "Wasn't it 9th grade? He's over 80 and can still advance." At this moment, Hai Wuya's aura grew stronger and stronger, waves of true chi spreading in all directions. Even Chow Mu couldn't help but look up. What is this old man up to? 8th grade, 7th grade, and still continuously improving. Hai Wuya didn't turn around but calmly said, "Chao Zhang, someone wants me to pass on all my life's learning to you." Chow Mu's spirits immediately lifted, his heart leaping with joy. "It seems the cultivation method promised by the Wuji Society has finally arrived. Then I won't be modest. May I ask what peerless divine art it is?" Hai Wuya replied calmly, "It's not exactly a peerless divine art, but it can be considered a method of longevity. The longevity fist." Chow Mu heard this, his eyes wide with astonishment as if they would pop out. "The cultivation method you're talking about, is it the longevity fist? The Chow family's longevity fist? Speaking of which, you're also surnamed Chow. Do you know the origin of the longevity fist? Why does this particular fist technique possess the characteristic of unyielding chi and blood in old age?" Chow Mu frowned in thought for a moment, then replied, "I heard it was taught by an enlightened immortal." "Wait, an immortal? Actually, among the 9 great immortal sects, there's a sect called the longevity sect. The cultivators of the longevity sect once studied the combination of martial arts and immortal arts, and subsequently developed the longevity fist scripture. However, this path was not fully opened, so the longevity fist scripture was abandoned and eventually fell into the hands of the Chow family. Is the longevity fist a path that has not yet been opened? And it was abandoned by those immortal cultivators with long lifespans. Wait, Mr. Hai just said he would teach me a method of longevity. Has that unopened path of the longevity fist been perfected then? It's perfectly normal for martial artists to experience declining chi and blood and weakening strength as they age." Then he raised his hand and touched the ground, and immediately plants and trees grew. "But what if chi and blood could continue to strengthen, continue to break through?" Chow Mu slapped his thigh, shouting excitedly, "So that's it, so that's it. The principle of the longevity fist is like a human-shaped balloon. It stores chi and blood throughout the body, slowing down decay and prolonging life. However, once the air is released, stored chi and blood will rapidly drain and the body will quickly weaken. Although the risk is high, if one has enough courage to persevere, one can extend life this way. Mr. Hai, you don't actually need to suppress yourself. You can still increase your chi and blood, becoming stronger year by year. The more your chi and blood increase, the longer you can live. It truly is a method of longevity. So what is this cultivation method called? Haiwuya took out a scroll and replied calmly, I call it the human Tao scripture, but the cultivation method is not yet fully perfected, so for now it's called the Mount Sumeru King scripture. Then old Hai, are you really capable? A cultivation method with 2 names. Could it be one of those where to practice it, you first have to do something specific? He originally named this cultivation method the Mount Sumeru King scripture, but after much thought this name seemed too narrow for his grand ambitions. How could a small Mount Sumeru encompass his profound martial arts and humanistic philosophy? So he resolutely renamed it the Human Tao Scripture. In Haiwuya's magnificent imagination, this would be a cultivation method accessible to everyone, even those whose aptitude was so dull that even fortune-tellers would shake their heads in dismay. As long as they persevered in cultivation, they could continuously progress, albeit as slowly as a snail's crawl, but ultimately achieve something. Therefore, the Human Tao Scripture is not only a secret of longevity for martial artists, but also a secret of longevity for martial arts itself. Chao Mu felt dizzy. The light emanating from Haiwuya was so dazzling it almost blinded him, and he nearly stumbled backward. He grumbled inwardly, this old man's ideas are too profound, aren't they? Damn it, he's fooled me again. Haiwuya didn't stop there. He sighed deeply and added, however, this cultivation method was created by me and to be honest it's not yet perfected. Studying it could lead to chi deviation or even death, so what, it's just death. I, Chao Zhang, would welcome it. Since that's the case, are you ready? Chao Mu immediately extended both hands, his face full of excitement. All ready. But Haiwuya was not done, continuing to pose a profound philosophical question. Tell me your dream, no, your martial arts ideal. Why do you practice martial arts? As soon as the question was asked, Chao Mu's head was knocked by Haiwuya's fist. After hearing it, Chao Mu couldn't help but choke up. Seriously, do I have to confirm again? Haiwuya replied solemnly. Of course, because I truly cannot understand you. You committed regicide to become a death row inmate, yet you pray for longevity. Don't you think that's a bit contradictory? Chao Mu couldn't be bothered to argue, replying, nonsense, do I need a reason to seek longevity? Who doesn't want to live forever? He thought to himself. Oh God, this is so troublesome. I'll just make up an excuse to get it over with. So the two fell silent. Chao Mu sighed. I practice martial arts to become stronger. The bigger and harder my fist, that's my goal, Haiwuya murmured. Another martial sage? But just then Chao Mu suddenly stood up and added, because there is too much injustice in this world, only when my fist is hard enough when I encounter injustice can I step forward and use my fist to make things fair. If my fist isn't hard enough and my ability is insufficient, rushing forward will only invite disaster, even implicating my family. Therefore, what I pursue is merely a clear understanding of human justice. Haiwuya listened, his eyes widening slightly as if he had come to an understanding. After Chao Mu finished speaking, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed, goosebumps rising all over him. He continuously scratched his head. Oh dear, I'm done. Does Mr. Hai have any other questions? Following one's heart and seeking the great Tao is truly admirable. This is yours. Chao Mu happily accepted it, thinking to himself, coming to this world having experienced countless cycles of life and death, each death reminds me of the suffering of the people, the ignorance of human hearts and the injustice of the world. If I don't strive to rise above, anyone can step on me. Some deaths are joyful, others are filled with regret. The anger at injustice has long built an indestructible wall in my heart. Sooner or later I will break through this wall. Just then a dramatic roar came from upstairs. Fang Yuan clambered up awkwardly, his face contorted in pain, stammering, oh dear, I was listening too intently, so I slipped. Hero Chao only took that chicken, and I was afraid he'd choke, so I brought the wine over. I wasn't deliberately eavesdropping. He already knows about the Human Tao scripture. How do you plan to deal with him? He secretly calculated that although Chao Zong's meridians were broken, he was still more than capable of dealing with a jailer. Chao Mu calmly replied, deal with him? Why deal with him? You and I are merely prisoners in the celestial dungeon. This celestial dungeon isn't ours, so it's perfectly normal for a jailer to be nearby. Besides, don't you want martial arts to achieve longevity? Then you should share it so everyone can cultivate it. Only then would it live up to the name Human Tao Scripture. Old Hai, care for a drink? Haiwuya couldn't help but smile upon hearing this, sighing, with a kindred spirit, 1,000 cups are too few. A profound thought surged in his heart. I didn't misjudge him, but it's a pity that both you and I are living precarious lives. The perfection of the Human Tao scripture requires a lot of time and effort. Each advancement doubles the cultivation time. I've been in the celestial dungeon for 30 years, yet I've only reached the 4th level, and everything beyond that is just speculation. But at least before I die you will have helped me fulfill my dream of spreading the Tao. With that I have no regrets. Emperor Yang stood before the Human King's sword, his gaze thoughtful and introspective. The Human King's sword, the Grand Ancestor named this sword Human King's sword. What profound meaning did it hold? At this moment Chao Zhang appeared and this sword suddenly hummed. Why? Historical records say the Chao family is a reclusive large family, and I heard there are many elders in the family. It's a pity Chao Zhang hasn't reached spirit refining 3rd grade. This reclusive family probably won't be able to achieve much. Just then Chu Xing walked in, knelt and respectfully reported, Your Majesty, news from the Celestial Dungeon. Hai Wuya recently broke through in prison and reached 7th grade again. Moreover, he and Chao Zhang had a lot of contact, often whispering to each other. Hai Wuya, this person has been in the Celestial Dungeon for almost 30 years, hasn't he? Originally a Minister of Rights, he is now over 80. If he doesn't get out soon, he might die of old age in the Celestial Dungeon. Forget it, release him. Yes, Your Majesty. What about Chao Zhang? Your Majesty, the great Dao sect has been urging us to deal with him. Emperor Yang did not hesitate. He simply turned slightly, then decisively replied, Execute him. The next day at the execution ground, Chao Mu was brought out, awaiting the moment of execution. However, Chao Mu still stood tall, even feeling a bit secretly pleased. Fang Yuan stood nearby, filled with emotion, thinking to himself, Senior Chao, you will live forever in my heart. The old jailer of the Celestial Dungeon, Qin Shiqing, said with a mocking tone, Criminal Chao Zhang, ha, you assassinated the Emperor, insulted immortals, your crimes are unforgivable. By order of the Emperor, you are to be executed. After speaking, he pulled out the execution warrant, tossing it directly onto the ground. The burly guard stepped forward, pressed Chao Mu's shoulder and shouted, Hurry up and kneel, killing someone is just a blink of an eye. Chao Mu snorted coldly, disdainfully replying, You can take my life if you wish, but my knees are hard and I will not kneel. The onlookers immediately began whispering among themselves, This is the first time I've seen someone go to the execution ground without kneeling. He's at death's door and still won't admit his mistake, truly stubborn. He's about to die and still refuses to yield, a real man that one. He's going to die anyway, why keep up the act? Seeing this, Qin Shiqing stepped forward, face twisted with rage, and shouted, I've ruled over this execution ground for years. Did you think I'd be humiliated by some nameless nobody like you? He strode up and barked furiously, Get out of my way, you bunch of useless trash. You're all at death's door and still bickering. Is that supposed to be impressive? Since that's the case, then let me show you what impressive really means even in death. Qin Shiqing said no more and immediately kicked Chao Mu's knee. With a crisp crack, the kneecap was broken. With your leg broken you can only kneel, but the next second, Qin Shiqing was startled, his eyes wide in disbelief. Chao Mu still stood upright, not kneeling in the slightest. Chao Zhang would not bow to heaven, not kneel to earth, and certainly not kowtow to that dog emperor and those damned extraordinary beings to admit his mistake. The surrounding people were dumbfounded, their mouths wide open as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, and among them was Zhang Chen. My goodness, his bones are exposed. How can there be such a daredevil in this world opposing the emperor and extraordinary beings? Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Qin Shiqing, needless to say, was both scared and furious, immediately shouting, What are you staring at? Execute him. The burly guard, however, hesitated, stammering, But he hasn't knelt yet. Qin Shiqing was exasperated, waving his hand and continuing to shout, Never mind, execute him. He took the order without further hesitation. Chao Mu's head rolled away like a coconut blown by the wind. Zhang Chen stood rooted to the spot, his eyes fixed on everything happening before him. Chao Mu's last words echoed in his mind. A giant tree grows from a tiny sprout. Hero Chao, I will definitely live up to your expectations and pass on the Chao family's legacy. Fang Yuan's hands trembled as he wiped away tears, choking out, Senior Chao, Hero Chao taught me martial arts, an immense kindness I haven't had a chance to repay, and you've already left this world. This junior is truly incompetent. Chao Mu had already replied, If you truly want to repay me, give me some silver and bury it under the leaning old tree in the abandoned cemetery. Someone from the Chao family will come for it then. Calling this now, Fang Yuan clutched his long spear, secretly vowing, Hero Chao, rest assured, since this junior has promised, I will definitely fulfill it. Meanwhile, high in the sky, a woman looked down. Interesting, I'll remember the Chao family. Meanwhile, in another space, or more precisely, Chao Mu's sea of consciousness, Chao Mu stood before the longevity lock, his face filled with excitement, muttering to himself, I'm looking forward to it. I wonder what the reward for this death will be. The system immediately spoke in a mechanical yet enticing voice, Death Assessment Level S. You have rung the great bell ahead. This reward, grand accomplishment, granting 200 skill points, total skill points remaining 200. Revivals within 7 days for 5. Chao Mu's eyes widened and he shouted excitedly, OS rank, give me the reward quickly. The system did not disappoint, continuing to announce in rapid succession. Longevity Fist Cultivation refined to grand accomplishment, Heavenly Demonic Disintegration Technique to grand accomplishment, Myriad Flesh Transformation to grand accomplishment, Shadow Step to grand accomplishment, Mount Sumeru King Scripture reached the 5th level, 3-Wave Force reached the 3rd wave, Martial Sage's Insight Art to minor accomplishment. A pile of cultivation methods almost overwhelmed Chao Mu. Ha 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 ha, truly worthy of an S-rank reward. In addition, 3 mysterious martial arts secret manuals are included. As for the other cultivation methods, they have all been fully mastered. Chao Mu joyfully checked the rewards while keeping an eye on the latest status bar. Vitality 70, is this a refresh? Why has it decreased again? I feel like my body has experienced 60 years, and those 60 years of martial arts practice are equivalent to several lifetimes for other martial artists. So a decrease in vitality is a normal adjustment. Could it be that this powerful skill exceeded my body's tolerance? No, it should have already been lowered to the minimum level. But after cultivating the Mount Sumeru King scripture to the 5th level, my vitality has returned to 70 of its peak. Just then a crack sounded, and a chain on the longevity lock suddenly cracked, then broke. The system immediately issued a startling message. After the first chain is broken, each death will grant double the skill points as before, however. From now on, the system will no longer display the lifespan balance. Lifespan points will be deducted completely randomly based on the death assessment. Chao Mu immediately entered a state of extreme bewilderment, his face filled with question marks. What does this mean? Before, each death only deducted 1 year. Now could all my lifespan be deducted at any moment? I've desperately increased my gains, but this also brings greater risks, right? The system calmly continued to announce, warning. Host brain detected at overload risk, forcing immediate exit from consciousness. Chao Mu immediately shouted, hey, can't you give me a hint? But the system ignored him, and in a flash, Chao Mu was forcibly revived by a small stream. Speaking of which, my Mount Sumeru King scripture has reached the 5th level. Hai Wuya once said he had only reached the 4th level. I didn't expect to surpass his 30 years of arduous cultivation in the blink of an eye. Oh, my appearance still maintains the look of a 20-year-old. This is probably due to my vitality. Perhaps the system has used the Longevity Fist and Mount Sumeru King scripture to regulate my body. This anti-aging effect has reached its peak. This level definitely ensures eternal youth. Hai Wuya's Mount Sumeru King scripture is not yet perfected. If I continue to comprehend and cultivate it, the effect will definitely be even stronger. But never mind, I'll deal with these later. For now, let's go collect the remaining rewards. That night in the desolate cemetery, a dark figure was digging in the earth as if searching for treasure. Dig a little deeper. Hero Chao's efforts can't be carried away by stray cats and dogs. Just then a voice suddenly sounded from behind. What are you doing? Fang Yuan jumped in fright, his face ashen, and immediately knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly. Esteemed seniors, I apologize for the disturbance. Please forgive me. Chao Mu stood with his arms crossed, his mouth twitched a few times, then he burst into laughter. You really came, you're truly an honest fellow. Fang Yuan timidly looked up, and upon seeing Chao Mu he was immediately overjoyed. Hero Chao. Chao Mu raised an eyebrow and asked, You're so happy to see a ghost, aren't you afraid I'll harm you? His gaze then darted to the large package beside him, and he continued to ask, Is this for someone from the Chao family? Hero Chao was a hero in life and a ghost hero in death. Why should I fear? It's a pity I am not Chao Zhang, but only a distant relative named Chao Xuanlin. Fang Yuan nodded after hearing this. I see, after all, the dead cannot be revived. Senior Chao, how do you do? This junior is Fang Yuan, a jailer from the celestial dungeon. So much silver and the human Tao scripture. This is different from what was said before. Before being escorted, Senior Chao had already taught me martial arts. This sum of silver is meant to be given to the Chao family, according to my agreement with him. As for the human Tao scripture, Elder Hai hopes it can be further developed in the Chao family's hands. Chao Mu remained silent for a while, staring intently at Fang Yuan, secretly thinking, this kid not only has money but he's also quite honest. I can definitely befriend him. He then asked, but such a precious martial arts secret manual, does he really not want to keep it for himself? Seeing Chao Mu's meaningful gaze, Fang Yuan quickly waved his hands. How could that be? These are Senior Chao's belongings, and now to have even a loved one's keepsake stolen away. That's truly the greatest injustice in life. At this point, his face suddenly darkened. Oh, something on your mind. Tell me about it. My family was originally a wealthy merchant family in the imperial capital. Although I wasn't my parents' biological child, our family lived harmoniously and happily. My father, with his keen eye, could identify treasures and assess their value, thus becoming the richest man in the imperial capital. But fortune and misfortune are unpredictable. A few years ago, my father accidentally obtained a blood sun painting, which was said to be a treasure that could help martial artists break through to spirit refining. Who knew this item would bring about my father's demise? After my father passed away, the family's assets were divided up by the Wan family in the imperial capital. My sister Fang Fang also went missing then. I became a jailer only to try and find my sister's whereabouts through the authorities. Later, I learned that the one who attacked my father was actually a subordinate of the Wan family's patriarch, named Sword Ghost. I initially wanted revenge, but then Wan Ronghua, the Wan family patriarch, befriended a master from the great Dao sect. Chao Mu patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, shaking his head and smiling. Kid, you can't carry out this blood feud. Father's revenge cannot go unavenged. Chao Mu smiled faintly, raising his hand as if to soothe him. Then leave it to me, he thought to himself. Blood Sun painting, a high-level martial artist from the great Dao sect. The clues are all here. Just thinking about it makes me happy. My broadsword has long been hungry for action. Fang Yuan almost fell over in fright, waving his hands frantically. That's the great Dao sect. Even the emperor is unwilling to directly confront them. Senior, please reconsider. This is my family's affair. I dare not trouble you. Chao Mu laughed. What trouble is there? Just follow me and take the surname Chao. Wouldn't that make it my family's affair? That works too. Good boy, don't worry. I'll definitely help you deal with Wan Ronghua. In another place, Qingyi suddenly appeared in midair. Qin Shiqing, seeing him, immediately knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly like a sewing machine. Greetings, Immortal Qingyi. Qin Shiqing, you have served the great Dao sect for all these years and we have witnessed your devotion to the Dao. Qin Shiqing was overjoyed, humbly replying, you flatter me, Immortal Elder. It's just a small matter. But just then, the woman who appeared in the morning showed up again. Small matter? You're truly too modest. Sacrificing your wife for the Dao, such enlightenment is not something ordinary people can achieve. Unfortunately, you still have no spiritual root, no talent for the immortal path at all. Qin Shiqing's face turned ashen, but he gritted his teeth and continued to kowtow. This humble one knows his talent is dull, but his heart is devoted to the Tao. I humbly request the Immortal Elder to guide me to a clear path, the woman secretly thought. An extremely adoring fellow, easily seen through, of no benefit to my enlightenment, truly boring. Qingyi then spoke. Although your talent is insufficient for immortal cultivation, have you ever heard of the legend of entering the Tao through martial arts? Entering the Tao through martial arts? That's right. After the martial sage's death, the martial artists of the world are leaderless. If you can succeed, you can become the one to shoulder the martial way of the world. By then you will have the chance to represent the immortal sect of the great Dao sect and dominate the world. Establish yourself as king. Such an achievement is far greater than becoming an outer disciple of the great Dao sect. Qin Shiqing's eyes lit up like headlights and he immediately kowtowed like pounding garlic. Thank you, Immortal Elder. From now on, Immortal Mo, I am at your disposal. Qingyi, however, like an old fox, secretly calculated. Emperor Yang has already drawn the human king's sword, but dealing with him is simple. As long as the great Yan dynasty falls and its national destiny collapses, the human king's sword will also lose its brilliance. At that time, this throne can immediately be inherited by a puppet like you, establishing a immortal kingdom belonging to the great Dao sect. After thinking, he said, now there is one more thing you need to do. Dao Zhen will handle it with you. Qin Shiqing again bowed his head. Farewell, Immortal Elder. Dao Zhen then stepped forward, cupped his fists and bowed. Yes, Master. Wan Ronghua, the richest man in the imperial capital, is one of our sect's important sources of incense offerings. Master has observed the celestial phenomena, and he seems to be approaching a calamity. This matter is not insignificant. I am willing to go through fire and water for the Immortal Elder. Dao Zhen smiled faintly, reaching out to rub his head just like rubbing a puppy. Truly obedient, even if it's just a boring mortal, if continuously stimulated, they will eventually become interesting. You will be my plaything for this period. Qin Shiqing clenched his fists, his eyes dark, secretly admonishing himself. Endure humiliation and bear heavy burdens. Only by achieving merit can I gain a foothold in the immortal sect. I must protect Wan Ronghua. Late at night, the wind howled on the execution ground, empty like an old ancestral hall at Grandma's house. Hai Wuya stood there alone like a statue, holding a pot of fine wine, not for drinking but for pouring on the ground. He poured the wine while muttering to himself as if complaining about fate. Little brother Chao, you and I are truly fatefully intertwined. We met too late and separated too soon. You just left and the Emperor immediately called me back to my post. This world truly plays tricks on people. I am like you. Perhaps the remaining days are not enough for me to fully practice the human Dao scripture even once. Ultimately, I won't see the day when the human Dao flourishes. But it doesn't matter. The Mount Sumeru King scripture has already been passed on to the Chao family. As you said, as long as I pass on the torch, 100 or 1,000 years from now, the fire will surely spread across the plains. High in the sky, the ruthless Dao Zhen lay there like a lazy cat, looking down at Hai Wuya, commenting, Hai Wuya, like that Qilin who didn't pass the civil service exam, fortunately picked up by the martial sage, taught martial arts and then took up martial arts as a means of advancement, later getting caught in immortal conflicts, which greatly angered Emperor Yang twice and stayed for 30 years. Though physically frail, his mind was exceptionally stubborn, always harboring the dream of illuminating humanity. Whether mad or possessing grand ambitions, Zhen Dao slapped the scroll and loudly exclaimed, Here we go again, this story is much better than those broken tales of fake martial sages my master used to babble about. Mentioning Chao Mu, even Hai Wuya couldn't help but frown, growing vigilant. Zhen Dao grabbed a brush, dipped it in vivid red ink and excitedly drew talismans, a smile playing on her lips as if she had just successfully stolen a jar of jam. Let me see who you are and from what hellish place you've emerged. The talisman was completed in just a few breaths. It flew down rapidly, absorbed fresh blood, instantly turned crimson and then dissipated little by little as if being peeled away. Zhen Dao was astonished, her eyes wide as saucers. Hey, not even a soul. She clutched her stomach, laughing wildly, and loudly exclaimed, Amazing, what a show, utterly broken. Not yet satisfied, Zhen Dao took out a new scroll, held it high as if she had discovered gold, and shouted, More new material to write, oh my goodness, this is fantastic. Meanwhile, in another nearby building, someone was secretly observing. It was Wei En, his eyes glinting green, a thought surfacing in his mind. The great Dao sect is in utter chaos now. With martial sage Qingyi just dead, all sorts of demons and monsters have appeared. In the dazzling light, a man was already waiting at the entrance of the Fang family's main hall. As soon as he saw someone approaching, he jumped out to greet them, shouting as if welcoming a distinguished guest, Senior Lu Renxia, this is the Fang family's villa you wanted to rent. Chao Mu, also known as Lu Renxia, nodded and replied, All right, I think it's good. Upon hearing this, the man's face immediately lit up like a flashlight, nodding repeatedly, then hurriedly taking his leave. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. He was inwardly overjoyed. Oh my God, I thought this house where people died would remain vacant forever. I didn't expect anyone to rent it at the original price. Chow Mu watched his retreating back and softly said, go ahead. He was inwardly overjoyed as if he had obtained a martial arts secret manual, secretly thinking, now I've successfully entered the old Fang family residence. It's my turn to act. Recalling last night, Chow Mu remembered asking, does your family still keep any treasures? Fang Yuan immediately answered in detail. Yes, the treasures are divided into two parts, the Sun Scroll and the Moon Scroll. My father hid the Sun Scroll very discreetly. And that sword ghost always has a gloomy face. To lure him out we must use a spirit refining item. The Blood Moon Scroll is a combination of the Sun Scroll and the Moon Scroll. It's not convenient for me to show myself, so I'll have to rely entirely on you, senior. Now, Chow Mu took out the hidden scroll from the study drawer, his heart pounding like firecrackers. Found it, no more talking. He put it into his clothes, muttering as if he had won the lottery. All right, got it. However, he suddenly stopped as if slapped. Fang Yuan's face, like someone being hounded for debt, suddenly popped into his mind, and he groaned. Moreover, having a loved one's belongings stolen is the greatest injustice in life. Chow Mu immediately sat cross-legged, snapped his fingers, and loudly exclaimed, since I've already come this far, I should at least leave some scraps for that kid. Share a little so the common people can also feel at ease. With that he closed his eyes as if asleep. A dazzling light emanated from his body like stage lights, and he shouted, it's starting, the human Tao scripture, let your minds be blown. Streams of qi began to gather around him. In a few minutes, Chow Mu's face was wrinkled like an oversteamed bun. He suddenly spat blood like a gushing sauce, clutched his chest and groaned, blood gushing from his nose and mouth like a fountain, his voice trembling. Oh my god, I almost severed a nerve. Mr. Hai said, indeed, this technique is a trap and dangerous. Before his wounds could heal, Chow Mu sat upright again, as if nothing had happened, gasping for breath, then shouted like an old man, it's nothing, just lost a little blood, let's do it again. His face immediately turned green like a chameleon, then he let out a series of loud farts, shaking the heavens and the earth. He sat dumbfounded, his face stiff as if he had just had his beehive shoes stepped on, comforting himself. Just a few dozen small farts, perfectly normal, but in his heart he wanted to burrow underground, muttering to himself, it seems I've lost some water, my soul is almost gone. His eyes darted around, beginning to stare at the fallen liver next to him. Chow Mu's face turned smoky black again, like a grilled fish, and he muttered, damn, my liver exploded. For the sake of appearances, Chow Mu closed his eyes and whispered, Dewey is also a top-tier skill. Even if I vomit blood and internal organs, I must persist in cultivating. It's nothing, perfectly reasonable, no need to worry. But it wasn't over yet. He looked around and saw a few teeth scattered on the ground like popcorn. His eyes lit up like headlights, then he casually said, tisk, just lost a few teeth, small matter, the upper row is still there. Just a little skin and blood, it's fine. Oh, I accidentally sent a rib flying out too. It's fine, come on. He stood there trembling like a reed, blood dripping steadily like a leaky faucet. He still struggled to squeeze out his voice. It's fine, it's just that the Mount Sumeru King scripture is too powerful. It's me, no, it's me who's too domineering. My inner energy is as abundant as a gas tank, ready to explode at any moment. He kicked over a tall chair, shouting like a final boss, who cares, let's just treat it as testing the system's new features. He tightly gripped the rope hanging from the ceiling with both hands, shouting like a martyr, if I sacrifice myself on the path of human flourishing, it will be worth it. System, don't make me suffer too much. With that, he kicked away the chair with a bang. He curled himself up like a vine hanging from a tree. Half a month later, passers-by heard the ghostly wails emanating from the gloomy inn, looked up as if seeing ghosts, and a scream echoed. The Fang family ancestral home is simply the king of hell's palace, not a place for humans to live. A person there cried like they had lost their rice ticket, banging on tables and chairs, cursing, damn it, 8 lives lost in half a month. The house is now only worth 1/10 of its original value. No one dares to rent it. No one wants to touch it. My performance, my bonus. The waiter looked around at the guests, his face like someone who had just watched a ghost movie, bowing repeatedly. Sorry, too shocked, still haven't recovered. His face was pale, his hands cupped his cheeks, his eyes unfocused, as if his soul had just been sucked away, he admitted. It's truly frightening to say it. Whoever lives in that house dies for unknown reasons. I don't know if there's really something unclean. Should we invite a Taoist priest to exorcise it? That person remembered the body of Chow Mu, the fake Taoist priest, and shouted, isn't it haunted here? The waiter immediately turned pale like a banana leaf, speechless as if he had lost his voice. That person immediately grabbed his clothes and roared like a man whose father had died. I don't care. You and I are brothers through life and death. You must sell that damn house. The waiter sobered up instantly and shouted, sell your head. People die in that house like cutting grass. No one wants it unless a ghost buys it. Just then, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared like a celestial being descending, shouting, I'll buy it. Everyone in the inn was dumbfounded. That person abruptly turned around and choked. Really? How much? Fang Yuan slapped a banknote on the table and shouted, at market price, exactly 100 taels, sign the contract quickly. The waiter was dumbfounded. Fang Yuan, oh my god, it's you. That person rubbed his chin, smiling. Are you kidding? No one would touch that house for 1,000 taels and you're only offering 100. Besides, considering the old friendship between me and your master. Fang Yuan heard this, calmly picked up the banknote and turned to leave as if nothing had happened, muttering, if you don't sell, then don't. Who cares? The merchant saw this, anxious as an ant on a hot pan, reached out and grabbed his hand, shouting, wait, stop. His eyes immediately lit up like truck headlights, his face filled with sincerity, almost crying, stammering, your father and I were sworn brothers through life and death. If I don't give this house to you, who else would I give it to? Fang Yuan put his hands behind his back, secretly raising 2 fingers as if signaling to a companion, feeling delighted. Damn it, Senior Chow truly has divine foresight. He said to bring the money and I could get the house back, and it was exactly right. The merchant grinned, shouting like he was soliciting customers, "Come on, I'll take you back to hand over your cozy home." Just then, Chow Mu at a nearby table was pretending to be an old gatekeeper, slowly sipping tea, a slight smile playing on his lips, secretly thinking it wasn't in vain that I snuck into other people's houses every day to experiment. He turned his gaze to the system notification panel in front of him as if calling roll. Death assessment grade D- human Dao fuel. Skill points awarded for this death: 4 points. Remaining skill points: 4 points. Usable lifespan points: 54 points. Revivals within 7 days: 1-5. Chi and blood status: 66.6%. Chow Mu frowned as if checking a lottery ticket, muttering to himself, "I've been experimenting these past few days. Those low-grade death assessments didn't trigger the lifespan deduction, bottom line only deducting a few months. It seems if the death assessment doesn't reach A or S grade, the potential lifespan deduction risk is not high. This period has already exhausted my skill points and I can't deduce the 6th level of the Mount Sumeru King Scripture. The Mount Sumeru King Scripture hasn't progressed. My chi and blood continuously decline after each revival. However, it's good to have a direction. At least it's decades faster than Hai Tianya expected. Keep working hard and complete the human Dao scripture as soon as possible." Meanwhile, in the cold night at the Fang family gate, a young girl's figure silently hid behind a tree, looking at the house as if watching an ex-boyfriend marry. It was Fang Fang. She looked at the house, her eyes blurred with tears, secretly asking, "Brother, you have money now. Did you really buy back the old house?" Thinking that her brother's life was much better than a few years ago and seeing that he was doing well. "Sister, my heart is truly aching, worse than losing my money." Before she could finish, Wan Ronghua appeared from behind, put an arm around her waist as if he were carrying a fried spring roll, and called out, "Fanger, let's go, time for bed. What are you doing standing here? It's cold. You're at the door, aren't you going to see your brother?" Fang Fang said. "My lord, he merely married into the family with my birth mother." "What kind of Fang family member is he?" "My father left him a pile of assets before he died but disregarded me." "What kind of kinship is that? It's all broken." Wan Ronghua tightly embraced the beauty, laughing heartily as if he had won the lottery, then loudly declared, "Fanger is right, being my concubine is much more impressive than being a young lady of the Fang family." Fang Fang also clapped in agreement. "My lord is right." In the quiet room, Fang Yuan looked up at 2 apple trees facing the sun and slowly confided, "Senior Chow, those 2 apple trees were meticulously sought out by my father from various places, and then my brother and I planted them together. He said we should be as closely connected as these 2 trees. Now that the house has been recovered, I only hope to find my sister soon and bring her back." Chow Mu propped his chin with one hand, feigning a leisurely demeanor, while chewing an apple with the other, lightly replying, "It's only a matter of time. For now, let's deal with your enemies first." Fang Yuan took out a scroll of paper, placed it on the table, and tilted his head to ask, "Then how does Senior plan to proceed with the news of the Blood Moon scroll?" Chow Mu asked. "Businessmen always hide things, who would believe them?" "Where did your father often trade antiques before?" Fang Yuan blurted out in astonishment. "Ah, what? On the bustling street." Chow Mu, disguised as a ragged old man, hung the Blood Moon scroll on a tree, shouting as he walked, "Blood Moon soaring scroll, a century-old painting, one price 10,000 taels of silver, no bargaining. Anyone who wants to see it, come on over." A man listened and cursed like a shrew. Which swindler crawled out from which corner? "How dare you commit fraud in the capital?" "That's right, just by looking at the painting you can tell it's a mess. How could it be worth such a high price?" The shopkeeper sat in his shop, heard the commotion, only glanced and remained silent like a mute. Further away, Sword Ghost danced with his sword, splitting a huge rock like cutting a banana. He tightly gripped the hilt, looking at the broken rock, and pondered, "Are you sure what he said is true?" The shopkeeper quickly cupped his hands, his face serious. "Absolutely. This humble one personally saw that old man unfurl the painting, and it was exactly as you described, sir." Sword Ghost's dark eyes narrowed slightly, and he muttered, "So the Sun Scroll was only half. No wonder I couldn't understand it no matter how I looked. It seems only by combining the Sun Scroll and Moon Scroll can the secret be unveiled." He turned around and sternly asked, "Where is that old man now?" In the dark night, Chow Mu walked silently through an empty alley, his footsteps light as a cat's, making no sound. Suddenly a gust of wind came from behind him, and Sword Ghost appeared as if from thin air. Exuding a red light all over, like a car's headlights, he swung his sword directly at Chow Mu's neck, but before he could strike, Sword Ghost's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. He immediately withdrew his sword, retreated several jong, sweating profusely, his hand gripping the sword, his eyes fixed on Chow Mu's shadow. He thought to himself, "How strange, why does my intuition tell me that if I had really struck just now I would be the one dead?" At this moment, Chow Mu radiated a red light all over like a charcoal stove and turned around aggressively, his lips tightly pressed, his cold gaze sweeping over him. Then his voice rang out sonorously, "Foreseeing the enemy's moves, a martial artist refines the spirit. So you are Sword Ghost." Sword Ghost paused, resting the tip of his sword on the ground as if seeking moral support, his mind buzzing. "What the hell is this old man really targeting me? This is terrible luck. Which ancestor did I offend to run into such a vigorous monster? And he's clearly not a spirit refining master." He sweated profusely, nervously struck a pose, then shouted, "Wait, I don't think I've ever seen you before." Chow Mu ignored him, merely replied indifferently, his tone disdainful. "Long time no see," but in his heart he was ecstatic. "Besides the martial sage, this is the first time I've encountered a true spirit refining third-grade master." He clenched his fist, thinking, "This time I must try it myself and see what a top-tier master is like. Don't disappoint me." Sword Ghost was already trembling, bowing and shouting, "Hey wait, refined power and refined spirit are worlds apart. The difference between you and me is like an egg and a rock. Am I to bully an old man? I'll take my leave," he thought again. "No, I can't clash head-on. I must scare him first and quickly slip away." Chow Mu heard this and suddenly let out a chilling sneer, shouting loudly, "Very good, I also want to know how big the gap is between 0 and 1. Sword Ghost heard this and just wanted to curse. He had intended to scare this old man but unexpectedly got scared himself. What kind of trick was this? Sweating, he waved his hand and shouted, No, in front of you I am 0, and you are 100 meters, no, 10,000. Chow Mu heard this and suddenly stopped, silent. Both sides stood in quiet confrontation. Only the wind howled as if it were the background music to this unfinished contest. Seeing no reaction from the other party, Sword Ghost didn't hesitate, turned and ran as if chased by a dog. As he ran, he mumbled to himself, why did this old man suddenly freeze? Never mind, it's not important. This is a precious opportunity, gotta go." But before he could even be happy, Chow Mu suddenly sprang up like a coiled spring, delivering an unexpected kick straight to his face. The kick, like a strike from the heavens, sent Sword Ghost tumbling as if caught in a whirlwind, rolling over and over. Chow Mu casually blew on his tongue and clicked his mouth, saying, "Third-grade spirit refining? This level of skill isn't even worth me using heavenly demonic disintegration." Sword Ghost fell flat on his face like someone jolted awake from a dream and frantically shouted, "Wait, I'm from the Martial Alliance. If you push me any further, the organization will definitely deal with you." Chow Mu walked up to him, almost kissing his forehead, his eyes wide with surprise as if he'd heard a joke, and asked, "How strong is this Martial Alliance exactly?" Sword Ghost's forehead was drenched in sweat and he nodded frantically like a pecking chicken. Of course it's strong, he secretly thought. Great, he's scared, there's a way out. With that thought, he immediately brought out his specialty, speaking rapidly. The Martial Alliance was founded by King Qin, the first person to enter the Dao through martial arts. After the martial sage's death, the Wuji Society declined, and now only King Qin supports the entire martial world. At this point his eyes sparkled, and he stretched out his hand like a fervent fan, shouting, "Did you hear that? Are you scared? If you dare touch me, King Qin will make you regret it." Slap! A heaven-sent slap landed hard on his face, accompanied by an angry roar like thunder. "Less nonsense, tell me, what exactly does it mean to enter the Dao through martial arts?" Sword Ghost's head shook like a wind chime from the blow and he trembled as he raised his hand, stammering. "The so-called entering the Dao through martial arts means going a step further on the basis of spirit refining, cultivating a martial golden body. At that time the body would be like refined steel, unbreakable by blades, unburnt by fire, and a single move could shatter all spells." Sword Ghost began to talk endlessly, patting his chest and showing off like a connoisseur. "That Wuji Society, they used to just cram anyone in, a real mixed bag, but our Martial Alliance is different. If you haven't truly refined your spirit, don't even think about joining. Everyone here is a top-tier prodigy. The elite of the elite." Hearing this, Chow Mu raised his hand to rub his chin, pondering as if listening to philosophy. "Oh, so you're very impressive then." Sword Ghost thought he had found an opportunity. Overjoyed, he eagerly invited, "If you're interested, I can pull some strings for you and let you join directly. With your strength, even if you haven't refined your spirit yet, you'll get special permission, and no one will dare say a word." Suddenly, several streaks of blood-red light flickered in the air. Sword Ghost let out a cry, clutching his bleeding wound, howling in terror. "You old immortal, you actually dared to strike me? Aren't you afraid the entire Martial Alliance will hold you accountable?" Chow Mu extended 2 fingers, still dripping blood, calm as if trimming his nails, and replied indifferently, "If that Martial Alliance is full of weaklings like you, what do I have to fear? Since ancient times I've been pondering what's the difference between spirit refining and strength refining." A strange glint flashed in Chow Mu's eyes, and he softly said, "Today you must use all your ultimate techniques and use the survival instinct of a spirit-refining martial artist to evade my moves. If you can dodge them, I will spare your life." With that he raised his hand, gathering chi in his palm like a fire dragon. A slight smile played on his lips as he shouted, "Watch out, left side." Sword Ghost's eyes immediately lit up. He tried his best to predict the move, staring intently at Chow Mu's every action, calculating in his mind. "I see it. The trajectory is clear. His hand is going to strike left. This move is easy. Even if his chi and blood are stronger than an ox, it's useless if he can't hit me." Then with a heavy slap landed on his right cheek. "Right side," Chow Mu shouted as if teaching sports. Immediately after he shouted, "Left side" again, and Sword Ghost's other cheek also took a hit, left and right continuously like a musical performance. With each strike his cheeks vibrated like festive drums, blood flowing from his mouth, eyes wide open. Sword Ghost's head spun violently as if oil had been poured on it, thinking in disbelief, how could this be? I clearly saw the direction of his attack, yet I was still slapped. His striking speed has far exceeded my reaction. Subsequently, Chow Mu and he rolled like bags of rice, like kites with broken strings. Sword Ghost struggled to get up, and seeing Chow Mu approaching again, he quickly raised his hands in surrender as if seeing the king of hell. "Please spare my life, I have no enmity with you. Why chase me to my death?" Chow Mu said nothing, placed his hand on Sword Ghost's head like stroking a dog, and said in a low voice, "Do you want to know why? Then I'll make it clear so you die with understanding you murdered the Fang family couple just for personal gain. Didn't you ever think that one day you would face retribution? Hearing this, Sword Ghost's face turned ashen and he choked. So that's it. Please spare me, sir. I know a lot about entering the Tao through martial arts. I can tell you everything. Chao Mu immediately shook his hand off, scolding him loudly like thunder. Let go, Chao Shuanglan, I'm not interested in hearing that. Sword Ghost roared frantically. No sir, you'll definitely need it. Entering the Tao through martial arts means after spirit refining, retempering the flesh, turning the body into a weapon. He clung to Chao Mu's leg like a drowning man clutching driftwood, continuing to babble. Everyone in the Alliance cultivates the golden body art. It's divided into 3 realms. First is household attendant, then bone removal, and finally golden body. The body's strength always progresses in parallel with the spirit refining realm. Although I'm a 3rd grade, I've only just reached the threshold of household attendant. To go further, I still need— Before he could finish, he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, then collapsed like a chopped banana tree. Chao Mu was startled, his eyes wide. Is he dead? He walked over to check, touched his neck, his eyes fixed on him. No pulse, quiet as a statue. Died without warning. Could it be a GU worm, a life and death talisman, poison, or caught in an immortal sect sealing trap? He gently reached out and pulled a tightly concealed scroll from Sword Ghost's body, gathering it into his hand. He thought, whether it's poison or a talisman, the only thing certain is that this person, who possessed the secret art of entering the Tao through martial arts, absolutely did not want to reveal any information. His actions were clean and decisive, his methods ruthless. But before he could turn to slip away from the scene, a clear shout suddenly came from behind him. I didn't expect Chao Zong's words to be true. The Chao family is indeed a formidable family with many hidden talents. Hearing this, Chao Mu abruptly turned his head like a spring and coldly asked, I smelled a strange scent in the air just now, so it was you. I've long heard of Divine Constable Wei En's renown in the capital, patrolling at night as silently as a ghost. Seeing you today, it truly lives up to your reputation. Wei En immediately cupped his hands and bowed, humbly saying, Sir flatters me. Before he could finish, he saw Chao Mu wave his hand, a blood-red fist charging directly at his face, startling him into retreating sharply like a rat being chased by a broom. Wei En cried out in alarm. Wait, Elder Chao, what do you mean by this? Chao Mu's eyes glowed like car headlights, and he shouted loudly. My Chao Zhang, my nephew, died unjustly because of your imperial court. He swept a leg like a mop across the floor, roaring like thunder. This blood feud, I, Chao Shuanglan, live in this world to exact. Wei En leapt into the air to dodge the attack, while Chao Mu pursued relentlessly, attacking fiercely. Wei En looked at Chao Mu's madness in surprise. Ice Soul Divine Claw. Wei En immediately unleashed a move to counter Chao Mu. Chao Mu exclaimed in surprise, waving his hand to meet the icy force. The collision sounded like flint striking stone. Wei En immediately retreated, maintaining a safe distance. Chao Mu was also slightly startled. Just a tiny touch broke my inner energy. Is this the realm of a 1st grade spirit refining master? I can dominate 3rd grade. But for a 1st grade master, their reactions and speed are simply too extraordinary. Wei En stood upright and clearly said, Sir, I mean no harm. I merely wish to investigate the matters of the Chao family. I have no intention of becoming your enemy. Chao Mu frowned and sneered. Who believes the government's words? They're all just lackeys of the imperial court. He watched Wei En for a moment, thinking, the sparring is almost done. Time to retreat. He shouted loudly as if hawking goods in a market. Remember, my name is Chao Shuanglan, and I've come to clear Chao Zong's name. He was secretly pleased. Go ahead and report it. I can just create more enemies. The more people hate me, the easier it is to become famous. Wei En saw his opponent jump away with a whoosh, disappearing like cooking smoke, and desperately shouted from behind. My divine technique leaves behind a cold poison that's hard to neutralize. If you still want to keep your precious life, go to the Apricot Grove Clinic in the west of the city and find the divine physician Tong Xinglan. Chao Mu didn't look back, simply replied concisely, Thank you for the kind offer, sir. Wei En looked up at his retreating back, his expression serious. The Chao family truly is extraordinary. My claw technique can tear others like paper, yet it had no effect on his inner energy. His body is one thing, but that surge of chi within him is truly terrifying. I know he attacked deliberately, so that I would survive and spread the news everywhere, but this matter must not reach the immortal sects or his majesty. That would be like throwing an egg against a rock. He turned to the darkness behind him and said coldly, Button, has it been long enough? Come down and chat. Immediately after, a figure rushed out like a caught thief. Wei En unhesitatingly gave chase, running and shouting, You damned rat, do you think you can easily escape the eyes of this divine constable? Today's events absolutely cannot be leaked. If one more person knows, the consequences will be uncontrollable. After running for a while, he suddenly stopped, spitting out a mouthful of blood as if he had just swallowed burning coals. Chao Shuanglan, this time I truly am powerless. I definitely can't stop your reputation from spreading throughout the capital. That strange martial art called entering the Tao through martial arts is far more terrifying than I imagined. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was kneeling in the courtyard, hands clasped, bowing like he was worshipping ancestors. Senior's kindness Fang Yuan will engrave in his heart, never to be forgotten. Chao Mu stood with his hands on his hips, saying, Say what you want, why are you kneeling, making it look like a religious ceremony? Fang Yuan raised his face, his eyes gleaming as if preparing to confess. Here's the thing. Chao Mu didn't bother to listen, casually stuffing the scroll into his hand, and said directly, That guy named Sword Ghost was greedy and foolish, daring to play tricks with the Blood Sun painting, only to walk into his own trap. Now that the sun and moon scrolls are returned to their rightful owner, your parents can rest in peace. Fang Yuan was startled as if holding a precious ginseng and quickly returned it with both hands, his face beaming like a searchlight. This treasure once brought great disaster to the Fang family. Although it's a dangerous item, it's also a supreme treasure. Now I offer it to a deserving person. Senior, please accept it. Chao Mu looked at the scroll, swallowing hard but feigned reluctance. This is probably not appropriate. But in his heart, he was as excited as if he had met a beautiful woman. This was a treasure that could help one break through to spirit refining. To say he wasn't tempted would be truly hypocritical. Seeing this, Fang Yuan, clutching the scroll, circled Chao Mu, incessantly nagging like a child asking for candy. Please accept it, sir. You bled for me. If I don't offer this, my heart will truly be uneasy. Chao Mu's eyes lit up as if he had found treasure, and he immediately snatched it, shouting loudly, "Good, from now on the Chao family has your back." In the secret room, the two sun and moon scrolls were spread out, placed side by side on the table like two pieces of a puzzle destined to be united. Chao Mu rubbed his hands, stroking the scrolls like a private tutor examining calligraphy, muttering, "Let me see what's so special about this legendary item that everyone's buzzing about." His eyes gleamed, but his mouth curled into a slight sneer. It looks pretty ordinary." Just then, blood suddenly seeped from the two scrolls as if someone had stabbed them with a knife. Drops of wine-red blood fell onto the ground at Chao Mu's feet. Where the blood fell, vivid red flowers sprouted as if in an illusion. He looked up and his vision immediately turned into a scarlet scene composed of blood. In the sky, not one but two blood-red suns and blood-red moons appeared simultaneously. Chao Mu cried out in alarm. So this is the true face of the sun and moon scrolls. Just then his body suddenly glowed and heavenly demonic disintegration automatically activated. He stared wide-eyed, completely perplexed. What's going on? It suddenly activated. My chi and blood are surging like a fever and something seems to be squirming in my bones. From the two scrolls in the sky, blood continued to flow from the sun and moon, converging where he stood. Chao Mu was drenched in sweat. What sun and moon twin births? It's sucking my chi and blood like a baby feeding. Blood-red beams of light began to spiral around his body like fire dragons dancing. Chao Mu's eyes were now blood-red like car headlights. Just then the system, as if descended from the heavens, emitted a ding sound, then popped up a notification. Heavenly Demonic Disintegration upgraded, activated state, Heavenly Demonic Incineration. Chao Mu was as happy as if he'd won the lottery, raising his fist to the sky and shouting, "Enough, I thought I was done practicing. I didn't expect it could still upgrade." He named the new version, Crimson Moon Bloodburning Art, which sounded pretty fierce. But before he could fully celebrate, his arm began to spurt blood like a burst pipe. Chao Mu clutched his arm, his face crumpled like a crushed bun, groaning, "Oh my god, Wei Yan's claw technique is indeed highly toxic. Even my miraculous healing technique can't stop the bleeding." He looked at his hand in horror, discovering that the blood had actually congealed into a blood-red sword like a raw piece of meat. Blood congealing into a sword? Who taught me this sword technique? He gripped the blood sword and swung it fiercely. A red sword chi like ox intestines howled out, inner energy integrated into blood, released in the form of blood and bone, allowing him to wield blood sword techniques. This blood sword technique was extremely difficult to defend against, and its destructive range was far greater than ordinary sword moves. Chao Mu was grinning from ear to ear like he'd found gold. He muttered, "Crimson Moon Bloodburning Art, Blood Sword Art. Oh my goodness, these moves are just flowing with blood, perfectly to my taste." The next morning at a place called Apricot Grove Clinic, Chao Mu, disguised as a scruffy old man, arrived at a crowded place with a long queue. Looking at the congested crowd before him, he sneered and feigned the demeanor of a worldly old man. "Wei Yan told me to come to this clinic, and I didn't expect it to be as crowded as a market. It seems that Tong Xinglin is no ordinary person," he thought. "My healing spells couldn't dispel the strange cold energy in Wei Yan's body, so I've come to see if this divine physician truly has real skill." Just then a scream rang out in front of the clinic as if someone was choking. "What kind of divine physician is this? I've waited days and now he says he's resting. Does he want me to lie here and die?" Another young man chimed in. "Oh my god, come look, the divine physician is hiding from seriously ill patients." A bald man lay on the ground clutching his stomach and howling, "I'm finished, I'm dying." An old man nearby also shouted like his house was on fire, "Divine physician, I think he's just an incompetent doctor disguised as a famous one." A man's voice came from inside, calm as if nothing had happened. "He just has a slight cold, he won't die." Tong Xinglin walked out holding a prescription and handed it to the person without changing his expression. "The prescription is ready, take it for 3 days and you'll be cured." As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Coughing and spitting blood, yet you call it a slight cold? This guy is truly a quack, swindling money and harming lives." The onlookers began to whisper, "I heard someone died here recently. Is this divine physician Tong just putting on an act? No wonder I haven't been getting better. His medical skills must be lacking. He used to offer free consultations, but now he charges money and his skills have gotten worse." A young man in the crowd shouted loudly, "Isn't it too much for you to say that? Divine physician Tong used to offer free consultations and saved countless lives. Without him, we poor people wouldn't be able to afford treatment. Is he deliberately playing tricks to create a stir for himself? Everyone flocked to this clinic because of the divine physician's reputation. He must have made a lot of money. If you think Dr. Tong is no good, go somewhere else. Causing trouble here will only delay our treatment." "What? Did I hit a sore spot and now you want to drive people away? I think you're just a shill planted by this clinic to swindle our money." This made the young man very angry yet helpless. As everyone argued endlessly, Chow Mu observed silently from behind, expressionless. His brows were tightly furrowed and a thought popped into his mind. These people have a vigorous qi and blood, not at all like patients. This person is clearly suffering from reversed qi and blood, causing coughing and spitting blood, not an ordinary illness. It seems they are here to cause trouble. Suddenly, someone squeezed up from behind, running and shouting, "Please move aside, Dr. Tong, please look at my child first." He's almost out of breath. Tong Xinglin, seeing the critical situation, rushed forward without hesitation, took the child and anxiously said, "Quickly, let me see the child's condition." On the other side, a young man, unwilling to be outdone, raised his hand and squeezed forward, shouting loudly, "Hey, we were here first." The man quickly grabbed the young man's arm, pulling him while shaking his head to dissuade him. Seeing Tong Xinglin carefully examining his child, the man couldn't help but anxiously press, "Doctor, how is my child doing?" Tong Xinglin, hearing this, was suddenly taken aback, and blurted out, This is a yin condensation ghost lord." Tong Xinglin couldn't hide the shock on his face and loudly said, "All cities in Zhangzhou are protected by immortal sects. Such weak evil spirits dare not approach crowded places and only hide in desolate mountains and wilderness. How did this child get tainted by such a ghostly thing?" After listening, the man awkwardly replied, "My whole family originally lived in Tan County. Half a month ago there was a man-made disaster there, and dead bodies were everywhere. I just wanted to bring my child to the imperial capital to find a stable life, but I encountered another disaster on the way." The crowd began to whisper, "Another man-made disaster? I heard that the demonic cultivators of the Blood Lotus sect massacred the people of Tan County to refine their so-called 10,000 soul banner. It seems this is true." Another person quickly interjected, "I also heard that the disciples of the Great Tao sect came to eliminate the demons, but their battle with the demonic cultivators affected the villages, causing heavy casualties." Someone in the crowd added, "It's not over yet. About a month ago, those immortal cultivators fought and half a city was destroyed by lightning, causing countless casualties." Meanwhile, Chow Mu stood aside, clenching his fists. He indignantly thought, "It's those extraordinary people again. No wonder the world calls them disasters in human skin. They fight fiercely for territory and followers, and the common people always suffer in the end." Inside the house, the man still held his child, trembling as he asked, "May I ask how much it costs to treat this?" Tong Xinglin calmly replied, "To completely cure it, first the child must be given a soul-confusing powder, then the nose must be cut open with a sharp knife to remove the ghost lord. After that, a long period of recuperation is needed." Counting this process, he bowed his head in thought, then slowly continued, "At least 50 taels of silver." Hearing this, the young man immediately pointed at Tong Xinglin and shouted, 50 taels as expected. You're just standing by and watching people die, only thinking about making money. How can we poor people raise so much money? Brothers, don't fall for it. He wants to use your child's illness to raise prices and then seize the opportunity to extort money." Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a small bag of silver suddenly flew out and landed in Chow Mu's hand. Chow Mu took it, looked at the two men, and clearly said, "Here are 50 taels of silver. Please, doctor, save this child." Tong Xinglin's eyes widened and he blurted out in surprise, "You?" Chow Mu looked at him calmly and pressed, "What, is there something wrong with what I'm doing?" All right, this is fine. Aki, quickly take the child inside and look after him well." At this moment the child's father bowed his head, choking, "Benefactor, may I ask your name? I will repay your kindness someday." Chow Mu raised his hand to stop him, then calmly said, "This old man's surname is Chow, given name Shuanglin. It's merely a small effort." The young man turned his back to the crowd, gritting his teeth, filled with anger. Another busybody. He must not be allowed to ruin Boss Wan's plan, and Tong Xinglin gently stroked his beard, his mind racing. "So this is Chow Shuanglin, the person whose name has been spread throughout the capital for days." Immediately after, the young man instantly revealed a brilliant smile, feigning surprise and shouting, "So it's Hero Chow. Your name is like thunder in my ears. I've admired you for a long time. Hero Chow is truly a shining example for us common people. Seeing you, I feel as if I've gained strength. The entire Chow family are heroes, our reliance in times of hardship." Hearing these words, Chow Mu laughed heartily, casually replying, "You flatter me, you overpraise me." The three men then shouted in unison, "No, we all saw it with our own eyes. You took out your money bag to save someone. You truly have a benevolent heart and are a paragon of righteousness." Tong Xinglin stood silently to the side, merely furrowing his brow, and heavily sighed in his heart. "These three are clearly putting on an act. How could I not see through it? They pretend to be poor to stir up sympathy, but if someone foolishly falls into this trap, they will eventually be used until they have nothing, and then be criticized for being worthless. We are also unfortunate people and cannot afford medical expenses. Since you've done a good deed, please see it through and pay for our medical expenses as well." In his heart, he secretly gloated, thinking, "The Chow family always puts on this righteous facade, constantly talking about the common people. Let's see if they dare to continue pretending to be saints." Chow Mu disdained to beat around the bush, casually picked his nose, then nonchalantly said, "No." This concise answer made the young man freeze. He stared at Chow Mu with wide eyes, and Tong Xinglin also couldn't hide his surprise, his face full of suspicion. The man standing behind, seeing this, immediately shouted, "Hero Chow, are you going to turn a blind eye to others' suffering? You truly are a hypocrite." Chow Mu maintained his calm demeanor, slowly saying, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not like divine physician Tong. I hate using morality to bind others and force them to be kind in broad daylight with everyone watching. Do you really want to lay hands on someone? Look everyone, the Chow family is bullying poor patients. Chow Mu, without a word, swiftly grabbed the man's hand and under the other's confused expression, he used the finger that had been pointing at him to forcefully press against his own chest. Immediately after, he flew backward as if struck, spitting blood, and shouted, "His internal energy is terrifying." The surrounding common people cried out in alarm. "Hey, he didn't give you money for treatment, but you shouldn't resort to violence, should you?" "Exactly, you three are truly shameless, utterly without dignity," the rogue shouted frantically. "It wasn't me, he's just pretending." Everyone looked closely. He didn't. Chow Mu suddenly pulled open his clothes, revealing a huge wound on his chest, his heart clearly visible and beating, blood gushing out like an uncorked ink bottle, and a line of text was written on his face like an advertisement. Shocked, the young man standing nearby, seeing this scene, trembled, stammering. "Injured?" he shrieked as if his tail had been stepped on. "Oh my goodness, my heart is almost jumping out of my chest." Chow Mu swayed and fell to the ground, coughed a few times, then slowly said, "So you're a master, pretending to be weak all this time. What innocent act are you putting on here? What's your purpose? Is someone instructing you to come here to sabotage the Apricot Grove Clinic?" The crowd behind, hearing this, burned with rage and rushed forward, roaring, "You beasts! Hero Chow has a benevolent heart, yet you repay kindness with enmity and try to kill him to silence him. Tie them up and send them to the officials." Thus the angry crowd chased after the three men, who fled as if chased by bees, shouting as they pursued, "Don't let them escape, catch them." Tong Xinglin rushed to Chow Mu's side, anxiously saying, "Hero Chow, hold on, I will definitely save you." Chow Mu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth weakly, saying, "Dr. Tong, I can't hold on much longer." As soon as he heard this, he immediately turned and shouted to the crowd nearby, "Quick, bring some hemostatic medicine." As soon as the medicine was applied to Chow Mu, he trembled violently as if electrocuted, and not long after he stood up full of vigor, excitedly shouting, "Aya, I'm cured." Tong Xinglin was still frozen in place, holding the uncapped medicine jar. Chow Mu crossed his arms, nodded, and loudly said, "As expected of a divine physician, your medical skills are truly miraculous, simply fantastic." Tong Xinglin's eyes widened and he asked in surprise, "Ah, I didn't do anything." The villagers' eyes sparkled and they said in unison, "Divine physician Tong is incredibly powerful. Please forgive our earlier doubts. With you here, we are truly blessed for generations." Tong Xinglin turned to look at Chow Mu, thinking, "So that's it. This is the legendary unique skill of the Wuji Society. Although this person is a bit strange, as Lord Wei's letter said, he is a man of honor. My long wait was not in vain." At dusk, Tong Xinglin's voice came from the courtyard. "Thank you, Hero Chow, for what happened today." He held a lantern to light the way, saying as he walked, "I've waited so long and now I owe you another favor." Chow Mu walked beside him, his eyes wide. "Ha, you knew I would come." Tong Xinglin nodded. "Lord Wei already informed me. I will do my best to help you clear the cold poison." Chow Mu turned his head to look at him, confused. "Today's events, it seems, are not the first time, are they? Is Mr. planning to endure it indefinitely?" Tong Xinglin gently closed his eyes and slowly replied, "In these chaotic times, plagues and natural disasters have followed one after another, and the common people have suffered greatly from illnesses, overwhelming the clinic." He calmly and softly said, as if casually sipping tea, "Free consultations sound noble, but they are easily exploited by idle, opportunistic people. At first I didn't care, but now the clinic is overcrowded, and even seriously ill patients can't get in. Saving people must of course be timely, but poverty is not a disease, it cannot be cured." Hearing this, Chow Mu frowned slightly, looked at him seriously, and then said, "You have saved countless lives. In my eyes you are more powerful than an immortal. As for those idle people who like to cause trouble, leave them to me. The spark that protects the common people cannot be extinguished in the cold wind." Tong Xinglin walked towards the lighted room, replying as he went, "Hearing these words from Hero Chow, this old man feels much relieved in his heart." As soon as he opened the door, he turned back to Chow Mu and added, "There happens to be a guest visiting today, and he has quite a connection with the Chow family." Inside the room, a man sat thoughtfully before a chessboard. Hearing the movement, he turned and smiled. "You must be Hero Chow Shuanglin. While Dr. Tong treats your injuries, would you be interested in a game of chess with me?" Chow Mu laughed heartily and immediately agreed. "Of course, Brother Hai has helped my nephew Chow Zhang many times. What could be better than playing chess and chatting?" As soon as he sat opposite Hai Wuya, Chow Mu extended his arm for Tong Xinglin to examine. Tong Xinglin picked up a silver needle and tried it. Then his eyes widened, surprised. "Hero Chow, your body is truly extraordinary, struck by a first-grade spirit-refining master, yet completely unharmed. Truly remarkable." Chow Mu just laughed. "It's all luck. Fortunately, thanks to Brother Hai's Mount Sumeru King scripture, my chi and blood are so powerful." Hai Wuya humbly replied, "Hero flatters me. That cultivation method can truly unleash its power in your hands. By the way, I heard you have the Blood Moon Scroll, which is very helpful for spirit refining. May I have the honor of borrowing it for a look?" Chow Mu pondered for a moment, then secretly mumbled, "Perhaps these people are here for the Blood Moon Scroll, not me." Tong Xinglin was fumbling in his sleeve at this moment, searching and saying, "Of course it's not for free, we're not the type to take advantage. This old man would like to offer a set of sect-preserving martial arts in exchange for your precious painting. What do you think?" Chow Mu was startled when he heard this and shrieked, "What martial art?" He immediately pulled out a book with Shattering Void Finger printed on its cover and explained, "This is a superior finger technique that can exert force from the fingertip, injuring enemies from a distance, leaving them bewildered. but the condition for its use is sufficiently powerful internal energy. It also contains acupuncture secrets which are helpful for medical skills. Chao Mu clenched his fists excited as if it were a holiday, causing damage without contact. Doesn't this complement my blood sword art perfectly? Chao Mu, without a word, gleefully spread several paintings on the table, laughing. Don't be polite, they're just 2 paintings, feel free to look. Hai Wuya nodded politely in response. Thank you. He and Tong Xinglan stepped forward, stroking their beards as if about to start reasoning, but as soon as they saw the paintings, both of them reacted as if electrocuted, their faces instantly changing. They immediately recoiled as if pushed. Tong Xinglan frantically waved the paintings away, tightly closed his eyes, then continuously acupunctured himself, controlling his mind. While Hai Wuya's face was ashen, as if he had caught the plague, Chao Mu watched dumbfounded. What's wrong with you two? Tong Xinglan's forehead was sweating and he extended his hand, signaling him to step back. This painting is indeed a top-tier item, but if one looks at it without reaching the spirit-refining realm, the consequences are unimaginable. At best, one loses their mind. At worst, one dies on the spot. Chao Mu's eyes widened and he shrieked. But I looked at it yesterday and nothing happened. Hai Wuya turned his head to look at him as if looking at a strange creature. Are your qi and blood constantly increasing? Do you feel like your body is about to burst? He answered the question. Yes, Tong Xinglan pressed. And then he scratched his head and chuckled. Oh, then I broke through. Is that difficult? Hearing this, the 2 old men turned pale as paper, exclaiming in unison, He broke through just like that? Under Chao Mu's innocent gaze, their qi and blood surged, and they both spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. There's no zen to this. The next morning at the Apricot Grove Clinic, Chao Mu sat upright again, letting Tong Xinglan take his pulse, but as soon as Tong Xinglan placed his hand on Chao Mu's wrist, his eyes widened and he cried out. This Chao Mu was startled and asked what's wrong. Tong Xinglan stroked his beard, a volcanic eruption seemingly occurring in his mind, muttering, Your qi and blood are like gushing springs, and your internal energy is unreasonably abundant, several times stronger than any spirit-refining third-grade martial artist I've ever seen, yet you clearly haven't stepped into the spirit-refining realm. It's truly strange, Chao Mu asked in confusion. So I haven't broken through yet? How does one refine the spirit then? Hai Wuya interjected, slowly explaining. Since ancient times, martial artists have gone through 3 basic stages. The traditional strength training stage is limited by the human body. By middle age, qi and blood will decline, and after that, the growth of internal energy will be extremely slow or even stagnate, which is the highest realm a 4th-grade martial artist can reach now. Chao Mu rested his chin on his hand, thinking, Oh, I was pretty much like that before I met the martial sage. Later, the martial sage pioneered a new path of spirit refining, using the soul to control internal energy. Although the power didn't increase much, the efficiency of moves greatly improved. Martial artists thus became more flexible and unpredictable in combat. He widened his eyes, thinking, the most easily recognizable feeling is their astonishing reaction speed, and they also have special abilities. And now is the 3rd stage, the realm of entering the Tao through martial arts. However, this is just a legend and few people can truly understand or reach it. Hearing this, a memory flashed in Chao Mu's mind. This martial alliance also seemed to mention it. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed as if chatting in a tea house, and bluntly said, Spirit refining, to put it plainly, is just seeking other avenues after strength training can no longer be improved. Seeking a breakthrough based on essence, qi, and spirit sounds no different from modern immortal cultivation. While he was still analyzing it through a cultivation method evaluation, a series of illustrations began to appear in Hai Wuya's mind. He mused, The 4 paths of martial arts, strength, technique, and spirit, are essentially a process from refining essence into qi and then refining qi into spirit. The level of the realm doesn't depend on weaknesses, but on the strengths you choose to develop. Currently, the spirit refining direction is the most popular. The martial sage rose to the pinnacle through spirit refining, but I believe that is not the orthodox path. In fact, the origin of this path also has some connection with those immortal sects in the heavens. At this moment, Tong Xinglan turned to Chao Mu, both worried and curious. Your qi and blood are like an ox, and your strength training has not yet reached its limit. Whether you can refine your spirit, we truly don't know. But one thing is clear. You can completely cultivate in the manner of spirit refining. This is truly beyond my imagination. His eyes gleamed and he asked excitedly, as if he had found a treasure, Brother Chao, could you 2 stay a few more days and let me study you a bit more? Chao Mu frowned, casting a wary glance at him. Study what? Treat me like a guinea pig? Tong Xinglan laughed heartily. No, I'm just a little curious about your true identity. Hai Wuya seized the opportunity to interject. By the way, what level have you reached in the Mount Sumeru King scripture? Chao Mu sighed, his face looking as if he had just been tortured. That one, it tormented me beyond recognition. Hai Wuya nodded. Normal. If the martial art isn't fully comprehended yet, it will naturally be difficult. Reaching just the 3rd level is already admirable. Chao Mu casually held up a number with his hand. Oh, I've reached the 5th level. Hai Wuya almost jumped up after hearing this. What? He immediately circled Chao Mu, patting and stroking him nonstop as if examining a rare antique, praising continuously. The 5th level. To reach such a level in just a few days when others might not even achieve it in half a lifetime, you are truly a heaven-sent genius, rarely seen in 1,000 years. Chao Mu scratched his head, trying hard to appear humble, yet unable to hide the triumphant smile at the corner of his mouth. Oh, you flatter me, you flatter me. This cultivation method is inherently very compatible with the Chao family's ancestral martial arts. I merely went with the flow, killing two birds with one stone, he thought to himself. If those old monsters of the Chow family find out I've cultivated this method, it probably won't be too surprised. Wuya excitedly clapped Chow Mu on the shoulder, raising his hand as if to deliver a speech. Excellent, truly excellent. The path I have walked for so long is finally no longer solitary. Although this cultivation method is just a spark now, given enough time it will surely ignite a prairie fire and martial arts will inevitably revive. At this point he suddenly coughed violently. Tong Xinglin quickly supported him, his face filled with worry. Old Hai, calm down. After 30 years in the celestial dungeon, your body is far from what it used to be. Chow Mu also rushed over, asking anxiously, Old Hai, are you alright? Despite his pale face, Hai Wuya still managed an optimistic smile. I'm fine, thanks to Brother Chow. Today I finally understand what I should do. Time is short, but I will use every remaining day to spread the Mount Sumeru King scripture, leaving a glimmer of hope for future generations. The true path of martial artists, the true path of humanity requires the collective effort of millions to establish. I only hope that one day your Chow family can carve out this path and usher in a new era. Chow Emu's expression was solemn, and he nodded emphatically, without hesitation. Brother Hai's trust I, Chow Shuanglin, will surely honor and strive to fulfill with all my might. He helped Hai Wuya settle into a chair, then turned to Tong Xinglin, casually asking, All right, enough with the melancholy. Let's talk about serious matters. Today seems like a chaotic mess. Did you stir up some old enemies from a past life? Tong Xinglin sighed deeply, his face etched with weariness. Who else but Wan Ronghua? It's him, he recalled the past, recounting with indignation. A few months ago he actually came to my clinic door, demanding to buy the Apricot Grove Clinic. I know his character. He's a cunning, malicious and profit-driven merchant. If he controlled the clinic, it wouldn't be a place for saving lives, but a tool for extortion. I refused on the spot. And ever since then, disruptive incidents like today have been endless. Day after day, no peace. Hearing this, Chow Emu's face instantly darkened, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Before the Fang family's misfortune, they seem to have experienced similar traps. This Wan Ronghua conducts business too despicably, truly insidious and vicious. He tilted his head and asked again, But you've practiced medicine for many years, respected by the common people. How could you be easily manipulated by such low-level tricks? Tong Xinglin merely shook his head with a bitter smile. When disaster strikes, people only care about saving their lives. How can they remain rational? Hai Wuya interjected. Not only that, there are also people fanning the flames behind the scenes. The common people are worried, daring not to seek medical help and thus are more susceptible to rumors. The puppet masters are using methods to erase individual thought, gathering faith as a weapon. To turn the tide, there are only two paths. Either enlighten the common people or eliminate those extraordinary beings. Chow Mu closed his eyes, recalling everything he had experienced, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Manipulating public opinion, creating false information, these extraordinary beings are having a field day. It seems Wang Song will have to put in a lot of effort to completely clean up this mess. He immediately laughed, muttering to himself, I can't enlighten the common people. But clearing out those obstacles, that's my strong suit. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Wan residence, Wan Rongwa's face was ashen with rage, his eyes wide open, looking at the three kneeling subordinates, almost having a brain hemorrhage. Useless, you can't even handle a small matter, one subordinate timidly pleaded. Master, please calm your anger. Fang Fang rushed forward, coaxing sweetly. Master, don't be angry, it's bad for your health. Wan Ronghua roared like thunder, pointing at everyone. As long as Tong Xinglin is still around, my Wan family can forget about getting a share of the imperial capital's medicine market. I've racked my brains and carefully planned for months. It was almost successful, but you idiots messed it all up. The cooked duck flew away. At this moment a subordinate stepped forward and explained, Master, it's all because Chow Shuanglin suddenly interfered. We didn't expect it. Wan Ronghua was furious, grabbing whatever was on the table and smashing it at everyone. Get out of here. His subordinates scattered in a panic, and he glared at their retreating backs with fierce eyes, gritting his teeth word by word. Chow Shuanglin, you first killed my man Sword Ghost, and now you've ruined my meticulously planned scheme. New grudges and old hatreds. I'm not done with you. Fang Fang fanned the flames beside him. And Fang Yuan, he must also be helping Chow Shuanglin. Master, you absolutely cannot let them off. Ronghua sneered, his tone full of resentment. Just you wait, it won't be that easy to fight me. On another road, Chow Mu was strolling leisurely, as if window shopping, muttering to himself. To cause trouble in the imperial capital, I first have to deal with that prefect. It's too troublesome to engage in intricate schemes. The quickest way is to kick open the Wan residence gate directly. Wan Ronghua await my visit. However, before he could even be happy for long, a figure suddenly rushed towards him. Chow Mu instinctively dodged sideways, narrowly avoiding the strike. The woman suddenly bent down, glanced at Chow Mu behind her, and then shrieked as if struck by lightning. Assault! Before anyone could understand what was happening, she started pointing at Chow Mu and cursing, You old geezer, in broad daylight, how dare you grope me? With red eyes she wiped her face and cried out, as if acting a tragic play. I don't want to live. Then she collapsed to the ground, a perfect tragic heroine. The surrounding common people began to gather, discussing animatedly. Chow Shuanglin, I remember him. Wasn't he the one who paid to save someone at the Apricot Grove Clinic yesterday? Wasn't he a good person? How did he become a scoundrel groping women in the street? This old man is truly shameless. How dare he do such a shameless thing in broad daylight and still act as if nothing happened? Surround him quick. Call the officials. Amidst the chaotic discussions, Chao Mu remained motionless, his eyes slightly narrowed, pondering. It was this trick yesterday and this trick again today. Still the same old trick of hiding behind the scenes and instigating the common people. A cold sneer played on his lips, and then he loudly declared, "I groped you." Fine. He turned around, his expression as serious as in a courtroom, and loudly said, "Who said that for someone to have done something there must be evidence? Don't you know that?" He pointed at the crying woman, his tone full of challenge. "You say I groped you, so what's your evidence?" A commotion broke out in the crowd, and someone retorted, "You old immortal, what else do you want? Do you want this lady to strip naked in the street for you to inspect?" Chao Mu glanced at the crowd, then turned and walked away. Before leaving, he turned back and threw out a remark, "Go tell Wanronghua this kind of childish trick is long outdated. If he's so desperate to find someone to frame me, he might as well be direct. I'll go settle the score with him myself." But he hadn't walked far when he suddenly stopped, his intuition screaming in alarm. He abruptly turned back, carefully scrutinizing the woman. A strange aura began to emanate from her, making him exclaim, "Is that magic?" She took a step forward and said coldly, "Wanronghua indeed has some value, but it's a waste for me to personally intervene," she continued. "That righteous hero, revered by all, was framed by the masses, cursed and reviled, and finally died an unjust death, proving his innocence with his life. That was the original script, but you, Hero Chao, ignored it completely and walked away. You truly are extraordinary. No wonder Dao Zhen likes you." Chao Mu frowned, his face looking as if a basin of cold water had been thrown on it. "What nonsense are you talking about? Who are you, and who is Dao Zhen?" She narrowed her eyes, her hands began to gather power, then she proudly raised her chin. "I am Dao Shu, the great disciple of the Dao sect. Dao Zhen is my junior brother. He is cold-hearted and aloof. I originally wanted to fight him again to vent my anger, but he actually stood me up for you, Immortal." Then she soared into the air, fiercely charging towards Chao Mu, roaring like thunder, "In that case, I'll send you on your way to meet your ancestors." Chao Mu immediately summoned his blood sword art, roaring blood sword. "Do you immortal cultivators all have something wrong with your brains?" As soon as the two swords clashed, he immediately felt the difference. The woman's sword radiated a chilling cold, making his sword tremble as well. He was instantly frozen solid, the cold piercing to his bones, his chi and blood congealed. This time he was probably really going to heaven. Just as the attack was about to land, a light suddenly burst from his chest. Chao Mu's eyes widened, and Dao Shu smiled faintly. "You finally decided to show yourself. My junior brother has truly gone to a lot of trouble to find you." The light emanated from Chao Mu's chest, blocking the attack. It turned out to be a magic treasure. A figure stepped out from the light, smiling. "Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, senior sister." Chao Mu stared dumbfounded at the person who had suddenly appeared, his mind buzzing. "He's Dao Zhen. No, he's from an immortal sect and he's saving me. Does he like me? Wait, junior brother, is he a man?" Dao Zhen gently waved his hand, making a sweeping gesture as if with a whisk, and the frost on Chao Mu's body immediately dissipated as if it had never been there. He turned to Dao Shu, casually saying, "Senior sister's ice power has become purer and purer. You've reached the late foundation establishment stage, haven't you?" Dao Shu took a deep breath, concentrating her chi, and roared like thunder, "HMPH, stop mocking me. You must have also reached the late foundation establishment stage long ago. Today I must definitely settle this with you." Her words had barely fallen when she swung her sword like an arrow, fiercely rushing forward. Dao Zhen immediately summoned his magic treasure and at the same time, smoothly pushed Chao Mu back as if blocking a path. "Get out of the way, I don't want to see you die so uneventfully." Chao Mu was pushed back a few steps, struggling to steady himself, but the murderous aura and spiritual energy emanating from the battle surged out like a tsunami, sweeping everything around into chaos. The common people screamed and scattered in all directions, the scene a mess as if an earthquake had struck. "Everyone be careful, the extraordinary beings are fighting again, run." Chao Mu looked up at the sky, expressionless. "This is a man-made natural disaster. What else could it be? It's a complete man-made catastrophe." He saw a woman clutching her child, hiding against a wall, almost unable to stand. Chao Mu didn't think twice, immediately rushed forward, pulling the mother and child out of the attack range, dodging while gritting his teeth. "Damn it, the area of effect is too wide. How many people can I save by myself?" In midair, Dao Shu's voice roared like a gale. "Junior brother, you're only defending and not attacking. What game are you playing? Don't think I'll always be polite to you." Dao Zhen replied, his tone still calm as water. "This is the center of the great Yan Imperial capital, and it's a bustling street with many people. If it's broken, Master will definitely punish both of us by making us do horse dance." He twirled the magic artifact in his hand, making it dance around his opponent, his gaze never leaving. "The people here are the foundation of our incense offerings. They cannot be harmed indiscriminately." Dao Shu laughed coldly, her voice filled with contempt. "Don't try to scare me with Master, and don't learn to use mortals as human shields." Their magic powers continued to clash, causing a tremor that swept through the street like a tsunami. Dao Shu said in a deep voice, "They are just mortal lives. Who will remember their names in 10 years? Even if I don't act, they will be buried by natural disasters and war. Or natural death." She raised her sword, her face like a rock. "I'm just making that natural disaster come a little earlier. Junior brother, don't get distracted. Hurry up and take this." A powerful force erupted from the sword tip, daring through the air and sweeping away everything in its path. The common people screamed for help in terror. A young man struggled to support his falling father, anxiously shouting, "Father?" The father pushed his son away, roaring, "Run, don't worry about me." Before either of them could react, a person suddenly appeared, blocking them like a wall. Chao Mu took the full force of the blow, his whole body trembling, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Run!" The father and son stared in astonishment. "Hero Chao." The father, his eyes welling with tears, trembled and knelt, shouting, "Please, you must go. You have martial arts. You must save your life. We are just mortals. This is our fate. To have lived until now is already a blessing from heaven. When disaster strikes, we can only accept it. There's nothing to complain about." Chao Mu, blood in his mouth, looked at him with a faint smile and slowly said, "You're right, but I never believe in fate." Chao Mu turned around, directly facing the power that was about to sweep over them. "Heaven, what fate? I only see two beasts who treat human lives as dirt, and behind them the gaping maw ready to devour the mortal world at any moment." He looked up at the two immortals clashing in the sky and continued to roar, "If we don't stand up and resist sooner or later, these people will chew us down to the bone." He took a deep breath, then lifted his head and shouted loudly, "Dao Zhen!" The shout carried immense weight, making the two clashing figures immediately stop and turn to look down. "You don't want to fight until everyone is ruined and there's no one to clean up the mess, do you? Then why don't I help you send this crazy old hag of a senior sister into an icy slumber?" Dao Shu's face was so grim it looked like it was about to rain. She roared furiously, "Mortal lives are like grass, and there's still a fool who thinks he's a savior. Die, you obstruction underfoot." As soon as her words fell, she launched an ice ball at Chao Mu using her ice profound orb. Chao Mu's whole body suddenly glowed, his energy bursting to its limit. He unleashed his strongest move, forming a curtain of light in the air to block the lightning-fast attack. His expression was grave, his lips tightly pressed, sweat streaming down his face and his back stained with blood. However, the fierce attack gradually weakened, eventually transforming into countless ice shards, falling like early spring snowflakes. He still stood there, not taking a single step back. But at this moment the air around him began to grow cold, layers of white mist spreading out, freezing the entire ground high in the sky. Dao Shu's eyes widened. She shrieked, "How is this possible? He actually managed to block my profound ice orb?" Dao Zhen, arms crossed, sneered, "Quite impressive, panting like you're about to faint after blocking one move, and you dare to team up with me?" Dao Shu was furious, roaring, "Senior brother, the outcome of our battle is still undecided. Don't get distracted." Chao Mu curled his lips and retorted, "Who said I wanted to team up? If you can't do it, Dao Zhen, then I'll fight. I can't win anyway, but it's better than just standing by and observing. I can at least stop the fallout from this battle, right?" Dao Zhen chuckled softly and slowly shook his head. "Are you asking me to take responsibility for stopping the fallout and protecting the common people? You're thinking too much. Well, protecting the people of the imperial capital from disaster is also our Dao sect's duty, and I don't feel like fighting anyway." With that, he waved his hand and cast a spell. A shimmering barrier enveloped the area, separating the common people from the battlefield. Chao Mu looked at the barrier and sighed in relief. "A barrier? Then I don't have to carry those aunties and uncles around anymore?" On the other side, Dao Shu abruptly turned around, her gaze burning like fire. "Is this how you act as a junior brother?" Dao Zhen calmly picked up a slice of watermelon and replied, "I'm doing this for senior sister's sake. If senior sister causes too much destruction and master finds out, you'll be punished with horse stance for another month. Besides, there's a good show to watch. Shouldn't I watch it?" Just then, Chao Mu's eyes narrowed, his figure flickered, and he shot straight towards Dao Shu like an arrow. Dao Shu reacted instantly, raising several wall-like barriers and roaring furiously, "Shameless, do you think blocking one move just now was impressive? My profound ice orb was just an appetizer. Now I'll shatter you to pieces." A series of knife-sharp attacks followed one after another, tearing Chao Mu's body to shreds. With each hit his body swayed, blood splattering as if he were being torn apart by a pack of wolves. His vision gradually blurred, eventually plunging into absolute darkness, completely obscuring the light. A heavy blow suddenly landed, sending him flying and then crashing heavily to the ground like a sack. Dao Shu's mocking voice came from the air, "Junior brother, my apologies. I accidentally broke your toy." However, before she could finish laughing, Chao Mu's eyes suddenly flared like flames. The light shattered all the energy restraints wrapped around his body. A scorching aura spread from his body, fierce as a gale. It was as if his soul was roaring to break free from its bonds, shattering all limits. He pushed himself up, every movement heavy and painful, but his eyes were sharp as blades, staring fixedly at Dao Shu. Chao Mu's body was no longer like a mortal's at this moment, but like a living tornado, charging fearlessly toward the attack. He let out another wild roar. Each of his counterattacks burst forth like a rapid-fire cannonade. He unleashed moves while roaring as if devouring blood and fire. Again and again, again and again. High in the sky, Dao Zhen still calmly ate his watermelon, watching the reality show. His chi and blood are erupting. Can a martial artist really push their body to this extent? What a pity, no matter how fast, it's still flesh and blood. It cannot contend with Dao Shu. In the center of the chaotic battle, Dao Shu raised her hand to gather her magic power, looked at the blood-soaked Chao Mu and scoffed, "A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Just now you were shouting about righteousness and now you can't even get close to me. Your life is truly wasted. What do the lives and deaths of those mortals have to do with you?" Chao Mu retorted with a sneer, "You call yourselves natural disasters, but have you ever seen that even amidst this natural disaster there are still humble people using their mortal bodies standing beside the gods to fight for hope? You say I'm a mantis trying to stop a chariot, But I see myself as Jingwei trying to fill the sea. Even if I only save one person, that is a life far more precious than your theory of heaven's will. Dao Shu gritted her teeth and unleashed a fatal attack. In her mouth she didn't forget to mock, "You martial artists, there's nothing difficult to cultivate about your whole body, except for that mouth that's tougher than dragon hide." She gathered all her magic power and unleashed a fatal attack, striking Chao Emu's chest with a bang. The attack sent him flying like a clap of thunder, slamming him heavily into the ground and creating a deep crater. He lay motionless, completely still amidst the rubble. The crowd gathered outside the barrier was deeply moved. Many couldn't help but burst into tears. A middle-aged man lowered his head and sighed deeply, saying, "Hero Chao, may you rest in peace." A little girl continuously pounded on the barrier, crying and shouting, "Grandpa Chao, don't sleep anymore." Her voice choked and she continued to sob, "Wake up." From above, Dao Zhen stood quietly, not saying a word. He munched on his watermelon, calculating in his mind. Senior sister is trapped in the barrier by me. He clearly could have broken the barrier at any time, yet he still fought desperately until the very last moment. How interesting. Chao Shuanglan truly makes me more and more curious. In the air, Dao Shu shouted loudly, "Junior brother, that person may be dead, but our battle is not over yet." Hearing this, Dao Zhen sighed softly and then replied, all right, can't we just fight another round?" Suddenly, a loud shout echoed through the entire space. "Enough!" The two immediately turned their heads to look, only to see Qingyi appear before them. Tong Xinglan respectfully called out, "Master." His gaze was serious, his voice low. "Dao Shu, have I indulged you too much? I didn't expect you to be so reckless this time. Fortunately, both of you still know how to maintain a sense of proportion and haven't damaged your divine souls. Both of you, come back with me." Dao Zhen bowed his head and cupped his fists, respectfully assenting. "As you command, master." He secretly glanced downwards, guessing in his mind, "I originally thought he fought so desperately because he had no way out, but it turns out he planned to stall for time from the very beginning, waiting for master to arrive. It seems he also has some schemes." Qingyi simply uttered a single word softly, "Dissipate." The frost covering the barrier gradually dissipated, vanishing without a trace. The common people struggled to their feet, looking up at the sky filled with hope and cheers. "The ice and snow have melded, the cold has dissipated. Come out quickly, everything is all right." Immediately after, all the common people knelt in unison, respectfully kowtowing and shouting in one voice, "Thank you, immortal elders, for your benevolence. Thank you, immortal elders, for your benevolence." A little girl sat beside Chao Emu's corpse, looking up and shouting at the sky, "Villains, they killed my mother, they killed Grandpa Chao." "Villains!" A woman nearby quickly reached out to cover the child's mouth, worriedly whispering, "Child, shush shush shush." Hearing this shout, Dao Shu turned and roared furiously, "You little brat, you don't know what's good for you." But Qingyi merely turned his head away and said coldly, "Let him be." His gaze was profound. He said, "Qin Shiqing, the pawn you and I set for this situation, it's time for him to act. Besides, mortal lives are inherently fragile. As long as they are given a little benefit, they will quickly forget everything." Dao Zhen intently observed below, then silently thought, "Will it really be like that? To dare to openly curse the immortal sect in broad daylight, this is unprecedented." A child shouted from the ground, "When I grow up, I'll also learn martial arts and defeat you." Hearing this, he mused inwardly, "It seems this world is quietly changing." In another place, in a quiet room, Qin Shiqing stared at the gradually blurring letter in his hand as if weighing something. On the paper, the last line of text was faintly visible. "Cover up today's murder, maintain the immortal sect's reputation at all costs, and defame Chao Shuanglan." While in the imperial palace, Hai Wuya, dressed in court robes, stood respectfully before the emperor and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, Chao Shuanglan saved the lives of the common people from the hands of extraordinary beings. This act is truly chivalrous." He bowed and continued, "However, there are now people spreading rumors, even shifting all blame onto Chao Shuanglan. A righteous hero like him should not die unjustly amidst infamy." The emperor rubbed his forehead, a tired expression on his face, and waved his hand. "I am a bit tired. Let's discuss anything else tomorrow." Hai Wuya maintained his cupped fist posture, his gaze firm, and said loudly, "This time the common people suffered a calamity, with over 100 casualties. Had it not been for Chao Shuanglan, there would likely have been thousands of deaths, with witnesses and evidence. If your Majesty continues to shield the great Dao sect, it may not last long. Extraordinary beings are growing increasingly arrogant, now encroaching upon the court. Must the court still retreat as it did before? Your subject dares to ask, after retreating again and again, what path will be left?" The emperor rested his elbows on the table, looked up at him, and asked, "Minister Hai, do you still remember that great battle 40 years ago?" The chaotic scene on the battlefield flashed in his memory as he replied. "The martial sage once led 100,000 elite soldiers to quell the rebellion of extraordinary beings, but before reaching Zhangzhou, the entire army was annihilated in Shihan City. That city was later razed to the ground, leaving no trace." The emperor clutched his head, his voice hoarse. "I personally witnessed the martial sage die at the hands of immortals. The disparity in strength between them was too great. What more can I do?" Hai Wuya lowered his head and thought, "It seems you ultimately have no strategy to turn the tide. Why bother with this pretense then? You completely rely on the human king's sword, yet you fail to see the future, instead gambling with the lives of the common people." He then cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, if public sentiment is completely lost when the time truly comes for action, I fear you will be powerless even if you wish to act." The emperor rested his chin in his hand, thoughtfully repeating, "Public sentiment? The light emitted by the human king's sword last time reappeared in his mind, and he mused, according to what happened in southern continent, the immortal sects are clearly wary of the human king's sword. Perhaps this is the key to turning the situation around. Furthermore, if public sentiment disperses and the national destiny declines, the human king's sword will also eventually lose its efficacy. The majestic voice of the emperor echoed through the imperial palace. Guards, convey my imperial decree. In a bustling tea house in the imperial capital, someone remarked, news from the palace. Hai Wuya indeed submitted a memorial. Not only that, the 6 fan gates even personally went to the great Dao sect. Your news is outdated. The waiter said to Zhang Chen, the troublesome cultivator has been dealt with by the immortal sect, sentenced to swallow his sword and reflect for 10 years. Chao Shuanglin, on the other hand, has been confirmed as a chivalrous hero who sacrificed himself to save others. If no one from the Chao family comes to claim his body, the government will handle his funeral arrangements. Hearing this, Zhang Chen pondered, the way this matter was handled seems quite different from Emperor Yangyi's usual style. Could there be some hidden reason? This time the court no longer concealed anything, and the great Dao sect also took responsibility. Zhang Chen let out a hearty laugh and said, never mind, don't think so complicatedly. He clenched his fists, confidently asserting, in my opinion, this is just the common people beginning to dare to speak up. The situation now is vastly different from before. Inside the great Dao sect's main hall, Qingyi turned around and said loudly, this matter is not entirely your fault. Dao Shu will return to the mountain gate, enter seclusion for 10 years of reflection. During this period she must reduce contact with mortals and act with greater caution. He then turned his gaze to Dao Zhen and instructed, you continue to assist Qin Shiqing in handling Wan Ronghua's affairs. Yes, master. Dao Zhen smiled, cupped his fists and accepted the order. An inexplicable thought flashed through his mind. I personally saw Chao Zhang and Chao Shuanglin both die, but why did both attempts at soul summoning fail? How many survivors does the Chao family truly have? He looked up at the sky, bit his lip, and his heart stirred. If each of them is so special, then it's worth waiting to see. Night fell, and a figure faintly visible lightly glided over the city's rooftops. Chao Mu sprinted in that direction, moving so fast he was almost a blur. A virtual notification panel appeared before him, displaying the assessment of his recent death. Grade A, rich in emotion, awarded 56 skill points, current skill point 60, revivals this week 4-5, body status 66.6. Wiping away tears, he secretly thought, thank you, senior sister Dao Shu, for contributing skill points. Next time we meet, I'll send you to the Western Paradise to complete our bond. He gazed into the distance, his eyes falling on the Wan residence, and he murmured. But then again, things must be handled one by one, prioritizing clearing the obstacles in Hai Wuya's path. He hid on the rooftop near Wan Ronghua's residence, observing the guards, and a thought popped into his mind. Senior sister Dao Shu, wait for me, it'll be your turn next. He picked up a fist-sized stone and muttered as if giving an order. Wan Ronghua, Chao Shuanglin has come to pay you a visit. Inside the room, Fang Fang was talking to Wan Ronghua. Master, this disaster has caused us heavy losses, he shrugged. Since we've lost, what else can be done? Those are people from the great Dao sect. Wan Ronghua looked at Fang Fang deep in thought. You should focus more on important matters. I hear there are still Chao family members hiding in the imperial capital. If they investigate my past reliance on the great Dao sect. Just then an object plummeted from the sky at an astonishing speed, heading straight for his head. Just as it was about to hit, a hand shot out like lightning, blocking the object. The room immediately descended into chaos, screams rising one after another. What's going on with you all? An assassin has broken in. Chao Mu looked around, startled. Oh, there's a master here. A man pointed to the rooftop and yelled. There, the western rooftop. Chao Mu's face went pale and he exclaimed, oh no, I've been discovered. A figure charged towards Chao Mu at an incredible speed, closing in instantly. Qin Shiqing stood upright on the rooftop, his gaze coldly fixed on Chao Mu. This face is identical to Chao Zong's, definitely a Chao family member. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, tonight we'll put an end to this once and for all. Upon hearing this, Chao Mu immediately burst into laughter, retorting, Chao Shuanglin, I return that sentiment to you in full. Officer Qin. Chao Mu raised his arm, glaring at Qin Shiqing, and angrily roared without reservation, I hear Wan Ronghua has the great Dao sect backing him. Are you appearing here now on orders from the great Dao sect? A dignified court official instead of working for the people. You act as a lackey for extraordinary beings. Aren't you ashamed? Qin Shiqing remained silent, his gaze fixed on Chao Mu, showing no emotion. Suddenly, Qin Shiqing unexpectedly attacked Chao Mu with the same object he had used before. Chao Mu sidestepped, loudly retorting, using the same old trick against me. He actually underestimated me. But the object suddenly changed direction mid-air, heading straight for Chao Mu's face, hitting him squarely. Chao Mu lowered his head, one hand covering the injured spot, and murmured, the divine power of a first-grade martial artist is indeed not to be underestimated. Being able to control objects remotely is somewhat similar to the sword manipulation techniques of those chi-refining cultivators. He then continued, though not as agile as sword manipulation, the power unleashed through internal energy transmission is no less impressive, just a bit clumsy. Qin Shiqing remained calm and still, replying in a low voice, the 3,000 great Daos, all rivers lead to the sea. With that, he coldly commanded, capture him. Instantly, a group of people surged from all directions, encircling Chao Mu. Chao Mu quickly dodged, simultaneously mocking loudly, oh, Officer Qin, you're already assured of victory, yet you're still hiding. If you've got the guts, fight me one-on-one. He secretly grumbled to himself that there was no glory in dealing with these small fries. Qin Shiqing did not join the battle, merely stood aside and sneered, "You could quickly finish this together, but you insist on putting on a master's air and fighting alone. How utterly foolish." Chao Emu's eyes glowed and an unusual aura erupted from his body as he shouted, "All right, so you want to play this game? Then I won't hold back. I'm entering phase 2. His figure was like the wind, nimbly striking down each of his assailants one by one. As the blood-red light spread from Chao Emu's body, he casually flung a freshly fallen corpse towards Qin Shiqing, shouting, "I'm returning your men to you as is." Qin Shiqing remained unmoved, placing his hand on his weapon and said in a deep voice, "As a 4th-grade martial artist to have such surging qi and blood, you indeed have some skill." With that he swung his sword, batting away the flying corpse and simultaneously charged towards Chao Mu with lightning speed. During his sprint he leveraged the rooftop, making his attack even more powerful. He struck down fiercely from a height, aiming for Chao Emu's left shoulder, and shouted, "Overestimating yourself, can't you see the difference in strength?" Chao Mu smiled slightly, secretly analyzing, "I thought this strike would be at my left shoulder, but my intuition warned me about the right. Is he planning to change his move midway?" Based on this guess, he immediately dodged to the left. Unexpectedly, the attack still landed squarely on his left shoulder, causing him both surprise and pain. He stumbled back a few steps, inwardly blaming himself for misjudging. The speed of a 1st-grade spirit-refining martial artist was indeed far beyond his own. Wei Yan's beating last time wasn't due to luck. Now he still had to anticipate moves, and yet his reaction was still slow. Qin Shiqing chuckled triumphantly and said, "Not even 4th grade and you dare to toy with intuition in front of me." Without hesitation, he thrust his sword straight into Chao Emu's abdomen, mocking, "Showing off your meager skill before an expert." Chao Mu gritted his teeth and held on, frantically calculating in his mind that if he made a sound now it would be over. "Fortunately, I haven't refined my spirit yet, and my strength refining level is still low. If he spiritually suppresses me, I'll be forced into a desperate situation." Chao Emu's body was violently slammed to the ground as if struck by a sledgehammer. He was completely battered. Just as his eyes widened in agony, Qin Shiqing lunged at him, roaring, "Run!" Chao Mu tensed his body, raising his hands to block, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, now it's a fight to the death." He immediately opened the system and squeezed every last skill point to exchange for a technique. The system notification chimed. 60 skill points consumed, exchanged for Shattering Void Finger Minor Accomplishment 100. A massive amount of skill information flooded his mind, instantly numbing his consciousness. Once he had fully comprehended it, Chao Emu's face broke into a brilliant smile, his eyes shining like lamps. "Fantastic!" He suddenly struck, a heavy blow landing on Qin Shiqing's chest, splattering blood. The sword in the opponent's hand flew out and clattered to the ground, and he himself was sent flying. Chao Mu looked down at the palm he had just used, sighing to himself, "I never expected Shattering Void Finger to be so dominant." He raised his arm high as if proclaiming victory, a proud smile on his face. Qin Shiqing saw this and secretly assessed, internal energy can project over 10 meters and its power doesn't diminish. If he reaches the spirit refining realm, he'll be a ticking time bomb, posing a huge threat to both me and the Immortal sect. He narrowed his eyes, a decision already made in his heart. This kid absolutely cannot be left alive. He let out an angry roar, and Qin Shiqing's entire body emitted a golden light like molten metal. The golden light quickly spread to his face, creating a suffocating sense of oppression. In a blink of an eye, his entire body was completely enveloped in thick golden light. Chao Emu's eyes widened and he said with a laugh, "Oh, your aura instantly surged, so you have a second phase too." He immediately launched an attack, but it left no scratch on his opponent. He frowned, remembering Sword Ghost's warning, and thought to himself, "Can't penetrate. Strange, it feels like striking a steel surface. Could this be the golden body art Sword Ghost mentioned? Is he really a member of the Martial Alliance?" Qin Shiqing suddenly grabbed Chao Emu's wrist. His palm was now glowing golden, and his fingers were clenched into a fist like living metal. Without hesitation, he punched Chao Mu violently in the abdomen. This blow sent Chao Mu flying, crashing heavily against the wall and creating a large hole. Qin Shiqing said in a cold voice, "Those who offend the Immortal sect will suffer such retribution." Chao Mu lowered his head and forced a bitter smile, coughing as he said, "The golden body art is indeed not to be underestimated." He looked up, still smiling, and replied, "However, I've achieved my goal today." Just then, Qin Shiqing heard a loud shout, "Master!" He turned and glanced behind him, seeing through the doorway Fang Fang screaming as she embraced the fallen Wan Ronghua. "Help, something's happened to Master, Master, Master!" Qin Shiqing turned back, a thought flashing through his mind. "Wan Ronghua is dead? Impossible. If it was Chao Shuanglin, how could I have not noticed?" His eyes wide, he murmured, full of doubt, "Could it be that while I was attacking he turned the tables? When a strong person prepares to kill, all power converges to a single point." He clutched his head, his whole body twitching, and cried out in agony, "Chao Shuanglin, Chao Shuanglin!" 2 streaks of blood flowed down his face, his eyes filled with hatred, and he roared through gritted teeth, "Chao Shuanglin!" In his uncontrolled rage he clenched his hands, yelling madly, "I'll kill you!" After roaring, he charged forward, punching Chao Mu fiercely. Lian Sheng stood by, loudly urging, "Kill, kill!" Punch after punch slammed into Chao Emu's head. Meanwhile, Qin Shiqing's voice rang out amidst the chaos, "I went through all that trouble, personally killed my own wife just to prove my loyalty to the Immortal sect. This opportunity was also to prove my strength to them. And you ruined it all." Just then, Chao Mu suddenly appeared behind him, lightly patted his head and chuckled, "Married couples, even they can be sold." Chao Mu stood perfectly still, looking straight at him, and loudly declared, "Qin Shiqing, you truly are the Immortal sect's loyal dog." Chao Mu unleashed shattering void finger, striking directly at Qin Shiqing's forehead. Blood splattered. He despairingly raised his hand, roaring in disbelief. You're also from the Chao family? Just then the system display updated with his death status, remaining revivals, skill points, and current chi and blood. Chao Mu stood silently, his gaze falling on the corpse, thinking, Qin Shiqing actually cultivated the Martial Alliance's golden body art, and he's also connected to the Great Dao sect. What exactly are these extraordinary beings plotting? After saying that, he quickly left the scene, loudly declaring, whatever your intentions, if you want revenge, come find my Chao family. The space became utterly silent. Qin Shiqing's corpse lying still on the ground below his body, a red halo appeared, gently spinning. The alley was empty, utterly silent. Fang Fang gasped for breath, murmuring as she walked, Master is dead and I'm helpless. Staying here will only lead to my demise. It's better to hide somewhere unknown. She suddenly stopped, stiffening, as she saw a figure emerge. Who's there? The person extended a hand, smiling warmly. Sister, long time no see, Fang Fang stuttered in surprise, immediately shouting, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, stop pretending. Appearing at a time like this, aren't you just here to see how pathetic I am? He explained without hesitation. The plague disaster in the imperial capital has led His Majesty to order an investigation. The Wan family cannot escape responsibility this time. I am merely here on orders. Upon hearing this, Fang Fang immediately let out a sarcastic laugh. 1 tael of silver a month? Are you joking with your life? If you need money, just tell me directly. Don't you know, I married into a wealthy family, and I have much more money than our father ever did. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan immediately drew his blade, shouting angrily. Are you talking about Wan Ronghua? He roared with indignation. Our parents were killed by him, yet you willingly became his wife. Fang Yuan pointed his blade directly at Fang Fang and roared with icy eyes. You conspired with extraordinary beings for personal gain, doing so many bad things, sending people to cause trouble at Apricot Grove Clinic, and even attacking Senior Chao, she retorted in panic, her eyes darting around. What does that Chao family old man have to do with me? He brought it upon himself by being a fraud. Her anger exploded. Fang Fang's voice changed pitch and she shouted loudly, What? Are you going to kill me too and steal my money? How could that old fool of a father be so unfair? I'm his biological daughter, so how could he give all the property to an outsider? It's fine for me to be Wan family's concubine. At least I'll get a share when the Wan family takes over all the assets later. A cold gleam flashed, blade cut through, and ornaments and strands of hair scattered on the stone slab, a few valuable items falling to the ground with crisp, cold sounds. Fang Yuan choked, tears welling in his eyes. Father was indeed biased. He gave the antique shop and the old house to me, but he left 70% of the paintings and antiques to you, so you would be well provided for life, while leaving me to worry about your food and shelter. He didn't tell you why, but in truth, Father had long seen through your true nature. That house is just a means for you to amass wealth, but to me it's home. From today onwards, my sister Fang Fang is dead. You are now merely Wan family's concubine. Speak whatever you have to say in prison. At first light, the system panel displayed a series of information, remaining skill points for shattering void finger and current chi and blood status. Chao Mu sat alone, holding a cat in his arms, his eyes deep in thought. Each time he used an S-rank skill or revived, his spirit seemed to travel to some place for cultivation. It seemed that the cultivation methods he possessed were all developed by himself. He stroked the cat's head and murmured, System, can you explain? Chao Mu cupped his chin and mused, The system is unable to explain more and more things. I need to actively seek answers. My chi and blood have depleted again, so I must accelerate the cultivation of the Mount Sumeru King scripture. A strange light suddenly appeared in the sky, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise upon seeing it. Instinctively calling out, a figure descended from the sky, asking with a smile, Excuse me, are you the esteemed Chao family master? Chao Mu rested one hand on his knee and sneered, You found me so quickly. Good, this desolate area is open, so there's no need to hold back when fighting. The man spread his arms and said calmly, Don't be in a hurry to fight. Your death at my hands would be meaningless. Your Chao family members deserve a more valuable death. Upon hearing this, Chao Mu yelled impatiently, Get to the point, stop beating around the bush. Dao Zhen recalled last night, feeling suspicious in his heart. This is the third time my soul summoning technique couldn't retrieve the soul. You appeared at the Wan family after Chao Xuanlin's death. There's no such thing as a coincidence, but if the two were the same person, that would be too absurd. What divine ability does the Chao family possess? He walked towards Chao Mu and said meaningfully, Do you know that the battle of extraordinary beings in JoJo 40 years ago actually hid a huge secret? Outsiders only know that Great Yan's army of 100,000 was annihilated, and only the martial sage survived. But in reality, that was just a meticulously planned deception. Dao Zhen's voice was low as he spoke of the past, stroking his chin. The survivors of that war are still hiding in the perilous lands controlled by the immortal sects. Even fighting for Emperor Yang, they couldn't hope for a peaceful life. He turned to Chao Mu and asked affectionately, Hero Chao, can you really bear to see those shattered soldiers live in pain their entire lives? Chao Mu crossed his arms, his expression unchanging, and replied, Oh really? I don't believe it. This answer startled Dao Zhen, who unconsciously gasped in surprise. Chao Mu stood up, his gaze as sharp as a blade, and retorted, Given the power disparity between the immortal sects and Great Yan's soldiers, how could anyone defend a city for 40 years? Moreover, the surrounding area is barren, so how could there be a lone city? Do you think I'm that easy to deceive? He stepped closer and explained that because the entire area was sealed by the Immortal sect's illusion formation, ordinary people couldn't even get near it. As for leaving those broken soldiers, there must be other conspiracies. And that grand formation is a perfect trap. Once you enter, there's only death forever trapped inside. Chao Emu's eyes gleamed, and without hesitation he rushed forward, grabbing his shoulders and shouting, "Quickly tell me what exactly is going on." Dao Zhen took out a talisman, a brilliant smile on his face. "Good, truly worthy of my discerning eye. This is a rune specifically for breaking formations. Its only purpose is to open the entrance to the ancient city. If you are fortunate, you might even encounter Liu Yanbo, the #1 martial arts master of 40 years ago. You don't need to thank me for this opportunity. Consider it an admission fee." Chao Mu reached out and took the talisman, his heart filled with doubt. Wasn't the #1 master of that era already defeated by the martial sage? He glanced at Dao Zhen, thinking, he's definitely not looking for me just to hang out. How can one catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Besides, even if I die on this trip, it'll be worth the experience. With that, he turned and strode away, secretly thinking that today's matters would be put aside for now, but next time it would definitely be a fight to the death. Behind him, Dao Zhen waved and laughed. "I eagerly await your outcome." In a small town near Anxiguan Pass, in a humble restaurant, Chao Mu, disguised as an old man with a rejuvenated appearance, was served noodles by the owner, who immediately asked, "Old sir, are you planning to go beyond Anxiguan Pass?" "That's not easy," he frowned upon hearing this. "Why?" The owner smiled and gestured clearly, explaining, "The pass is guarded by the Iron Lady. She's strict and highly skilled in martial arts. Ordinary people can't get through. If you want to pay respects to your relatives, go to the monument forest north of town. There are the graves of 100,000 soldiers there." Chao Mu suddenly remembered the path he had taken earlier and asked, "Oh, I passed by there on my way here, but why can't people leave the town? What exactly is the court's purpose in setting up this pass?" The owner shrugged, uncertainly replying, "I'm not sure about that, but honestly going out might not be a good thing. Before the pass was built, many people ventured into the desert and never returned." The owner leaned closer to Chao Mu and whispered, "There are rumors that ghost soldiers roam the desert." The entire tavern immediately became noisy. "The owner's lying again, there's no such thing," the owner angrily retorted. "None of you have been beyond the pass, how do you know it's not true?" Another person chimed in. "In my opinion, the court set up the pass to prevent people from going out to make offerings, fearing they might disturb extraordinary beings they shouldn't provoke." Chao Mu listened to their discussion, secretly thinking that the people here were unlike the city dwellers in their worship of extraordinary beings. Just then the owner shouted, all right, enough talk, everyone gets a few more coins for tea." Someone jokingly replied, "No thanks." The entire tavern burst into laughter, but suddenly there was a shout from outside. They're here, he's back again today, quick, go see." Chao Mu saw a figure flash by the city gate and asked, "Owner, where did everyone go? What happened?" The owner squinted towards the city gate and explained, "Someone's challenging the Iron Lady. In the past, countless people challenged her, but they all lost miserably. Now no one dares to try anymore except one person. He comes every day and has been fighting for over 10 years. Mr. Hai is standing in front of the city wall, shouting, 'Iron Lady, Mr. Hai requests a battle.'" Chao Mu carried his bowl of noodles outside, eating and watching, secretly thinking, referring to himself as Mr. With vigorous chi and blood and stable internal energy, this person must also be a spirit refining master. Suddenly his eyes widened as he recognized the martial art the opponent was using. He watched the city gate open and someone emerge, guessing that he was practicing the martial sage's spiritual rhinoceros art. The Wuji Society members were like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. The Iron Lady rode out slowly, holding a long spear with an imposing aura. Chao Mu immediately bowed and hid in the crowd, thinking, strange, something's not right this time, I feel a bit unstable. Mr. Hai pointed at her and shouted, 14 years, today I ask you one more time, are you going to let me through or not? A fierce red light flashed in the Iron Lady's eyes, and she replied without hesitation, Anxiguan Pass is a crucial stronghold. Anyone who dares to disturb the rest of the 100,000 heroes, I will kill them. He curved his lips into a smile, his tone filled with mockery and disdain. HMPH, still the same, but I've grown tired of hearing that. He adopted a clearly arrogant stance, patted his chest, and a line of large characters appeared around him. Then he shouted, listen up, my father has been reinstated, and I am now the son of a second-rank official, the Minister of Rights. Chao Emu's mouth hung open, and he cried out in disbelief, Minister of Rights Hai Wuya, is he Hai Wuya's son? The Iron Lady looked at him indifferently and asked, do you have a court pass? Mr. Hai pointed at her indignantly and roared, don't you understand, my father is the pass? The Iron Lady yanked her reins, charging forward with her weapon, a cold smile appearing on her face, and she shouted, no pass, not even if your father himself comes. Mr. Hai's entire body glowed red, and he cast a spell while yelling, HMPH, if you won't let me pass, I'll force my way through. Do you think I'm scared of you? Immediately after, he was sent flying by one of the Iron Lady's moves, soaring into the air. The surrounding people stood like statues, their eyes unblinking, watching Mr. Hai being knocked far away. His landing was not graceful, and the documents he carried scattered all over the ground. Just as he was struggling to get up, an old man walked out holding a ruler, measuring as he loudly said, 3 feet and 3 inches, 2 inches closer than yesterday. The villagers immediately cheered. "Mr. Hai, your martial arts have improved again. Congratulations. Mr. Hai has not only improved his martial arts but also gained official prestige today. Truly impressive." Upon hearing this, he scratched his head in embarrassment and replied, "You flatter me, you flatter me. It's not far now. In a few days I'll definitely defeat the Iron Lady." Chow Mu squinted, a suspicious look on his face, muttering to himself, "Didn't he just get defeated in one move?" The nearby owner heard him and burst out laughing, explaining, "You don't know, hundreds of households in this entire town are relatives of border soldiers. Everyone hopes to pass through one day and send letters home, but they're always stopped by the Iron Lady." He looked at Mr. Hai, who was bending down to pick up documents, and continued, "Ever since Mr. Hai came here and learned about this, he comes every day to spar with the Iron Lady. That battle has been going on for 14 years. Watching everyone gather to help collect the letters, the old man sighed. From a dashing youth to his current state, Chow Mu looked at Mr. Hai's back, deep in thought. No change at all, truly a chip off the old block. Mr. Hai choked, sighing sadly. "My father's official position is useless. I thought I could succeed this time." Chow Mu took the pile of letters, handed them to him, and gently comforted him. "Child, don't cry. Isn't it just delivering letters? This matter is complicated. You can't handle it. Let me do it." Mr. Hai's eyes widened, and he cried out in surprise, "Old sir, are you Chow Mu?" Chow Mu strode towards the Iron Lady, loudly announcing, "Hey young lady, slow down. Don't be so presumptuous as to lead me through the pass. May I request a challenge?" Under the imposing presence before the city, Chow Mu, without hesitation, gently flicked the reins, turning his horse to face his opponent. Her eyes flashed, sensing the powerful aura emanating from Chow Mu, and she secretly thought, "This person has vigorous qi and blood. He is probably no ordinary individual." Then she opened her mouth and asked, "Who are you? What is your name?" He revealed a simple smile and calmly replied, "I am Old Man Chow Xuanlin. Haven't you heard of my name?" As soon as Chow Mu finished speaking, he strode towards her, roaring like thunder, "Then this time, please remember this name." Before his voice faded, a torrent of internal energy surged from underground, sweeping towards the female armored figure with the force of a gale. He swung his hand, unleashing the blood sword art, condensing it into a blood-red blade, which, as if carrying centuries of resentment, thrust directly at his opponent. Forced into a corner, the woman had no time to hesitate. She immediately swung her spear back, countering with the ferocity of a sudden storm. Chow Mu's expression was as cold as millennia of ice, his body emitting a black glow mixed with blood, his gaze fixed on the figure before him. In just an instant, the woman's mask shattered like fragile porcelain, scattering onto the ground. Chow Mu stood tall like a mountain pine, raising his hand, which still glowed red, and calmly spoke. "Am I worthy to pass through the gate, old man?" The woman turned her head, revealing a weathered face, and replied composedly, "This Angziguan pass can only block the mediocre, but it cannot stop true heroes." Chow Mu gently closed his mouth, looking thoughtfully at her faded, youthful face, and couldn't help but wonder, has this woman been guarding this place silently for so many years? The Iron Lady then turned back and said solemnly to Chow Mu, "Old man Chow, please follow me into the pass." He agreed, secretly thinking, now that her appearance is revealed, it's indeed easier to converse. Just then, Mr. Hai, carrying a black cloth bag, suddenly raised his hand and volunteered, "Let me accompany you into the desert. I can help old man Chow carry his luggage." The woman heard him but showed no politeness, coldly replying, "Cultivate for another 40 years. Upon hearing this, he looked dejected, slowly handed his belongings to Chow Mu and whispered, "Hero Chow, please help me deliver these family letters." Chow Mu gently closed his eyes, reached out and took them, and said in a deep voice, "Rest assured, this bag is in my hands now." Finally, Chow Mu turned to face the gathered crowd, waved in greeting and smiled, "Everyone, wait for my good news." The crowd immediately cheered, "Hero Chow, take care. We await your safe return." He gently waved his hand, the cheers of the surrounding crowd echoing in his ears. Everyone collectively urged, "Hero Chow, have a safe journey. Be careful in everything. Goodbye." Just as the figures of the Iron Lady and Chow Mu completely disappeared inside the pass, the city gate behind them let out a heavy sound and slowly closed, completely severing the two worlds inside and out. Inside the city, she gently dismounted, looked up, and carefully instructed, "It's a desert a little further on. Before leaving the pass, be sure to prepare enough dry food and fresh water." He spread his hands and asked for guidance. "Thank you. Also, old man, I have one more thing I'd like to ask the Iron Lady for advice on." She tilted her head in confusion. "What is it?" Chow Mu looked at her intently, his gaze seemingly piercing into her mind, and slowly spoke. "Just now, when you came out from the pass, I sensed a special true qi. You've been exposed to the martial sage's spiritual rhinoceros art, haven't you? Are you connected to the Wuji Society?" The Iron Lady trembled slightly and exclaimed, "The martial sage's spiritual rhinoceros art?" She immediately turned to face Chow Mu, firmly replying, "I have never cultivated that technique, nor do I have any connection with the Wuji Society. You needn't waste your effort on me. I have guarded this place for years simply because of my personal wish." Upon hearing this, Chow Mu smiled and calmly said, all right, that's your nature. Asking more is pointless." But in his heart, he secretly wondered, "Never cultivated it, yet why did I sense that aura? Why is she deliberately hiding it? Perhaps the answer will gradually become clear on the road ahead." He shouldered his pack, stepped forward, and loudly called out without looking back, Then let's part ways here. Behind him, the Iron Lady stood quietly, her gaze following his retreating figure, and she called out, "Old man Chow, please take care." She stood there, her gaze distant, softly murmuring, "I only hope you don't repeat his mistakes." At this moment, Chow Mu was alone, striding into the endless yellow sands. The desert before him was like a vast ocean of dust with only flying sand, no direction, no end. Chow Mu, all alone, continued to walk steadily, gradually pondering in his heart that if there were truly people still holding on to their beliefs in this desert, he would do his best to help them find liberation. But if all of this was just a smokescreen to cover up a conspiracy, then he hadn't been wrong. He held a yellowed map in one hand and dry rations in the other, nibbling at them in small bites, thinking to himself that at least there were once those who were helpless and had no support, fighting resiliently until now. Thinking of this, he felt a little sad. According to Dao Zhen, as long as he found that grand formation, he could use the boundary-breaking talisman to find that mysterious ancient city. Suddenly, Chow Mu stopped, warily looking towards the valley ahead where a strange sound emanated as if from another world. A picture of marching troops immediately flashed in his mind. He subtly mused, "Isn't that the sound of armor clashing?" Without hesitation, Chow Mu rushed into the valley, shouting, "Could I be so lucky as to have found the remnants of the army from back then?" As he drew closer, his eyes widened and an uncontrollable shock appeared on his face. Below, a blurry army was moving forward. Chow Mu's heart skipped a beat and he blurted out, "Could these be the legendary ghost soldiers passing through?" The shadows of those soldiers marched silently forward, their steps uniform as if manipulated, gradually vanishing into the misty haze like the underworld. In an instant, the entire contingent transformed into phantoms, blurry figures one by one, then completely disappeared into thin air. Chow Mu was so shocked that he blurted out, "In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace." He sat on the edge of the rock, pondering, "Isn't this solid proof that the Immortal sect's grand formation is located here?" Just then, a dark shadow quietly appeared not far behind him, its gaze following his every move as if sensing a faint murderous intent. Chow Mu immediately turned around, shouting loudly with internal energy, "Who's there?" Before him was only the vast desert, empty and devoid of anyone, making his heart stir slightly. Gone too fast, or not immortal at all. He now held the ancient talisman Dao Zhen had given him. He squinted, guessing that the ancient city was likely in this area. Why not take a chance? The talisman immediately emitted a strange light, then spontaneously ignited in his palm. Immediately after, a dense white mist was suddenly torn apart, separating into two distinct regions. After the illusionary curtain was ripped open, an old sentry post was immediately revealed, with traces of a barracks in front of it. Chow Mu's eyes widened, and he looked down at the bottom of the cliff where a group of ghost soldiers were swarming, charging towards the city gate, continuously shouting, "Kill, kill!" The hoarse-piercing roars echoed throughout the entire area. He cried out in terror, "Are the ghost soldiers attacking the city?" Chow Mu stood on the mountaintop overlooking a surging tide of ghostly troops and couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. What Dao Zhen said was all true. These veteran soldiers had been holding their ground here all along. Could it be that they had been fighting ghost soldiers all this time? The ghost soldiers, carrying huge logs, charged forward with fierce momentum, united in their efforts, and violently battered the city gate. In an instant, the city gate was smashed open and a team of middle-aged soldiers rushed out. The leader shouted loudly, "Brothers, hold the gate, kill!" A white-haired warrior, holding a shield in his left hand to block a ghost soldier's long spear, swiftly thrust his own spear into the enemy's body with his right, retaliating without hesitation. Upon being struck, the ghost soldier's form immediately blurred, its skeleton dissipating in the morning light, then vanishing completely. Its final moment, a flash of light, and the figure turned into a thin paper cutout. Gently floating to the ground, the soldiers here didn't hesitate, simultaneously brandishing their weapons and shouting, "Block them, shoot arrows, don't let a single enemy cross the city gate." Suddenly, two ghost soldiers' long spears thrust forward like lightning, violently piercing a middle-aged warrior's shield and body. Like runaway beasts, they ferociously lunged, thrusting down with all their might, pinning him tightly to the blood-stained ground. The warrior gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "Finally, it's time to fall." Suddenly, Chow Mu descended from the sky like a blazing flame. He unleashed his blood sword art, his eyes blazing red like fire, fiercely striking at the two ghost soldiers, saving the middle-aged man at the critical moment. The rescued soldier looked up in astonishment, exclaiming, "It's someone from outside. Have reinforcements really arrived?" Chow Mu still gripped his spear tightly, his gaze firm as he replied, "It's truly admirable that you all have held out here for over 40 years, but even the great Yan elites must be exhausted by now. Please rest for a while, leave the rest to me." Having said that, he turned and fiercely struck at the swarming ghost soldiers behind him, shouting, "From now on, leave everything to me." A ghost soldier swung a long spear from above, its sound like thunder, but Chow Mu timely raised his spear to block, producing a clanging impact like shattering metal. Immediately after, he wielded his weapon backhanded, fiercely striking the enemy, sending the ghost soldier tumbling to the ground. But before he could even stop, three long spears instantly appeared behind him, thrusting like venomous snakes. Chow Mu whirled around, sweeping his spear horizontally, sending all three ghost soldiers flying. Without stopping, he continued to spin his spear, rushing forward to eliminate the approaching enemies. Chao Mu stomped the ground fiercely, leaping high into the air, raising a cloud of dust like a whirlwind on the battlefield. Mid-air he brandished his spear, lunging fiercely at the dense swarm of ghost soldiers below like a fierce tiger charging into a flock of sheep. With earth-shattering power he violently slammed onto the ground, sending dust flying. Clusters of ghost soldiers instantly dissipated, turning into scattered paper cutouts. The middle-aged soldiers witnessing this sight were all astonished. Someone exclaimed, "What esteemed master's sect is this? The power is terrifying." Another, half-believing, half-doubting, said, "Have reinforcements truly arrived at last? He's too powerful. How can he wield the same spear technique with such might?" The middle-aged soldier who had just escaped danger murmured in a low voice, his gaze heavy, "But he's only one person. No matter how skilled he is, he can't turn the tide. In the end, we're still alone." On the other side, Chao Mu continued to wield his spear across the battlefield. Clusters of ghost soldiers dissipated, leaving only paper cutouts fluttering in the firelight. He frowned, looking at the phantoms before him, thinking to himself, "They're just paper figures. No matter how many I eliminate, it won't change anything. If this continues, even with abundant chi and blood, there will come a day when it runs out." Suddenly, a completely black cat-shaped creature with an emerald-green glow leaped out from within Chao Mu, letting out a cry, then darted towards the battlefield. Chao Mu saw it amidst the fierce battle and shouted, "Wu Chang, how did you get out?" Then again, "This place is thick with death chi, but even at this point, are you still so greedy?" The cat demon's eyes gleamed, emitting a clear meow. Then it unleashed its demonic eye resonance, causing the surrounding space to subtly tremble. At the same time, Chao Mu's eyes also emitted a green light, pervading his pupils, like a pair of divine eyes capable of piercing through emptiness. In that eerie green vision, Chao Mu saw faint glows gathering, pointing towards a distant and unknown direction. He cried out in alarm, "Those are unexorcised souls. Where are they going? The direction is too far. I can't see clearly." Those souls continuously converged in one direction, crossing the hazy boundary of the illusion formation as if guided by an invisible force, eventually gathering and completely merging into a strange go-board, which was held in the hand of a person wearing a Taoist robe. The young man holding the go-board nearby revealed a brilliant smile and said, "Senior brother Dao Shun, 300 paper soldiers only exchanged for 13 great Yan warriors' souls. You've lost big in this game." Dao Shun merely smiled faintly upon hearing this. "Soldiers who can live until now are not ordinary folk. The further along we get, the harder they are to kill. Moreover, there's that outsider disrupting the game." The young man frowned slightly and continued, "Senior brother, don't be too gentle. Although those veteran soldiers are hard to eliminate, their souls are incredibly precious. With the great Dao sect secret technique, once enough are collected, they can quickly be refined into Dao soldiers." Dao Shun smiled unhurriedly after hearing this. "Naturally. And that martial artist from outside, it seems he's no ordinary material either." In that person's hazy vision, Chao Mu's figure appeared amidst the siege, surrounded by paper figures scattered like autumn leaves. Outside the ancient city walls on the desolate land, an exciting voice suddenly rang out, "Thanks to your assistance, Senior, we were able to repel the enemy. We respectfully invite you, Senior, to enter the city and rest." Hai Saiyuan, Great Yan 6th grade Commandant, led all the surviving remnants of the army, knelt with clasped hands and respectfully said, "Great Yan Commandant Hai Saiyuan and all the soldiers of the Jiangxi army respectfully thank you, Elder." Chao Mu, still carrying his black satchel, quickly spoke, his voice booming like a great bell. "Your ability to hold out until now, with wills like iron and stone, fills this old man with deep admiration." He raised his hands high, continuing in a resonant voice, "As great Yan warriors, this body will be devoted entirely to the nation." Hai Saiyuan gently raised a hand, his gaze fixed on the young man, and asked meaningfully, "Just now this junior saw you displaying your martial arts. May I ask if Elder Chao was ever a soldier under Great Yan?" Upon hearing this, Chao Mu paused involuntarily, his expression slightly startled. He hesitated for a moment, gently raised his hand and then loudly admitted, "Yes," but in his heart he thought to himself, "I once briefly followed Guo Yan in Yan City. Though not for long, it still counts as having served in the army." All the soldiers present, as if mesmerized by these words, collectively turned their heads, their gazes converging on Chao Mu. Hai Saiyuan sighed heavily, then softly asked, "Mr. Chao, would you be willing to accompany me somewhere?" From the top of the city wall came a firm reply, "Of course." In another corner of the city wall, as he guided Chao Mu forward, he slowly recounted, "Apart from a few veteran soldiers who fought in the original war, everyone else in the city consists of defenseless women and children. No one else can go to battle. This city wall has been held for 40 years and is now dilapidated, unable to withstand further warfare. The original 100,000 elite soldiers are now reduced to only 300 white-haired veterans." Hai Saiyuan stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the countless cold gravestones in the valley, and softly said, "And those graves, countless of them." Chao Mu thoughtfully looked at the dust-covered gravestones, sighing inwardly. "The graves outside Engziguan Pass are merely false tombs. The true resting place of Great Yan's heroes is deep beneath this desert." Hai Saiyuan gazed at the gravestones, a smile appearing on his face, then asked loudly, "Just now Mr. Chao said he was once a Great Yan soldier. Was that merely a jest?" Chao Mu did not answer, remaining silent, but he still calmly said, "Presumably you've also sensed it. Countless brothers here eagerly await each day, hoping the court still remembers them, remembers this city, and will send reinforcements." Hai Saiyuan's brows furrowed tightly, and he suddenly roared loudly, "But these 40 years have been in vain. In reality, everyone already knows the truth. You say you were once a soldier, but we can't even believe that. One day our bones will be buried in this yellow sand, completely forgotten by the world, never to be mentioned again. Chao Mu frowned slightly, remaining silent, his gaze distant, lost in thought. Suddenly he raised his head and in a resonant voice asked, "Commandant Hai, have you ever heard the name Hai Wuya, the Minister of Rights?" Upon hearing this, the old man was startled and immediately replied, "Hai Wuya is indeed my father's name. Is he still alive?" Chao Mu nodded calmly. "He is still alive and currently remains the Minister of Rights. I and several members of my clan have received his care." Chao Mu revealed a gentle smile and slowly continued, "Not only that, before I came here I met a person who called himself Mr. Hai. I wonder if he is your younger brother. He has been waiting bitterly outside Angziguan Pass for 14 years, hoping to be reunited with you." Hai Sayuan's withered lips curved slightly upward, a smile blooming like an autumn lotus. He joyfully exclaimed, "I left home to join the army at 20 and now at 60, I still haven't returned home." He stood motionless, his gaze distant as he looked at the sprawling gravestones and slowly said, "Now, knowing my father is safe and my younger brother also holds hope, that is enough." Chao Mu stood on a high vantage point overlooking the cemetery below, and asked, "Are there any other generals left in the city now?" Hai Sayuan, hearing this, simply said a short sentence, "Everyone has long since rested here." His gaze turned to the forest of Stells, and he solemnly recounted, 20 years have passed since the former General Li Cheng fell in battle. In this long time I have continuously led the remnants of the army to defend this city, fulfilling a soldier's final duty, protecting the people within. Even living on the edge of a knife, Long Yinong yearned to return home one day." Hai Sayuan intently watched the gravestones of Li Cheng and his fallen comrades, murmuring to himself, "But today an indescribable feeling stirs in my heart." Chao Mu looked at that lonely figure from behind and suddenly asked, "That martial sage who was General Wu back then, why was he able to escape yet left you all to die in this isolated city?" Hai Sayuan did not answer immediately. He merely cast his gaze towards the distant horizon and said in a low voice, "General Wu was never a deserter." In a battle-worn military tent, an angry roar suddenly erupted. "When the soldiers are fighting to the death, the commander runs away. Am I, Li Cheng, one who fears death?" Li Cheng, hearing this, immediately retorted loudly, "General, what good is dying at the hands of extraordinary beings?" The soldiers outside the tent clearly heard the martial sage's angry question. That person angrily asked, "Then is running away during battle something to be praised?" Li Cheng solemnly clasped his hands and shouted loudly, "You are the most powerful martial artist among hundreds of thousands of troops, the last hope of the entire camp." Upon hearing this, that person martial sage angrily retorted, "Then why don't you go? Li Cheng, don't you have relatives waiting in your hometown?" The young man Li Cheng rushed forward in anger, grabbing the martial sage's collar and roared in a booming voice, "Do you think I don't want to retreat? If not for your martial arts far surpassing mine, I would be the first to flee." Li Cheng raised his head, his voice earnest. "You, I, and all the soldiers here already understand the situation. We are completely surrounded. Once the extraordinary beings strike, we will be like fish on a chopping block. We can fight, but for how long? I implore you to consider the world of JoJo. Escaping the battlefield, enduring humiliation, and living, that is the true test. Only by living can we await the opportunity for restoration." The martial sage gritted his teeth, Li Cheng's words echoing in his ears like a consuming fire. Great Yan needs someone who can pioneer the martial path and resist the extraordinary beings, not another hero's corpse. Suddenly both turned simultaneously to look at the tent entrance, only to see a troop of soldiers already standing there, shouting in unison, "General Wu!" Everyone knelt uniformly, clasped their hands and shouted in one voice, "We respectfully implore General Wu to retreat, please retreat." Amidst those cries filled with countless grievances and unwillingness, their voices howled like the night wind. "We respectfully implore General Wu to retreat." The martial sage stared at them in a daze, only letting out a choked sound. "You?" Li Cheng gently handed over a black satchel, his voice urgent. "There's no time, General. Please accept this." That person martial sage silently gave him a deep look and retorted, "Do you think I had already decided this?" Without answering, Li Cheng immediately shoved the satchel into his hand and said loudly, "Inside are the martial arts essences of generations of generals and my inherited secret technique, the spiritual rhinoceros art. My wife and I practiced diligently for years to reach this realm. All of this is prepared for you, the pioneer who will open the path of martial arts." Li Cheng clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming, and shouted in a thunderous voice, "If the martial path wishes to be strong, martial artists cannot selfishly cling to a single skill. To seek progress, one must understand transmission, and one must understand pioneering." The martial sage froze, his gaze as if solidified, staring blankly at the soldiers bowing their heads in salute. Li Cheng gently turned his head and said in a low voice, "If this cultivation method can spread across the 4 seas, then our clan's bloodline can also be considered continued." The soldiers resolutely turned and left the tent, not forgetting to remind each other to maintain formation. The extraordinary beings are about to attack. At the moment of parting, the young man Li Cheng raised his head high and shouted loudly, "General Wu, please, you must live." He merely pressed his lips tightly together, his dry lips trembling slightly, but he said nothing. The martial sage watched their retreating figures, choking as he called out, "General Wu." That phrase seemed to be a call to himself. While the city fell into chaos, he quietly mounted a warhorse. Tears welled in the martial sage's eyes, but his face remained resolute, revealing an indomitable expression. Hai Sayuan gently touched the stone steel, whispering, "Everyone please take care." Then he knelt before the grave, slowly recounting. General Li once led his troops to defend for 20 years, and to this day, the Qin army still has not abandoned their defense. Chao Mu stood behind, looking at Hai Sayuan's back, thinking to himself, the martial sage is now seen as an ogre hidden among the bones. 40 years is too long. I don't know if it's because his obsession is too deep or if the despair of that year transformed a martial artist into a madman. After a long silence, he slowly stood up and softly said, "All right, let's leave the past behind. Elder Chao, I now wish to implore you for something." Chao Mu heard this and replied, "Speak freely, there's no need to be polite." Hai Sayuan turned around, extended his hand to him, and solemnly said, "I implore you to impersonate a court-martial official. Enter the city in the name of Great Yan. Please tell the residents and soldiers that you are the vanguard sent by the court." Chao Mu frowned, his tone filled with doubt. "Will they believe it? Even if they do, it's just self-deception." Hai Sayuan stared motionlessly at him, gravely saying, "With my guarantee they will believe it. We don't understand why the extraordinary beings haven't completely annihilated this place for so many years, but 40 years have passed, human physical strength has reached its limit, and now only 300 people remain. How much longer can we hold out?" Against the backdrop of the dilapidated city bathed in the setting sun, his voice was as low as a vesper bell. "If death is unavoidable, if destruction is the inevitable end, then at least before the city falls, let the common people enjoy a brief moment of final joy." In the dilapidated city center, a group of residents gathered in the square, their gazes interwoven with worry and a glimmer of hope. Anxious murmurs rose and fell. "Why hasn't Commandant Hai returned yet? He's been gone too long this time." Suddenly, the ancient city gate slowly opened and a group of elderly soldiers slowly walked in, carrying stretchers covered with cloth. A shout erupted from the crowd. They're back, they're back!" When they saw the soldiers' heavy footsteps and lowered heads, people began to whisper worriedly, "Another one has fallen. Heaven protect my family, they must be safe." A middle-aged woman rushed towards a stretcher, her voice trembling as she shouted, "That's old Zheng's token, and Fenner. Oh heavens, I sent the father and son to the battlefield together to look after each other, but I never expected them to go to the King of Hell together." She collapsed beside the body, tightly embracing her son and crying, "My child was born and grew up in this city, never seeing the world beyond the great desert. How could he just leave so suddenly?" The people nearby also couldn't help but feel sorrow, whispering like an ominous prophecy, "It won't be long before it's our family's turn. Has the outside world truly abandoned us?" Suddenly, a person appeared on horseback in the distance, holding a long spear, his voice as resonant as a brass bell. "No, the outside world has never abandoned you all." He gripped the reins tightly. His gaze was resolute as he introduced himself. "My name is Chao Shuanglan, and I am a Chiliarch of the Great Yan Immortal Punishment Army. Great Yan has never forgotten you. All your sacrifices and steadfastness in this isolated city for 40 years will resound throughout Jojo." Chao Mu revealed a brilliant smile and continued, "I didn't come alone. I am the vanguard. I just met Commandant Hai and reinforcements are on their way. Behind me are thousands upon thousands of Great Yan's elite soldiers." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd immediately gathered, some shouting, "Excellent, we're saved. Finally, we can leave this place." Amidst the cheers, one man however yelled, "Liar." But most of the common people had joined the cheering, shouting loudly, "Thank you, Vanguard Chao. Welcome, Vanguard Chao." Someone sat by a stone table, gazing at the murky sky, silently thinking that outside Jojo everything had long since decayed, and these elite warriors standing firm here were the last pillar of humanity. The 9 great immortal sects had sprung up like mushrooms across the land, and this weary army and barren city had probably been secretly abandoned by Great Yan. A sharp gaze, seemingly containing layers of ambition, swept over Chao Mu from that man's eyes, secretly scrutinizing, "Who exactly are you?" At that moment, Chao Mu also felt the gaze directed at him. Frowning slightly as if understanding something, a gentle, moist voice suddenly echoed from the courtyard, like a spring in the rainy season, carrying a rare hint of affectation that made one's hair stand on end. "Old affection is merely decaying remnants. Former beautiful dreams are brittle bones. 30 years pass in a blink and a beauty's face withers with the frost. You must be old now too, right? It's a pity. My skill is too poor. I dare not meet your gaze, insufficient to reproduce your peerlessly elegant countenance." Chao Mu stood at the door, his mouth opening and closing, unable to speak, secretly thinking, is this one's brother truly so infatuated? Mr. Liu could only smile helplessly, shifting his shoulder slightly to open the door and lead the way. "Elder Chao, please go in first, then we'll talk." However, when the door was fully open, Chao Mu's entire body suddenly stiffened like a statue, his expression filled with shock. What met his eyes was a world entirely constructed of cold stone. Countless lifelike statues of beautiful women were carved here in various poses, with myriad charming expressions dazzling the eye. On the thigh of one statue a man lay lazily as if recuperating, saying with a half-smile, half-mockery, "Big brother, long time no see." His tone was both flat and somewhat teasing. He continued with a provocative stance. "Why do you always like to hang out with those old men, brother? Can't you find some beauties to liven up the atmosphere?" Mr. Lu's eye twitched, and he complained indignantly. "Have you lost all sense of shame that those people see your disgraceful appearance?" Chow Mu stood beside him, speechless, thinking to himself, "Is this Sword Immortal banished? He looks like an otaku obsessed with models, living in his own fantasy world." The man known as Sword Immortal Banished placed his hand on the thigh of a statue and sighed with a fleeting tone. "Big brother, they and I truly love each other, but my heart has long been shattered into 1,000 pieces, and each piece has fallen upon a different person." He even waved his hand teasingly. "Big brother, is it because you weren't admired when you were young that you're now jealous of me and belittle the true feelings between them and me?" Mr. Lu lost his usual refined demeanor and corrected him sternly. "It's not that no one liked me, it's just that I dedicated my life to the way of the sword, not wanting to be like you, indulging in carnal pleasures." Chow Mu stood outside, his expression unchanged, but his heart was filled with doubt. Aside from his youthful appearance, it's impossible to tell his age, whether he's strong or weak. If so, there are only two possibilities. Either he's truly useless, or he's blessed with heavenly fortune and became famous at the right time. But in any case, when the ghostly army attacks and defends the city, this eccentric figure is indispensable. I must find a way to make him act as soon as possible." That person frowned and mocked. "You are unarmed, yet you call yourself Sword Immortal Banished. Isn't that a huge joke?" Lu Yannon, unperturbed, slowly pulled out a tiny blade the size of a fingernail from his embrace and coolly replied, "The world is such, yet your knowledge is still shallow. This blade is in no way inferior to a sword or a saber. I now hold no sword in hand, nor do I possess sword intent. I have already surpassed the sword without a master realm that I, your elder brother, pursued my entire life." Chow Mu's eye twitched incessantly, and he stammered, "What did he just say?" Mr. Lu covered his forehead, explaining helplessly, "He means his hand no longer holds a sword, and his heart has lost the fighting spirit of a swordsman." Chow Mu listened, as if swallowing stones, and said speechlessly, "Doesn't that mean he's completely useless?" Mr. Lu sighed, his voice ethereal like autumn mist. 30 years ago he suddenly disappeared, and I searched everywhere for him. It wasn't until a year ago, when I was forced into this isolated city by disciples of the great Tao sect, that I learned he was lingering here, his life half-wasted ambition." Chow Mu frowned, full of suspicion. "But as far as I know, he once had a 10-year battle appointment with the martial sage and then lost to him." Mr. Lu's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. "What? I've never heard of this." Chow Mu immediately guessed. Could it be that after his battle with the martial sage he was seriously injured and dispirited, which is why he became so listless and unwilling to fight again? Lu Yannon calmly interrupted, "No, I didn't go for the sword fight at all. What martial arts, what cultivation, what spiritual rhinoceros art. I'm not interested in any of it, but that martial sage is always so serious it's worrisome, so I just casually agreed, just to humor him," he continued leisurely, with a hint of disdain. "I'm just a wandering rogue cultivator, incapable of shouldering the burdens of the common people. He, on the other hand, born into a military family, cared for the world but always liked to fight unwinnable battles. I merely seek to preserve myself." Mr. Lu was enraged, drawing his sword and roaring, "A true cultivator should serve the nation and the people. How can you utter such disgraceful words?" Chow Mu quickly stopped him, asking, "So you're hiding in this isolated city just out of cowardice?" Lu Yannon continued to carve his statue unhurriedly, without looking up. "Old man, don't babble here. Do you think I still care about such a low-level provocation?" Chow Mu was speechless, thinking, as expected, he's someone who cannot be moved by reason or honor. Life and death mean nothing to him. Right and wrong are ignored, however. Things are not entirely without hope. Chow Mu then softly sneered, "Sword Immortal Banished, your reputation for infatuation resounds throughout the 4 seas, known to all. But alas, you are more than willing, but less than able, only able to sit here carving beauties and sighing at the sea." The mockery hit its mark like an arrow. Lu Yannon's carving hand suddenly paused, his expression visibly fluctuating. He immediately twisted his tone, saying, "Neither male nor female, who would take the words of you smelly old men seriously?" Chow Mu gradually approached, putting his arm around his shoulder, and laughed heartily. "Hey, don't be angry. It's common for a philanderer to leave affections everywhere and then find himself unable to perform in the end. Coincidentally, this old man possesses a unique skill, a martial arts secret manual of this era. Cultivate it to a profound level, and it guarantees you'll be as solid as a mountain. No beauty will be able to overwhelm you. You'll win every round." Lu Yannon immediately recoiled from Chow Mu's hand as if pricked by a thorn and snorted coldly, "Ancient methods, new methods. Those deceptive tricks can only fool villagers who've never left the city. To use them to bluff me, the number 1 in the world, don't you feel ashamed?" Chow Mu still smiled indifferently, saying, "Since that's the case, then I'll demonstrate a move for you." With that, he chose a statue with its buttocks sticking out, and then thrust vigorously with his lower body as if a divine power had descended. Lu Yannon's eyes widened and he shrieked, "Xiao Shui, no!" He pounced on Chow Mu, gripping his throat, shouting, "You shameless old man, I'll tear you into 10,000 pieces." Chow Mu gasped, struggling, and coughed. "Wait, look closely." Lu Yannon turned his head in confusion, squinting at the spot where Chow Mu had just unleashed his ultimate move, only to see a deep hole pierce through the statue's lower body like a fatal sword strike to the soul. Chow Mu adjusted his clothes and said solemnly, "This move is the essence of the 9 provinces golden law, the hard Qigong iron bullet. Cultivate it to the highest realm, and not only will your body be as hard as iron and stone, but you can also use your center as a sharp blade, striking the opponent's vital points, making it difficult to resist, no matter how strong Sword Immortal Banished's ultimate skills are. A single sword sweeping across the world. If you practice diligently, you will become an unparalleled master. Liu Yan'an's eyes lit up as if he had found the true meaning of life, and he echoed excitedly, I never expected this cultivation method to align so perfectly with the way of the gentleman, and even connect with my sword Dao. It truly is a supreme technique of the world. It seems there are still extraordinary individuals in JoJo, not to be underestimated. The two laughed in unison, their gazes meeting, sparkling with the light of friendship, their hands clasped tightly like long-lost confidants. From now on, my sword Dao is no longer alone, not far away. Mr. Lu's mouth twitched a few times, and he silently asked, what madness are these two up to? Never mind, Chao Mu replied with a shameless grin. Anyway, Sword Immortal Banished is already obsessed with hard Qigong ultimate techniques, so today this old man will impart them to him. Liu Yan'an was overjoyed, bowing and saluting. Thank you, brother Chao. From now on you are like a blood brother to me. Chao Mu smiled and nodded. Since we're blood brothers, we need to talk about money clearly. You can't just get my secret manual for free. Chao Mu leaned in and whispered, brother, if you want to practice Iron Bullet Qigong, promise me let's rescue this isolated city together and leave this desolate yin-laden place. Liu Yan'an suddenly turned hostile, his attitude changing faster than flipping a book, and he coldly spat out two words. No, Mr. Lu immediately rushed over in a rage, but Chao Mu reached out to stop him. What trick is this again? Don't you want Iron Bullet Qigong anymore? Liu Yan'an showed a pained expression and sighed. I do, Mr. Lu then said sternly. If you want it, then act, but he replied calmly. I don't want to. Mr. Lu frowned. Don't want to practice anymore. He shrugged and answered concisely, I do. Chao Mu's face darkened. This guy has been in the isolated city for 30 years, his strength probably not inferior to the martial sage's current level. How could an isolated city hold him? Does he like being imprisoned? Impossible. There must be something fishy. Chao Mu then directly asked, is it that you don't want to go or can't go? Although Liu Yan'an didn't speak, his expression made it clear, just like before. Chao Mu nodded. I guessed right. If that's the case, I definitely can't let him off. At least I have to dig something out of him. I can't leave empty-handed. He gave a cunning smile. Brother, I won't force you to act anymore. If you want Iron Bullet Qigong, exchange it for your ultimate techniques. Liu Yan'an immediately ran out and grabbed a secret manual from his elder brother. I'm just a collateral relative. You're forcing me to exchange my ultimate techniques for such a small matter. You're truly troublesome. I'll give you whatever you want. Chao Mu's eye twitched and he muttered, I still think your previous unyielding demeanor was more charming. Mr. Lu stood beside him, silent, his eyes dim, and then he just sighed helplessly. Chao Mu shook his head helplessly, then suddenly stopped before an old wooden sign that read, No entry for idlers, and frowned. Brother, why is there such a restricted sign in the backyard? Liu Yan'an replied indifferently. There are only a few unfinished stone carvings inside, nothing worth mentioning. Big brother, I think we should continue discussing martial arts. Chao Mu nodded. My younger brother understands. Then he and Mr. Lu leisurely returned to the camp, but he still felt deeply puzzled. Had he never set foot in the backyard? I'm really curious. If they are just ordinary female statues, what's there to hide? Suddenly, Mr. Lu's eyes lit up as if he had grasped some earth-shattering secret. He turned his head and asked, Brother Chao, do you think his younger brother might be secretly hiding 1,000 precious swords in the backyard, waiting for the day he emerges to slay immortals with a single stroke? Chao Mu pondered for a moment, then slowly said, It's possible, but I lean more towards another possibility. Perhaps there are dozens of undraped statues of peerless beauties inside. Mr. Lu's mouth dropped open upon hearing this. Then he gently nodded. Brother Chao makes sense. Although unaware of the full story, that friend firmly believed that Brother Chao's trip would not be in vain, because from childhood his younger brother had been an extraordinary person, having personally taught him swordplay, and was not one to be lazy or negligent. Despite the rumors and gossip, he still firmly believed that one day his younger brother would once again wield his sword, standing proudly in the mortal world. That person then cupped his hands and bowed, thanking Brother Chao for saving his life, and implored Brother Chao to stay a few more days. Chao Mu spoke, believing that true friendship among men is formed by shared aspirations. Then he looked around and finding no one else, frowned and asked in confusion, Are the city and streets all empty now? Mr. Lu shook his head to confirm. Usually not. Just then a commotion came from ahead. Why is Great Yan's reinforcement only an old man? Someone in the crowd squeezed forward and said, I'm not looking down on old soldiers, but haven't we always relied on him to defend the city? Mr. Lu sighed. Even with Commandant Hai's guarantee, he still worried for the common people, feeling that his judgment was a bit off. If he comes alone, it will inevitably raise suspicions. Perhaps more people will talk about it in the coming days. Chao Mu said indifferently, I expected this, let me bear it. With that, he walked towards the noisy camp area. Commandant Hai was trying his best to calm the people, and someone said loudly, If you've already accepted us, please tell us honestly, are there any reinforcements? Another person interjected. We believe you have verified that Lord Chao is indeed correct, but why did the court only send someone now and just an old man? Just then, Chao Mu stepped forward and asked loudly, Is Zhang Ada here? A white-haired old soldier, trembling and leaning on a crutch, hobbled out and said, I am Zhang Ada. Chao Mu then pulled out a letter and said, Someone sent this to you. Zhang Ada frowned and muttered, Who would send a letter to an old man like me? Chao Mu then asked, Do you know Dong Sheng? The old man's eyes widened. This was too exciting. He threw down his crutch, his hands trembling as he took the letter, and tears streamed down his face. It's a letter from my wife. You stood by, saw it, opened the letter, and couldn't help but be moved. This is truly my mother's handwriting. This is a letter from her. The crowd immediately gathered like sparrows seeing rice, shouting, "My lord, do you have a letter for me? I'm Wang Hu. I was here first." "Zhao Lifu, my lord, has the little one's sister married?" Commandant Hai hesitated, and finally only sighed lightly, remaining silent. Chao Mu waved his hand and said calmly, "Everyone, no need to rush. Everyone will receive a family letter." Lin Mao tremblingly took the letter, gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes with his hand, and then suddenly burst into loud sobs. "It's second uncle. Second uncle passed the Shusai exam. Dad, did you hear? Our family has a Shusai." Song Lai held up a letter and read in a deep voice, "Guo Wuling, Han Tiao Ma Delong, Feng Lushu, Wu Shusheng, your wife has passed away. She left a message saying that she will still wait for you in the netherworld, but if you remarry, that's fine too. Please don't make her wait anymore." The list continued to stretch, reaching Huang Yukai, Lu Chutan, Dao Eiyao, and many others. Each person's name was read out in turn, echoing through the square like drumbeats. Thus the ritual of calling out family letters continued until dusk quietly descended. After several hours, Hai Saiyuan looked around, seeing everyone holding a letter in their hands, and felt greatly relieved in his heart, though a subtle worry still lingered. Suddenly Chao Mu stepped forward and called softly, "Commandant Hai." He took out a letter from his sleeve and respectfully handed it to Hai Saiyuan. Hai Saiyuan received it with both hands, his posture solemn as if receiving an imperial decree. At that moment tears silently flowed down his weathered face. Chao Mu's gaze looked towards the sun, his voice resounding, "I will return to our hometown with you all." The nearby retired soldiers, some with red eyes, some with shimmering tears, all wept violently upon hearing this. Then they collectively raised their fists, shouting amidst cheers, "We're going home, we're going home, fantastic, woo, it's great, let's go home, let's go home." Mr. Lu stood on the city wall, silently observing all of this, and tears couldn't help but well up in his eyes. He murmured, "Brother Chao, you have finally changed this isolated city." Hai Saiyuan and Chao Mu stood on the watchtower for a long time, looking with deep emotion at the cheering people below. Hai Saiyuan smiled gently, as if a great burden had been lifted. "It's been so long since I've seen them smile like that again." He bowed his head in thanks. "Mr. Chao, thank you very much." Immediately after, Chao Mu pressed, "Commandant Hai, since you already know that individuals cannot break free from the shackles of this isolated city, have you ever considered the entire city uniting to practice martial arts?" Hai Saiyuan turned around solemnly. His gaze was as firm as iron. "I once thought about it. This matter isn't simple, let alone the difficulty of obtaining martial arts cultivation methods. It's impossible for everyone to learn them, and how could they master them in such a short time?" Chao Mu then calmly explained, "This was precisely the core weakness of old martial arts training methods. But now I have a cultivation method called the Mount Sumeru King Scripture, which everyone can cultivate." With surging excitement, Chao Mu continued to elaborate on the advantages of this martial art. Although it's unrealistic to expect everyone to develop inner energy within a single month, what the residents here desire is more than just increased martial prowess. They long more for a belief, a conviction that they can break the shackles of this isolated city. Therefore it's even more important to encourage them and sow seeds of hope. Hai Saiyuan responded with emotion, "If such a cultivation method truly exists, I hope you, old Chao, will teach us meticulously." In the square below, the common people sat neatly, listening to Chao Mu's profound yet easy-to-understand academic explanations. Under the heavy oppression of the extraordinary beings, he recounted his 40 years of arduous martial arts cultivation in the Riftlands. Since then, JoJo martial arts had advanced rapidly, breaking free from centuries of stagnation and moving towards a modern era of martial arts. According to him, contemporary martial arts involve the transformation of yin and yang, mastering creation, infusing immense power into the physical body, and using the body to break the laws of the immortal realm. While the immortal path could turn oceans into mulberry fields and hundreds of miles into deserts, the martial path was forging a new direction, contesting immortal techniques, subduing immortals with martial arts. Chao Mu explained with great enthusiasm, tirelessly, his eyes shining brightly when he mentioned his cultivated Mount Sumeru King Scripture. He solemnly announced that from today this cultivation method would be openly taught, without any reservations. Every day at Chenchi 7 to 9 a.m. he would personally teach for 2 hours in the military camp. Everyone, regardless of age, young or old, male or female, could come and learn. He silently envisioned the bright future of this cultivation method, derived from the human Tao scripture, being widely propagated. From this moment, the path that Hai Wuya had once entrusted was finally opened on this land. The atmosphere burned like a raging inferno, and the common people stood up one by one, their eyes filled with fervent passion. Such a precious cultivation method being taught for free. This was truly a godsend. People outside the city would surely be green with envy. Someone shouted loudly, "Even if we train ourselves to exhaustion, it's worth it. It's better than kneeling before extraordinary beings waiting for death." These words ignited the heroic passion in everyone's hearts, resolute to practice martial arts from dawn till dusk without a moment's rest. Hai Sayuan stood aside, filled with emotion, knowing that the fervent fighting spirit burning in the people's hearts was all thanks to the man before him. He also felt he should do something to repay this kindness. He turned and loudly called out to Mr. Chao. When Chao Mu turned back, Hai Sayuan bowed respectfully and said, "There is a martial arts vault in the city, housing martial arts secret manuals, which was established under the supervision of General Li Cheng. If Mr. Chao doesn't mind, please come with me to choose cultivation methods." Chao Mu burst into laughter. "Such good fortune, in that case I respectfully accept." Hai Sayuan also smiled. "Very well. Tonight, after I complete my duties, I will personally escort you, mister." That night the moon hung diagonally in the sky, its shadow incomplete like a broken mirror. As agreed, Hai Sayuan quietly led Chao Mu to the martial arts vault, carrying a lantern. Inside the secret chamber, hundreds of secret manuals were neatly arranged. He solemnly said, "Mr. Chao, please, this is where the essence of the city's martial arts lies. You are free to choose and study." Chao Mu's gaze swept around, seeing rows of tall bookshelves piled high with ancient texts. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The scale of this Angziguan Pass martial arts vault alone is already close to the famed Wuji Society's library." He was as delighted as a child who had stumbled into a fairyland for the first time, running around flipping through one book and then another. "Oh, this boxing technique looks good. That one's even more interesting." Hai Sayuan, standing by, acted like a diligent guide, gently introducing with a smile, "These cultivation methods are the crystallized efforts of various masters who once fought in the army gathered together, and thus are hailed as the essence of the 100 schools of thought. Among them, the most special are the military Tao martial canon and the spiritual rhinoceros art, both created by General Li Cheng." Chao Mu suddenly stopped before an ancient text titled Spiritual Rhinoceros Art, flipping through a few pages, his eyes glinting. Then he turned and softly asked, "May I ask, Commandant Hai, do you know the Iron Lady?" This question made Hai Sayuan pause. "Old Chao, do you know General Li's wife?" Chao Mu thought to himself. So the Iron Lady is Li Cheng's beloved wife. No wonder she mastered the spiritual rhinoceros art. The martial sage's spiritual rhinoceros art I once encountered undoubtedly originated from here. However, there were still some slight differences between the two versions. Chao Mu slowly stood up, his eyes filled with nostalgia, his voice low. No wonder she was able to guard the frontier for so many years. Hai Sayuan felt curious and asked, "Guarding a pass, which pass did his wife guard?" Chao Mu then slowly recounted. That year, the court established Angziguan Pass. After the Iron Lady sensed General Li's death through the spiritual rhinoceros art, she immediately requested to go to war and guard the western frontier. For 20 years she gazed at the desert daily, always holding on to a faint hope, waiting only for General Li to return. She guarded that pass her entire life, all for him. Tears silently streamed down Hai Sayuan's cheeks, unstoppable. He merely whispered, "Madam." Hai Sayuan then proactively changed the subject. "Mr. Chao, you've been looking for a long time. Have you found any suitable cultivation methods?" Chao Mu nodded slightly, and then said, "There are countless cultivation methods here. I'm having trouble choosing for a moment. Why don't you introduce one or two to me?" Hai Sayuan then reached out and took a scroll. This military Tao martial canon contains various exquisite moves from spear techniques, leg techniques, to archery. No weapon on the battlefield is missing from it. Furthermore, it includes methods for deploying troops, arranging formations, and even a military Tao economy art. This is a mysterious method concerning strategic logistics. Mr. Chao will certainly be interested. He solemnly handed the book to Chao Mu and added, "If you find them interesting, you might want to take a closer look at these too." Chao Mu accepted with cupped hands, a smile playing on his lips. "Then I will respectfully accept these two cultivation methods for now." Then, as if remembering something, he took a small booklet from his sleeve and handed it over, asking, "By the way, this one seems to specifically record the history of this city, right?" Chao Mu held a book titled History of Angxi City in his hand. Hai Sayuan glanced at it, nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that's it. Jojo has probably forgotten our existence by now, but the people here must never forget our fallen comrades. Therefore, any person or event that has occurred over the years is meticulously recorded in this book." Chao Mu flipped through a few pages, his eyes thoughtful. "Then I'll borrow this book to read. The story of Angxi City should be known to more people." Hai Sayuan smiled, his eyes filled with gratitude. Old Chao's dedication is truly admirable. Chao Mu frowned slightly, asking a question from the heart. "By the way, over these years, has no one truly left the city?" Hai Sayuan's expression turned serious as he replied, "About 30 years ago, a child was discovered by the great Tao sect. At that time, everyone thought that if we could send one person out, even just one, it would be a good thing. Therefore, the entire city eventually agreed to let that child leave." Chao Mu asked curiously, "What was that child's name?" Hai Sayuan pondered for a moment, then slowly replied, "I think his name was Ji Yu Zhen. At that time, a Taoist named Qingyi came to take him away and later gave him a Taoist name. If I'm not mistaken, it was." As soon as the name was spoken, Chao Mu was instantly stunned. Dao Zhen, the voice echoed in his mind, and the figure of the person with the Taoist name Dao Zhen immediately materialized in his thoughts. He silently pondered, "So Dao Zhen actually came from Angxi City. Why did he bring me here? And why has this isolated city been imprisoned for so many years? The next morning at the Great Dao sect's main base, Dao Shun was conversing with another person, complaining about his recently completed cultivation trip to the Great Desert, which incredibly cost 100 spirit stones, an utterly unreasonable amount. He complained with a frown, "Before I only spent 50 spirit stones, but now the price has skyrocketed. Isn't this too outrageous?" The other person calmly replied, "That place is almost depleted, resources are scarce and living beings are precious. Moreover, only there are still living people as cultivation targets. With greater harvest comes naturally higher costs." Dao Shun gritted his teeth slightly, his face etched with unwillingness, thinking, 50 spirit stones is already a lot. Last time I only gained 6 useful soldier souls. If I get so few again this time, the loss will be severe. Just then a familiar voice, carrying a hint of playfulness, sounded from behind him. "Junior brother Dao Shun, it seems you're short on money again." Dao Shun turned around, saw it was Dao Zhen, and immediately cupped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, senior brother Dao Zhen. Have you just returned to the sect?" The person stepped forward, a faint smile on his face. "Yes, I just returned a short while ago. Recently I acquired a rather peculiar set of Dao soldier techniques. I heard junior brother is most skilled at controlling Dao soldiers, so I wanted to give you a copy." Dao Shun unhesitatingly took the magic artifact bag from Dao Zhen's hand, his eyes lighting up. This was a Dao soldier technique. Opening the bag, it was filled with small beans, each with a small flag bearing the character Ling command inserted into it. This was precisely the bean-to-soldier transformation art, an ancient divine ability that turns beans into warriors, rarely comprehended by anyone. Dao Shun exclaimed in surprise, "Are you really giving this to me?" Dao Zhen gently held his hand, saying with a half-smile, "Of course not for free. I want junior brother to accompany me to the Great Desert for one purpose. To kill one person." In a gaze of mixed light and shadow, Dao Zhen said meaningfully, "Junior brother might have already met that person. His name is Chao Shuanglan. Although just a mortal, he's an old acquaintance. A few days ago, he used a boundary-breaking talisman to cross the boundary and enter the Great Desert." Dao Shun grinned, a cunning expression on his face. "So it's him, senior brother, rest assured. Once I master the bean-to-soldier transformation art, I will take his life and present it to you." A month later, in a small courtyard, Lu Yan'an and Chao Mu were sitting under a tree discussing the Dao. Lu Yan'an slowly began, "For this past month, elder brother has been teaching in the military camp every day. Thanks to this isolated city has truly come alive, a sight not seen in decades." Chao Mu was surprised to hear this. "Oh, you know so much even without leaving the house?" Lu Yan'an raised the book he was holding and said with a smile, "The Mount Sumeru King Scripture Secret Manual is indeed somewhat special, but its philosophy isn't profound. It's only suitable for the old soldiers in the city and of no use to me. Elder brother has a deep foundation, having cultivated to the 5th level, but it's only body refining. As for spirit refining, it has not yet begun." Chao Mu, always learned and knowledgeable, understood the levels of spirit refining. 3rd grade, where one's spiritual consciousness is keen, able to sense vague premonitions. 2nd grade, where one's spirit is powerful, able to sense external objects. 1st grade, where one's spirit is condensed, able to manipulate matter, similar to the Taoist sect's artifact manipulation powers. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing the person opposite him like a knife. "You've reached at least the 3rd grade realm, knowing everything about the city without leaving your house. You probably use your spirit to probe all directions daily. On the surface, you seem indifferent to worldly affairs, but in reality you perceive everything, right?" Lu Yan'an merely buried his head in his book, saying nothing. Chao Mu looked at him for a long time, then suddenly asked, "If you, my virtuous brother, can observe all directions, then I have something I'd like to ask you." Before he could finish, Lu Yan'an had already interrupted him coldly. Chao Mu, however, didn't mind. That day on the fiery battlefield, he had seen wandering souls flying towards distant mountain peaks. When he asked if there was any mystery hidden there, Lu Yan'an's reply was as cold as ice, mercilessly extinguishing his pride. "I don't know." Chao Mu's heart trembled, mercilessly exposed, and his initial reaction was surprisingly anger. Lu Yan'an lightly coughed a few times and slowly replied, "If elder brother's purpose is to fight extraordinary beings, merely cultivating scriptures might not be enough. Elder brother should also have some understanding of the sword technique you exchanged from me a few days ago, right?" Behind him, Mr. Lu was still muttering to himself as if talking to himself. "He cares again, still acting cool at this age, truly an old child." Suddenly a flickering light shone and a line of text appeared. "Heaven-slaying sword-drawing art is loading." Chao Mu frowned slightly, asking in confusion, "This move of yours, virtuous brother, seems a bit complex." He also pondered to himself, "This sword technique is clearly incomplete. Could it be that there aren't enough skill points to fully activate it?" A long horn call came from afar, its sound like tearing silk, echoing across the sky. Chao Mu immediately jumped up. That was the rallying signal from the extraordinary being's side. After the command was given, he sped away like a wisp of smoke, his drawn sword flashing like a shooting star, shouting as he went, "I'll go ahead." Lu Yan'an remained where he was, unhurriedly giving chase. Commandant Hai ordered the army to march with no other objective than to protect the common people, and at the same time let those paper figures taste authentic Taoist sword techniques. He shouted loudly, "Paper figures, reveal yourselves quickly." This old man has been waiting for you for a long time." In the distant enemy formation, a blurry figure gradually appeared in the hazy smoke. Commandant Hai was stunned. He murmured in terror, "Is a giant alien creature approaching? Its body is hideous, unlike any familiar species. It's clearly a true demon. Every step it takes makes the earth tremble. This battle looks incredibly difficult." Facing the enormous monster, the army visibly faltered. Skeptical glances sweeping across every face, the commander immediately reassured them. "What are you afraid of? They may have changed, but we are no longer the weaklings we once were," Commandant Hai roared, encouraging the army. "Soldiers, for your loved ones behind you, let's fight together." His expression solemn, his eyes resolute, he shouted, "Advance, attack." A unified roar echoed through the sky, and the army charged fearlessly into the enemy formation like a dam-breaking. Commandant Hai hurled his long spear with all his might, piercing the monster's body like lightning, but the wound was like a mosquito bite on an elephant. The monster roared, turned, and attacked him fiercely with the force of Mount Tai pressing down. Commandant Hai tumbled backward, flying through the air, then bouncing before falling to the ground like a broken kite. A strong hand timely supported him. Mr. Liu had arrived and calmly said, "I'm here to help you," Commandant Hai hastily warned. "Mr. Liu, this giant beast is several times harder than those paper figures and exceptionally ferocious. Please be extremely careful." Beneath the shattered earth, twisting tentacles suddenly emerged like water snakes. These were the light green bean vines of that exotic beast. Commandant Hai's heart skipped a beat and he murmured, "These are bean vines? What kind of dark magic is this?" The monster brandished its razor-sharp claws, fiercely breaking through most of the army's formation. Its arm abnormally extended, reaching behind and sweeping down distant soldiers like harvesting wheat. In this direction, both Mr. Liu and Commandant Hai struggled fiercely, battling the continuously regenerating vines that sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Commandant Hai chopped and said, "The old general once said that the reason extraordinary beings didn't kill us but merely besieged us was just a cat playing with a mouse." Suddenly he realized something and said in astonishment, "Indeed, if this kind of exotic beast had been unleashed earlier, we probably wouldn't have been able to hold out until now." The tentacles swept across, scattering layers of soldiers as a tsunami sweeps a beach. The earth beneath their feet also trembled violently, then cracked open. Commandant Hai, quick-eyed and quick-handed, caught a soldier who had been thrown into the air. The soldier turned his head in terror and asked, "Commandant Hai, what kind of demon is this? How can we resist it?" He could no longer hold back, roaring like thunder, "If the city falls today, the consequence will be the annihilation of our entire army with no retreat." The soldiers' morale instantly surged like flames, and they shouted in unison, "That's right, a fight to the death. Better to die fighting than to perish as a nation. Kill, kill." The exotic beast roared in fury, its crimson eyes burning with flames of resentment as if it wanted to tear them to shreds. Commandant Hai's heart was troubled, and he anxiously shouted, "General Li!" Giant tentacles writhed, lunging directly at him. At that very instant, a soldier was unfortunately captured, his eyes filled with resentment, and he choked out, "Your subordinate is incompetent and willing to accept punishment." Just then, a fierce move struck from a distance like a shooting star, crushing all the tentacles. The soldier narrowly escaped, and a long spear, red as fire, landed beside Commandant Hai. The aftershock stirred up dust everywhere, and a person stood proudly atop the spear tip. Said gently, "Young man, it's not your time to meet your ancestors yet." Chow Mu, bearing his formidable reputation, came as reinforcement, shouting heroically, "Let this old man clear the way, soldiers. Vanguard Chow has arrived." Even when facing the enormous exotic beast, Chow Mu remained calm and fearless. Two gazes met, and in that moment there was no goodwill, only surging murderous intent. In the distance, a white-haired man quietly observed, his eyes mysterious, muttering to himself, "The main character has appeared." Chow Mu leapt towards the monster, his murderous aura surging like a tempest. He raised his long spear and loudly commanded, "Listen up, reinforcements have arrived, life is precious." Without hesitation, he immediately sprinted forward like lightning, as if distorting space itself. Along the way, any bean vines daring to block his path were cleared away by Chow Mu without hesitation. A dull prompt sound echoed in his mind, a system displaying his current chi and blood balance. The interface immediately popped up a notification that heavenly demonic incineration had been activated. Urgently calculating his chi and blood status, he stomped fiercely, leaping into the air like an eagle swooping in a storm. His long spear pointed directly at the ferocious beast, ready to deliver a fatal blow. The long spear pierced into the monster's flesh, but unfortunately it did not strike a vital spot. At the same time, the system displayed chi and blood 75. Every sword strike felt like it was incinerating his marrow, his chi and blood value dropping rapidly like blood from a bottle. If the situation continued like this, he might die before he could defeat the enemy. When he landed, his body was covered in wounds, and the system coldly displayed, remaining chi and blood 20. In the distance, Liu Yanin, who had been carving on a stone slab, suddenly stopped. He mused, "To die valiantly on the battlefield is certainly admirable, but sacrifice, if made at the opportune moment, holds even deeper significance." He looked up and said seriously, "While burning chi and blood to attack the enemy is indeed powerful, how long can your internal energy and vital essence sustain you?" The continuous attacks were like a torrential storm, but the monster still stood proudly. Chao Mu's strength was increasingly waning, and he calculated in his mind that while the previous paper figures were merely fragile shells, this one would be at least at the chi refining stage of cultivation. The vines grew exceptionally fast, and if this continued he would quickly exhaust his physical strength. Despite his physical strength nearing its limit, he remained steadfast, a thought surfacing in his mind. The extraordinary being controlling these bean soldiers must be hiding nearby. He must be found. Suddenly, Chao Mu's shadow behind him swayed slightly, and a strange cold glint flickered in his eyes. Behind him, vines coiled around him again like a swarm of fierce snakes. Chao Mu sharply turned around, only to find himself surrounded. In the distance, the soldiers who had just escaped the vine encirclement, and Mr. Lu squinted and anxiously shouted, "Old man, be careful." At this moment the vines behind Chao Mu had densely woven into a giant net. Descending like a net from heaven and earth, it suddenly rose high, then slammed down fiercely, its power like moving mountains and filling seas. Chao Mu circulated his internal energy to its limit, his eyes bright as the rising sun, letting out one final shout. "Soldiers, I'll clear the way." He unleashed his full strength, his long spear pointing directly upwards to meet the attack. "When you return to Jojo, give my regards to your families." As the long spear touched the ferocious vines, a blood-red light suddenly erupted, dazzling like a shattered solar eclipse. The ground shook violently, and strong winds kicked up dust that permeated the entire battlefield. Nearby soldiers were all severely impacted, some stumbling, others falling to the ground, but fortunately no one was seriously injured. As the dust gradually settled, a blurry figure slowly emerged before them, the cold ground deeply moving them. The soldiers hurriedly ran forward, their hearts filled with trepidation, continuously shouting, "Vanguard Chao!" The shouts echoed across the battlefield. "Vanguard Chao! Vanguard Chao!" Commandant Hai knelt in terror, shaking Chao Mu, who lay on the ground choking out, "No, you can't die, it's me, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you impersonate me to enter the battlefield." Mr. Lu also shouted from behind. "Commandant Hai, be careful, don't let your guard down, that monster hasn't fallen yet." Chao Mu struggled, his lips moving, saying haltingly, "No need to blame yourself, keep persevering." He closed his eyes, his face calm as if everything was as expected. "Reinforcements will arrive soon." Commandant Hai cried like a child. "Old man." On the hillside, the Taoist named Dao Shun sighed coldly. He looked at the overturned wooden go-board in his hand and chuckled mockingly. "It's finally over. A mortal who even made senior brother Dao Zhen take notice turns out to be nothing more than this," he muttered to himself as if everything had settled. "Should I continue to expend spirit stones in battle, or retreat and rest? There's no hurry anyway, but spirit stones don't just appear out of thin air." He frowned, a triumphant expression on his face. "It's a pity too many bean soldiers were lost and not 300 old soldiers were harvested. Continuing to fight would only be a loss." He was immersed in his calculations, completely unaware that a giant hand was closing in on him from behind. In an instant the hand slammed down, pinning him to the ground like an insect. The figure behind him spoke with a familiar voice. "So you were hiding here?" Dao Shun's face turned pale and he stammered in terror. You. He trembled violently, muttering frantically, "Impossible. Chao Mu has revived." Before him a fist was rushing forward with full force. Chao Mu said each word clearly and distinctly. "Wu Chang, you've rendered a great service this time." He turned to the giant cat that had saved him and solemnly announced, "I bestow upon you the title of Food Immortal Elder." The giant cat responded with a proud meow. Dao Shun struggled, angrily roaring, "Let go of me, despicable demonic beast, abominable mortal. Do you know who I am? I am Dao Shun, an immortal of the Dao sect. Disrespecting me is a great sin. This immortal, will refine all of you into Dao soldiers." Chao Mu narrowed his eyes, his gaze seeming to penetrate the enemy's mind. Facing the furious threat, he remained calm as water. "So that's it. You set up a grand formation to seal this place, turning it into an isolated fortress, solely to imprison the souls of past warriors and refine them into Dao soldiers for your use." Although pinned firmly to the ground by Wu Chang, Dao Shun remained stubborn, desperately maintaining his arrogance. "What if you guessed right? Since it's come to this, I don't mind telling you." He spoke endlessly, secretly activating a magic artifact in his hand, his face filled with triumph. "This is actually a secret realm of my sect, specifically for casting the soul-snatching grand formation. Disciples only need to provide 100 spirit stones to enter and collect warrior souls. Now there are few remaining. Once the last wisp of soul is taken, the entire secret realm will collapse. Those old folks in the city still foolishly hope for reinforcements. How ridiculous. This formation is unbreakable by anyone. All of you will die here." Chao Mu furiously kicked off his arm and the nearby go-board shattered in response, just like his sinister scheme falling apart. He gritted his teeth and said each word distinctly. "You used those Dao soldiers to turn and kill the Yangtze soldiers and then snatched and refined their souls." Repeating this 45 times, he could not suppress his rage and delivered a kick like a divine strike, making the other party spew blood under the thunderous blows. Dao Shun still mumbled dazedly, "Despicable mortal." Chao Mu circulated his energy, chi and blood converging at his fingertips, pointing directly at the enemy, his eyes burning with raging fire. "You say they have no reinforcements, then listen now, I am the reinforcement." Chao Mu unleashed shattering void finger, striking directly at his head, which felt as if it exploded, but before his consciousness faded he still weakly roared, "You won't die, rest assured." Chao Mu turned and left, his face still stained with blood, his eyes weathered from countless battles. He secretly absorbed the remaining vitality from the enemy's body to replenish his own consumption. As for the soldiers, they charged forward in unison, striving to persevere. "Brothers, hold on, trust Vanguard Chow, reinforcements will arrive soon." Just then the giant exotic beast suddenly shook violently, as if it had received the final blow. In its final roar it collapsed with a crash, triggering an earthquake that shook nearby soldiers backward. When the smoke and dust cleared, what they saw was no longer a monster, but just a huge being lying quietly there. Was it the end, or the extraordinary being's final prank? Suddenly a shout came from behind. "Commandant Hai!" Hai Sayuan sharply turned around, his face filled with shock. The dust gradually settled. Chao Mu appeared, dragging the unconscious Dao Shun. He shouted loudly on the battlefield, "Immortal Punishment Army, Vanguard Chao returns." As the smoke and dust cleared, the leader's face gradually became clear in the light. Everyone was stunned. "It's him." Hai Sayuan choked back tears, crying, "Elder Chao, no, impossible." He respectfully lowered his head and asked in a calm tone, "May I ask what connection the Vanguard Chao everyone is mentioning has with Elder Chao?" A trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. "They really look alike." Chao Mu now turned his gaze to Dao Shun, who lay on the ground, and gently sighed, explaining, "Chao Shuanglin is my granduncle. I know he chose death. That was his own decision. Commandant Hai, there's no need to blame yourself. All of this was done by the extraordinary being." Subsequently, the young man calmly explained the meaning of the title he bore while pointing at the strange beings previously thrown by the extraordinary being of the great Dao sect, then comforted them. "These things have been completely annihilated by me. Everyone need not worry." Chao Mu mentioned the body that had sacrificed itself under the name Vanguard Chao, and solemnly reiterated the Chao family's motto, "Every man has a share of responsibility for the rise and fall of the nation." Granduncle's death was not meaningless. Now that the culprit has been brought to justice, he can surely rest in peace with a smile in the netherworld. The surrounding soldiers applauded and cheered in unison, shouting, "Well said, the rise and fall of the nation controlling immortals with martial arts is indeed the truth. Our enemy has finally met their retribution." Hai Sayuan stepped forward joyfully, inviting, "Vanguard Chao, quickly come with me into the city. Tonight we must throw a grand feast to celebrate the great victory." Chao Mu smiled and nodded, "As you wish." Everyone was jubilant, happiness overflowing in the ranks. Chao Mu behind him also curled his lips into a slight soft smile, but a moment later, his lips drooped again, faintly revealing an indescribable sadness. That night, in a quiet corner of the backyard, the moonlight was faint. Mr. Liu excitedly brought news. "The second batch of reinforcements has arrived in the city, and a victory banquet is currently being held. The extraordinary being of the great Dao sect has indeed been slain." Lu Yannon replied indifferently, expressionless. "It's just killing a great Dao sect disciple. What's there to celebrate? Have you ever thought about how the extraordinary beings will retaliate after today? The entire city might be razed to the ground even faster." Mr. Liu, who was originally jubilant, suddenly flew into a rage upon hearing this. His chi and blood surged, almost bursting his blood vessels. He immediately slammed the object in his hand down violently, cursing loudly. "What do you mean, you all? If not for these soldiers fighting to the death, this isolated city would have turned to ashes long ago, and where would you even have a place to carve statues?" The stone statue was thrown to the ground, breaking into two halves, revealing a familiar face. Wasn't it the face of the former Vanguard Chao? Mr. Liu exclaimed in shock. "You carved Brother Chao?" He bent down, picked up the statue and whispered to Lu Yannon, "You're not really indifferent to everything, are you? You're also grieving Brother Chao's death, aren't you?" Lu Yannon merely curled his lips slightly, whether in a smile or a sneer. He subtly turned, his tone half sarcastic, half unruly. "Second brother, what more do you expect from a useless person like me?" Mr. Liu, unable to control his anger, shouted, "You, even the women and old people in the city, are more responsible than you." Lu Yannon still maintained a calm-as-water demeanor, slowly saying, "Second brother, have you ever thought about why the extraordinary beings only besieged this city instead of completely destroying it?" Mr. Liu was startled, and his tone also softened. "How can I guess the minds of the extraordinary beings?" Lu Yannon glanced sideways and casually tossed out a sentence. "The place we are guarding is actually a secret realm of the sect." As soon as he spoke, Mr. Liu's expression subtly changed, as if a glimmer of light had cut through the gloom in his heart. Lu Yannon sat down calmly, gazing at the Milky Way above, and continued. "The souls of the warriors who sacrificed themselves here were not liberated. Instead, they were captured by the extraordinary beings and used as military provisions. The braver and more unyielding they were, the more precious their souls became, and the more delighted those extraordinary beings were." He turned his head, his tone soft as the wind. "This is the true nature of this vast desert, merely a place for the immortal sects to cultivate souls." Unlike Lu Yannon's composure, Mr. Liu was terrified, his voice trembling. "You mean the remnants of soldiers fighting to the death here were, in fact, unknowingly benefiting the extraordinary beings?" Mr. Liu frowned, unable to help but wonder. "How do you know so much? Where did you hear it from?" "Why," as he spoke, he suddenly stopped, as if he had touched upon a truth he was unwilling to acknowledge. Lu Yannon let out a bitter laugh. "Indeed, more than 300 elite warriors, resolute in their will and unwavering in their belief. Their belief was to defend the city and annihilate the enemy. To let them sit idly and await death would probably be more cruel than letting them fight to their last breath." He gently shook his head and summarized concisely, "Some things can only be done to the best of one's ability. The rest is up to fate. Whether alive or dead, there's no need to complain." After a moment of silence, Mr. Liu silently turned and left. Before the statue of Vanguard Chao, Lu Yannon sat alone, murmuring an ancient poem. High mountains and flowing water are hard to renew. Now I and the Tao are both alone. Suddenly, on the opposite rooftop, a figure sat quietly like a steadfast rock. Chao Emu's face was gently brushed by the moonlight. Their gazes met. Neither spoke, only silence solidified in the air. Lu Yanen's lips curved slightly, half smiling, half questioning. What do you mean by that? Chao Mu gently landed on the ground and responded softly. What Sword Immortal banished just said was not only for your elder brother but also for Chao Zengxin. A trace of regret flashed in Chao Emu's eyes, then he unconsciously curled his lips into a smile. Since you already know this is a secret realm of the immortal sects, why did you once deal with them superficially? Lu Yanen avoided his gaze, turned elsewhere, and merely replied indifferently, I don't know anymore. He quietly took out 3 scrolls of secret manuals from his sleeve named Chrysanthemum Acupressure, Yellow Dragon Probing Clouds, and Changsha Art, gently placing them before Lu Yanen, then added enticingly, Granduncle, that somewhat sinister person, fully imparted the Iron Bullet Qigong to me. I've created a completely new method based on it, if you don't mind. Before he could finish, Lu Yanen had already rushed over like an arrow released from a bowstring, his eyes bright as a full moon, his expression completely different from his usual aloofness. He stammered, not at all, not at all. Many indecent thoughts immediately surfaced in his mind, a series of dark fantasies appeared, and he secretly swore, from today onwards I must train diligently and do my utmost to perfect the Chao family's cultivation method. Overjoyed, he burst into hearty laughter. From now on you are my second elder brother. Chao Mu was startled and asked in confusion, is my granduncle the eldest brother? No, you are the second brother. Then what about your own brother? Lu Yanen waved his hand like the wind. Who cares? Now you are my elder brother, isn't that obvious? Chao Mu looked helplessly at the person before him, murmuring, what a strange younger brother. As if that weren't enough, Chao Mu picked up another book titled Golden Hand, a cunning glint in his eyes. I also combined the Far Sight secret art with it, creating another cultivation method. Do you want to see it? Lu Yanen's eyes immediately shone like stars. Yes, I must see it. Chao Mu took out the book, his purpose clear, to entice him, yet he still spoke politely. You flatter me, my virtuous brother. I've long heard of your extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. Lu Yanen nodded adoringly, quickly chiming in. I understand what you mean, I'm willing to trade. Suddenly, Lu Yanen's gaze became sharp as a drawn sword. Furthermore, I can teach you the ultimate move among ultimate moves. Chao Mu frowned and asked, the ultimate move among ultimate moves? Lu Yanen explained unhurriedly, each word clear as if poured directly into his ear. Once the sword is drawn, it cannot be sheathed. When I strike, the enemy will have nowhere to hide. This move gathers all of a martial artist's essence, chi and spirit, condensing it into a single sword strike, reaching its peak. That is the heaven-slaying sword-drawing art. If a person can pour all of their strength, Dantian internal energy, and their will and spirit into a single sword strike, then this move is mastered. Chao Mu was extremely excited, his eyes bright as a mirror, completely undisguised. He merely said, all talk and no action is just showing off, why not demonstrate a move? But in his heart he secretly cheered. I'm about to witness the strongest move of the world's #1 sword path. As if in response to this expectation, Lu Yanen adjusted his breathing and circulated his chi, his movements as light and fluid as flowing clouds, a faint smile playing on his lips. Want to see a performance? Small as dust, what Lu Yanen summoned was merely a slender twig. He held it up and declared solemnly, watch closely, the next move will be earth-shattering, shaking all of JoJo. Although it was just a small branch, the aura emanating from his hand was completely opposite, and the pressure enveloped the space, making the air seem to freeze. At that moment, Chao Emu's long-awaited moment seemed to have finally arrived, to personally witness the contemporary #1 swordmaster unleash a peerless ultimate technique. Lu Yanen's eyes shimmered with a strange silver-white light like the moonlight in the dead of night. Before heaven-slaying sword-drawing art was even performed, sword chi phantoms already swirled and a majestic aura was about to descend. But suddenly, all the phantoms dispersed into the air like bubbles. The two looked at each other, their eyes blank, unable to speak. Chao Mu was dumbfounded, forcing a smile as he softly asked, was that all my anticipation just now? Is this the strongest move? But Lu Yanen still maintained a calm smile like tranquil autumn waters. I have reached the realm of no sword in hand, no sword in heart, so this move is merely a semblance, without the true spirit. Chao Mu couldn't accept this absurd reality and angrily demanded, 30 years of training, are you really going to give up? Practicing the pine and autumn sword with a withered branch, what else can you do besides putting on airs? Lu Yanen clenched his fists, his face filled with pride. I, Sword Immortal banished, always give up when I say I will. I am never one to secretly work hard. He laughed heartily, his face beaming with self-satisfaction. I am the emperor who goes with the flow. Chao Mu raised his hands in surrender, his face full of helplessness. Indeed, he was a lost warrior, forever circling in place. Suddenly, a blurred notification flashed. Heaven-slaying sword-drawing art is loading. Completion imminent. Chao Mu frowned, thinking to himself, but what exactly is so profound about this move? Even the system has been loading it for so long. He fell into thought. This sword technique requires a martial artist's essence, chi and spirit to be concentrated into a single move. To unleash it, one must possess physical strength, Dantian chi and mental focus. A flash of insight suddenly crossed his mind. Mental focus, that's right. This is a sword technique that only those who have cultivated to the spirit-refining realm can truly master. Lu Yanen looked over, his smile vague, as if he had seen through the other's thoughts. He softly said, Although this sword technique is powerful, only those who have refined their spirit can truly begin to learn it. I believe you, second brother, are wise and formidable with extraordinary charm, outstanding demeanor and proficiency in both literary and martial arts, a pillar of the martial path. The only pity is, he paused, then smiled faintly, you haven't refined your spirit yet. Chao Mu revealed a relaxed smile, picked up the scroll and gently asked, then my virtuous brother, as someone hailed as the #1 swordsman in the world, do you have a method to help me refine my spirit? Lu Yannon immediately nodded and replied, without hesitation of course. He pointed behind Chao Mu, tilting his chin. Second brother, look back. Behind you are only a few exquisite stone statues of beautiful women carved by Lu Yannon in his leisure time. Chao Mu frowned, asking in surprise, statues of beauties, elaborate. Lu Yannon spoke without reservation, candidly saying, to be frank, elder brother, I am naturally a sword embryo. Chao Mu nodded in agreement, that much is clear. Lu Yannon continued to guide. Although this place appears to be a tranquil small courtyard, it is actually a sacred place for spirit refining, disguised as a courtyard of beauties, he continued proudly. Every statue of a beauty here is carved by me with utmost care. Stroke by stroke, chisel by chisel, each imbued with sword intent and spirit. He emphasized that within each statue lies his mental focus and sword essence, entrusted to every detail. It was as if everything here was not accidental but meticulously arranged beforehand. Lu Yannon continued, furthermore, the entire courtyard also conceals intricate formation structures beneath. As long as second brother can pass through each layer of the courtyard of beauties, comprehending the sword intent I've left behind, spirit refining will naturally follow. He spoke with a mix of arrogance and feigned humility. It's just that I'm too much of a genius, and the probability of you, second brother, having your body destroyed in this formation is probably much higher than advancing. Those Xiaoshui inside are very strong, you know. Chao Mu threw the book at him like a slap with a smiling mouth. Such a good opportunity, how could I miss it? Then he walked forward, approaching the statues, complex and excited emotions welling up in his heart. He muttered to himself, I'm finally going to refine my spirit. I wonder how the cultivation methods in my body will change. The thought alone was almost unimaginable. Lu Yannon still smiled softly, saying, then second brother, you must be careful with that. He raised his hand and activated a profound formation. Dynastic might heavenly dragon array. In an instant tiny cracks began to appear on the statues of the beauties. These cracks rapidly spread, then shattered, revealing golden glowing statues within, exuding a sacred and sharp aura. Lu Yannon turned and left the small courtyard, leaving Chao Mu amidst the lifelike statues, muttering to himself, he really is an eccentric. Meanwhile, behind the freshly closed door, Chao Mu was struggling to contend with the statues. Clearly they were not easy to defeat. Lu Yannon gently closed the door, a thought stirring in his heart. What exactly is the meaning of sacrificing for others? Who can give me an answer? Chao Songshan. The doorframe gradually closed, and another name seemed to echo in his mind. Chao Shuanglin. Lu Yannon strode through the stone brick corridor, his voice low. After all, you're not a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms, nor are you much nobler than an ordinary person to me. However, can everything you aspire to be as dreamlike and smooth sailing as you wish? Meanwhile, at the great Dao sect, the situation was also quietly changing in secret. They seemed to have already learned of Dao Shun's death. Dao Zhen looked down at the relics in his hand, a doubt arising in his heart. Although that person had not yet mastered the bean-to-soldier technique, a mere bean general should not have been eliminated in such a short time. The one who struck must possess extraordinary cultivation. Could there be such a master hidden in this isolated city? He gripped his hand, secretly calculating. Moreover, Chao Shuanglin's soul was not captured by the grand formation. This matter absolutely cannot be taken lightly. I must report it to master immediately. Just behind Dao Zhen, a figure approached, slowly saying, your master is currently still in the capital. Having been busy for many days, are you not going to seek him out? The newcomer was an elder of the great Dao sect whose Taoist name was Qingzhou. Recently he had kept himself pure, avoiding involvement in external affairs. Dao Zhen immediately bowed respectfully, calling out, greetings, martial uncle Qingzhou. The elder, with his hands behind his back, continued, the matter of King Qin which you were responsible for. You've handled it well. He is now in decline, subsequently besieged by the fierce warrior Steel. In Zhangzhou, an earthly immortal kingdom is gradually forming. Dao Zhen looked at the elder's receding back, thinking to himself, apart from the losses previously suffered by the Xuanchen sect in southern continent, other major immortal sects also seem to be intentionally following suit. Establishing immortal kingdoms in various provinces is originally a mundane matter, yet it implicates the immortal sect situation and has far-reaching effects. Qingzhou said gravely, senior brother, we who cultivate the Dao should share his burden. Dao Zhen nodded slightly in understanding. Yes, concerning the great desert, this disciple is willing to handle it personally. The elder raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone carrying a hint of criticism. Dao Zhen, why are you so concerned about a mortal named Chao? A person whose soul cannot be captured, though rare, is ultimately just a mortal. Either the Chao family belongs to a unique soulless species, or they have been influenced by some master, he continued, his voice as smooth as flowing water. Some mortals believe in ancient Dao, their souls tainted by unusual qi, so the grand formation soul-snatching naturally fails. But why are you so fixated on this foreign person? A faint smile played on his lips, his eyes as deep as an abyss. "Are you unwilling to see the people in the secret realm continue to struggle and wish to use the Chao family to close that secret realm door?" These words struck a chord in Dao Gen's heart, startling him, and he silently lowered his head. That person continued, his tone somewhat stern yet containing a hint of advice. "I hope you, Dao Gen, understand this point. Even though you are now a formal disciple of our sect, as the only one who left the secret realm back then, you are also strictly forbidden from re-entering that place." Dao Gen's gaze was calm as lake water, and he bowed slightly with clasped hands. "This disciple has no such intention. I humbly request Martial Uncle's discernment. If this trip does not require this disciple's intervention, then does Martial Uncle have other arrangements?" Qingzuo's lips curled slightly, his eyes as profound as the morning mist. Dao Gen caught that expression, and his heart couldn't help but stir as if he had understood a thought deep within the other's mind. Is Martial Uncle planning to personally intervene? This thought flashed through his mind, slightly shocking him. Because Qingzhou was one of the elders who participated in building the protective Grand Formation 40 years ago, he originally didn't care about Dao Shun's or the Chao family's lives or deaths. If he was going to act personally now, could there be a deeper hidden scheme? Meanwhile, in another place, Chao Mu was still diligently cultivating under Lu Yan'an's strict guidance, although Sword Immortal Banished had warned him that those statues should not be underestimated. As each possessed strength comparable to a second-grade spirit refining martial artist, he had now personally verified this, after dodging one statue's attack. Chao Mu's sweat streamed down like rain. Because these things never tired, fighting them was indeed arduous. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, a sharp aura emanating in waves. The sword edge grazed the statue's face, but the opponent dodged lightly, as if in a play. Not only that, after dodging the attack, the statue turned and landed a fierce punch to his abdomen. Chao Mu frowned, secretly evaluating, "These guys can not only predict my sword path, but their speed and reaction are far beyond living beings." He retreated a few steps, clutching his aching waist, grinding his teeth and thinking, "Is this thing really made of stone?" Fortunately, this injury was healed within a day by my powerful healing technique. Chao Mu sheathed his sword, his gaze solemn, and a surge of qi and blood erupted from his dantian, unleashing heavenly demonic incineration with all his might. An ultimate move usually reserved as a last resort. He swung his arm, internal energy bursting forth, his sword sliced through the air and struck the statue before him, shattering it into pieces like parched earth struck by lightning. Chao Mu excitedly stepped forward, turning to attack the other statues. The man outside the door watched, his fists clenched, his face rigid, though his heart churned with turmoil. The remaining statues, seeing their companion shattered, retreated, adopting defensive stances. Chao Mu smiled proudly. "Is that all you've got, retreating after just one exchange?" However, they did not give up. Instead, they simultaneously lunged, surrounding Chao Mu from all directions. Their movements were like those of an organized and disciplined group. They simultaneously unleashed a strange technique, making Chao Mu somewhat dizzy. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. "Is this sword manipulation art? Are they coordinating to form a sword array? I didn't expect to just be dealing with second-grade martial artists. It turns out they're all first-grade spirit refining masters. If that's the case, then bring it on." In a secluded corner, Lu Yan'an stood with his arms crossed, leaning against a branch, muttering to himself. So soon has it already entered the second stage? He had been secretly observing Chao Mu's cultivation progress and couldn't help but think, "Logically, you should have first sensed the spiritual thought I left on the beauty statues. Only after dodging a series of fatal moves could the next layer be activated. I didn't expect your chi and blood to be so vigorous that you even destroyed the statues, which inadvertently accelerated the process. For someone who hasn't yet stepped into the spirit refining realm, whether this is a blessing or a curse is truly hard to predict." Suddenly, Lu Yan'an's eyes widened, a trace of surprise and vigilance flashing in his gaze. He abruptly leapt up, his face grim as if he had just smelled something foul, and complained in a low voice, That irritating aura again, that old monster has finally come knocking." He threw out a refined flying bird, instructing it like a confidant, "Go summon the person." That morning, Chao Mu was still diligently cultivating without slackening. He had to both defend against and contend with the dense statues. Their attacks were like a net from heaven to earth, leaving no gaps. So at first he could use the shadow step to dodge and counter, but now even defending had exhausted his strength. There was no escape, and fighting was disadvantageous. He had to find another way out. Chao Mu suddenly stopped, standing firm on the ground, his resolve unwavering. He waved his hand and unleashed fourfold leaves, instantly forming a barrier as graceful as a butterfly in the wind. It seemed those statues couldn't directly enter the leaf layers, which bought Chao Mu more time. As soon as there was a slight flaw in the enemy formation, he could seize the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Chao Mu's eyes gleamed with an iron will, but a question still lingered in his heart. But what exactly did Sword Immortal Banished teaching mean? He saw countless swords falling like rain from the sky, then suddenly condensing into a dazzling, increasingly brilliant vortex of light above Chao Mu's head. A light was gathering as if preparing to descend from the 9 heavens. Before his words could fall, the light transformed into a huge blade, suddenly piercing straight towards Chao Mu's body. The sword penetrated the ground, taking Chao Mu's phantom with it, and he fell like a leaf to the other side. Seeing Chao Mu fall, the statues stood still, confirmed their opponent was breathless, then turned to retreat, but suddenly heard a playful call from behind. "Where are you going in such a hurry, my sisters?" Chao Mu suddenly sprang up as if just woken from a nap and waved casually, "Keep fighting." A system panel floated before him, displaying current chi and blood at 90, heaven-slaying sword-drawing art progress at 20. Chao Emu's eyes burned with killing intent, his voice low. From the moment I arrived here, I already felt it. He stared intently at the oppressive statues, his gaze seeming to burn through the ancient stone carvings. Chao Emu's lips curled slightly, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes, and he thought to himself, I've roughly understood it now. Essence, chi and spirit converged into one sword, reaching its peak. A coalescing aura from the statues, forming a giant sword, made Chao Mu realize without a doubt that this was indeed the heaven-slaying sword-drawing art. He closed his eyes, concentrating his breath, focusing on sensing the surging sword intent around him, then guiding it to converge within his heart. Streaks of light, currents of sword chi, gradually drew closer, like streams flowing into his heart meridian. Step by step, within Chao Emu's mind, a phantom, tiny being gradually appeared like a newborn infant, symbolizing the budding of a new sword path. The sword had gradually taken shape, its form becoming clearer and more complete little by little. Chao Mu opened his eyes. The system simultaneously chimed. Heaven-slaying sword-drawing art is loading at an astonishing speed, each segment rapidly integrating into the body. Chao Mu stomped fiercely, emitting a muffled sound like drums and bells resonating together. His figure was like the wind, his momentum surging like a breaking flood. At this moment his speed far surpassed his past, each sword strike sharp and swift, almost impossible to discern. A muffled sound came from the training ground. Sister, stomp harder, don't stop, I like it. The origin of this voice was unknown, making it hard to tell if it was from cultivation or an illusion. In another area, Hai Saiyuan and Mr. Liu had arrived at Liu Yanan's invitation. Hai Saiyuan asked in a deep voice, his tone betraying underlying doubt, Sword Immortal banished, why have you asked Mr. Liu to invite me here? The situation is already so tense, if you intend to intervene please be clear. Liu Yanan merely hummed softly, a half-smile playing on his lips tinged with indifference. This attitude made Hai Saiyuan feel humiliated, and he immediately flared up in anger. Mr. Liu timely intervened, preventing a conflict. Though Yanan is elusive, he never does anything without reason. Let him finish what he's saying. Liu Yanan remained calm, took a sip of tea, then unhurriedly said, Elder Qingzhou of the Great Dao sect is likely to come in person today, to massacre the isolated city. Hai Saiyuan was startled, subconsciously blurting out, What did you say? He grabbed Liu Yanan's shoulder anxiously and sternly asking, Sword Immortal banished, such words cannot be uttered lightly. We have just survived a bloody battle and now the enemy can mobilize an immortal sect elder? Liu Yanan calmly replied, as if narrating an ancient story, not an ordinary elder. Qingzhou's strength is on par with the Great Dao sect master, almost the strongest in the entire sect. Hai Saiyuan's face immediately turned ashen. This news was like a bolt from the blue for him. He collapsed weakly, and Mr. Liu asked in confusion, How do you know so much about extraordinary beings? Liu Yanan calmly sipped his tea, raised an eyebrow and lightly chuckled. Third brother, think about why I came to this isolated city. Mr. Liu was stunned, blurting out in surprise, Didn't you always call me second brother? Liu Yanan pointed at the bustling sound of Chao Mu still diligently training outside and unhurriedly said, Now he is my third brother and the former second brother is now outside. He propped one hand on the table, his tone as flat as if recounting a long-buried story. 30 years ago that old Qingzhou came to me personally, saying I was a born sword embryo and that he wanted me to sever my bloodline and join the immortal sect. Hai Saiyuan and Mr. Liu were both astonished, speechless, unsure how to question him before their thoughts had even cleared. Liu Yanan continued speaking without a care, with a hint of mockery in his tone. At that time I pointed at his face and replied, You're a sword embryo, your whole family are sword embryos. Then I was immediately imprisoned in this city. His eyes were cold as ice, a slight frown on his face as he recalled that moment. Qingzhou's gaze then was like a judge casting me into hell. He said, If you're unwilling to enter the immortal sect, then be tempered in this isolated city, and I will personally sever your bloodline. He bestowed upon me a divine talisman, a deeply etched memory. From then on, the scenes of soldiers and civilians dying in battle cycled before my eyes day and night. Each time I drew my sword to meet the enemy, the imprint would deepen, until I lost consciousness or went completely mad, personally killing everyone in the city. Only by severing the bonds of bloodline would the talisman dissipate. At that time he said, Consider joining the immortal sect. Hai Saiyuan's eyes suddenly welled up with tears, and he choked out, So that's how it is, that extraordinary being laid a trap for you long ago. No wonder you never drew your sword for 30 years, silently enduring the accusations of the entire city without a single word of defense. Liu Yanan let out a long yawn, his expression calm. It's no big deal in my opinion. Without the shackles of morality no one can trap me. He sat quietly, pondering the past years, a trace of contemplation flashing through his mind. I still don't understand the meaning of your actions. Memories resurfaced, everything he had witnessed, his father's change of heart, his mother abandoning her child, the indifference of his sect, all fleeting. The entire mortal world was just a huge play, some acting, some groveling, so why bother? But then he suddenly remembered what Chao Mu had said last night. It's nothing different, it's just what the heart desires. Liu Yanan murmured to himself as if savoring the lingering taste of that phrase. The heart desires, He slowly rose, his gaze like a drawn sword directly at me. Of course I won't sit idly by. Mr. Lu nodded gently, his eyes sparkling with hope, and softly said, Yannon. Lu Yannon slowly stood up, his gaze carrying a subtle confidence, and said calmly, Don't hold too high expectations. I only have a 20% chance. Do you dare to stake your fate on this gamble? Their eyes met, and at that moment they both understood that failure this time meant no turning back. Hai Sayuan stated firmly, his words cutting like a knife on stone, We have no retreat. Lu Yannon smiled faintly, took a step, and led the way. Follow me. Although Mr. Lu was somewhat pleased, he still had reservations, secretly thinking, Yannon, you still haven't learned to be cautious. Lu Yannon led them to an unfamiliar place and with a wave pushed open the door. The sight before them left the two speechless, as if they were in a dream. In the center of the room a green sword rested solemnly within an exquisitely carved model. The entire Anxi city was meticulously miniaturized and carved by those skillful hands, lifelike. Lu Yannon gently raised a hand, forming a spell. Hai Sayuan tilted his head, asking with confusion, What are you carving this for? Lu Yannon merely smiled mysteriously. Watch closely, you'll understand soon. He sat down, gathering chi at his fingertips, spiritual energy converging at his fingertips like light. The model of Anxi city suddenly lifted off the ground, shrinking bit by bit. Finally, the entire city model shrank to palm size and was put away by Lu Yannon into his sleeve. Hai Sayuan's eyes widened and he said with his mouth agape, Is this not martial arts but immortal techniques? Lu Yannon nodded gently. Precisely, this is an immortal Dao technique. Lu Yannon's tone was filled with arrogance and he looked up, declaring, I am a sword immortal of the mortal world, why should I humble myself to others? I can tread the immortal path alone. Mr. Lu looked at his younger brother, his eyes filled with pride, secretly thinking, This is the true Yannon, the #1 master in the world who was once despised for 30 years. Yet in just 3 short years he entered the immortal sect and comprehended the true Dao. Lu Yannon smiled slightly, raising a finger to the sky. I've just begun, this is just a small start, still far from comparable to the immortal sect elders. But he gently touched Mr. Lu's body and Mr. Lu immediately shrank, being collected into the model of Anxi city in Lu Yannon's hand. Lu Yannon's lips curled into a slight smile, and he said calmly, If that bald donkey and I fight, at best mountains will crumble and earth will crack, at worst heaven and earth will shatter. You all might not be able to withstand the aftermath. Better to stay put here. Lu Yannon's gaze swept over Hai Sayuan and he ordered indifferently, Commander Hai, gather all the city's residents in one place within 15 minutes to save me the trouble of finding them one by one. Furthermore, those statues in the backyard are Dao soldiers I refined using immortal techniques. Let the people drip their blood on the statues. It can temporarily prevent the extraordinary beings from using tracking spells. Hai Sayuan nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, I'll go at once. As soon as he stepped out of the room, a hint of doubt arose in Lu Yannon's mind. Chao Zhengsen, with just your strength and mine, I fear we cannot break free from the isolated city's predicament. He gazed at the distant place where dust swirled and sand flew and said in a deep voice, As long as you cultivate to the spirit refining realm, you can cooperate with me to unleash the supreme heaven-slaying sword-drawing art and ancient technique. Don't disappoint me. Over there, the dust gradually dispersed and several figures slowly emerged. It was Chao Mu, who had already undergone reincarnation no less than 10 times, and this was his last chance this week. If he failed, he would completely perish, with no chance of revival. His gaze lingered on those terrifying statues. His recovery time hadn't arrived yet, and if he wasn't careful he might be buried here. Just then the statues rushed forward simultaneously, their cold sword edges pointing directly at him. Although he knew he was about to exhaust his revival chances, Chao Mu still laughed. All right then, let's change our fighting style, he shouted. System, put all remaining points into myriad flesh transformation. As soon as he spoke, a statue pierced his right shoulder and blood gushed out like a fountain. Chao Mu raised his hand, streaks of lightning flickering from his fingertips, and he mused, I've been thinking if Tianmo could still break through after its dissipation, could other cultivation methods achieve the same effect? After multiple analyses and point allocations, I've independently developed a brand new secret art based on myriad flesh transformation. Now, myriad flesh transformation has upgraded into 2 major arts, myriad flesh transmutation and flesh clone. He began to explain in detail everything he had experienced before the final battle at Xuanchen sect. Wu Qizheng had once integrated a piece of his flesh into his body, not only for healing but also to transmit the power of a spirit-refining martial artist. At that time he only thought, if Wu Qizheng could transfer flesh, then why couldn't I try to integrate my own flesh into a protective body and thus control the body? Just like that, he successfully cultivated the flesh clone, but this process was exceptionally arduous because the initial clones were not fully controllable. Due to his previous inability to thoroughly understand the essence of the clones, Chao Mu often found himself in a predicament where his secondary bodies were uncontrollable. But now, having comprehended sword intent in a life-and-death battle, his mind was open, and he finally gained complete control over his clones. One main body, countless avatars, all operating under the same consciousness. This is the ability Chao Mu can now skillfully achieve. Each clone does not weaken the overall power. It only consumes a portion of mental energy for remote control. In fact, as long as his physical strength is sufficient, he can simultaneously control a large number of clones, and the control range is also far greater than before. Without exaggeration, as long as he experiences enough deaths, the accumulated protective bodies can help him build an undead army. An inexpressible pleasure surged through his heart. Chao Mu felt as if his body had been reborn and he couldn't help but be happy. The clones attacked in unison according to his command, and he smiled, ordering go. The show has just begun. Opposite them, the statue's eyes simultaneously glowed, preparing to meet the coming furious formation. Lu Yanran still stood in the distance, observing every change in Chao Mu's cultivation process, a slight smile playing on his lips as if evaluating, good talent, he'll soon be able to mimic the Dao soldier sword intent technique and create similar clones. But what's going on with his body? It doesn't seem like ordinary martial arts. Suddenly his gaze became fervent, as if he sensed an unusual aura in the distance. A smile touched his lips and he softly said, earlier than I expected. Too late to clear his tracks, Lu Yanran soared into the air, chasing after the aura he had just detected, secretly thinking, second brother, I'll try my best to buy you some time, you must get through this. He didn't forget to arrange rows of beauty statues behind him. They stood directly in front of the tower gate like a sturdy natural barrier, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring filled with battle intent. He looked up and immediately recognized someone descending from the sky. That face was not unfamiliar to him. It was none other than that bald elder from the great Dao sect. The man floated in the air, his face filled with arrogance long unseen. Mortals often say, strict teachers produce excellent students, and it's true. Imprisoned here for 30 years, you still entered the Dao through talent. It seems my judgment back then wasn't bad, but Lu Yanran was unceremonious, his eyes cold, his long sword pointing directly at the opponent, disdainfully saying, my talent is my own, don't try to take credit. A la sword immortal, have no time to cater to your passive-aggressive baldness. As soon as he spoke, his figure shot into the sky like lightning, his sword edge tearing through space, each strike carrying a biting sword chi rushing directly towards his opponent. The sword edge was about to touch the opponent's cheek, but he remained motionless, only letting out a soft chuckle. Not bad, quite imposing, but you lack decades of actual combat experience. You're probably still a bit green. A wave of his hand, a purplish-black light swept forth, sharp as the scythe of death, and he said calmly, even if you've touched the Foundation establishment realm, you're still far from master's level. The move was executed at astonishing speed, like a flash of lightning across 1,000 li. At an almost suffocating distance, Lu Yanran dodged with barely an inch to spare, quickly assessing in his mind, so fast, even stronger than when he captured me 5 years ago. Although he hadn't been hit, the force was powerful enough to sweep away rows of nearby statues, turning them into dust. Lu Yanran landed lightly, facing the bald man's disdainful expression, listening to him scoff. Sword embryo, master has tempered you for years, it wasn't for nothing. A hint of displeasure flashed in Lu Yanran's eyes, and he coldly retorted, constantly talking about being a master, treating everyone in the world as your son, it's truly sickening. He gripped his sword hilt, enunciating each word through clenched teeth. Your passive-aggressive mind is simply a dull sword. After so many years, you're still stuck in the nascent soul stage, making no progress. No wonder this secret realm has nothing of value left. It seems you only dare to show up when it's time to pick up scraps. The bald man was not to be outdone, retorting, this place was originally for disciples to practice, it's of no benefit to me, but the core of this vast formation is my life-bound magic artifact, so of course I must return to reclaim it. Lu Yanran's face instantly darkened, and he bit out, if you retrieve the artifact, what will happen here? He answered without hesitation, fool, it will naturally turn to ashes, becoming nothingness. Then he narrowed his eyes and added, you are no exception, he sneered, his gaze profound. Still clinging to those mortals? You've already stepped onto the immortal path. Why cling to the mortal world? I've said it before. Mortal affairs, women, brothers. Everything is just an obstacle on the path to the sword. It seems master still needs to spend more time teaching you. Enough, the sword in Lu Yanran's hand ignited with emerald green flames, his gaze cold as ice and snow. You lied to me, saying the sect had betrayed me, imprisoned me in this isolated city, and even set a trap for my elder brother to fall into an illusion, all just to test my so-called mortal heart. He gnashed his teeth and cursed. Are you truly sick? This sword immortal was sealed in this hell by you, but it was only because I wanted to find a quiet place to heal. Do you think I'm afraid of you? A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. Second brother killed Dao Shun, the great Dao sect will definitely pursue it. He hadn't gone looking for second brother, which indicated that his true target was. Lu Yanran's eyes suddenly sparkled with calculation, and a plan immediately formed in his mind. If he couldn't confront him head-on, then he would temporarily lure him away to buy time for second brother to break through. He had already tested his strength, now he could only stall for as long as possible. The bald Qingzhou suddenly summoned a short staff exquisitely decorated but utterly useless, and he snarled, a jade not carved is not a utensil. Master is willing to help you become a useful person. Purple flames blazed around him as if transforming into blooming purple lotuses, and he said arrogantly, now I'll show you what true sword Dao is. Immediately after, countless giant swords appeared behind him, each with a majestic aura like the descent of a thunder god, all rushing towards one direction, like lightning, straight at Lu Yanran. He reacted swiftly, his figure continuously flickering, dodging sword after sword that struck like collapsing mountains. But no matter where he dodged, the group of swords seemed to have eyes relentlessly pursuing him, not letting go of an inch of ground where he landed. Qingzuo's voice rang out with a dogmatic tone, disciple, you still have much to learn. In the blink of an eye he landed, approaching step by step. Obey and return to the sect with me. Master will guide you onto the righteous path of the sword. Suddenly the smoke dispersed, revealing a stone statue with the exact same appearance as Lu Yanran. The bald man was startled, a hint of panic flashing across his face. He hadn't expected this move at all. A sword immediately pierced the statue as if tearing through its last disguise. Just then, Lu Yannon shot out like lightning from another corner, his sword edge pointing directly at the opponent, and an angry voice rang out, "I have my own path, why should I crawl through your so-called sword, Dao Quagmire?" His speed and momentum suddenly erupted, his sword strikes like a torrential storm, yet Qingzhou easily blocked them with his short staff. Not forgetting to mock, carving a stone statue as a decoy, all are mere trivial tricks, utterly useless in real combat. Lu Yannon threw another dangerous kick, but it was again easily blocked, and the bald man scoffed, "Learning these unorthodox methods will only make you lose your way in swordsmanship and eventually fall into heterodoxy." He suppressed his anger, interrupting, "Enough nonsense." He attacked with full force, his sword strikes unpredictable, but all were blocked by Qingzhou, as if he knew them by heart. A thought flashed through his mind, "I'm not inferior to him in swordsmanship, but the disparity in strength and magic power is too great. I must seize the initiative to turn the tide." He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning like fire, enunciating each word. "Don't even think about discussing the Tao of the sword in front of me. The orthodox Tao of the sword, HMPH, indeed orthodox." Qingzhou continued to coldly block the sword, his tone dismissive, disdainfully saying, "Do the elaborate tricks of martial artists even deserve to be called the Tao of the sword? With the spiritual energy of heaven and earth depleted now, even entering the Tao through martial arts is hard to surpass. Great Shah, you will sooner or later be just a pawn in this struggle for the Great Gate." The old bald man suddenly brandished his short staff, his expression stern, his voice booming like a bell. "Today's Tao of the sword must return to the Tao of incense, integrate into the truth of the universe, and seek eternal existence. You are a born sword body, you cannot be wasted in the mortal world." Although the person's persuasion sounded somewhat reasonable, Lu Yannon still chose to follow his mother's sacred call. His will was unwavering. Yannon tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, murderous intent gathering in his eyes, unable to make him realize. Qingzhou's face was grim, his chest filled with indignation. "You are stubborn and unyielding. If you continue to make trouble, I will no longer hold back." With a sweep of his staff, hard and cold threads shot out from its tip like iron chains, striking Yannon directly, carrying the murderous aura of the heavenly ladder sword sound. Lu Yannon swiftly retreated, his movements nimble, but everything happened too fast. The threads had already coiled around his wrist, biting down tightly like venomous snakes. He didn't know the nature of these strange tentacles. They suddenly pierced his skin, making his arm tremble with pain. Strange black blood oozed from the wound, evidence of an elusive and sinister sword poison. As Lu Yannon's hands lost all sensation, he collapsed, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fixedly at the enemy before him, filled with resentment. Qingzhou smiled contemptuously, his eyes cold. "Cutting off your arms is merely a small punishment to help you sever your ties with the mortal world and redeem your greater purpose. If you can abandon all attachments including brotherly affection and single-mindedly cultivate the orthodox Tao of the sword with me, I will help you recover your hands. Do you wish to never wield a sword again in this life?" Lu Yannon's eyes burned with fury, his whole body trembling from suppressed rage. "In this life, if I encounter you, there will never be a good outcome. Lu Yannon has been implicated because of you." But the scene of his elder brother carrying him, step by step, down the mountain resurfaced in his mind. Back then his brother was severely injured after slaying a demon. But unlike those in the sect who only offered one-sided judgments, his brother never blamed him for it. Although his talent in the Tao of the sword was unique, if the world couldn't recognize it, it was because they were blind and unable to retain true talent. One day he would re-emerge, reborn like a phoenix from the ashes. Memory took him back to a moment in the isolated city, when he grabbed Mr. Lu's collar and questioned, "How did you get in here?" The man simply replied calmly, "After you disappeared, I searched everywhere and eventually heard some news from a Tao sect disciple." But Lu Yannon immediately interrupted, "Fool, why are you still asking about me now?" A simple remark at the time, but it deeply touched Lu Yannon's heart. Mr. Lu softly said, "You are my younger brother." Precisely because of these past events, he couldn't let his foolish brother venture into danger. Without hesitation, Lu Yannon gritted his teeth around his sword hilt, thinking, "This idiotic brother absolutely cannot die here." With this thought, he immediately rushed forward like lightning, roaring, "Old scoundrel, are you a sword peddler?" More than 30 years ago, Qingzhou relentlessly pursued Lu Yannon, repeatedly coaxing him to join the sect as a disciple. Annoyed, he shouted, "Old scoundrel, stop following me." Qingzhou remained expressionless, incessantly chanting scriptures. "Mortals are ignorant and foolish, daring to accuse you of having a defiling illness, defiling the sect and expelling you from the sect. Now you have aligned yourself with mortal martial arts. Continuing to cultivate this way will only waste your talent. Why not join the Immortal sect and walk the path of the sword with me?" His mouth buzzed like a fly, continuously enticing. "Join the great Tao sect, and even Emperor Yang would respectfully bow to you. The master who expelled you back then would now have to kneel and beg for forgiveness." Lu Yannon glanced at him disdainfully, casually remarking, "Emperor Yang, he's not a beauty. I'm not interested in whether he's respectful or not. Stop following me. I have no interest in these mortal conflicts whatsoever. If you're truly sincere, bring out some portraits of immortal beauties for me to see." Qingzhou immediately widened his eyes, his tone cold. "Desire will harm your body and cloud your mind. You have the body of a sword embryo, how can you fall for such things?" But Lu Yannon remained indifferent, gently waving his hand as if shooing a fly, replying, I think your cultivation is stuck and you're just hoping someone will pave the way for you to continue. Sorry, I'm not that kind of person. I don't readily endorse the so-called virtues of your great Tao sect. Did you hear me? Get lost. When Lu Yan'an returned, Lu Yanbei was already waiting outside the door asking, Yan'an, where have you been? I heard that the top 10 in the world are currently engaged in a life and death challenge. He was clearly worried, fearing that Yan'an might impulsively accept the challenge while his injuries were not yet healed. Your injuries are not yet healed, do not accept the challenge on impulse. Lu Yan'an calmly replied, his voice as steady as the wind. In your eyes, am I still among the top 10 in the world? Then he just smiled, a hint of bitterness in his grin. I am now merely a good-for-nothing obsessed with women, wandering everywhere, expelled from my sect. My former reputation is now a laughingstock. It seems the fate of a lone star is indeed true. At that moment, Lu Yan'an suddenly turned and blamed his elder brother. His words filled with resentment. Father never loved me since childhood, mother never cared. And elder brother, why couldn't you just live a life of wealth and luxury with father but instead chose to follow me, a sickly person? Hearing this, Lu Yanbei angrily threw a punch at him, his voice thundering. You're talking nonsense. Haven't I been the one who raised you since childhood? What's the point of saying things you don't even want to hear yourself? Don't I know whether you're sick or not? Ignoring the surrounding danger, Lu Yanbei continued, his voice low and firm. You went down the mountain to slay demons and were seriously injured, barely escaping with your life. But I'm not like those short-sighted people in your sect. They couldn't see the truth at all and were quick to slander you. My brother is extraordinarily talented, with unparalleled skill in the Tao of the sword. They failed to recognize talent because they were short-sighted and narrow-minded, missing out on a true genius. He adamantly believed that one day Yan'an would rise again, reborn from the ashes. At that moment, Lu Yan'an clenched his fists, his heart turbulent. I said I didn't want to get involved in those matters, so why do you still pretend to understand me, and why do you still place your hopes on me? I don't want to be the best in the world. I don't want to interfere in worldly affairs. I practice swordplay simply because I enjoy it. Why should my life be decided by others? While talking with Qingzhou on the street, the man smiled slightly as if seeing through everything. Lu Yan'an, fame and fortune are mere illusions to you. You are born for the path of immortality. I understand now. What obstructs you is not desire. But the man's mouth curved into a smile, as if touching his deepest weakness. Your elder brother. Lu Yan'an immediately whirled around, his tone somewhat urgent. What, are you going to change tactics, planning to threaten me with my elder brother? Qingzhou chuckled softly, seeing that he had been caught by his weakness. You are too easy to read. You don't hide anything at all, but rest assured I won't take his life. Being alive is always more useful than being dead, isn't it? But for someone as cunning as Qingzhou, not killing was irrelevant. As long as he could ruin the other party's reputation and integrity, it was already a fatal blow. You may not care, but he is not dead yet. Lu Yan'an's eyes widened, burning with fury. Since that's the case, you're no longer hiding it. My expulsion from the sect was all you're doing behind the scenes. Qingzhou merely smiled like a Taoist, his words sounding as if he were performing a heavenly decree. I am helping you, severing mortal ties, stepping towards immortal cultivation, achieving eternal life. The only thing restraining you now is your elder brother. If he is also severed, you can forever focus on the Tao of the sword. Isn't that what you desire? Lu Yan'an was furious, roaring like thunder. Old scoundrel, are you asking for a beating? Have you gone mad from reading novels? Is it still fashionable to treat good people as villains? You've ruined me like this, and you still want me to cultivate immortality with you? This hatred is enough for me to strike you 800 times with a sword and still not quell the anger in my heart. From nearby, Lu Yanbei suddenly walked over and called out, Yan'an. Qingzhou's mouth suddenly curved into a half-smile, an evil glint in his eye. Yan'an immediately felt uneasy, asking vigilantly, what trick are you playing now? At that moment, Lu Yanbei walked over. Somewhat confused by the unfamiliar surroundings, standing on the crowded street, he looked around in bewilderment, not seeing a single familiar face. Yan'an, why have you disappeared? That's strange. Where is he? He didn't understand where this place was, only feeling himself continuously falling into a bottomless dark abyss. Lu Yan'an cursed under his breath. Damn it, Lu Yanbei, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have accepted joining the Immortal sect long ago. But if I really had joined, I probably would have had to listen to you lecture until my ears bled for the rest of my life. At the same time, he also mocked himself inwardly. You're truly unlucky to have a younger brother like me, and I'm equally unlucky to be associated with you. I hope I never have to deal with your kind of trouble again in this life. In stark contrast to that heavy atmosphere, one day, Lu Yan'an pushed open his door and muttered, no more wine. Xiaomei, I'm going to buy another jar and continue drinking. Unexpectedly, he happened to meet Lu Yanbei again. Lu Yan'an froze, his eyes wide. Why are you here? Lu Yanbei was ecstatic. I finally found you. How are your injuries? Why did you come here? Lu Yan'an immediately grabbed his elder brother's collar and loudly asked, how did you get in? Lu Yanbei replied awkwardly. After you suddenly disappeared, I inquired everywhere for news. Finally, I heard some clues from a disciple of the great Tao sect. Hearing this, Lu Yan'an immediately flared up in anger, cursing, idiot, why are you looking for me? But in his heart, he was secretly uneasy. This must be that old scoundrel's scheme, otherwise how would an ordinary disciple know where I was hiding? Why did he suddenly bring Lu Yanbei here? What does he want? Could it be that he discovered I had entered the Foundation establishment realm and planned to deal with my elder brother? Just then, Lu Yanbei gripped his shoulder tightly, his tone as firm as iron. No matter what, you are my younger brother. Lu Yanran froze for a moment, his heart suddenly overwhelmed by a chaotic tide. He immediately turned away, avoiding his elder brother's gaze, a hint of sorrow flashing across his face, muttering under his breath, silently thinking, "Why doesn't this guy abandon me like everyone else? Why does he still value me so much?" When his consciousness returned to reality, Lu Yanran silently gritted his teeth around his sword hilt, his eyes as cold as frost. Ignoring his battle-scarred body, he rushed forward like an arrow, roaring, "Old scoundrel, you are truly a despicable villain." Qingzhou calmly raised his staff to block the attack, muttering, "Foolish. No matter how glorious you once were, in the end, you are but a chess piece in my hand." He swung his staff in counterattack, its tip shooting out iron wires as sharp as blades. "What more can a half-crippled person like you do?" Each move was cruel and relentless. Lu Yanran's body was covered in deep wounds, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered, thinking, just a little longer, just a little longer. Even with bone-deep pain, he shed not a single tear, his eyes filled only with hatred and unyielding will. Before, Liu Yanbei always stood in front of him to protect him. This time he had to at least stand up for his elder brother himself. Lu Yanran charged forward again, unable to disappoint the only person who trusted him. The battle ended in chaotic smoke and dust, everything becoming blurred. When the smoke cleared, Lu Yanran's body had fallen, lying motionless on the ground, utterly exhausted. Qingzhou walked over, resting his staff on his shoulder, his tone a mix of regret and mockery. "Disciple, why do you torment your body so? This master's heart aches." Lu Yanran gasped, his voice hoarse. "Is that so? Why does it sound so enjoyable?" Qingzhou frowned slightly, his tone heavy. "Your tongue is still sharp as it was back then, but in the end, didn't you still obediently listen?" Lu Yanran gently curved his lips, revealing a tired smile. "Yes, old scoundrel, I don't remember how long it's been since I fought such a life-and-death battle. I always say others' affairs are none of my business, but in the end I'm still dragged into them. Why did I waste 30 years trapped on that stone pillar?" He murmured to himself, 30 years, neither long nor short, enough to be half a lifetime for others. "I am known as Sword Immortal Banished, the number one in the world, but for so many years I have never truly won. I never triumphed over my elder brother in front of my parents, never triumphed over the malicious rumors in my sect, never triumphed over the martial sage, never triumphed over Qingzuo's damned imprint, and most importantly, I never triumphed over myself, never triumphed over the life I once wanted to abandon." Just then, behind Qingzhou, a gaze as sharp as a sword flashed. It was Chao Mu. Lu Yanran instantly sobered, his eyes gleaming with hope. It was finally time to break through the city, second brother. From behind Chao Mu, he suddenly unleashed a newly practiced ultimate technique. Its power was not yet refined, but it already exuded a chilling, murderous aura. That move was the heaven-slaying, sword-drawing art. A single sword strike seemed capable of splitting clouds and tearing the void. It was only by a hair's breadth that the sword edge missed Qingzuo's figure, but the opponent reacted incredibly fast, deflecting the attack in the nick of time. A violent tremor erupted between them. Smoke and dust billowed and sounds like thunder rumbled. Outside the battle circle, Lu Yanran observed silently, unable to hide his regret, for victory and defeat were separated by only a fine line. As the smoke gradually cleared, Qingzuo's figure still stood tall and unyielding, without a single scratch on his body, not even a drop of blood. He turned his head, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes, and hissed in a low voice, seeking death. He brandished his staff, and 3 red threads shot out like 3 poisonous snakes, striking directly at Chao Mu, mercilessly piercing his body. Chao Mu was suspended in midair, and Qingzhou calmly lectured, "Lu Yanran, though immortals and mortals walk different paths, what good is a mortal's desperate struggle? Have you not understood this after all these years?" With that, he indifferently waved his hand, tossing Chao Mu's corpse aside like useless garbage. Then his gaze turned to Lu Yanran. He smiled faintly. "The more bravely you fight, the more it resembles a play on the immortal stage. Lu Yanran, do you want to be a mere actor forever, or break free and pursue eternal life?" However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than Qingzhou turned and found that Lu Yanran, the person who was standing there just moments ago, had vanished. Even stranger, Chao Mu's corpse from earlier had also disappeared without a trace, leaving only an empty void. Qingzhou paused, but a playful glint appeared in his eyes. "Oh, to disappear silently right under my nose. What exactly is this kid's background?" He smiled faintly, confident that everything was still under control. "Even if you escape, you won't get out of my grasp in this vast 100-mile desert. It's fine to play this cat-and-mouse game a little longer." In another location, Chao Mu was struggling to escape with Lu Yanran, muttering to himself as if blaming himself. "I didn't expect second brother to still have this kind of trick up his sleeve." Then he explained, "I have a little cat that lives in my shadow. It's very good at hiding, but if it wants to hide from me, it can only be temporary." Taking advantage of Qingzuo's distraction, Wucheng pulled them into the darkness. Chao Mu softly reminded, "But he'll soon find out. We must run far as possible." While running, he tried to steady Lu Yanran's body. "Find a safe place and I'll treat your injuries. Just hold on a little longer." Lu Yanran endured the severe pain, nodding gratefully. "Thank you, second brother." Stopping in the darkness created by Wucheng, Chao Mu hastily checked his brother's injuries, his gaze serious. "Has your swordsmanship already failed? You can't even break that old scoundrel's defense." Chao Mu used myriad flesh transformation to check his physical condition. Lu Yanran was clearly in a weakened state. His vital energy hasn't recovered, yet he dared to risk his life fighting that old hag. Truly fearless of death, he looked at Lu Yanran, his eyes filled with doubt. Didn't you say you had a 20% chance of winning? You weren't tricking me, were you? Lu Yannon replied calmly as a mountain. Of course not, but everything in the world comes with a price. Lu Yannon's eyes burned with resolute fire, slowly looking at Chao Mu. Then how much are you willing to pay? Chao Mu immediately revealed a triumphant smile, his tone bold and full of pride. Although we haven't known each other long, you must know that we are never greedy for life or afraid of death. If you need me to charge into battle to fight. Enough talk, I have 2 quite useful subordinates. If you really need my life to sacrifice to the sword, just take it, don't be polite. Lu Yannon listened and couldn't help but praise in his heart. How many people in the world possess such resolve? He tilted his head, deliberately teasing. Where are these 2 subordinates? Are they flesh clones? One is you, the other is also you. Chao Mu was startled. How did you know? Lu Yannon smiled slightly, as if it were the most obvious thing not difficult to discover. He slowly continued, his eyes still calm as lake water. Second brother, you're overthinking. Your life is not needed to sacrifice to the sword. My sword can slay the heroes of the mortal world. But a mortal's martial artist's sword is insufficient to enter the immortal Tao. Chao Mu was somewhat confused, asking himself, is there really no strategy left? Seeing you so severely depleted of vital energy, should I transfer my qi and blood to you? Lu Yannon immediately shook his head. Your qi and blood are not from the blood sect, you cannot simply transfer it to me. Then he asked, Second brother, to what extent have you comprehended the heaven-slaying sword-drawing art? Chao Mu replied, when I fought with the beauties around you, I seem to have gained some understanding of sword intent. A golden symbol suddenly appeared on Chao Mu's forehead, shining brightly like a nebula. Lu Yannon couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect you to have already grasped the profound mystery of slaying me. With your talent, that's enough, but Chao Mu looked bewildered. Wait, slay me? What's that? Lu Yannon then explained. In our battle, I realized one thing. The core of the Secret Realm's formation is actually Qingzuo's life-bound magic artifact. If he retrieves it, the entire Secret Realm will be reduced to dust and everyone inside will perish. Chao Mu suddenly understood and asked in a low voice, you mean if we can force him to activate his protective magic artifact prematurely, he won't have time to retrieve the Secret Realm? Lu Yannon nodded in confirmation. Exactly, this way, not only can the Secret Realm be destroyed, but the isolated city can also be saved. Lu Yannon slowly closed his eyes, a faint blue light gradually emanating from his body, and then he solemnly declared, the next step is up to you, second brother. The rays of light bursting from him were fierce and scorching, illuminating the entire space like a bright skeleton covering the night sky. Chao Mu stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the wondrous sight before him, an inexpressible feeling surging in his heart. Just then, Lu Yannon's body began to dissipate as if transforming from human form into an artifact. A green sword appeared in that light, and his calm voice echoed, A mortal's sword cannot slay an immortal. If you wish to win in this game, you must use extraordinary means, he continued, when you face Qingzhou. I will guide you to correctly unleash the true form of the heaven-slaying sword-drawing art, seeking a sliver of hope amidst 1,000 paths to death. Chao Mu looked up at the emerald green sword and softly said, So the price you spoke of was yourself. The sword's edge gently fell, shimmering with a strange light before him. I am a banished sword immortal of the mortal world. Today I transform my mortal body into a sword's bone. From that moment on, the two were connected in a life and death bond, as if 2 battle souls had merged into one. If they failed, they would perish together with no turning back. In the isolated city, the sky was suddenly torn apart by a winding purple light like a dragon. On the roof of a dilapidated building, Chao Mu was already in position, holding the green sword, which was Lu Yannon's transformation. Qingzhou appeared shortly after, looking down with icy eyes, and asked, quite bold to appear alone, where is Lu Yannon? Lu Yannon's voice came not from a person, but from the sword in Chao Mu's hand. Your father is right here. As soon as this voice echoed from the sword, the air trembled, as if someone had struck a mournful ancient bell. Qingzhuo's mouth gaped open in astonishment, and he stammered, Lu Yannon, how could you become like this? He clutched his head, roaring in pain like a madman. The path to eternal life, you abandoned it, instead wasting your talent transforming your body into a sword. What kind of evil path is this? I used this entire isolated city as your training ground, sharpening your character for 30 years, only to be betrayed by you at the city gates. He almost couldn't believe his eyes and said in despair, Come back to the sect with me immediately. I will implore the sect's great powers to help you reshape your physical body. Chao Mu scoffed, interjecting, Old man, he's already told you he doesn't want to be entangled with you, yet you still force him. What if he cultivates immortality? He willingly embarked on the path of the sword, transcending life and death. He hasn't signed any life and death contract with you great powers, so why should he be bound by you? Lu Yannon, from within the sword, echoed, As expected of second brother, you understand me too well. Qingzhou trembled with rage, uttering each word furiously. The sect master of our sect is one of the few surviving divine transformation Tao sovereigns in the heavenly hall. The path to eternal life can only be attained through the 9 great immortal sects, while the so-called mortal martial path is nothing but a dead end, with no possibility of attaining immortality. He narrowed his eyes, a scornful smile on his lips. Those rogue cultivators and minor sects are merely clinging to outdated practices. Even with high cultivation, they cannot last long in these turbulent times. If you two are sensible, I can still bring you back to the sect and give you a chance to embark on the path to eternal life. Chao Mu slowly stood up, his voice as indifferent as an early autumn breeze. That sounds very noble. He raised the green sword in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Your so-called eternal life. Why must it be built upon the trampling of other people's lives?" Qingzuo's arrogance seemed to be pierced, his face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "Since you won't listen, then let's both be buried in this isolated city." As soon as his words fell, he lunged forward with his sword, but the resplendent green blade in Chao Emu's hand seemed to be ready, softly deflecting his attack like a mountain breeze brushing a cliff, effortlessly neutralizing all of the opponent's moves. The sky above suddenly turned pitch black, as if an invisible hand was pulling down the night, engulfing the entire isolated city. In the distance, Hai Saiyuan and Lu Yanbei looked at the sky, their faces etched with worry. They couldn't help but wonder, why would someone like the Chao family be willing to sacrifice everything for a stranger? In the center of the battle zone, Chao Mu and Qingzhou fiercely clashed, their sword chi and spiritual energy colliding like thunder and lightning tearing through the sky. Qingzhou continuously attacked, while Chao Mu focused on defense, neither of them giving their all, as if testing each other. Blades intertwined, their gazes met amidst the dust, both filled with unwavering confidence. With a fierce collision, both were knocked back, sending a tremor across the rooftops of the isolated city. The wooden staff in Qingzuo's hand trembled slightly, and he lowered his head, muttering, "Impossible, even a first-grade martial artist shouldn't be able to contend with a nascent soul-stage cultivator like me for so long." Just then, Lu Yan'an from within the sword spoke triumphantly. "Surprised, old man, don't joke around, this is top-notch stuff," he continued proudly. "The court dividing martial artist grades into 3, 6, 9 tiers is just to mimic the 9-grade official system, for ease of management and salaries. But how can the martial path be limited by mortal rules?" Chao Mu, listening nearby, felt his heart surge and added, "The limit of the martial path is meant to be surpassed. Once a martial artist on their path of cultivation transcends all limitations, they become an extraordinary being." Qingzuo's face was cold and he slowly replied, "I don't care about extraordinary beings at all, Lu Yan'an. You transforming into a sword indeed helped a spirit-refining martial artist unleash extraordinary power." "I admit that," however, a sneer played on his lips with contempt in his eyes. "Nevertheless, that fellow isn't a true extraordinary being. There's still an uncrossable chasm between you and him." With that, Qingzhou suddenly leapt into the air, his figure streaking across the sky like lightning. In midair he carved a strange symbol, that ancient incantation emanating an eerie and evil spiritual glow. A gust of wind suddenly picked up, sand and stones flying as if a natural disaster had descended upon this barren, isolated city. Dense dust obscured vision, everything blurry like falling into a dream. The city gate of the isolated city shook violently, bricks and tiles seemingly about to fall off at any moment, signaling the imminent collapse. Chao Mu immediately raised his hand to shield his eyes, his gaze piercing through the sand. Not good. He wants to forcibly retrieve the secret realm, Lu Yan'an. Now a sword reminded him. "It's bad if he retrieves the secret realm now. Second brother, stop holding back. Even if your chi and blood are abundant, you can't withstand this consumption." Lu Yan'an's soul glowed and he transmitted with determination. "Heaven-slaying sword-drawing art can only be used once. It requires both of us to be of one mind, pouring all our strength into a single strike." Chao Mu laughed. "One mind sounds profound, but how do we achieve it?" Qingzhou, looking down from high in the sky, his voice like a hammer striking the heart. "Stop wasting your effort. For 40 years there have been precedents of mortals using their flesh and blood to resist immortal techniques, but they all died. Saving the isolated city is merely self-deception under the guise of chivalry." He continuously uttered malicious words like psychological warfare. "No one outside Jojo knows you're still alive. These sacrifices seem great, but now it appears to be nothing more than futile struggles in an already destined tragedy." Chao Mu remained silent, murderous intent burning like fire. "Are you saying that the lives and deaths of others are solely determined by you? For 40 years they fell precisely to fight for a chance to live." The sword in his hand emitted a brilliant golden light and his voice was filled with power. "If there were no pioneers to pave the way with their blood, how would we dare to embark on this path?" A sword light flashed, drawing a perfect arc in the air. The heaven-slaying sword-drawing art was truly unleashed. That sword light shot straight towards Qingzhou. He still stood motionless, arrogance in his eyes. "This distance, how could it hit me?" But in an instant his face changed dramatically. That sword chi still sped towards him like lightning, exceeding his calculations. Can a martial artist really unleash sword chi dozens of feet long? Only now did Qingzhou suddenly realize that this power had surpassed the ordinary. He quickly brought his 2 fingers together, rapidly chanted a spell, attempting to construct a body-protecting barrier. In that brief moment, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, shaking the dark clouds and the ground beneath their feet. As the smoke and dust dissipated, Chao Mu's figure still stood tall in the center of the battlefield. A faint smile graced his face, not from pride, but simply stating, "Success." Lu Yan'an whispered, "Second brother, your chi and blood consumption is too great." A pillar of light descended from the sky and Chao Mu's figure appeared with it, followed by a familiar voice which Chao Mu immediately recognized as Ding Shen. In the sky, Qingzhou reappeared, a large bell rich with spiritual energy suspended behind him. He sneered, "I didn't expect to be forced to use my life-bound artifact for protection. It seems you have some tricks, but the game ends here." Qingzhou frowned, a look of disdain on his face, uttering harsh words. "Do you think forcing me to retrieve my artifact will leave me helpless? Those entry-level spells are mere parlor tricks to me." A dark energy emanated from him, sending everyone into a panic, wanting to flee. But his immature parlor tricks were nothing but a clumsy joke. The isolated city model instantly shrank like a toy held in his hand. He laughed heartily, his voice arrogant. These ignorant little soldiers, open your eyes and see clearly. What is a mortal before a true immortal but an ant? A single palm strike is enough to crush them. As soon as his words fell, he clenched the isolated city model tightly, and Chao Emu's angry roar echoed like thunder. Facing such brutality, he immediately drew his sword, his body ready for battle. He instantly entered the heavenly demonic incineration state, loudly calling out, "Lu Yanan, second brother." Lu Yanan immediately appeared, his face changing dramatically, his tone filled with worry. "Your chi and blood are already depleted. Forcibly casting spells now will likely lead to self-destruction. Moreover, our minds are not in sync, making it impossible to fully unleash the power of the heaven-slaying sword-drawing art." However, Chao Mu remained tense, every vein seemingly about to burst. If they couldn't be of one mind, then he would trade his life for victory. "Whether it's my chi and blood or my life, take it if it can slay that extraordinary being." Chao Mu's words were like an oath. At that moment, Chao Mu unleashed his full potential, his eyes shining with light, fighting not for death, but for the aging lives in the city, to pave a righteous path for them. Lu Yanan stood by, silent, every word from the other party striking his heart like a heavy hammer, astonishing him. Qingzhou laughed heartily, his tone a mix of mockery and admiration. "Such spirit, even I am impressed, truly a hero of JoJo, but alas, your talent is misplaced." With that, he suddenly crushed the isolated city model and said nonchalantly, "Only when I clear all obstacles can you see the path ahead." Suddenly, in his clenched hand, a few faint blood-red lights appeared. From that crack, a blurry fissure shimmered, as if opening a passage for an unknown power. A powerful blue light suddenly erupted, completely scattering the purple light emanating from Qingzhou. That blue light, like a torrential storm, swept through the entire space, encircling Chao Mu's body as if it had been lying in wait. It intertwined with the red lightning flashing in Chao Mu's eyes, forming a peculiar synergistic field. In this chaos, Chao Mu gripped his long sword, his eyes resolute, as if a tacit understanding had been reached between the two. Witnessing this, Qingzhou's eyes widened, and his wild laughter echoed like thunder. "Lu Yanan, you were once a carefree wanderer, yet in the end you transformed into a mortal guardian of the Tao and a savior. Truly unpredictable. You would even burn your divine soul with this boy, sacrificing it to the sword. Do you truly not care for your life?" Qingzhou's mind was filled with chaotic sounds, his sanity tumultuous like a tsunami. He secretly felt alarmed. "Merely by sword intent he could break my immobilization spell. Perhaps in 10,000 years there won't be another person who can reach the peak of the sword Tao." He gritted his teeth. "I have made up my mind. I must take these people back to the sect and force them to join my immortal sect." Chao Mu straightened his body, his gaze sincere and bright like a mirror reflecting his inner self. His momentum was magnificent, and he stomped fiercely, soaring into the sky like a fish leaping over the dragon gate, directly charging towards Qingzhou. Just then he fiercely rushed towards the sturdy tortoise-shell-like shield. Chao Mu wielded the sword in his hand, a mischievous childlike smile on his lips, blurting out, "Daydreaming old monster." Without hesitation he swung his sword down, coldly declaring, "Extraordinary being, your end is here." The sword chi was sharp as a blade, tearing through the air, and the sword light, like the creation of heaven and earth, struck directly at the ground, emitting an earth-shattering roar. Qingzhou hastily took out his large spirit bell, using it as a shield to protect himself. However, the power of that sword strike far exceeded imagination. The giant bell began to crack as if emitting a cry for help on the other side. Chao Mu and Lu Yanan both fought with all their might. Chao Mu's black hair instantly turned snow-white from overexertion, like morning frost. The sound of golden energy colliding with the great bell was like thunder, its aftershocks spreading through the air. Chao Mu swayed, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was due to the immense recoil. The sword chi finally paused, but looking at the bell, everyone knew that one more strike would shatter it to pieces. Inside the bell, Qingzhou, who was protecting himself, laughed triumphantly, muttering, "Heaven's will is heaven's will. This is the fatal weakness of martial artists." His gaze swept over Chao Mu's slender figure. Then he burst into laughter. "Chi and blood exhausted, your fate ends here." With a mocking and scathing expression he said, "Want to slay immortals and break the city? Don't even think about it in this lifetime." Suddenly, a rapid drumming sound echoed through the space like thunder. That sound startled everyone, even Chao Mu, who gasped for breath, turning around with a look of shock in his eyes. The ancient drumbeat struck the souls of the living. A solemn army marched from the city, their drumming intertwining with their blazing momentum, greatly boosting overall morale. The sound resonated endlessly, as if transmitting courage and strength to every warrior. Leading this army is a familiar figure. "Anxi army, you've arrived at the perfect time, like saviors descending." Lu Yanan looked over in surprise, then turned to Chao Mu and both exclaimed in unison, "Li Cheng, is that General Li? Has his soul not been taken yet?" Figures in golden armor appeared like stars in the night sky. The light emanating from them was exceptionally brilliant, and Qingzhou paused, a hint of unease on his face. "Impossible. Those are residual souls." "No, that's residual vow power. How can there be such powerful vow power? The isolated city clearly offered sacrifices to immortals, so why is there still so much residual power?" He dared not hesitate any longer, and immediately swung the wooden staff in his hand, roaring wildly like a madman. "These vow powers must not be used by martial artists. The secret of the isolated city must not be leaked. All of you must be annihilated, not a single one left." Li Cheng's vow power was abundant. He raised his hand and led the army, roaring, "Brothers, charge, annihilate them!" The entire army surged with momentum, obeying his command, rushing towards Qingzhou like a flood. Seeing this, Qingzhou immediately summoned ferocious sword intent and the great spirit bell to protect himself, laughing arrogantly. "Mere residual souls daring to dream of resisting my Xuanmen immortal techniques." A storm raged fiercely. Sand and dust filled the sky, the scene utterly chaotic. Amidst this chaos, a golden light from who knows where entangled his sword intent as if to devour the evil blade. It turned out that power emanated from Chao Mu and Lu Yanan, two figures merging into one in the night sky. Heaven-slaying sword-drawing art predestined, could only be unleashed when two hearts were united in purpose. Now this was the embodiment of the shared belief of 100,000 soldiers. Vow power unified, sword intent formed. Chao Mu struck like a thunderbolt descending from the heavens, his eyes firm and unyielding, his belief never wavering. The Yangtze army charged as the vanguard, their roars like war drums. This battle must be victorious. Chao Mu's golden sword, light like a shooting star, pierced the great spirit bell, that shield once considered indestructible by Qingzhou. In an instant, the bell that had allowed him to stand proud cracked, then shattered completely, like the fading illusion of a hegemon's dream. Immediately after, the sword's edge, carrying immense power, continued forward, and the silhouette of death gradually appeared. All he could say was, "Impossible." The last barrier around him, which he had thought to be an impenetrable defense, also could not escape its fate, shattering like rotten paper. When that barrier dissipated, the sky seemed to be cleansed, becoming azure and serene, just as it was in the beginning. Below, the surviving soldiers looked up, their eyes gleaming, astonished by this miraculous sight. Was everything truly over? Yangtze City, this tragic birthplace, also gradually collapsed like a curtain drawing to a close, yet miraculously, everyone in the city was safe and sound. A burst of cheers, joy erupted. "We're out." From somewhere, old letters were delivered into everyone's hands. Each letter was like a returned fragment of a soul. Then, from nowhere, warhorses galloped in, as majestic as messengers from heaven. The warriors who had been buried in Yangtze City silently mounted their warhorses, their eyes profound as if they had just returned from another world. They rode their horses, calmly leaving step by step, returning to their hometowns, no longer fallen soldiers, but heroes returning with good news. Each person personally handed the old letters to their relatives of old, fulfilling promises that had never been realized. "Has my son grown so much?" A mother's choked voice. The longing accumulated over 40 long years. The longing of the old soldiers who had poured all their spiritual energy into guarding their homes in the isolated city. The souls of the brothers who had rested beneath the stone stels now returned to peace, the sound of playful banter echoing in their ears. "You little rascal, you're so competitive. You even compete in death?" "Brother Zhang, long time no see." In the final moment, the power of vows converged, shaking heaven and earth, achieving the brilliant feat of a single sword strike, slaying an immortal. "Has my little brother truly grown up? Is the High family really? You scoundrel, remember to take good care of our parents. Our siblings and parents have always been waiting for you to return." In another quiet part of the city, Madame Li still stood guard, her gaze deep, filled with endless faith. When Li Cheng, clad in shining silver armor, returned on horseback and stopped before her, he gently said, "My dear wife, I've kept you waiting." Madame Li silently averted her gaze as if to engrave his image deeply into her heart, her happiness undeniable, tears rolling down her cheeks as she choked out, "Husband, congratulations on your triumphant return." That night, the people of Angziguan had a sweet dream. In their dream, they saw the person they dared not even think of while awake, and dreamed of a coming era of peace and prosperity. While the entire city was immersed in dreams of tranquility, in another place, a life and death battle was still quietly unfolding. Chao Mu was battling his depleted qi and blood, a feeling like water flowing out of control. Lu Yanan and Hai Sayuan rushed forward, earnestly calling out, "Hero, please hold on, we'll take you to a divine doctor. Old Chao has already sacrificed once for the isolated city. We absolutely cannot lose another hero." Chao. But in Chao Mu's ears, everything was just a blurry echo. He couldn't hear anything, only struggling to grasp the last shred of consciousness, telling himself, "Hold on, don't fall." The system coldly signaled, "Qi and blood only 6. Warning, 1 revival attempt remaining, entering stagnation." "Host, please be aware." His eyes gradually closed and he whispered to himself, "This might be the most valuable death I've ever experienced. How is Lu Yanan doing now? This is my first time running out of revival time before refreshing. It's a bit careless. But what happens if they all run out? Can I still play? It's strange. This time it's different from before. There's no resentment, no regret, not even fear. Is it because I've died too many times and gotten used to it?" The system continued to broadcast. Qi and blood dropped to 1. In a blurry space, a familiar figure began to gradually materialize, as hazy as skeletal smoke. Chao Mu clenched his fists, his body moving as if instinctively practicing martial arts. His initial gaze was empty and lifeless, but a few seconds later his eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he suddenly woke up like someone escaping a nightmare. He looked down at his hands, tilted his head, and murmured, "Ah, alive again?" Chao Mu looked around. The scene before him was unfamiliar, no longer the isolated city, and an indescribable unease surged in his heart. Where is this? This isn't the familiar revival point. Something's not right. Just then, the scenes of his past arduous training replayed in his mind like a rewinding film. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he finally realized what he had overlooked. That's right, I remember now. Every time I die, the system pulls me into this space to practice martial arts until a certain time passes, then releases me back to the outside world. So these skill points are all earned through my hard work and cultivation. The system merely opens the memory valve, allowing me to recall the skills I once mastered. Chao Mu looked up and reached out to sense. He saw a giant emerald green glowing lock suspended in midair. Seeing the longevity lock proves that I am currently in the revival stage, he thought to himself, his footsteps light as he trod on the illusory spatial floor. As he walked, he pondered, what exactly is this place? Is it a sort of time chamber, a place where time flows differently inside and out? No, if that were the case, I couldn't have completely forgotten it before. This also doesn't fit the logic of practicing after revival but not remembering it. He stopped, a hypothesis popping into his mind. Is this just a dream? He looked up at the longevity lock again, his gaze suddenly clear. That's right, it's a dream. After I die, the system reshapes my body and my consciousness is pulled in here. No wonder my memories are intermittent, appearing from time to time. I didn't notice this before because my level was too low to self-awaken. Now, in the spirit refining realm, everything has become clear. The dream can now be perceived like reality, but if this is a dream, then what about the so-called death assessment grade? He looked up and saw a red vortex suspended in midair. That might be the dream grading tool. According to this deduction, the higher the death assessment, the deeper the dream layer one enters after death, meaning greater challenges and more benefits. Just then, a chain on the longevity lock suddenly exploded with a deafening sound. The system appeared, its voice cold but carrying astonishing news. Congratulations, host, for achieving an S-rank death assessment for the second time. System upgraded to version 3.0. This death S-rank heaven-slaying sword-drawing art. The isolated city has seen dawn, current chi and blood status 21. After the second chain shattered, death rewards increased fivefold. In addition, extra reward, temporary cultivation method or rapid skill enhancement. Host's conjecture about the dream space is completely correct. Subsequently, the system continued to broadcast in a cold tone. Time remaining to leave the dream, 40 years. Chao Mu could hardly believe his ears. His eyes fixed on the interface. 40 years? You're making me dream for 40 years? Is this a reward or a disguised punishment? The system was very calm, replying as if giving a lecture. To help the host better understand, the system will provide a vivid explanation. System 1.0 has followed one principle from the beginning. To significantly enhance the host's abilities, a portion of lifespan needs to be consumed. The dream space is used to perfect the upgrade process. Therefore, from the first time, the system has deducted lifespan. Regardless of the strength of the opponent, the host can temporarily reach the corresponding level by consuming it. The system continued to elaborate on its 2.0 version levels. In 2.0, all attributes are doubled, from the duration of time in the illusionary world to the efficiency of evolution, and without the cost of lifespan. Overall ability growth will be quantified as skill points for the individual to use freely. Chao Mu understood why the system no longer displayed his remaining lifespan. So that's how it is. Not only that, the system then affirmed, in version 3.0 the time in the dream has reached 5 times that of version 1.0. A B-rank death now corresponds to an S-rank in version 1.0. The host can not only fully retain dream memories but also fully replicate all realms obtained in the dream into the body upon revival. Additional rewards will also be converted into skill points for the host to freely allocate. Chao Mu's face contorted, a sense of grievance welling up. You're so generous. Such precious time just given away for free, who would dare accept it? The system gently advised again. Actual lifespan consumption will only occur when the host forcibly upgrades beyond the 3.0 threshold. However, once done, the deducted amount will be extremely large. Although the system has opened the appeal authority for the host, the failure rate is as high as 95, so the host is sincerely advised to think twice. Chao Mu was dumbfounded, muttering to himself, this system indeed gave me so-called longevity, but in reality it's only a relative kind of longevity. It's limited to the 100-year lifespan of ordinary people. Under the shining sun, Chao Mu looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, in this place my time is longer than heaven and earth, as if awakened by a bucket of cold water. Chao Mu gradually calmed down and carefully pondered. Don't I have a day that lasts 120 hours? How many people dream of that? So from now on he could completely transform 100 years of real-world life into 10,000 long years in a dream, but he kept scratching his ears. What's the next problem? How do I wake up from here? He cried out in despair, his voice filled with distress. Am I going to cultivate arduously in a dream for 40 years? I'm a human, not a horse. At least give me a decent place to live. As soon as he spoke, as if the universe had heard his heart, a dwelling suddenly appeared before him, as if falling from the sky. As he stepped through the door, Chao Mu's gaze swept around as if he had stumbled into a strange world. He was shocked to find that as soon as he thought of a house, it immediately appeared before him. Not only that, it was a place he had seen before. From the Qingyun Temple in the small county town of Haiyang Prefecture, to Angziguan and even the secluded village where he first met Shire, everything was reproduced perfectly. A sly smile appeared on his lips as if he had comprehended some profound truth. So this is a dream, and I am the master of this dream. Whatever I want, this place will change accordingly. As soon as he spoke, Chao Mu waved his hand and shouted, "Grant me 100 top-tier cultivation methods that no one has ever seen before." However, for a long time only a gentle breeze rustled, not a single secret manual descended, not even a piece of paper. He sighed helplessly and walked in. "It seems this place can only recreate things that have left a memory, so how long will I be trapped here? A stroll would be good." As he wandered, he saw several shadowy figures in the room. Upon closer inspection, he found they were not real people, but several oddly shaped statues, their faces distorted as if painted by a drunken artist. Chao Mu squinted. "Aren't these Wang Songyi's subordinates? Probably because my impression of them is too vague, that's why they formed these grotesque images. If I could remember someone more clearly, could I perfectly reproduce them?" Thinking this, he immediately placed his hand beside his temple, regulating his breath and gathering strength, preparing to unleash his self-created ultimate technique. Imagining his abused sister, in an instant his eyes sparkled with light like searchlights in the night, and a woman's figure slowly emerged as if painted by bone smoke. He blurted out, "There it is." Got it. From her figure to her colors, every detail was vividly and lifelike, bringing an indescribable visual pleasure, an undeniable beauty. But her body was that of Cher, and her face was his second brother, Liu Yan'an. Chao Mu's eyes widened as if they were about to fall out, unable to accept this bizarre image. Finally he collapsed to the ground, his mind chaotic, the last battle leaving too deep an imprint. "My memories are now like a mishmash all over the place." Taking a deep breath, calming himself, he decided to start over, choosing different materials for the dream. Sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes, Chao Mu began to recall his journey. From southern continent to central continent, he had once assassinated emperors, once slain extraordinary beings, and once befriended countless people. But most of them came and went quickly, so his memories of them were fleeting. Suddenly his heart skipped a beat, because in his chaotic memories only one person had left an indelible impression. He opened his eyes, and Chao Mu's gaze quietly looked forward, where a blurry spiritual shadow gradually became clear and a majestic, solemn figure stood tall. It was the martial sage. Chao Mu slowly straightened his body, understanding in his heart that this was not the real martial sage but the image he had painted in his mind, limited by his finite knowledge and memories. Although it was impossible to fully replicate the martial sage's true strength, this alone was enough to be an excellent training opponent. He suddenly stomped the ground, his figure soaring like an arrow from a bow, charging directly towards his opponent. With an earth-shattering punch, Chao Mu fiercely struck the martial sage's abdomen. Time passed, and unknowingly a year had gone by. In this year, he continuously cultivated arduously with this invisible opponent. A year later, Chao Mu looked up at the sky, sighing inwardly. "It's always the same few familiar moves, feeling like I'm turning in a dry well," he sneered contemptuously. "Is this all we're capable of?" Immediately, two figures simultaneously pounced on him, as if responding to his provocation. Continuing forward, although he knew these opponents were limited by his own cognition, in a dream anyone could become a training object. Chao Mu was determined to find a way to break through the limits from these imaginary opponents. However, from beginning to end, he never realized a crucial problem. 3 years later, Chao Mu's body seemed to be drained of its essence, completely depleted. That period of greatest hardship forged a tragicomic image. Chao Mu was like a lonely autistic child, constantly playing on the beach with two imaginary companions. At first, everything went as he wished. Under the pressure of two powerful opponents, he progressed rapidly, like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, able to single-handedly resist, dodge, and even counterattack these two opponents. However, as time went on, the drawbacks of this method began to emerge. The more he trained, the more he fell into a dead loop, making no progress and gaining no new insights. Watching his opponents continue their fierce attacks, he sighed inwardly. A martial sage is a martial sage after all, but that figure is just an empty shell. The guy in the city charged up to attack as usual, but Chao Mu couldn't be bothered to dodge anymore. Whether in broad daylight or at night, it was just a familiar figure, every move and stance etched into his memory. But lacking a soul, lacking spirit, he still couldn't gain any new insights. The martial sage descended from the sky, a spear thrusting directly into his abdomen. This feeling was like a university student who had just finished exams being pulled back into the practice room, endlessly repeating old exercises. Even if all were done correctly, it only solidified the foundation. Meaningless for someone eager to break through. That guy again swung his staff, thrusting directly at his abdomen, not even bothering to pretend to hold back. Chao Mu only sighed wearily and powerlessly, unable to even die. And so, like a lost soul, he repeated those familiar old moves over and over again, his hands and feet turning like rusty machines. If nothing unexpected happened, Chao Mu would probably truly go mad in the dream space he had created. As sanity gradually slipped away, Chao Mu danced wildly like a mischievous child. "Come on, catch me, and I'll give you a reward." He grinned, his eyes glazed over. Just then a familiar voice called his name. Chao Mu. A charming woman slowly approached, holding clothes. "Quickly put your clothes on." Chao Mu suddenly gasped and shouted, "Sister Shui Shui." She lowered her head and handed him the clothes, her cheeks slightly flushed. "It's me." Throwing shame aside, Chao Mu pounced on Sister Shui like a hungry tiger, clinging to her tightly like a weary bird returning to its nest. He laughed excitedly. "I can finally imagine you now. It's so strange. You are the closest person to me, yet I could never imagine you before. Is it because you always cover my eyes?" Sister Shui hesitated. Chao Mu's gaze fixed on her. Now I can even imagine details I've never seen before. It's so vivid beyond imagination. Sister Shui looked down at herself, her face suddenly changing. Even she had never seen such a sight. Her cheeks crimson. She threw a pile of clothes at him. Quickly put your clothes on, Chao Mu hastily explained. I mean her eyes, just her eyes. He clumsily put on his clothes, flustered like a student caught skipping class, buttoning up as memories flashed like lightning. That's right. He raised his hand, his eyes smiling. Sister Shui, long time no see. She also smiled in response, warm as spring sunlight. It has been a long time. Chao Mu pulled her to sit down with him. Let me tell you, this place is really not fit for human habitation, but with you here I feel much more at ease. Sister Shui smiled. That's good. So he continued to narrate as if she were truly present. Although he didn't know when he would escape this dream, he still had to continue fighting. Day after day the two practiced together, sometimes chasing and playing like carefree children, climbing trees and picking fruit. They welcomed spring to summer and autumn to winter together. The days spent together, though he wasn't sure what had happened, time simply flowed, and no one remembered how long it had been. In a small town outside Angziguan Pass, Chao Mu suddenly opened his eyes. He was shocked to find that this was no longer his dream. The system appeared coldly, announcing a seemingly faded notification. Chao Mu's new life has been activated. Chao Mu looked at his body clearly moving in the sunlight and exclaimed in a daze he was alive. In the distance, shuffling footsteps and the tapping of a cane on the ground approached, each step slow and difficult. Chao Mu suddenly sat up, his eyes flickering. Sister Shui Shui. This wasn't a dream vision this time, but the real Sister Shui Shui walking towards him with a cane. She leaned over, smiling gently, and said, I finally found you. Chao Mu stammered, his eyes still filled with disbelief. Am I still dreaming? Sister Shui Shui raised her hand and tapped his head as if calling him back from his dream to reality and began to speak words he didn't understand. Why didn't you just ask if my surname is Ning? Chao Mu quickly grabbed her hand, his eyes filled with lingering doubt. It's not a dream, Sister Shui Shui, why are you here? She simply replied softly, a slight curve to her lips. Of course, to seek my Tao. With that, she stood up and pulled Chao Mu along. Let's go, I'll take you to find a place to stay first. Chao Mu silently followed behind, his heart once again stirring. 30 years in the dream, Sister Shui Shui was always by my side. If not for her, I would probably have gone mad long ago. Now to wake up and see her, is this just a coincidence? The two walked slowly along the flagstone path. The town streets were empty. Chao Mu looked around thinking, this is the small town outside Angziguan Pass. That's right, my revival record is 4-5 and the refresh time has also expired. Did I not die on the battlefield that day? What exactly happened after I lost my memory? Suddenly, a mournful Suona horn sounded in the distance, playing a desolate elegy. Chao Mu was startled and looked back in the direction of the sound. He saw a group of people crying, carrying a coffin covered with white cloth, chanting loudly, Farewell, Mr. Chao, may you rest in peace. Chao Mu's heart skipped a beat. Witnessing his own funeral was truly an uncomfortable feeling. The funeral procession scattered coins along the way, cries and farewells rising and falling. Farewell, hero Chao Shuanglan, farewell, hero Chao Shuanglan. Chao Mu froze in place, dumbfounded. Bidding me farewell, such a coincidence, waking up just in time for my own funeral. Hai Sayuan's face was full of sorrow, his voice choked and trembling. The Iron Lady brought the 1,000-year ginseng left by General Li, but it still couldn't save hero Chao. Someone next to him gently patted his shoulder, comforting him. The people of the isolated city relied on hero Chao's Mount Sumeru King scripture internal energy to persevere for another half a month, but fate is unavoidable. Hai Sayuan could only sigh helplessly, because their martial arts were not profound enough. In the distance, a figure with Chao Mu's appearance but an unfamiliar soul silently listened and instantly understood everything. So that's how it was. His eyes flashed with gentle and compassionate light as he gazed at those people. They didn't know he had a system, only thinking he had exhausted his life force. Therefore they spared no internal energy and precious treasures to save him. Stepping into the world of martial arts meant a series of desperate cultivation. A slight misstep could lead one astray and ruin everything. In a moment of silence, Chao Mu's mind returned to the past. When he first arrived in this world he was alone. But now he suddenly found so many people who cared about him. Wang Song, Wu Qizheng, Sword Immortal Banished, and many others. Deep in his heart, he felt as if crying because he felt too insignificant. Looking back, others were all famous figures, yet on his path he never once accidentally encountered a woman worthy of admiration. Fortunately, Sister Shui Shui was by his side, helping him avoid all rumors about his orientation. Sister Shui Shui, standing beside him, said in surprise, That fallen hero also has the surname Chao. What a coincidence. Chao Mu, are you related to them? Chao Mu quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and awkwardly replied, Perhaps they are from the same Chao clan, so there's some blood connection. Sister Shuizu's gaze still followed the gradually receding funeral procession, and she murmured to herself, Is that so? Chao Mu's voice suddenly deepened, and he softly called out, Shui Shui. His eyes instantly became bright, filled with righteous anger, and he firmly vowed, I will surely reclaim this blood debt from the court for them, every last bit. With that he turned and left, leaving Sister Shui Shui standing behind him. Although she didn't know the whole story, she thought to herself, Chao Mu, you are the most foolish yet most sensible person I've ever met. Then she slowly followed, saying softly and firmly, Let's go together. At Angziguan Pass, once a perilous frontier, the Iron Lady was diligently writing a letter. At that time, the Jiangxi army had been stationed here for 40 years until their last breath. The extraordinary beings called this place 100-Mile Desert, but in reality it was merely a secret realm of the great Tao sect. The Iron Lady paused her writing, lost in deep thought. Then her eyes suddenly lit up as if she had caught an inspiration. So that grand labyrinth was built by the extraordinary beings to separate the inside from the outside. The so-called Forbidden Land of Life was actually just a prison for the souls of fallen soldiers used to refine Tao soldiers. The Iron Lady decisively put down her pen, summoned a soldier, handed him the freshly written letter and instructed him to report it to the court at once. The soldier hesitated slightly, replying, "Lord Bai has already sent someone." But then he worriedly whispered, "We have sent 7 memorials over the past half-month, but they have all fallen on deaf ears. Angziguan Pass is now under the jurisdiction of King Qin, so reporting it will only reach King Qin's ears." The Iron Lady pondered for a long time, feeling a vague sense of unease. The soldiers who secretly left the camp with memorials had not returned, likely having met with misfortune. As for King Qin, even the scouts from Tingsho Tower only had scarce information, and it was probable that mysterious immortal sects were involved behind him. Suddenly an unexpected sound broke her thoughts and the gate was violently pushed open. A newcomer shouted loudly, his tone impolite, "What King Qin or no King Qin, if you want to complain you have to find the highest authority, hand it directly to the old Emperor Yang." The soldiers in the tent immediately drew their swords and assumed defensive stances because this was a military stronghold and outsiders were absolutely forbidden to enter without permission. A hand calmly lifted the veiled hat, revealing the face beneath. The person slowly said, "My surname is Chao." The Iron Lady immediately narrowed her eyes, focusing intently on the newcomer. When the hat was fully removed, Chao Mu revealed a gentle smile and calmly said, "I am Chao Mu. I have heard about my granduncle's affairs, so may I, a person with Chao family blood, personally present this memorial?" The Iron Lady welcomed him with a smile, her tone solemn. "So it is a righteous warrior of the Chao family indeed. All Chao family members are loyal and upright. Our army is now under strict surveillance and cannot directly confront those immortals. If you are willing to step forward, I would be most grateful." She picked up the memorial and cautioned, "The journey to the imperial capital, even at full speed, will take 3 days and is fraught with danger. However, the Chao family could not bear to see their kin in peril, so they embarked on this path." Chao Mu said no more, immediately reaching out to take the memorial. He calmly spoke, "General Li Cheng and the soldiers and civilians of the isolated city risked their lives to protect this faint spark. This spark can reveal the true face of the immortal sects." He slowly turned and put on his hat again. "If I die with this spark, I will have no resentment, no regrets." Watching Chao Mu's receding figure, the Iron Lady couldn't help but feel respect for someone so upright and unyielding. Thus, Chao Mu and Sister Shui Shui immediately mounted their horses and set off quickly. Along the way, they traversed arid deserts and mist-shrouded forests. Danger was everywhere. The two did not flinch, successively repelling the bandits who blocked their path. In the blink of an eye, the journey had entered its 4th day. In the silent, desolate forest, the two lit a fire and camped for the night, with the howling wind in their ears. "Chao Mu, do you feel anything strange?" Chao Mu pondered and replied, "Perhaps martial artists are pursuing us." She nodded firmly. "That's right, it's not uncommon for immortal sects to keep martial artists as pawns. But what's strange is that all those who assassinated us this time have cultivated to the spirit-refining realm or above. Such people used to be highly valued by merchants and hired as leisurely guards, but now they are serving the immortal sects, which is suspicious." Chao Mu calmly spoke in a quiet voice, each word like a knife slicing through the wind, revealing, "I once killed someone connected to the Martial Dao Alliance. That person was originally the warden under Qin Shicheng in the imperial capital. After the martial sage's demise, the Martial Dao Alliance suddenly extensively recruited, gathering many highly skilled but leaderless individuals. Among them there must be some who are willing to become pawns of the immortal sects." Sister Shui Shui then sighed. "If this is allowed to continue, won't the power of the immortal sects grow stronger and stronger? I wonder when we will be able to deliver the memorial." Chao Mu's lips curved into a half-smile, silently replying, "Perhaps soon." He calmly added, "It might be delivered tomorrow." That night, in King Qin's mansion, cold night frost gently covered the roof tiles. A subordinate official of King Qin's mansion groveled, trembling as he pleaded, Please spare my life, Your Excellency. Tomorrow your humble servants will lead the entire army out to battle," vowing not to let him live. With that, King Qin merely waved his hand casually, unconcerned. The man immediately panicked, trembling and stammering, begging, "Please, Your Excellency, have mercy on your humble servant. Give me one last chance." From the darkness a burly figure appeared silently, his voice deep as a great bell. "No chance. The memorial has already entered the imperial capital." The small man turned back, his face pale, and stammered, crying out, "Lord Arhat, but the Chao family was clearly intercepted halfway." Arhat laughed heartily, his voice like a strike to the heart. "Didn't you see? We've been led inside. The Chao family openly showed their tracks, but it was merely a feint. The real memorial was already sent ahead by someone else." That person had indeed arrived in the capital, and the court immediately summoned civil and military officials to the throne. Haoya walked into the hall and solemnly bowed, reporting, "Your Majesty, the great battle with the extraordinary beings 40 years ago was not as simple as recorded. The army of 100,000 was not completely annihilated. They had been guarding the frontier for 40 years and still exist today." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire court was in an uproar. Many ministers retorted in unison. What nonsense is Minister Hai speaking? That place is now just a desolate dead desert. Where could there be living people? Has he gone mad from missing his son too much? The emperor on the dragon throne majestically slammed the armrest, his voice echoing like thunder. The hall immediately fell silent. He spoke in a deep voice, his face gloomy. The war with the extraordinary beings has long since ended. If someone truly guarded the city and I was unaware, wouldn't I become a laughingstock to the world? Hai Wuya, I summoned you back to find a solution, not to add to my troubles. Hai Wuya bowed deeply, almost touching the ground, and urgently said, "Reporting to your majesty, your humble servant would never speak carelessly. Indeed, there is someone who can testify and cannot be ignored. He is currently waiting outside the hall. I humbly request your majesty to grant him an audience." A palace attendant quickly received the order, conveying the emperor's command to invite the witness into the hall. All eyes in the great hall turned to the palace gate, watching the figure slowly walking in. The person was clad in neat armor, his steps steady. It was Hai Sayuan. There was a stir in the hall. Who is he? He looks exactly like Minister Hai in his youth. Didn't Minister Hai's 2 sons already die in battle? Hai Sayuan nodded gently, saluting his father, his eyes calm as autumn waters. Hai Wuya looked at his son, his thoughts suddenly drifting back to the distant depths of his memory. It was a moment when his 2 sons knelt at his feet, tears streaming down their faces. "Father, your sons are incompetent and have made you suffer and wait." Hai Wuya choked up as he helped him up. "It's good that you're back, as long as you're back." At that time, Hai Sayuan had clearly recounted how Anxi City was innocently destroyed by the immortal sects and how evil schemes had harmed countless lives. Father must report it to the emperor. Back in reality, Hai Sayuan cupped his hands and bowed, solemnly reporting, "Your humble servant is Hai Sayuan, commandant of the great Yan Jiangxi army. I prostrate myself before your majesty." The emperor frowned slightly and asked, "You are Minister Hai's eldest son? Are you truly a survivor of the Jiangxi army?" Hai Sayuan nodded. "Reporting to your majesty, all soldiers of the Jiangxi army have detailed records and their military registers are intact. I humbly request your majesty to verify." His face was firm, his gaze unyielding, and he spoke, "Your humble servant is indeed Commandant Hai Sayuan. The Jiangxi army was never completely annihilated. Thanks to the help of a Chao family senior, your humble servant has the opportunity to enter the palace and report all the crimes committed by the extraordinary beings." With that, he knelt before the imperial presence. The entire hall was silent. He cupped his hands, his voice low and solemn, as if carrying 40 years of grief and indignation. "Your humble servants held out for 40 years. Even with only over 200 soldiers remaining, we diligently protected the hundreds of old and young in the city. Many fell, yet not one surrendered, not one was humiliated by the enemy. Your humble servants have not failed the grace of great Yan. Today we dared to intrude upon the court without imperial decree out of sheer desperation. We beg your majesty for forgiveness." He presented an object, the tiger tally. "Your humble servant returns the tiger tally to the court on behalf of General Li Cheng." The emperor accepted the tiger tally, his face touched, and he nodded in approval. "My great Yan indeed still has such loyal and unyielding warriors." The emperor smiled benevolently. "Commandant Hai, please recount in detail everything you have experienced over these 40 years. Hai Sayuan began to narrate everything in a resonant voice. That year, the army of 100,000 was deceived by the great Tao sect's formation, which obscured the truth from the world. They were used to provide spiritual energy for the sect's disciples' cultivation. For years, they held out in the isolated city, protecting the people and fighting against the immortal sect's fallen Yin soldiers. He then recounted how the Chao family hero, in order to persuade the soldiers to join the army, falsely claimed that the court was about to attack the immortal sects, and Qingzuo's brutal crimes were also exposed. In the end, it was that humble martial artist Hero Chao who with his sword defeated the immortal, and with the Jiangxi army together annihilated the immortal. As soon as his words fell, murmurs spread throughout the court, and a minister suddenly stood up. "Killing immortals, how can such a thing be spoken lightly? This concerns the reputation of the immortal sects and has far-reaching implications for Jojo. Commandant Hai, even if you are Minister Hai's eldest son, you should speak with caution." Hai Sayuan immediately turned around, his expression unchanged, and sternly retorted, "What does your excellency mean by that? Do you think your humble servant fabricated facts and slandered the great Tao sect?" With that, he raised his head, casting an earnest gaze towards the imperial presence, hoping for a glimmer of trust from his majesty. However, things went against his wishes, and the old emperor turned his head away, his eyes evasive like a hidden current blocking the way. Hai Sayuan froze in place, as if the sky had fallen. Unable to believe what he had just witnessed, he lowered his head, his heart continuously gushing with pain and regret. "General Li, Hai Sayuan has failed your trust. The isolated city still stands, but this land is now like dust." An official stepped out, his tone impassioned. "You just said someone named Chao killed an extraordinary being of the great Tao sect, did you not?" It was Minister Zhang, his face stern, his gaze seemingly overwhelming. "That person named Chao is merely a martial artist, a vulgar fellow. How can he kill an immortal? Do you not know that even the world-shaking hero, the martial sage, fell under the immortal sect's heavenly thunder?" Hai Sayuan asked in astonishment, as if hearing something incredible. "What did you say?" General Wu is dead." Minister Zhang sighed, his tone like bestowing a favor. "It is indeed not easy for you to have held the city for 40 years, and I admire that greatly. Perhaps the Chao family martial artist once helped you, but the matter of mortals killing immortals is likely absurd and hard to believe. Taunts began to rise and fall. No one stood with Hai Sayuan. Some said the immortal sects had protected the court for 40 years of peace and prosperity. Others said, why bring up old matters? To fabricate a story of a martial artist killing an immortal now, isn't that falsely accusing the court of harboring rebels and instigating war with the immortal sects? Another voice sounded cold as snow. If the immortal sects hear these remarks causing a new upheaval in JoJo, then your crime is deceiving the emperor, punishable by extermination of your entire clan. The lives that fell over 40 years, now almost no one cared about. Minister Hai's eyes welled with tears, choked up as if about to cry. So everything was false. The lives of 100,000 soldiers were nothing but a political game. A general in civil official armor suddenly darkened his face and reproached, as one who once debated in court, why are your words so crude? The emperor still sat silently on his throne looking down, sighing inwardly. Such loyal individuals are rare in the world now. How can I let this old general return disappointed? But he also hesitated. If he were to directly send troops to attack the great Dao sect now, the situation in JoJo would probably spiral into chaos because of it. And the current strategy could only be patience. Just then, a resonant voice came from outside the hall. Your home was once kicked open by robbers. Did you try to treat him with courtesy? If he is gentle and polite and you serve him on your knees, will he abandon his greed? How absurd! In the court, a chamberlain cried out in alarm. Who dares to intrude upon the affairs of the court? Immediately after, a guard was kicked and sent tumbling into the hall, colliding with an official holding a memorial, causing both man and document to fall. The stranger was Chao Mu in disguise, walking calmly into the hall, his eyes as cold as water. Every step he took carried the vicissitudes of his entire clan. The old emperor roared, "Seize him!" But Chao Mu merely sneered. "Get out of my way, all of you. I don't have time to deal with these wild dogs," the ministers murmured. Is he the legendary Chao family member? He's too audacious, daring to cause a ruckus in the court. Did Minister Hai condone him? Bringing such a person into the palace, isn't that humiliating His Majesty? He probably won't survive today. Chao Mu frowned and demanded loudly. The isolated city held out for 40 years, refusing to surrender or yield, yet you repeatedly shied away, unwilling to confront the immortal sects today in the Great Yan Court. I ask, who among you still retains the will to resist? My granduncle Chao Shuanglin once led troops into the isolated city. At that time, everyone old and young asked, when will reinforcements arrive? This answer should have been given by you personally, not left for a descendant of the Chao family to bear. Saying this, he pulled a book from his sleeve chronicling the events of Angziguan Pass and decisively threw it towards the emperor. The emperor covered his face, his eyes filled with anger and confusion, roaring inwardly that he wanted to kill him, yet couldn't bring himself to do it. Chao Mu again said in a deep voice, "Today, on behalf of the old soldiers of the isolated city, I ask all you lords, do you still possess an ounce of shame?" The entire hall fell silent. No one dared to speak. They turned to accuse Minister Hai. "What kind of person have you brought? His Majesty is the supreme son of heaven. How can such a lowly person insult him? He's a crude martial artist. What right does he have to discuss state affairs? How can he understand the suffering His Majesty endures?" The entire court instantly erupted, murmurs rising and falling like the first roll of thunder in winter. The emperor sat on the dragon throne, his face ashen, so enraged that blood rushed to his head, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. He trembled inwardly, pondering deeply, not wishing to exterminate his 9 generations, but if he let him live, what would become of the court's dignity? Suddenly, the sword on his back gently vibrated and a brilliant light instantly shone forth. The sword's light vibrated the space around the dragon throne. This was the second time the human king's sword had glowed since the Qingyun temple incident. Strangely, ever since King Qin was in theft, this treasure sword had remained dim. And even with the emperor diligently governing the country, it remained as cold as a dead object. Yet at the moment the Chao family member appeared, the star banner sword shone so brightly, the emperor suddenly recalled what the imperial advisor had once said. "Your Majesty, the people's hearts have been lost. When you need to advance, you may find yourself alone." A thought surged in his mind. The will of the people dictates the rise and fall of a nation. Is the human king's sword acknowledging his presence and actions, proving that he had finally chosen correctly? In that moment of epiphany, he stood up and drew his sword. The sound of the sword was long and resonant, as if it shattered all the noise and chaos in the hall, instantly silencing everyone. The emperor looked stern and said in a deep voice, "I am truly ashamed of my conscience." As soon as his words fell, civil and military officials uniformly knelt before the dragon throne, not daring to look up. The emperor continued, "The descendants of the Chao family who guarded a desolate frontier city and laid down their lives in the great desert are indeed heroes of their age. I only regret the cunning schemes of the immortal sects which deceived me for 40 years and deceived Great Yan for 40 years, the officials shouted in unison. "Your Majesty's wisdom and magnanimity are like mountains. Your humble servants deserve 10,000 deaths. We dare not share in your Majesty's pain." Chao Mu merely curled his lips slightly at this, half helpless, half mocking. But then his expression became serious and he reminded, "We Chao family members are nothing. The focus remains on the 100,000 fallen soldiers who await a just reckoning. Hai Sayuan was now in tears, choked up and shouting, "Hero Chao," the emperor continued. "You are right, Great Yan has indeed failed those old soldiers who held out for 40 years. Hai Sayuan, I name you third-grade virtuous general, and the other 200-plus surviving soldiers shall each be promoted 5 ranks." However, Chao Mu showed no joy, merely smiling faintly, bestowing 3 fading martial officials with empty titles. Those are mere empty names without real power or influence. Those who have experienced 100 battles of life and death should return home with honor. Who would care for these shoddy official posts? These words made the emperor's entire body tremble. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Then let rewards be based on military merit. All survivors shall be granted gold, silver, and land, with actual stipends as recompense. The 40 years of blood and tears in the isolated desert city shall be meticulously recorded by the imperial historian to be remembered in history and revered by future generations." Hai Sayuan bowed and knelt, solemnly saying, "Hai Sayuan, on behalf of the 300 brothers, thanks His Majesty for his benevolence." Yet he sighed inwardly. "You died, and thus your name will be recorded in history. For the living, a 5-rank promotion and a grant of gold and silver. All these favors, were they not bravely fought for by Hero Chao? In such a situation, as a minister, one can only offer a wry smile. Ha ha." Chao Mu did not stop there but continued to propose, "The arrangements for the survivors have been made, but the families of the martyrs who died in the isolated city cannot be left desolate. I implore your Majesty for further grace." Hearing this, the emperor's face flushed, almost bursting with fire. "In consideration of your Chao family lineage, I have repeatedly tolerated and have not yet gone too far." Chao Mu, however, did not back down, and immediately retorted, 500 taels of silver per family and posthumous official titles. I have meticulously recorded all of this in the city's history. Your Majesty merely needs to issue the decree. Furthermore," he continued, "the elderly common folk who escaped from the isolated city also need proper resettlement, entrusted to trustworthy individuals." Hai Sayuan stood aside, his heart like iron, secretly thinking, "In this world now, the only people I can truly feel grateful to are probably the Chao family." As night fell in Chao Mu's humble dwelling, the oil lamp still flickered, its light dim. Sister Shui stared blankly at the mountain of gold and silver before her, her eyes shimmering with surprise. Emperor Yang had just bestowed 5,000 taels of gold, saying it was a direct allocation. Chao Mu joked with a hint of sarcasm, "Suddenly I want to retire again, buy a house outside the city, grow gourds and live a quiet life." But then his expression darkened and he sighed. "Unfortunately, this emperor makes one feel angry. If Great Yan is left in his hands, it probably won't last much longer." Sister Shui gently replied, "Great Yan's destiny may not be exhausted, at least I am still here." Chao Mu looked at her in surprise. "Oh, so that's it. Sister Shui, you haven't told me yet. What supernatural abilities do your eyes hide, and how did you find me?" She smiled and said, "That's a long story." Then she began to recount a forgotten past. At that time, before dawn in the Taoist temple on Qingluan Peak in Nanzhou, Kanzu was still a young disciple following her senior sisters and master up the mountain. She held a wooden staff, and amidst the worried gazes of her 3 senior sisters she walked silently forward, all 3 secretly worried. "What's wrong with our junior sister tonight? She's always so distant and quiet. Every time she speaks it's as if her soul is lost. Where is her former vivacity? Did Master once say that even with closed eyes one can achieve Zen enlightenment?" Senior sister burst into laughter, remembering that yesterday junior sister had bumped her head in the courtyard, opened her eyes and reached the 4th stage of Qi refining. Indeed, her talent was exceptional. A day's arduous cultivation of Tao methods was worth 10 years for ordinary people. Kanzu stood still like a statue, her mind filled with thoughts. She had once vowed that once she mastered her unique skill she would personally eliminate the martial sage to avenge the blood feud, but now that person had turned to dust. The old songs still echoed in her mind, but her heart was empty, unsure of what to strive for. "What exactly am I cultivating Tao methods for?" The words of the former martial sage echoed in her ears again. "If your great revenge is avenged, Kanzu, go and find your own Tao." Kanzu felt as if she was in a fog, unsure where to begin. "What is my Tao?" Her 3 senior sisters stood behind her, closely watching her every move, their eyes filled with anxiety. "Why does she look so miserable? Has her cultivation stagnated again?" Second senior sister said sternly, "Junior sister's talent must not be wasted. The entire sect places great hopes on you." Senior sister suddenly smiled as if a brilliant idea had struck her. In that case, taking her down the mountain might help her regain inspiration. So senior sister took Kanzu for a stroll through the bustling market where people and carriages flowed like a spring festival. Senior sister's eyes were sharp as she encouraged her. "Junior sister, cultivation is inherently going against the heavens. The more challenging it is, the clearer one can see destiny." She turned and asked softly, "What did you see in destiny this time?" Kanzu replied softly, somewhat vaguely as if her words were unfinished, when a dice tray being opened appeared before her eyes. Senior sister slammed the table, exclaiming, "Bet big, open it quickly." The surrounding crowd murmured, "This girl is really accurate. Everything she says comes true. It's been 6 times in a row. Losers are all placing bets, real and fake." "Then I'll bet big too big." The dealer opened the dice cup, revealing 4, 5 and 6. Senior sister joyfully grabbed a handful of silver, laughing heartily. "Junior sister truly has heavenly eyes, but you must learn to control it. Small targets like this are perfect for practice." She distributed the silver like desserts to everyone, then collected it again, saying, "This is a little incense money from us." Kanzu hesitated. "Senior sister, is this really okay?" Senior sister nodded firmly. "Trust me, it won't be wrong." She was about to cup her hands and prepare for the next round, then asked, "Junior sister, what did you see this time?" Through her spiritually luminous eyes, Kanzu solemnly warned, "I saw a great Tao sect Immortal." Before she could finish, second senior sister slapped senior sister's face, scolding her unceremoniously. "How dare you teach junior sister such crooked ways?" At that time, second senior sister, full of indignation, pulled Kanzu away from the crowd by the arm, scolding as they walked, "Senior sister, even if you want to train junior sister's ability to see the past and future, you can't take her to try these despicable tricks. What if something goes wrong? Wouldn't it be a loss of both person and money?" Senior sister covered her face and sighed. "I was wrong," Kanzu only thought to herself. "She only seems to care about the last part." Second senior sister turned around, her eyes stern. "Cultivators must maintain their purity, cleansing the defilement of heaven and earth. Your talent should be used to eliminate evil and uphold justice, to bring blessings to the common people. Only then are you worthy of the name cultivator," Kanzu replied softly. Second senior sister. Soon after, the market buzzed with talk of a new profession, arousing curiosity. A woman walked over angrily, slamming the table. "Master, what Immortal? My husband is having an affair with someone else. Please help me figure out where that adulterer and vixen are now." Kanzu was about to offer guidance, but second senior sister promptly stopped her. "This is someone else's family matter." Her expression was calm, like an experienced businesswoman. "Everyone says that an honest official cannot settle family disputes, and if junior sister were to use her heavenly eyes for such matters, it might consume her cultivation." However, the woman had already pulled out a large bag of silver and said aggressively, "It's all for you. Today I must know where they are and expose them all." Kanzu's voice replied without a trace of emotion, "At the second watch tonight at the end of that alley, the house with the chicken coop is where they are." The woman turned around, muttering her thanks. "Thank you, master." But as night fell, the peace was shattered. A fireball from who knew where shot directly towards the sleeping Kanzu. Second senior sister woke up and in the nick of time pulled her up, narrowly avoiding the danger. When the smoke cleared, a figure fell from the air. It was third senior sister, covered in wounds. Second senior sister ran over in a panic. "Third senior sister, how did this happen?" Despite the pain, third senior sister still gritted her teeth, her anger blazing. "How hateful!" In the air, a man descended on his sword, his tone arrogant. "An immortal in the third stage of chi refining, merely a lowly rogue cultivator, dares to meddle in the affairs of my Xuanchen sect." Third senior sister stood up fearless, her voice resolute. "We cultivate the power of incense vows. Even mountain bandits and ruffians, if they sincerely offer reverence, should be protected. You claim to be of the righteous path, yet you are inhumane. How can you be called human?" Before she finished, the opponent angrily threw several fireballs. "You practice ancient methods, stubborn and unyielding, unable to adapt. No wonder the heavenly Tao does not tolerate you. There are fewer and fewer cultivators. Only deceivers remain." He silently muttered to himself. "Even 180 years of arduous cultivation couldn't compare to 1 year of their incense Tao. In this world, the weak are destined to be devoured. A newly initiated chi-refining cultivator daring to lecture others is simply a laughingstock." Third senior sister's face was pale and flustered. Oh no, to protect the surrounding common people, her spiritual energy was almost completely depleted. Just then, a figure bringing Kanzu from behind blocked in front of them like a cold blade. She suddenly untied the silk band covering her eyes, her figure floating lightly, flying up to block the attack, causing third senior sister to exclaim, "Junior sister, what are you doing?" The newcomer's eyes gleamed with an unusual blue light, revealing a hint of coldness. "Oh," her words were as chilling as a biting wind howling past. When the fireball was about to land, strangely, the fierce flame vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. The immortal on the opposite side couldn't help but be startled, his face solemn and filled with vigilance, muttering to himself, "Impossible, how could my bone-devouring Lee fire be resolved so easily?" Behind him, third senior sister's eyes widened, and she exclaimed loudly, "Junior sister, have you broken through again?" Kanzu didn't answer. She extended a finger and current flickered at her fingertip. At the same time, the Zoe star above her head suddenly emitted dazzling light. Her eyes suddenly lit up as if spiritual light gathered in the dark night. The enemy had already noticed the anomaly. Those eyes carried something dark and obscure, as if they wanted to invade the depths of his brain. A dangerous intuition arose. He cried out in terror, "Run!" As soon as his words fell, he immediately fled like an electrocuted loach. Her two senior sisters stood looking at her, their eyes sparkling with admiration. They congratulated her in unison. "Junior sister, you've reached a new level," Kanzu bowed humbly. "It's just a small level. It's all thanks to my senior sister's meticulous guidance." Third senior sister smiled contentedly in response. "That's right," second senior sister murmured. "It seems she's not very convinced. It's actually because of your exceptional talent." But regardless, they couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts and ran forward to embrace her. "Junior sister, has the confusion in your heart eased now? From now on our sect will depend on you." Kanzu revealed a spring-like smile, bowing gently in thanks. Thank you, 3 senior sisters. She stood in the middle of the street looking up at the sky. Amidst the myriad white clouds she remembered Chao Mu. The resentment she once held had now vanished. The deeds of the Chao family had spread everywhere. Although she was unsure of his whereabouts, if she could follow in his footsteps and eliminate 1 or 2 injustices in the world, then her life's cultivation would not be in vain. At this moment she turned to her 2 senior sisters and said softly, "Senior sisters, I am ready to seek a wise master and go down the mountain to travel." Both were greatly startled and closed their eyes. In the silence she wholeheartedly thought of Chao Mu's figure. Her primary task was to find him, and if in the future she could protect him and journey alongside him, it would complete a part of their destined fate. Back in reality, after Kanzu removed her blindfold, her eyes had changed, bright as the merging light of sun and moon, sparkling in their depths. Chao Mu stepped forward, his gaze lingering on those unusual eyes as if he suddenly understood something. So it was because of this that Kanzu's gaze could penetrate the past, illuminate the future, and even see into the other person's heart. She was a little flustered, stuttering, Don't look so closely." This made Chao Mu laugh. "I'm just curious, but this divine art is truly amazing." A bold idea immediately popped into his mind. If this ability were used for solving cases or business, wouldn't he be invincible? But Kanzu calmly explained, "It doesn't always work. Some things are still covered by a vague mist. Whether I can see clearly depends on whether the object was in my line of sight at the time. More importantly, whether the secrets of heaven are willing to be revealed." Just then, Chao Mu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Then Sister Shui, what if you try to see now if the Great Tao sect is secretly colluding with the Martial Tao Alliance?" She nodded gently and said, "All right, I'll try." Kanzu gently touched Chao Mu's face, murmuring softly, not allowing him to speak. Her gaze fixed deeply on Chao Mu's face, and then, like a storm, intense scenes of chaotic battle instantly flooded her mind. The scenes were bloody and brutal, unbearable to watch. A sharp pain struck, forcing her to immediately stop and hastily withdraw from that vision. Chao Mu quickly asked, "How was it? Did you see anything?" She held her temples, her voice weak, and said, "I didn't see anyone directly related, so I can't determine their conspiracy, but one thing is clear. In the future, you will fight against people from the Martial Tao Alliance. It seems to be King Qin," she continued, her gaze becoming profound. "It's not over yet. Jojo will experience another period of turmoil in the near future, and it seems to be related to them as well." Chao Mu's eyes were as still as ice. Jojo would once again fall into war. Emperor Yangyi's repeated concessions were tantamount to handing it over. He turned around half-jokingly and said, "In that case, shouldn't Sister Shui suspect that I am the fuse for this chaotic era?" Kanzu smiled, her eyes still firm. "You are Lord Chao, and I believe you would not do anything against the way of heaven." Chao Mu coughed a few times, secretly missing how no one in his previous life had ever stood so firmly by his side. Kanzu asked gently, "Which path do you plan to take next?" The longevity art has been cultivated to the peak of the essence refinement chapter. Next is the spirit refinement chapter. Now that you have the Mount Sumeru King scripture in hand, what more do you desire? Is longevity still what you crave? Chao Mu looked up at the night sky and sighed, still craving it. "Everything that has happened in the past few months makes me disbelieve. This mortal world is full of too many things against the way of heaven. If I want to live a leisurely life, I'm afraid I still have to go through many hardships." Chao Mu nodded gently, an exceptionally determined look on his face. "Before I do anything else, there's one more thing I must accomplish." When asked what it was, he replied, "Someone once helped me in a time of crisis, and I'm afraid they are now imprisoned by the Great Tao sect. I must find that person." He immediately recalled that during the battle with Qingzhou, Lu Yan'an had mentioned some clues, but Hai Saiyuan and others still hadn't realized that Qingzhou was the one who guarded the secret and had once taken Sword Immortal banished. It's likely that guy escaped by faking his death and even took Lu Yan'an with him. That old fellow was almost dead, yet still deluded himself into forcibly taking her. Kanzu seemed to have vaguely guessed. "Are you referring to the Azure Immortal Sword imprisoned by the Great Tao sect?" "I didn't observe any information just now, so I can't be sure." Chao Mu replied, "It's all right, I won't act rashly this time. I need to clarify their true purpose in colluding with the Martial Tao Alliance. Once I figure it out, I will completely eradicate them." He slightly curled his lips, revealing a confident smile. "If I can't see, then I'll listen. Tomorrow we'll go to the Tingshou Tower, in the heart of the imperial capital, at a tea house called Tianranju." A young woman holding a folding fan was telling a story to the crowd. She spoke of the Minister of Rights who today would represent the Great Yan Court to visit the old soldiers at Anxiguan Pass, read Emperor Yangyi's imperial decree, and hold a hero's memorial service at the frontier. This storyteller, named Qianli, was a core member of Tingshou Tower, possessing top-secret intelligence from the past 40 years. She had once disguised herself as a Chao family member, acting as a knight-errant. When she mentioned the Chao family, the story veered in another direction. Kanzu looked at her, sighing inwardly. She had heard that the storytellers at Tianranju changed frequently, but she didn't expect to see a woman today. Chao Mu took a sip of tea and said in a deep voice, "I've already investigated. Her name is Qianli, known as the Thousand-Mile Eye. She knows all the news in the world and is a senior figure at Tingshou Tower. If we want to track down Sword Immortal banished, we should start with her." Kanzu glanced at Chao Mu with concern. "Information must be expensive. Do we have enough money?" Chao Mu replied concisely. "Here, money is not the currency of exchange. Only information can be traded for information." A strange confidence appeared on his face. Sister Shui, this is where you come in. After she finishes speaking, we'll find a way to approach her. Kanzu paused slightly. All right. As dusk fell, Qianli had returned to her room. She gently turned, looking at the tightly closed door behind her, and a clear voice rang out, Chao Shui, Chao Kanzu, the Chao family members recently renowned in the imperial capital, eager to visit right after receiving imperial favor. Truly an honor. You must be here about Sword Immortal banished, correct? In that case, why not come in and have a chat outside the room? Kanzu and Chao Mu couldn't hide their shock. That person seemed to know everything. Chao Mu slightly raised an eyebrow, half curiously thinking, it's not surprising she recognized me. But Sister Shui has always lived in seclusion, rarely known. The fact that she can discern Sister Shui's identity means her strength is indeed as rumored, and we'll probably have to rely on her to find clues about Sword Immortal banished. Chao Mu walked into the room, a smile on his face, his arms open like an old friend revisiting a familiar place. The 1,000-mile eye is indeed well deserved. You recognized us back at the tea house, didn't you? I know your rules, information for information, right? Qianli covered her face with her fan, smiling. Young Master Chao, I'm afraid you've misunderstood a bit. Chao Mu paused. Ah? She tilted her head, looking at Chao Mu, her eyes flickering. Not everyone is qualified to exchange information with me. Chao Mu frowned slightly, feeling uneasy. There's a qualification requirement. My friends at Tingsho Tower never mentioned this. Qianli continued calmly, however, before she finished speaking she had already walked beside Chao Mu, her breath light as mist, yet her presence imposing, saying, for the Chao family, an exception must be made. Her smile was like a spring breeze, but her words were like needles. You Chao family members have long piqued my curiosity. Chao Mu was startled, feeling a chill, and quickly hid behind Kanzu while dryly laughing and muttering softly, information is fine, but if you want to make a move, that's another matter. What do you want to know? Qianli smiled, her eyes sharp as a knife. The secrets of the Chao family, of course. We've always been under strict surveillance in the city, and besides Chao Shuangsun, no other Chao family members have ever appeared. Yet in the end, it was a Chao family member who led the old soldiers to successfully break through. Every time a Chao family member dies, another Chao surnamed person appears nearby. What exactly is going on? Chao Mu's face darkened, knowing he could no longer hide it, and sighed helplessly. All right, it seems I must tell the truth. Qianli closed her fan, her smile gentle and respectful. Please speak, I'm listening intently. Chao Mu slightly narrowed his eyes and began to concoct a story. Actually, our Chao family originated from southwest continent. Qianli silently watched, nodding. Oh. Chao Mu didn't stop, adding another fabrication. Our ancestors once left behind a secret art that allows for instant movement incredibly fast. Qianli softly responded again. He hesitated, continuing, but before he could finish, Qianli preempted him. I already knew that. Chao Mu's eye twitched. I only said 2 words, she then said, it's true. Chao Mu broke out in a cold sweat, suffering internally, realizing he had truly met an expert this time. The lies he used to fool Wu En were no longer effective, and anything related to the system was his last resort. He absolutely could not reveal it to anyone. Unwilling to be cornered, Chao Mu raised an eyebrow and retorted, HMPH, do you at Tingsho Tower want to get something for nothing? After hearing my story, you'll just label it as fake and still want to get Chao family's intelligence for free. You're really good at scheming. Qianli remained unperturbed, simply picking up the scripture in her hand and smiling. Young Master Chao, since I dare to trade with you, I naturally have a way to discern truth from falsehood. She looked up, her eyes proudly confident. With my heaven-bestowed ability, I'm known as the 1,000-mile eye, not just for show. All lies escape my gaze. Chao Mu silently recalled, glancing over. It's true. That sounds truly arrogant. He suddenly pointed at his body, nonchalantly saying, I have 18. Qianli tilted her head, her gaze looking downwards. At that moment she blossomed into a smile as radiant as spring flowers. It's actually true. Young Master Chao, you are indeed unfathomable. Chao Mu's face flushed, and he inwardly cursed. Damn it, can you really see that? At this point the always silent Kanzu softly spoke. Is that the third eye naturally on your forehead? Are you a half-demon? Qianli involuntarily took half a step back, stammering, You can actually see the secrets of heaven, truly well deserved. Kanzu didn't miss this opportunity and immediately suggested, in that case, can I reveal some secrets of heaven in exchange for your information? Qianli immediately and decisively shook her head, refusing. No, Tingsho Tower has a rule, only listen to the tide, not disturb the tide. Revealing the secrets of heaven is an offense to the way of heaven. At best, one is punished. At worst, one loses their life. I don't engage in such life-for-information trades. The room instantly fell silent, the 3 of them speechless, no one speaking. After a moment, Qianli slowly closed her fan, her eyes calm and firm. It seems each of us holds something the other desires. In that case, I'll make a concession. Each of us asks 3 questions. Whoever fails to answer completely or cannot answer at all loses. She gently brushed back the bangs from her forehead, revealing her third eye, just as Kanzu had guessed. If you lose, please allow me to enter your sea of consciousness and find the answers myself. Chao Mu scoffed dismissively. Isn't this just competing in gossip with the world's #1 gossip organization? You sure talk big. Qianli immediately scowled angrily, saying, if you have the guts, play. If not, leave. I don't care. Kanzu immediately reminded him, her tone serious. Allowing someone to enter your sea of consciousness if the other party harbors ill intentions, the owner of the sea of consciousness will suffer severe damage, even risking their life, Chao Mu calmly replied. Don't worry, Sister Shui, I have my ways. Although she didn't know his exact method, Kanzu trusted him and gently nodded. Then go ahead and show what you can do. At worst, if something happens, I'll find a way to deal with it. So Chao Mu went along with the game, gently nodding in agreement. All right, let's begin. Qianli shrugged, adopting a welcoming posture. I've paved the way, you just walk. At first, she covered her mouth with her fan, secretly gloating, believing victory was already assured. Even if the opponent had deep knowledge, they would never guess she carried a top-secret magical artifact, a special communication device connected to Tingsho Tower. As long as she wished, she could instantly transmit information to the Tower Lord, a person revered as one who perceived all things in the world. Backed by such power, she was confident she would never fail. Meanwhile, Chao Mu casually thought, is this a person from an ancient world whose thoughts are still stuck in antiquity? Good, I'll let you know that knowledge is the sharpest weapon in the world. Then he gently made his first move. Do the non-trivial zeros of the Riemann zeta function all have a real part equal to 1, 2? Qianli was stunned, her whole body as if sealed. It was the first time in her life she had heard such alien-sounding terms. She frowned and asked, What did you just say? Can you repeat that? Chao Mu approached step by step, his presence silent yet impactful. Didn't hear clearly? It's okay, I'll continue. Before she could recover, he leisurely posed the second question. On a smooth plane, a 4-kilogram object moves eastward at 3 meters per second. It collides with a stationary 5-kilogram object, and the collision is perfectly elastic. How far is the 5-kilogram object pushed? Her face changed drastically, and she instinctively retreated, only to find Chao Mu had already leisurely placed his hand on the wall behind her, blocking all escape routes. Chao Mu's eyes now flickered with an eerie light, and he coldly threw out the next question. Next, suppose the probabilities of the three of us independently solving this problem are 10, 30, and 40 respectively. What is the probability that at least one person can solve it? Qianli's head was now spinning like a blender. She seemed to understand the first question, but it sounded like a eulogy for herself. The subsequent question seemed simple. But in reality, there was no point of mental leverage. Feeling like she was falling into a bottomless abyss, with every passing second bringing desperate hopelessness, she had completely underestimated his move. The aura he exuded, no more accurately, the invisible force that suppressed her mind, seemed to come from a distant and complex alternate dimension, powerfully beyond all ordinary cognition. Qianli's head was now like a beehive, constantly bombarded by twisted, snake-like questions from a distant universe of knowledge. Feeling as if her brain was pushed to its limit, she struggled internally. No, I can't let this continue. Under relentless questioning, Qianli was incessantly pursued by tricky questions to the point of mental confusion. Her consciousness seemed on the verge of leaving her body. Chao Mu then revealed a triumphant smile, speaking as if issuing an imperial decree. You cannot answer my 3 questions, yet I can easily answer yours. Thus the winner is clearly me. Miss Qianli, please concede. In the end, she had no choice but to give up and accept defeat. The secret art she had once proudly boasted about was, in the end, nothing more than a deceptive reputation. After a while, when her mind had stabilized and she had returned to the table, she calmly began to speak about the whereabouts of Sword Immortal banished. In Tingsho Tower is unclear. Chao Mu narrowed his foxy eyes, giving her a meaningful glance. You set up that formation earlier. You were trying to get something for nothing, weren't you? She gently nodded in admission. I really didn't expect to lose, Qianli continued, her tone slow and thoughtful. But your guess is not unfounded. Qingzhou is very likely not dead. The immortal elders of the great Dao sect all have sensing talismans for their lives and wouldn't easily perish, but he used some strange method that even I cannot track his movements. As for whether Sword Immortal banished was taken by him, I cannot be sure. She lowered her voice, her words like needlepoints piercing the night. If you want to investigate, you can start with the Great Qin Prefecture. Hearing this, Chao Mu turned to Kanzu, casually remarking, The Great Qin Prefecture, isn't that King Qin's fiefdom? Kanzu looked at Qianli, pressing further. So how did that King Qin achieve such merits to be enfeoffed as a non-imperial prince, and with an independent fiefdom? Qianli then gently fanned herself, leisurely replying, King Qin was originally just a nominal title. It was only recently that he was officially enfeoffed. After the martial sage's demise, the world fell into contention and chaos, with myriad paths declining. King Qin claimed to be able to integrate martial arts and Taoist methods, vowing to revive the martial arts world's banner of righteousness. He repeatedly quelled demonic cultivators wreaking havoc in various provinces and often resolved heavenly and earthly anomalies, thus gaining widespread fame, even surpassing the great Dao sect in Zhangzhou. 2 months ago, Emperor Yang enfeoffed him as king, known as Qin, establishing the Great Qin Prefecture in northern Zhangzhou and granting him dominion over the region. Not only that, besides southern continent, other regions have also successively seen 8 similar figures enfeoffed as kings, each with strength comparable to immortal sect powers. Hearing this, Kanzu couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Doesn't that mean Emperor Yang is openly opposing the immortal sects? Chao Mu raised an eyebrow, faintly smiling. Not exactly. The Martial Dao Alliance and the Great Dao Sect have long been secretly colluding. This enfeoffment of kings is likely a tactic orchestrated by the Immortal sects to win over supporters. Emperor Yang is being led by the nose, happily counting money for others. But your words just now happen to confirm a suspicion I had. Qianli nodded gently, her expression as if she had already anticipated such a reaction. In Chao Emu's mind, a series of calculations unfolded smoothly like flowing clouds. The Immortal sect scheme of enfoffing kings was clearly to win over people's hearts, while secretly detaching themselves from Emperor Yang and retreating behind the scenes. This was not a good omen. Although the isolated city case had been made public, its impact on the Immortal sects was negligible. These new kings were their shields, and sooner or later everything would be cleared up. Those 8 media accounts were used to implement this conspiracy. He turned his gaze to Kanzu and said solemnly, "Sword Immortal banished suddenly disappeared, and the Martial Dao Alliance has a complex relationship with the Immortal sects. The surviving old soldiers from the isolated city are about to be assigned to King Qin's jurisdiction. If they have any ulterior motives, it could be easily exploited. It seems Daqin Prefecture is a place we must visit." He turned around, his eyes like swords directly at Qianli, and asked, "You just said to investigate Daqin Prefecture, not only because the Martial Dao Alliance and the Great Dao Sect are working together, right?" Qianli smiled as if she had already anticipated this question. Talking with a wise person, indeed, one cannot relax vigilance at all. "Exactly." She propped her hand on the table and slowly said, "To beautify King Qin's reputation, the Great Dao Sect often sends people to put on shows and set traps to mislead the world." Chao Mu approached, a hint of ambiguous smile in his eyes. "So that's how it is. I must watch this show carefully. Miss Qianli, do you have any more internal information you could share with me?" Qianli repeatedly shook her head. "None really. That's all I know." Chao Mu gave her a suspicious glance. "If I believed you, even ghosts and gods would weep. Tell me the truth. You just want to use us to scout the situation in Qin Prefecture and bring the secrets back to you, don't you?" He folded his arms, leaning back in his chair, his voice as calm as if telling a midday story. "It's fine if you don't say. I have my own ways to dig out clues anyway. It's just that this time, whoever from your tower is chosen to deliver the message will probably have a hard time." Qianli frowned, clearly annoyed at being seen through. "You truly are. All right, I concede." Subsequently, she sternly warned the two that King Qin's forces were not complex. "His soldiers are not difficult for you to handle, but you need to be vigilant against 2 first-grade spirit-refining deacons, Iron Wolf and Arhat. Both are formidable, and a fight with them will certainly be bloody. As for King Qin, it is said that he has cultivated the golden body art to its perfected stage, and some even claim he has surpassed the transcendent grade. Regarding the Martial Dao Alliance, you must already know something. Their golden body art is currently almost unstoppable. At least no one in the martial world has found a way to subdue it." Chao Mu asked bluntly, "Is this what you call internal information?" She shrugged and smiled. "Just something I handled incidentally, and I happened to think of Master Chao. I believe you will surely find a way." Chao Mu said no more, stood up and turned to leave. "Sister Shui, let's go." Just then, Qianli's voice echoed like the wind. "Wait." The two had just turned around, not understanding why, then looked back at her. Qianli hesitated slightly, as if weighing what to say and the secret of the half-demon that should be kept. Kanzu immediately reassured her, her tone as firm as stone. "Miss, rest assured, as long as you do nothing to harm us, we will guard this secret with our lives." Chao Mu tilted his head, his eyes flickering with curiosity. "Sister Shui, what's with the half-demon? Why can't it be said?" Kanzu gently pushed his shoulder. "Come on, it's a long story, I'll tell you later." Qianli's voice came from behind, vague as a wisp of smoke. "Thank you." Meanwhile, in Daqin Prefecture, the people were suffering, with fires spreading everywhere, a scene of utter chaos, all stemming from a demonic Taoist wreaking havoc. At that time, he rushed towards an innocent family. Filled with murderous intent, just as he was about to strike, a masked figure suddenly appeared, his voice ringing out like a midnight bell. "Demonic Taoist, how dare you cause trouble on King Qin's territory?" His appearance was like dispelling gloom, calming the hearts of the common people. General Iron Wolf under King Qin stepped forward, his feet thumping the ground like drums. Without further ado, he immediately lunged at the demonic Taoist, concentrating his inner energy in his palms. His chi surged, and his palm strike was like a mountain collapsing, sending the demonic Taoist flying far away. Even so, that fellow did not give up. Immediately launched a fierce counterattack, but Iron Wolf gave him no breathing room, again channeling his energy and striking with his palm, ending the wicked man's life. The surrounding populace applauded and cheered, praising repeatedly, "General Iron Wolf's divine power is invincible. Your profound iron divine claws fear neither water nor fire, and your claw wind is like cutting steel, peerless in the world. Fortunately, you intervened, or we would have all been slaughtered by the demonic Taoist." Iron Wolf calmly retracted his hand, his fingertips still stained with blood. He stood up and bowed. "I apologize for my late arrival and for causing you alarm." The people all waved their hands. "We are deeply grateful." "Please don't say that, General Iron Wolf. If not for you, our entire family would probably have been slaughtered by the demonic Taoist. With you and King Qin guarding this place, we can live in peace and contentment." He merely nodded gently. "This is my duty. I will go check if other places need assistance. Everyone, quickly return to the city. Do not wander around." The sounds of gratitude behind him continued ceaselessly. "A hero who does good deeds and then leaves, seeking no fame or fortune." Truly a hero, worthy of being a general under King Qin in a distant forest separated from that bustling scene. Iron Wolf bowed apologetically. I must trouble Immortal Master with this act again. It is truly inconvenient. Facing him was a female Immortal Master named Daoshu, who used martial arts to feign immortal techniques, she said nonchalantly. Such foolishness, yet those mortals still praise it endlessly. Iron Wolf clenched his fists, a sneer playing on his lips. Those mortals understand nothing, only immersing themselves in illusory wuxia dreams. It is precisely because martial arts can never catch up to immortal Dao that they had to create something like the golden body art, merely to deceive themselves. Daoshu's willow-like brows furrowed as if she had just been banished to the frontier. She had finally escaped from her sect's cultivation, only to be sent by her master to this boring place, Dachin Prefecture, which was utterly tedious. A strange voice from behind carrying a hint of agreement sounded. The two immediately turned, their gazes vigilant. Chao Mu emerged from the shadows, a half-mocking, half-playful smile on his lips. He had expected to meet new faces in a new place, but unexpectedly it was two old acquaintances. Daoshu squinted at his face, then blurted out, "You're a Chao family member?" Chao Mu laughed. Half true, half false. It seems my Chao family is beginning to make a name for itself in the martial world. Iron Wolf stood behind him, roaring, "Immortal Master, this man must not be left alive." Daoshu immediately formed a hand seal, her voice cold as ice. "No more nonsense, it's this Chao fellow who caused me to be banished to this barren place. Kill him immediately." Iron Wolf immediately shot out like an arrow from a bow, charging directly at Chao Mu. Chao Mu's arm was grazed and blood gushed out. He silently calculated that a golden core stage extraordinary being and a first-grade spirit refining expert, perfect. Let's see how strong I am after entering second grade. The wave of his hand, blood condensed into form, transforming into a crimson sword. It was the blood sword art. Iron Wolf roared, his claws striking like iron hooks. Chao Mu raised his sword and parried effortlessly. The two forces clashed, sparks flying. Iron Wolf was shocked in his heart. My explosive speed and strength are comparable to transcendent-grade martial artists, yet I was blocked so easily. In the blink of an eye his figure vanished from sight. Chao Mu praised, "This lightness skill is indeed extraordinary. His movement is almost as fast as mine, but wait, that last claw strike had no inner energy at all." His gaze swept upwards, seeing Daoshu suspended in midair, her face gloomy, and he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Is she not planning to attack? Suddenly, Iron Wolf appeared behind him like a ghost. He swung his claws, aiming straight for Chao Mu's vital points, but Chao Mu seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, ducking to avoid, which made Iron Wolf exclaim in surprise. "What?" Chao Mu turned, his blood sword cutting a sharp light, counterattacking. He coldly said, "No need to stall. You're not very valuable anyway. Let's finish this quickly." Iron Wolf was struck by the sword, his body flying back like a sandbag and falling to the ground. Chao Mu seized the opportunity, brandishing his sword to deliver a finishing blow, but an ice pillar suddenly erupted from the ground, blocking his sword's edge. Clearly a trap set by Daoshu. In an instant, the cold completely imprisoned Chao Mu's body, leaving him motionless. Daoshu mocked disdainfully from afar, "Useless Iron Wolf." He shamefully broke through the ice, quickly lowering his head. "Immortal Master, please punish me." Without waiting for him to say more, she plunged her hand directly into Chao Mu's chest, confirming his life and death. After accidentally being cut by him, Daoshu approached, glancing at the wound. "Just a small cut. If not for your golden body art protection, you would have fallen long ago. This kid is a Chao family member. His inner energy and moves are not to be underestimated." High in the tree canopy, Chao Mu's figure appeared, a playful smile on his lips as if the real game had just begun. From the high branches, Chao Mu swooped down like a thunderbolt, his sword wildly swinging. "Do you think my Chao family is an empty house? I've come to reclaim my eldest brother's life today." Daoshu gasped in astonishment, blurting out, "How did he come back again?" The two enemies immediately dodged, avoiding the sword's sharp momentum like flying sand. At the same time, Chao Mu's heavily wounded body suddenly began to squirm like a soulless puppet, then slowly stood up. Daoshu glanced at it, her willow brows tightly furrowed. "You held back." Iron Wolf's voice was firm as iron. "Absolutely not." Chao Mu's two clones simultaneously raised their weapons, attacking the two enemies respectively. One of them directly engaged Iron Wolf, his sword strikes like wind without hesitation. Iron Wolf grew increasingly uneasy. A hint of trepidation flashed in his eyes. "This new guy is definitely not simple," he thought to himself. "His martial arts are no weaker than the one just now, a vigilant opponent." Immediately, he dodged a dangerous move, his heart growing even more wary. The two sides fought fiercely, swords and claws clashing, gradually pushing Iron Wolf away from Daoshu. Sensing the intention, Iron Wolf roared, "Trying to deliberately separate me from Immortal Master? Do you think I'm not your match in a one-on-one fight?" Chao Mu pressed closer, a winning smile on his lips. "Just try it. This time victory is already assured." On the other side, Daoshu continuously fired ice arrows. Each time a Chao Mu was killed, another identical person would rush forward. She sneered contemptuously. "Such trash. No matter how many there are, I won't pay them any mind." Another ice block shattered, and another Chao Mu fell. Daoshu turned around, believing the battle was over, when suddenly a cold hand reached out and tightly grabbed her foot. She sharply turned, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Just then another Chao Mu swooped down from the sky, shouting like a thunderclap, "Don't think my Chao family has no one." She was filled with rage, gritting her teeth. "How many people does your Chao family have hidden?" The figures of Chao Mu rushed forward one after another, like endless waves, but each time they were killed in the blink of an eye. Just when she thought it was the last one, another Chao Mu appeared, still carrying that familiar curse. Don't think my Chow family has no one. Dao Shu's willow brows furrowed. What exactly are you playing at on the other side? Chow Mu's sword horizontally slashed down, instantly severing Iron Wolf's arm. The hand flew out, falling onto the cold ground, blood soaking every blade of grass. Chow Mu didn't pause, rushing forward like a gust of wind, still with a relaxed smile on his lips. To deal with you, I don't even need to use heavenly demonic incineration. Lay down your weapon, kneel and accept your fate. Iron Wolf said nothing. His remaining arm immediately stiffened, hard as iron, sharp spikes protruding, blocking the incoming sword. The recoil was unexpectedly violent, causing Chow Mu's expression to momentarily falter, his demeanor changing accordingly. Behind Iron Wolf, rows of sharp bone spurs suddenly emerged like spider legs. He roared loudly, his voice echoing through the entire forest. Boy, let me show you what true martial arts are. Chow Mu immediately regained his composure, his gaze unwavering as he watched the bone spurs shoot out like arrows. In a brief instant, 2 bone spurs had already pierced the ground where he had just stood, but Chow Mu's figure had already dodged lightly, avoiding the attack as nimble as wind. Not only was he not afraid, but he scoffed repeatedly. HMPH, do you think a few extra metal bones make you a classical martial artist? Is a digital era warrior playing the traditional image? Clearing the initial brief surprise, Chow Mu regained his confidence, his eyes sharp. That strange shape, do you still dare to call it human? Is this the so-called golden body art of your martial Dao alliance? Iron Wolf did not answer directly, still charging forward, his tone filled with pride. This is the pinnacle of the fusion of immortal arts and martial arts bestowed by the immortal master. This is true martial Dao entry. Chow Mu frowned, secretly evaluating. In this state, his speed and strength surged, almost reaching the realm of transcendent-grade true martial artists, even surpassing the effect of heavenly demonic disintegration. His golden body art has probably reached the Iron Bone stage. Just as Sword Ghost said, he's on par with Qin Shicheng. Before his thoughts could fully settle, the blood sword in his hand was shattered into pieces by a bone spur. Chow Mu's eyes widened. Even the blood sword art couldn't penetrate this defense. Iron Wolf saw his opponent's weapon neutralized and immediately let out a triumphant laugh. Ha ha ha, kid. Now you know how formidable I am, don't you? Relentless, he continued to charge forward, a rain of bone spurs pouring down. Your mortal body is as fragile as straw. Even after 100 years of arduous martial arts training, you'll still end up as a walking corpse. He raised his enormous arm as if declaring to the world, this perfect body of mine is the best proof of the new era of martial arts. With that, he unleashed an extremely powerful move, a series of bone spurs shooting out like lightning, forming an astonishing cross shape across bone blade. Chow Mu, without a sword, clenched his hands, a smile playing on his lips, as if he had been waiting for this moment. The power within him erupted like a volcano. Ha ha ha, so that's it, Iron Wolf. How pitiful. Do you still know where the chi meridians in your body flow? Can you still feel your internal energy? Then an unexpected scene unfolded. Chow Mu used his bare fist to repel all the incoming bone spurs. Iron Wolf was greatly alarmed, his eyes wide as if they would split open. What? Taking advantage of his momentary stunned state, Chow Mu gritted his teeth, his figure transforming into an afterimage like a lightning bolt streaking across the sky, rushing directly towards him. Chow Mu's furious punches rained down continuously, each carrying highly condensed chi, fiercely striking the steel like bone spurs, causing them to shatter and fly apart. Iron Wolf was scared out of his wits, his eyes widening with each shattering blow, muttering weakly, "Impossible." But Chow Mu didn't give him more time for despair. A storm-like punch, carrying all his strength, went straight for the opponent's head. Iron Wolf only managed to let out a final roar. No? Before the roar subsided, the punch landed with the precision of fate, smashing into the top of his head without the slightest deviation, sending him flying far away like a machine that had run out of fuel. The fatal blow caused Iron Wolf to spew a large mouthful of blood, and the mask covering his face shattered. Fragments flew everywhere, blood spattered like rain, staining Chow Mu's entire body. He turned to look at the fallen corpse behind him, his voice soft like a cold judgment. The golden body art, the so-called true essence of martial arts, is nothing more than a trick played by a group of deluded extraordinary beings. You were long ago manipulated by a scheme, your internal energy scattered, leaving only a decayed body possessed by a divine soul. Those bone spurs are now just dregs underfoot. Iron Wolf lay motionless, completely crushed, utterly powerless to resist. Chow Mu spoke coldly, as if ending a chess game he had already won. People like you are no different from the corpse soldiers I eliminated in the isolated city. As long as true chi remains, everything can be crushed to dust by me. A breeze brushed past, the bloodstains on his sleeves not yet dry. Chow Mu looked up at the azure sky, thinking to himself, Sister Shui must be almost finished as well. Just then, a terrified roar from Immortal Master Dao Shu came from another battlefront. She spewed angry words while unleashing powerful spells. Ah, unknown small fry, perish immediately. Her face was twisted. Her teeth clenched, her tone filled with despair. Impossible. No matter how many I kill, they keep coming. Do they reproduce indefinitely? Before her was a sea of people surging forward in waves like pain-impervious devils. Chow Mu merely uttered, Don't underestimate the Chow family. Their appearance was like Chow Mu's thousands of clones. Chow Mu, holding a blood sword, charged forward without blinking, as if disregarding his own life. In her panic, Immortal Master Dao Shu suddenly had a thought. Could it be that the Chow family secretly planted so many spies in King Qin's territory, and we were completely unaware? Despite the heavy obstacles, the figures still swarmed forward like moths to a flame without the slightest hesitation or delay. A blue light suddenly flashed beneath her feet and her body gracefully lifted from the ground. Immortal Master Dao Shu muttered to herself, "I must steady my mind, a clue must be with that person." Her magic power supported her body, suspending her in midair. From above she looked down, her eyes filled with disdain. "An ordinary mortal, no matter how much they struggle, cannot reach the height I stand at. What's there to worry about?" But as soon as this thought crossed her mind, the crowd below simultaneously lowered their bodies, seemingly gathering strength for a sprint. In an instant the entire team, like an elite army, shot into the air, aiming directly for Immortal Master Dao Shu. Just then, she suddenly froze. A flash of insight illuminated her altered face, and a strange smile appeared. She spoke as if having an epiphany. "Ah, so that's it. Every thought I had, you reacted to it without missing a beat. I thought you had intelligence." Immortal Master Dao Shu looked at the approaching crowd, her expression changing. No longer panicked. "So I've been caught in an illusion." Her shout sliced through the air, and at the same time countless sharp blade-like ice shards shot towards the crowd. "You trash, let's see if you can withstand this move." Under the fierce attack, the crowd gradually dissipated like smoke and the sky slowly cleared, as if returning to its original state. She sneered contemptuously, her face full of disdain. Such a small insignificant trick, daring to show off before this immortal. However, before her proud words had faded from her lips, a sword had already pierced her chest, reaching her heart meridian. Dao Shu turned around in a daze, her eyes filled with shock. Standing behind her was Chao Mu. He wore a faint smile. "Knowing it was an illusion, you lowered your guard. No wonder you couldn't defeat Dao Zhen." Immortal Master Dao Shu's body sagged weakly like a leaf falling from a branch. In her last moments she only managed to whisper a doubtful question, "Are you real?" Dao Shu's body fell limply to the ground like a broken sandbag, while Chao Mu glided lightly from the air, landing gracefully as if he had just completed an elegant dance, desperately trying to preserve her last shred of vitality. She struggled, preventing her body from falling, her breathing ragged, her eyes filled with doubt as she looked at the approaching crimson sword glow. "You're just a mortal. How can you wield immortal techniques?" From high above, Chao Mu looked down, his gaze subtly shifting. In the hazy sky a figure was suspended. He casually pointed his sword at the person before him. "I never said I came alone." This remark was like a wake-up call. The figure in the sky clearly appeared, Sister Shui's sapphire blue eyes unequivocally present. Chao Mu calmly continued, "You see, Sister Shui." Moments before, the two were standing on a tall rooftop quietly observing Iron Wolf and the man below arguing. Chao Mu had casually remarked, "That Taoist is a substitute puppet. I encountered him in the isolated city." Sister Shui, her eyes covered with a white silk band, softly replied, "Indeed, a master intervened, but the time is not yet read. Acting rashly would alert the enemy." Chao Mu smiled enigmatically. "It's a small matter, Sister Shui. Can you control that extraordinary being for a moment?" She replied seriously, "My eye technique can confuse the opponent's mind, making them see only what I want them to see. However, this is merely an illusion. With my current chi refining 5th stage cultivation, if the opponent's realm is higher, it can easily be seen through, unless they are simultaneously disturbed by other things." Chao Mu rubbed the back of his head, revealing a cunning smile. "Leave the matter of creating chaos to me." Back to the present, Immortal Master Dao Shu sat on the ground looking up at the two, her voice hoarse. "So you cast an illusion on me at the critical moment," she frowned, her face full of resentment. "No, even so, there were at least 2 Chao family members. Why couldn't I even eliminate the first one?" Hearing this, Chao Mu looked at Sister Shui with a joyful expression, his pride overflowing. "Because the person you saw from the beginning was my flesh and blood clone. This is called winning by wit, do you understand?" Suddenly, Dao Shu, this seemingly dying person, sprang up fiercely, her face distorted, letting out a beast-like roar. "Despicable mortals, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." But before she could strike, her gaze was locked by an unusual blue light shooting from Sister Shui's eyes, a silently sharp blue light that pierced directly into her consciousness. Instantly, her consciousness seemed to be dragged into an abyss, her soul plunged into chaos. Those eyes controlled her completely without even needing to move. She clutched her neck, her whole body convulsing violently, veins like spiderwebs entwining her face, but Sister Shui's gaze remained unwavering, watching with majesty. Dao Shu's eyes widened bloodshot, looking up at the sky in desperate convulsions. Sister Shui gently narrowed her eyes. In that silent gaze, a pattern suddenly clearly manifested in the depths of her pupils, glowing like a sacred fire at the bottom of an abyss. In an instant, Dao Shu's eyes also ignited with blue flames, burning fiercely from the depths of her pupils, consuming all consciousness, leaving only a flash of despair. At the same time, the light in Sister Shui's eyes began to transform, intertwining into tiny electric sparks, swirling like countless chains of heavenly lightning. Dao Shu could not support herself. Her body fell to the ground like a withered tree broken by a storm. Sister Shui also exhausted her strength, her body trembling slightly, then collapsing to the ground. Chao Mu rushed over and helped Sister Shui up. His face showed clear concern as he looked at the frail girl leaning on him. "You've used your eyes for so long, have you hurt yourself?" Sister Shui gently closed her eyes and replied, "I'm fine, I just need a few days of rest to recover. Anyway, I also managed to see some important memories in her mind in time." Dao Shu's body lay motionless, lifeless, without any spiritual energy fluctuations. Sister Shui brushed away the opponent's death like dust, her gaze contemplative, striving to piece together fragments of memory. "You guessed correctly, Qingzhou was not completely eliminated. Although his body was destroyed due to the great Dao sect's life token, his primordial spirit was still summoned back. However, The banished immortal sword Jexian Jian seems to be no longer in his possession. Chao Mu frowned, his tone doubtful. Not in his possession, then where could he be? Did he still retain consciousness after transforming into a sword? Or did he secretly prepare an escape route, intending to seize a body and be reborn? Sister Shui shook her head, turning her attention to more urgent matters. We'll investigate that later. Now you must face another more pressing issue. The Great Tao sect has ordered King Qin to punish those surviving old soldiers. They're going to act tonight. As soon as the news spread, Chao Mu's face immediately darkened like a storm cloud, his eyes glinting with cold light. He hastily stood up, preparing to leave. I must go to King Qin's mansion immediately. However, Sister Shui quickly grabbed his wrist, stopping him. Chao Mu, don't rush into action. She gently shook her head, her tone very cautious. Our current strength is not enough to contend with him. A blurry image of King Qin's mansion guarded by countless Dao soldiers flashed in his mind. If you charge in now, not only will you not save anyone, but you'll also put yourself in danger, especially since I've already seen King Qin's true identity. You've seen him? Chao Mu frowned in surprise. Who is it? Sister Shui uttered the name without hesitation, greatly astonishing Chao Mu. It's Qin Shicheng, the former warden of the imperial capital. Chao Mu immediately helped her to sit under a nearby tree, his tone full of doubt. Isn't Qin Shicheng already dead? Sister Shui also sat down, slowly replying, Indeed, in your battle with Iron Wolf you must have already realized the essence of the golden body art. Chao Mu nodded without hesitation. It's just an empty shell controlled by a divine soul, invulnerable to blades but lacking vitality. Sister Shui nodded in confirmation and further explained. That is the first realm, copper skin. The skin is trained to be as hard as copper, and immortal techniques can only penetrate the surface. The golden body art is divided into 3 layers: copper skin, iron bone, and golden body. Although the copper skin realm is only rudimentary, it is enough for a puppet to contend with first-grade masters. Sister Shui continued to explain, her eyes cold as night frost. After the copper skin realm comes iron bone. Upon reaching this level, the body's overall structure begins to surpass human limits. The bone marrow has been permeated by immortal techniques, allowing for arbitrary changes in body shape and enhanced strength. Iron Wolf was in this realm. His strength was originally comparable to transcendent-grade experts. But unfortunately, he encountered you, rendering all his calculations meaningless. She clasped her hands behind her back and slowly continued. In the first 2 realms, the divine soul has not fully separated from the body and is still restricted by the physical body. But in the golden body realm, the body is merely a manifestation of an immortal technique. Even if the body is shattered, it's useless. As long as the spells continue to flow, they will not die. Sister Shui silently resolved the remaining doubts in Chao Mu's mind. Chao Mu still frowned, scratching his head, looking bewildered. You killed Qin Shicheng and his divine soul left his body, which instead helped him complete the golden body. What? Weak flesh, elevated machinery. I don't understand any of it. Sister Shui's hand tightened slightly, her eyes deep. The method we used against Daoshu cannot be used on him, she warned seriously, her gaze as sharp as ice and snow. Their bodies are themselves immortal spell structures. If I forcefully use my eye technique, I might suffer a magical backlash. Worse, it would alert the mastermind behind them. We must save those old soldiers from the isolated city, but we cannot act rashly. Chao Mu, I know you are not afraid of death and you have means to protect yourself, but you must remember that the Tao is inherently emotionless. Any power that defies its laws will come at a price. Sister Shui's voice softened but could not hide her deep concern. If you continue to rely on that power when the great Tao responds, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. Chao Mu did not answer, only remained silent. He thought to himself, Sister Shui is right, now is not the time for impulsiveness. The news from Tingsho Tower hasn't spread long. It has only scratched the surface. If King Qin is still alive, if the hidden extraordinary being hasn't been uncovered, then the incense power won't die out. After a moment of contemplation, Chao Mu nodded, his tone now steady. I understand. First, we need to evacuate those old soldiers. They don't know Sister Shui has prophetic abilities. I can use that to create a surprise. Sister Shui smiled softly in response. Night fell, and the scene shifted to another location. Arhat stood upright, bowing to a figure in the deep night hall, reporting, Your Highness King Qin. Urgent news just arrived from the Immortal sect. Immortal Master Daoshu and Iron Wolf's life tokens have both shattered. Both have fallen in battle. The Immortal sect suspects it might have been done by Chao family members. He frowned, his tone still incredulous. But how is this possible? Iron Wolf had already entered the Iron Bone realm, and Daoshu was a golden core stage cultivator. How could mere mortals have killed them both? King Qin remained motionless, like an ancient statue, half his body hidden in shadow, his face obscured. He spoke, his voice low as if from an abyss. Even Qingzhou, and even a nascent soul stage cultivator, was once injured by a Chao family member. So this is not surprising. The problem is not the cultivation realm, but underestimation. They dared to show up on Daqin Prefecture territory. Have our people found any traces of them? Arhat immediately bowed his head and reported, No clues yet. It seems they have no intention of directly opposing Daqin Prefecture. Have they already discovered our connection with the Immortal sect, and are they here to rescue those old soldiers? King Qin showed no signs of panic, merely giving orders calmly as if everything was within his plan. So what if they know? If they are indeed here for those old soldiers, then it suits my intentions even more. The Immortal sect has entrusted me with a great task. I will personally punish those who once held military power. Issue an order. Immediately seal off Angzigwan and escort all old generals to Dachin Prefecture. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed, a blade-like cold glint flashing in their depths, and a terrifying smile played on his lips. I will personally entertain these meritorious officials of the former dynasty with great ceremony. Meanwhile, in Angzigwan, in the villa once personally bestowed by the emperor for retired officials. Inside the house, a middle-aged man was holding a large bowl of wine, continuously pouring and drinking as if to drown all his worries. Beside him, a refined man wearing glasses frowned and advised, "Brother, drinking like this is harmful to your body." But the man clad in heavy armor and of mighty physique, who was General Hai, merely smiled faintly and waved his hand. "What's there to worry about? We, a group of people, live to serve the imperial court, but now the army is no longer an army, and our country is probably on the verge of collapse." His brows furrowed. General Hai muttered to himself as if asking himself, what kind of monarch could shamelessly say things like, "Let the common people suffer first"? Memories suddenly flooded his mind. In the emperor's study, under the dim light of the dragon lantern, the man in the dragon robe spoke calmly. "General Hai, I know you harbor resentment, but the imperial court cannot offend the immortal sect now. I possess the human king's sword, and the immortal sect still has some scruples. As for the matter of the isolated city's great Dao sect, they naturally will not investigate further. But we must also not pursue it." Before the throne, General Hai still knelt firmly opposing. "I beg your majesty's pardon for my offense. If your majesty does not seize this opportune moment to sever the incense worship and weaken the great Dao sect, then when will you dare to act?" He spoke earnestly, his eyes red with anger, saying, "The taxes in Jojo are becoming increasingly harsh. Does your majesty not know the root cause? Are you trying to drive the common people to desperation?" The emperor immediately waved his hand, loudly interrupting him. "Enough!" He widened his eyes, his expression filled with the imperial authority to command life and death. "You have been in the isolated city for 40 years. Do you not know how powerful the immortal sect forces outside are? I can overlook what you said today, but for now the common people must bear the burden first. When the situation changes, right and wrong, I will leave to history to judge." The memory ended. General Hai was furious, slamming his wine cup on the table, wine splashing everywhere. His voice boomed like thunder. "Foolish, truly foolish. You've been kneeling for so long that you don't even know to stand up when someone pulls you." General Hai let out a long sigh, looking up at the hazy night sky under the vast stars, his face etched with sorrow for the common people. "The more disappointed we are, the more enraged the people become, yet he remains immersed in his dream of a monarch's sacrifice, fighting alone. Under the crescent moon and tranquil stars, his heart still churned, unable to find peace. I think it's time for a change." As soon as he spoke, the man with glasses beside him immediately whispered, "Brother, wine confuses the mind. Do not speak treasonous words." Just then a soldier bowed and entered, respectfully reporting, "General, someone from Dachin Prefecture is here, saying they have important matters to discuss and request your immediate presence at the mansion." General Hai slightly turned his head, his gaze cold. "Now?" the soldier hastily replied. "Yes, and he also instructed the general to gather all living brothers to go together." This sentence plunged the room into silence. General Hai and the man with glasses exchanged glances, their eyes needing no further words, for both sensed the unsettling atmosphere. General Hai slammed his hand on the table, struggling to stand up. The person beside him quickly reached out to support him, gently advising, "Brother, your drunken stupor hasn't faded, perhaps another day would be better." But he only responded coldly, with the decisiveness of a sword stroke. "No," a strange excitement, no less than a youth seeing a legendary hero, appeared on General Hai's weathered face. "I heard King Qin dares to confront extraordinary beings. I must meet him. Perhaps he is also an honorable warrior with grand ambitions like Hero Chao." Soon after, a team clad in armor silently passed through a dimly unlit narrow path, following their leader. At this point, General Hai, still somewhat tipsy, his cheeks flushed, smiled amiably as he walked, initiating conversation with the cultivator leading the way. "May I ask the esteemed name of this envoy under King Qin?" the question person replied coldly. "Arhat, King Qin's protector and steward." Seizing the opportunity, General Hai asked in a gentle tone, "Lord Arhat, it's late at night. May I ask what important matter King Qin wishes to discuss?" That person bothered not to explain, merely glancing sideways and dropping a brief remark. "You'll know soon enough." General Hai's gaze followed the indifferent figure, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. Strange, he's clearly a cultivator, yet his demeanor is suffocating. The path they were traversing was pitch black. Without a trace of light, he felt a stir in his heart and asked, "Lord Arhat, why have you chosen to take the small path all the way? Wouldn't the main road be more direct?" The other party casually replied, "It's under martial law. Even with King Qin's decree, we cannot expose our tracks." Just then, heavy panting came from behind, and a drunken soldier plopped down on the ground, mumbling indistinctly, "Can we wait a bit?" Hearing this, Arhat turned and asked curtly, "What's wrong?" General Hai immediately spoke for the man. "The journey is over 2 li and we haven't stopped once. The soldiers are all exhausted. Most of those accompanying us are veterans of many battles. Some are panting, out of breath, saying, 'Forgive me. My strength is spent and my legs are weak, my hands and feet won't obey me. I only ask for a short rest, to prevent the tense atmosphere from spreading." General Hai immediately cupped his hands to Arhat, gently saying, "Lord Arhat, we old soldiers, having endured many battles, have numerous old injuries and find it inconvenient to move quickly. Please allow these brothers to withdraw first, and I alone will accompany you to see King Qin." Arhat did not respond, only scoffed disdainfully, uttering a single word full of contempt. Trash! This word like a cold knife sent a shiver through General Hai's heart, and a trace of unease flickered in his mind. Under the pitch-black night sky, Arhat's face appeared grim. He frowned, looking at the drunken soldiers, his tone like an impatient complaint. Such a nuisance, to be honest, a few fewer men in an army of 3 million and no one would care. The ominous premonition made General Hai not hesitate, and he immediately ordered, "All soldiers, listen to my command, form ranks." The man with glasses and the other soldiers immediately drew their weapons, adopting a battle-ready posture, facing this scene. Arhat, however, did not change his expression, still as composed as if he were savoring tea. General Hai stepped forward, his gaze sharp, and said in a deep voice, "Even with white hair I still have spirit. Returning from the desert was no fluke. Having dealt with extraordinary beings for 40 years I will not be mistaken. You are an extraordinary being." Arhat did not stint on praise. As soon as he finished speaking, a wisp of smoke suddenly rose from under his feet, curling gently like clouds, his gaze extraordinary. Since that's the case, in an instant his figure flashed like lightning through space, charging straight ahead, letting out a murderous roar. "I'll send you on your way first." In this critical moment, as Arhat's attack was about to reach General Hai, a red light suddenly broke through the wind, horizontally cutting off Arhat's path, forcing him to stop. Intercepted so suddenly, Arhat instantly froze, his movements halted for a moment, his face full of shock. The two then looked in the direction of the sword light. On a nearby tree branch, 2 figures sat calmly. Arhat vigilantly asked, "Who are you?" Without a doubt, it was Chao Mu and Sister Shui. Chao Mu's face was beaming with joy as if he had won the lottery, laughing heartily. "The moon is hazy, the wind is strong. Tonight is indeed an excellent time to make a move just in time." Less than a breath later, a powerful force carrying heavy pressure directly struck the stone wall. Fragments flew and smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring the entire passage. When the smoke gradually cleared, Arhat's figure clearly appeared before everyone, covered in blood. Chao Mu's blood sword was deeply embedded in his chest, a shocking sight. Chao Mu and Sister Shui still stood nearby unharmed, as if merely strolling in a courtyard. Chao Mu still smiled, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Since you knew we killed Iron Wolf without blinking, you still dared to come alone. I don't know whether to praise your boldness or your sheer stupidity." Arhat leaned against the wall, his body unable to resist, his brows tightly furrowed. Completely ignoring the mocking words, he merely said stiffly, "If you want my life, then take it. My diamond fist is no match for Chao family's sword. I admit defeat at your hands." Chao Mu's smile remained, but his face had darkened. "HMPH, though your body is hard, your heart is hollow. Such childish boxing, does it deserve to be called diamond fist?" Hearing this, Arhat could no longer bear it, roaring in retort, "What do you know? Even cultivating martial arts cannot reverse life and death. To tell you the truth, Iron Wolf and I are both immortal. Do you think a few frivolous sword moves can finish me?" At this moment, Sister Shui slowly spoke, her voice as steady as flowing water. "You probably thought that after death the great Tao sect's extraordinary beings would give you a new body, didn't you?" She did not argue, but merely gently questioned, "But if one could continuously change bodies like changing clothes, wouldn't that already be eternal life? If the great Tao is so easy, why would the immortal sects of JoJo still painstakingly pursue the path of incense? Why wouldn't they simply turn all their disciples into Tao soldiers and be done with it?" Her words, without sword or blade, were incredibly sharp, piercing directly to the core of Arhat's revered ideal. Once the physical body is destroyed, even if the soul remains, it is merely rootless flotsam, forever drifting in the vast sea of void. Sister Shui's gaze followed Arhat, who was gradually losing his breath in utter despair. Her voice remained as calm as autumn waters. "From the moment you severed your physical body, you became like an oil lamp flickering in the strong wind. How much longer can you live? Perhaps even heaven disdains to count. As for Iron Wolf, he should have long since turned to ashes." General Hai witnessed everything before his eyes. The truth seemingly revealed, he sighed deeply. "So all the legends of Dachin Prefecture were merely masks woven by the immortal sect to deceive the world. All these years we have merely transitioned from one lonely isolated city to another barren land." Tears welled up in his eyes, a single tear silently rolling down, and he asked sorrowfully, "In this broken mortal world, where else can we find refuge?" Just when he thought all hope was lost, Chao Mu suddenly blurted out, "There is still one place." He smiled gently, his gaze turning to the other party. "General Hai, have you heard of Wang Song? He was once as famous as the renowned martial generals of your country." General Hai immediately searched his memory, then nodded, recalling, "Yes, he was the prime minister back then." Chao Mu now ceased his lengthy explanations, merely stating earnestly, "He is currently preparing an uprising in southern continent. Although his family is poor and he lacks food and clothing, he still harbors grand ambitions. If you are all willing, I can lead everyone to join him." A soldier in the back quietly asked the person in front, "Is this trustworthy?" The questioned person turned around, nodding firmly. "Brother Chao's words are absolutely true." The man with glasses was still hesitant, his gaze turning to General Hai, quietly reminding, "What about father?" Before the words were fully spoken, General Hai understood. He replied in a deep voice, "Father will understand. What my brother and I said I have also reported to him. Father is a far-sighted man. If Great Yan continues to be ruled by this monarch, only destruction awaits," not allowing hesitation to intrude again. General Hai immediately cupped his hands to Chao Mu, saying, "Then Brother Chao, please lead the way." Hearing this, Chao Mu smiled, turning his head as he replied, "I haven't bothered that person though." Sister Shui, standing behind, heard her name called and immediately froze as if caught red-handed, stammering, "Ah, Chao Mu, what about you?" Just as everyone was still pondering Chao Emu's intentions, a rush of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed through the silent world. Arhat's figure now appeared elsewhere, his body swayed. Then he suddenly knelt before a shadowed figure in the deep night hall. "Your Highness," his face still bore the marks of the recent battle, his voice as urgent as a burning eyebrow. "The Chao family has indeed come. I was escorting those old soldiers to Dachin Prefecture but was suddenly intercepted by two people." He quickly reported everything to the figure walking towards him step by step. "Your humble servant barely escaped with my life to report this news to your Highness. They have now fled with those soldiers." The figure stopped before Arhat, speaking slowly but with a voice as cold as ice on bone. "Fled, don't dream, no one can escape." Half of King Qin's face was hidden in darkness. His expression remained as indifferent as ancient well water. He spoke calmly. "It was wise of you not to fight him to the death. Iron Wolf still died at his hands, you had no chance. Since the Chao family has already shown themselves, it makes it easier for me to clean them up at once." Arhat's lips still bore traces of blood, forming a cunning smile. "Your Highness is indeed unparalleled in the world." As soon as he spoke, his figure shot up like a whirlwind, charging directly towards King Qin, his fingertips condensing streaks of crimson light as sharp as the scythe of death. The figure bowed low, still emitting a chilling, playful laugh. Suddenly their forms began to shift, strands of hair sprouting on their bald heads, their myriad flesh transformation making them unrecognizable. What a pity! For the one who had just struck was Chao Mu in disguise. He scoffed mockingly, his tone full of provocation. "So what do you plan to do with me, Qin Shicheng?" King Qin merely extended 3 fingers, lightly catching the whistling sword tip, his expression unmoved. "Indeed, as long as those old soldiers make a move, you couldn't help but reveal yourself." He sneered contemptuously, disdaining further words. His 3 fingers tightened slightly, and with a cold, crisp sound the Chao family's terrifying treasure, the blood sword, shattered like fragile glass. Meanwhile, in the quiet eerie alley, Chao Mu cast a deep glance at Arhat, who was huddled against the wall, clearly defeated. He mused aloud, "If the person Qin Shicheng sent disappears, he will surely grow suspicious. We need someone to draw attention away to clear an escape path for those people heading to southern continent." He paused, then smiled and said to Sister Shui, "Actually, I think I'm more suitable to be the bait." Sister Shui took on the remaining arduous task. Hearing this, her face changed dramatically, her eyes filled with worry, and she urgently asked, "Are you planning to break into Dachin Prefecture alone? Such a risk is no different from courting death." Chao Mu merely responded with a calm smile, seemingly unconcerned. He then reassured her, "Sister Shui, don't worry, I'll act according to the situation and know how to escape." With that, his expression suddenly hardened. He coldly grabbed Arhat by the collar, lifting him up. His voice was as hard as steel. "Quick, tell me, what is your King Qin's ultimate killing move?" Arhat's skin and flesh suddenly turned crimson, shimmering with golden light. He spoke weakly but clearly. "King Qin's body is entirely different from ours. He possesses an immortal sect masterpiece, a perfect physical body forged from red fire fine gold. That body has long merged with immortal techniques. I cannot fully comprehend its mysteries, only knowing that he can wield immortal spells, and even all attacks directed at him will be converted into backlash internal energy." Back in the present, Qin Shicheng's face was ashen, and golden lightning suddenly flashed in his palm. He asked disdainfully, "Has Arhat been eliminated by you?" Chao Mu suddenly sprang up, dodging like a bird, and laughed as he replied, "Yes, didn't I come here precisely to send you to join him?" Although he laughed on the surface, he was inwardly shocked. The blood sword was absorbed the moment it touched him. This must be the immortal technique Arhat spoke of. Indeed, a golden body Dao soldier's physical body is far superior to an ordinary person's 2 realms. Chao Mu immediately unleashed the heavenly demonic incineration art, attacking while secretly calculating. Pure physical attacks like the blood sword are completely ineffective, so how about a pure internal energy attack? He raised his hand and pointed forward, his index finger shooting out a red light like a sharp ultraviolet ray. It was the shattering void finger. In a flash the light pierced directly through Qin Shicheng's forehead. However, the man merely sneered contemptuously, mocking, "Is this all your Chao family's tricks amount to?" Immediately after, the wound on his forehead began to heal strangely. Qin Shicheng slightly frowned and scoffed, "Do you think I'm still that guy from Wanfu all those years ago?" Suddenly, golden ancient runes flashed on his skin, spreading along his knuckles. His bones began to froth, deforming in an indescribable way. A layer of golden light enveloped his body, his right hand extended like a sword, and he coldly declared, "Once is enough, there won't be a second time." With that he charged forward like a tiger descending a mountain, his golden sword swinging, cutting a brilliant arc of light. However, Chao Mu dodged at the last moment. Qin Shicheng immediately turned in the air like a fierce eagle, and swung his sword diagonally at Chao Mu's chest with incredibly cunning speed and angle. This fierce and sudden attack caught Chao Mu off guard, and he suffered a fatal blow to the chest. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and gasped in his heart. The heavenly demonic incineration art, which usually provides layered defense, was torn apart like thin paper. He unconsciously covered the wound with his hand, where red and black lightning-like flashes shimmered around his body. The wound was still tainted with the golden energy left behind by Qin Shicheng's spell. Chao Mu immediately realized, could even myriad flesh transformation self-healing ability be suppressed by him? On the other side of the battle, Qin Shicheng shed his sinister smile, and his left hand also transformed, becoming a second sword blade. He arrogantly stated, "Boy, this is my true metal body. Anything I break through will be absorbed into my body, becoming a part of me. I call it," He raised the shining sword high, proudly announcing the name of the move. Shattering sword. Chao Mu did not respond, only coldly tore open the clothing near his wound, revealing the burning skin, a sign of a mutated body from the refined bone devouring Li fire. He glanced at the 3 deep claw marks, merely frowning slightly. How troublesome. Seeing Chao Mu's disheveled appearance, Qin Shicheng shouted triumphantly. You have some tricks, but compared to the Immortal sect you're still far behind. He advanced like a wild beast, fiercely bellowing. Let's see how much flesh you have left for me to harvest. Chao Mu immediately planted his feet firmly on the ground. Instantly he adjusted his battle stance while his thoughts raced. Physical attacks are absorbed. Internal energy, though it can cause damage, cannot last. This physical body is simply a nightmare for martial artists, a grotesque construct that only extraordinary beings could create. Qin Shicheng's hands had both transformed into swords, and he slowly approached like a demon god, his 2 eyes glinting with an eerie light. How's this? Are you trembling? Don't your Chao family members always boast of being fearless? Without waiting for Chao Mu's reaction, he darted forward like lightning, simultaneously shouting, You have resisted the Immortal sect for a long time. Today I will send you to the Yellow Springs on behalf of the Immortal Elders. Leaping into the air, Qin Shicheng wielded both swords, 2 beams of sword light slicing through the air. Whistling forward, Chao Mu tightly gripped his blood-stained palm, his tone resolute. Fear? I've never known that feeling. 2 golden blades, carrying burning energy, shot forward like meteors. Chao Mu met the dual swords with a fierce punch, and the red and golden forces clashed violently, erupting in tremors like heavenly thunder and earthly fire, neither willing to yield. Chao Mu gritted his teeth, murderous intent burning in his eyes, and with a powerful punch he sent the 2 swords flying. Then without hesitation he concentrated all his strength and charged directly at Qin Shicheng's face. The punch, hard as iron, slammed into Qin Shicheng's rough chin, making his head snap sideways like a rag doll. Chao Mu didn't stop for a second, continuing his charge, his arms still bearing the eerie long marks left by his opponent. Qin Shicheng was knocked flying, his body spinning in the air like a top, his body bent backward, his neck dangling as if it would break at any moment, yet he still chuckled eerily, his tone both teasing and provocative. Young people are impetuous and easily carried away. I understand. His twisted neck suddenly straightened like a python raising its head, but impulsiveness comes at a price. No sooner had the words fallen than the wound on Chao Mu's arm suddenly burst into fierce flames. Qin Shicheng, as if possessed by an evil spirit, roared, Your body will be assimilated by me, and your divine soul will become a sacrifice to my eternal and indestructible body. This is the end. Chao family descendant. Red flames spread from the wound, instantly burning away half of Chao Mu's body. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, I can't control my body. At this moment, Chao Mu's face suddenly split, dividing into 2, each half presenting a completely different appearance. One half was still Chao Mu, with a calm smile, seemingly unharmed. Do you know that the guy who tried to devour me before has now turned to ashes? At the same time, the other half of his face took on Qin Shicheng's appearance, only to coldly mock, Youngster, you only know how to boast. Chao Mu's voice rang out like thunder. Then go ask the martial sage in the underworld. Blood demon disintegration, blood moon incineration art, heavenly demonic incineration art. His body instantly swelled, muscle fibers seeming to be directly injected with blood, and his clothes, unable to bear it, tore apart with a roar. Qin Shicheng began to realize something was wrong. The opponent's qi and blood were surging at a rate beyond the limits of survival. An explosion was only a matter of time. Are you crazy? Chao Mu laughed again. You said it yourself. I am a part of you. Chao Mu shouted triumphantly, as if unleashing his hatred. Didn't you claim you could assimilate my body? Now that we are so closely intertwined, it's too late for you to escape. Look at your hollow metal shell. Can it swallow the vast blood ocean of my Chao family? Qin Shicheng's half-face was completely deformed, no longer able to maintain human form. He roared wildly, You truly are a madman. Chao Mu laughed in response. Remember to say hello to the martial sage in the Yellow Springs for me. A earth-shattering roar echoed through the sky, like heaven and earth collapsing, flames and shockwaves sweeping everything. In that vortex, Chao Mu's smile remained as firm as steel, and he silently thought, Sister Shui, I'm sorry, I can no longer escape. I can only gamble with this life. Moments later, he sat leisurely before the system notification screen, beginning to assess the battle. Physical attacks would be converted. Internal energy attacks weren't necessarily fatal. He could only think of heavenly demonic disintegration, turning everything to ashes together. Chao Mu excitedly rubbed his hands, his eyes sparkling. Qin Shicheng, we are brothers in life and death now. Don't disappoint me with this rating. Not letting Chao Mu wait too long in fleeting hope. The result immediately appeared on the screen before him. A massive D, prominently displayed, accompanied by a cold evaluation. This operation looked like a tiger descending a mountain, but from a comprehensive perspective it was nothing more than a heroic fool's act. Chao Mu felt as if he had fallen from heaven to hell, his entire body rigid as if sprayed with glue. What? One of the 8 kings was rated such a low grade. Just then, a familiar female voice spoke with reproach. What kind of mischief have you been up to now? Chao Mu spun around, his eyes immediately showing shock. Sister Shui, he was as flustered as a caught thief, retreating slightly. Hastily explaining, Wait, hear me out. I really just wanted to buy time initially, but the situation was too urgent then, and I thought a mutual destruction was barely acceptable. Sister Shui stepped forward, leaned in close, her breath gently brushing Chao Mu's face. Her gaze was serious, her voice soft yet firm. Not mutual destruction. Qin Shicheng is still alive. Chao Mu slightly frowned, his face showing no surprise. Not dead yet. Not surprising, it's understandable to be underestimated. That broken golden body really isn't as easy to tear apart as paper. Suddenly, Chao Mu's eyes snapped open as if he had noticed something amiss. He stared wide-eyed, vigilantly exclaiming, "Sister Shui, how do you know? You're not an illusion, are you?" The scene switched to a quiet night, a faint crescent moon casting hazy light. Beneath an ancient building, a bonfire crackled, illuminating two silently seated figures. General Hai spoke calmly. "I never expected it would be an immortal who finally came to our rescue." The man with glasses next to him gently nodded. "Miss Chao is unlike those ordinary extraordinary beings." General Hai deeply agreed. "Indeed, if she hadn't prepared a Chankin bag to receive the seriously wounded brothers beforehand, we probably wouldn't have gotten far even if we had escaped." The man gently turned, his gaze fixed on the dark road behind him. "We must keep a close watch. Miss Chao said she would find a way to deal with the Dao soldiers and help the Chao family brothers turn the tide." General Hai placed his fist on his chest, solemnly vowing, "Rest assured, even if it costs my life, I swear to protect her safety." Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Sister Shui sat cross-legged. A faint green energy slowly emanated from her body. Beside her lay a Chankin bag, and Arhat still lay motionless in front, seemingly awaiting the next decisive battle in another world. Dachin Prefecture was engulfed in thick smoke and raging flames, like an uncontrolled wrath of heaven. From a golden ball of light, a figure slowly condensed into human form like a deity descending amidst the ruins. The person who had just appeared was Qin Shicheng, his face twisted by hatred, veins bulging as if about to explode with rage. "Chao family, from now on, as vast as heaven and earth may be, you and I are sworn enemies, never to coexist." The morning sun illuminated the courtyard. Chao Mu sat peacefully at a stone table. His body, which had been almost completely crushed, still stood unharmed, as if mocking the way of heaven. This so-called golden body art should perhaps be renamed the turtle shell art. Sister Shui sat beside him, calmly adding, "Dao soldiers are inherently unconscious beings. Even if their physical bodies are destroyed, extraordinary beings can still recondense their primordial spirits. To completely eliminate Qin Shicheng is probably not wishful thinking." Chao Mu crossed his arms, his eyes seeming to pierce through the clouds. "I understand. But if the Dao sect and King Qin are not uprooted, they will sooner or later return to bring up the old matter with those soldiers. The people of Dachin Prefecture still live in a false mist. Although the isolated city incident has been made public, its impact on the Dao sect's rituals and incense in the imperial capital is negligible. It's not enough to shake their foundation. If we don't seize this opportunity to completely eliminate them now, once they go into deeper hiding, the world will probably inevitably fall into chaos, and other immortal sects will follow suit." Sister Shui calmly analyzed. "Actually, these two matters are one and the same. It is precisely because the Dao sect fears that the truth of the isolated city will shake the public's trust, that they are eager to deal with those old soldiers." She lowered her head slightly, her eyes seeming to harbor layers of killing intent. "If we can now reveal a truth even more astounding than the isolated city incident, then the spearhead of public opinion will immediately shift. The great Dao sect will surely fall into dire straits." Chao Mu raised an eyebrow, gently stroking his chin, pondering like a scholar studying ancient texts. "A truth even more sensational than that incident." His thoughts were interrupted as he suddenly slapped the stone table, his body shooting upright as if electrocuted. "It's that great deception of Dachin Prefecture." Sister Shui, under the veil that covered her face, her eyes sparkled like glass, seizing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "Yes, I have stored all scenes of Iron Wolf colluding with Daoshu in my mind. As long as I cast a Daoist spell, I can make it public." She smiled faintly like plum blossoms blooming in early spring and simultaneously extended two fingers to Chao Mu. "Not only that, I also discovered some peculiar characteristics of the golden body art on Arhat. If all goes well, I'm afraid we can kill two birds with one stone." Hearing this, Chao Mu simply stared silently at Sister Shui. Without speaking, his gaze deep as if trying to see through her heart. Under his gaze she couldn't help but blush, stuttering, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Chao Mu understood her as if he had read through a scripture, his sharp gaze directly meeting hers, and slowly said, "Sister Shui, it seems you anticipated everything already, didn't you? You left Arhat's body to study methods to counter the golden body art. If I can survive, I will definitely come back to find you. If I can't, then you will fulfill this mission for me. No matter the outcome, we cannot let this adventure be meaningless. Okay?" Sister Shui hesitated slightly, forced a smile, and reached out to scratch her cheek, looking like an innocent little girl. "I didn't fully understand your beautiful dream either. To say intervene might not even be possible, it's just a gamble." Chao Mu laughed heartily, turned and left, his expression resolute. "You have gone to so much trouble for me. I will never betray this trust. With the power of this dream, we have at least 5 years of preparation time, which is enough to turn the tide without further worries." Sister Shui silently watched Chao Mu's receding back, her heart turbulent. She thought to herself, "Chao Mu, perhaps one day you will integrate into this place and even not want to leave the dream. But if he relies too much on this place." Chao Mu's figure appeared alongside her in a fog of doubt, her apprehension echoing in the dream. "If this world becomes too real, can you still stay awake and distinguish between reality and illusion?" In another realm, a commander's authoritative voice rang out like a judgment bell. "Quickly issue orders to arrest all the old soldiers from isolated city. They resisted military orders, attempted to frame Dachin Prefecture's envoy, and committed treason. Arrest and prosecute them immediately, a subordinate quickly responded. Understood. Before the order was fully given, a soldier rushed in, loudly reporting to the superior. Reporting, Your Highness, a major incident has occurred at King Qin's mansion. In the West Market, the common people witnessed everything with their own eyes. Qin Shicheng frowned, his voice as cold as morning frost. Saw what? The soldier hurriedly reported that someone had cast a water mirror in the city center, publicly displaying the entire scene of General Iron Wolf meeting Immortal Master Dao Shu, and all the common people had seen it. Just then, where the crowd gathered, a huge water screen suddenly appeared, clearly reflecting the scene of Iron Wolf and Dao Shu conversing, and the people discussed animatedly. Isn't that General Iron Wolf? Wait, and Dao Shu the one opposite him? She's the demonic sorceress who ruined my family? The crowd suddenly fell silent, suspicion flickering in their eyes, some whispering yet making the entire square seem to tremble. Wait, why is Iron Wolf so submissive to her, as if being manipulated? In an instant a man suddenly realized, shouting like thunder, they're in cahoots. A woman standing nearby, her face pale, stammered in disbelief. Impossible. Isn't King Qin's mansion always known for restraining extraordinary beings? Anger erupted like fire meeting wind. The common people were enraged, some cursing, some accusing, shouts rising and falling. My family traveled thousands of miles to Qin land to escape the disasters caused by extraordinary beings, but I didn't expect to fall into a den of wolves. King Qin, he's just a puppet fattened by extraordinary beings. What martial arts to Dao? It's all tricks to deceive common people. Just then, a golden arrow sliced through the sky like lightning. The arrow struck without deviation, directly piercing the water mirror, causing the surface of the water to instantly shatter into countless points of light. In midair, a heroic figure clad in armor holding a bow and arrow hovered like a celestial being, loudly calming the common people. Everyone, do not be deceived. That water mirror clearly shows illusionary arts secretly cast by extraordinary beings. This King Qin will today eliminate all demonic individuals hidden in the shadows and clear the name of Daqin Prefecture. This person was none other than Qin Shicheng. He looked composed, turning to the common people below and saying, everyone, quickly leave this place, there may be fighting ahead. Swords have no eyes, it's not worth it to accidentally injure the innocent. An old man standing in the crowd looking doubtful hesitantly asked, is this matter true or false? Before he finished speaking, a young man hurriedly stepped forward to reassure, let's still believe King Qin. After all, he tried his best to protect the common people. A middle-aged man with a steady but resolute face stepped forward, and as Qin Shicheng just landed, he sternly asked, Your Highness King Qin, if the image in the water mirror is true, please let General Iron Wolf come out and explain the truth of the matter. Qin Shicheng frowned upon hearing this, and replied in a deep voice, Iron Wolf is currently being framed by someone hidden in the shadows. I have sent people to investigate, and it is clearly an extraordinary being using means to confuse people's hearts. This precisely proves that we pose a huge threat to them, which is why they resort to divisive tactics. However, before he finished speaking, the ground trembled slightly, murmurs spread, and water droplets reconverged, shattering into light, forming a second water mirror, causing an uproar in the entire square. Look, the water screen is back. This time it was no longer the image of Iron Wolf or Dao Shu, but Arhat and the disguised soldiers. A common person cried out in alarm. Arhat, is he trying to harm the old and young in isolated city? What's going on, Your Highness King Qin? The common people's anger was like a volcano about to erupt. They swarmed forward, questioning him incessantly, their gazes piercing Qin Shicheng like daggers. King Qin, is this also the work of an extraordinary being? Aren't those old soldiers the ones who once fought to the death to protect the world? Explain. When will you tell the common people the truth? However, Qin Shicheng merely curled his lips, revealing an arrogant and disdainful smile. Indeed, the Immortal Master had already foreseen everything, and also taught me how to manage you boisterous common people. In an instant, his feigned composure was torn apart, replaced by a terrifyingly distorted face, his voice as cold as a blade. Block off the entire city, slaughter them all. As soon as his words fell, the figures behind him shot out like lightning, too fast for the naked eye to catch. Those fully armed individuals landed before the common people, their formation neat, cold, and merciless. Qin Shicheng slowly walked forward, arrogantly speaking, Chao family, I know it's you causing trouble. Are you still planning to hide in the dark? Or do you want to watch innocent common people die because of you? One person in the crowd could not suppress his anger and roared, King Qin, you are nothing but an extraordinary being's loyal dog. We trusted you mistakenly. But pleas for mercy also rose simultaneously. Despair, don't kill me, I was just passing by, just curious to take a look. Qin Shicheng did not hesitate, waving his hand as if flicking away dust, coldly ordering, kill. Immediately, that army rushed into the crowd like hungry tigers pouncing on sheep, merciless and inhuman, but in the nick of time. Transparent ice crystals like jade drifted down, instantly freezing the steps of several people and simultaneously shattering their weapons into cheap toys. Qin Shicheng's eyes changed color, the depths of his pupils consumed by darkness, leaving only tiny blood-red eyeballs like beads of blood. Last night's humiliation I will wash away with your blood. In contrast, Chao Mu raised an eyebrow, a hint of playful mockery on his lips. Last night what? Why does that sound so ambiguous? What kind of strange line is that? Suddenly, a group of people behind Chao Mu rushed up with weapons, shouting in unison, King Qin, we're here to support you. However, before engaging in battle, a sharp blast of ice energy struck. Sister Shui soared into the air, her voice ringing out like a bell. I am your opponent? Chao Mu immediately cheered loudly, not forgetting to add a touch of optimism to the battlefield. Excellent, Sister Shui. Confronting Qin Shicheng head-on, Chao Mu unleashed his full aura, red lightning surging around him. Since Sister is so powerful, her brother cannot fall behind. Watch me perform heavenly demonic blood incineration. Qin Shicheng's body tensed, his veins bulging like ancient tree roots, and golden lightning swirled around him. Not this move again. Fortunately, a Chao family member helped me last night. Suddenly, his whole body's muscles erupted like a tsunami, his clothes instantly torn to shreds. Let me show you what it means to give a taste of their own medicine. Heavenly demonic blood incineration. Witnessing the scene before him, Chao Mu felt as if struck by lightning in broad daylight. Shock permeated every thought. How could this be? He can also perform the technique I created. But Qin Shicheng didn't give him a second to dwell on the question. A knee strike like a heavenly hammer suddenly swung out. Aimed directly at Chao Mu's body, he performed threefold wave force, fourfold wave kick, and his leg force fiercely struck his opponent like a gale, sending Chao Mu flying like a leaf in a storm, slamming violently into the stone wall. The sturdy wall cracked upon impact, then collapsed like a sandcastle. Stones and debris rained down, falling onto a mortal body. When the dust settled, only half of Chao Mu's body was visible, his upper half crushed by broken bricks and tiles, blood staining every crack. Qin Shicheng still stood tall and unyielding like a deity, 1 foot raised high, his strong body exuding a ferocious aura. He curled his lips slightly, contemptuously saying, "Another one sent to meet his ancestors." Meanwhile, on another battlefront, Sister Shui had single-handedly created a cold barrier, forming a shield to resist the fierce attacks of King Qin's brutal henchmen. During that time, her gaze continuously tracked Chao Mu's movements. So King Qin can not only convert power as Arhat said, but also replicate others' abilities. What kind of bizarre immortal technique is this? Qin Shicheng spoke loudly to Chao Mu, who lay blood-stained in the ruins. Because the Martial Arts Alliance interfered multiple times, the Immortal Elders have specially granted me this ability. From his palm, golden light surged, converging and emitting a dazzling glow. As long as someone has fought with me, all their moves will be etched into this golden body. The light suddenly dissipated, replaced by rows of glittering golden blades as if forged from the essence of heaven and earth. With immortal technique conversion, I can perform anyone's martial arts. Without hesitation, those golden swords shot simultaneously towards Chao Mu like a swarm of snakes hunting, aiming directly for the motionless heart amidst the rubble. Just then, a blurry light screen appeared before Chao Mu. 7 days of internal energy remaining, 3-5 revival attempts left. Qin Shicheng had not yet left the scene when a violent roar suddenly came from behind, followed by a blood-soaked figure rushing forward, gripping a blood sword red like hellfire. Qin scoundrel, die. Chao Mu gripped the blood sword, unleashing his unique skill, heaven-slaying sword-drawing art, his aura tearing through the sky like a raging wind, aimed directly at the person who had declared him dead. With a single sword stroke, space seemed to be cleaved open, its power so immense that Qin Shicheng's entire body, before he could even turn his head, was instantly split vertically in two. Blood splattered everywhere, like a terrifying painting unfolding in the hazy sky. However, this seemingly conclusive scene was broken by absurdity. The two severed halves of the body, instead of falling, rejoined at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. He curled his lips, grinning sinisterly like a demon returned from hell. You indeed haven't repented. In an instant, Qin Shicheng's body was completely restored as if it had never been cleaved. His face gleamed with a ferocious and joyful expression. Good, your Chao family showed up so quickly, saving me the trouble of searching the world for you one by one. Chao Mu gripped the blood sword, once again unleashing the heaven-slaying sword-drawing art. But this time, a rare clarity gleamed in his eyes. This person's abilities exceed expectations. It seems I'll have to consume a few more revival attempts to find his weakness. Qin Shicheng laughed triumphantly, then suddenly unleashed the same move, heaven-slaying sword-drawing art. 2 energies, one crimson as blood, one golden as iron, violently clashed in the air. The collision of these two forces cracked the ground like a spiderweb, and the surrounding space became stifling and terrifying. The two rushed towards each other like colliding celestial bodies. Crimson and golden lights continuously flashed. Chao Mu gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on, but his body could no longer stand firm. The powerful recoil tore his skin, and his tendons and bones were shattered. In an instant, his figure disintegrated into countless fragments, his flesh and blood turning to ashes as if in a holy fire. At the same time, the light screen reappeared, and Chao Mu's eyes also snapped open instantly. 7 days of internal energy remaining, 3-5 revival attempts left. The ground where they had just fought was completely cracked, filled with smoke and dust. In the thin mist, Qin Shicheng reappeared, his body slightly damaged but rapidly recovering. He looked up and chuckled. Are you trying various moves to find my weakness? Wasted effort. On the other side, Chao Mu did not retreat. This time he didn't use a sword but picked up a long spear, his body rushing like a thunder serpent, charging directly forward like a moth to a flame. Spear and sword clashed in an instant, reigniting a furious power. Qin Shicheng roared loudly, his voice like a resounding bell. No matter how exquisite your martial arts, after just a few clashes, Chao Mu was already covered in wounds, blood gushing like a spring, but a disdainful smile played on his lips, though he silently listened to his opponent's conclusion. You will also become mine. Immediately after, the notification reappeared. 7 days of internal energy remaining. 3-5 revival attempts left. Qin Shiqing's wounds gradually healed as if his flesh and blood understood how to obey orders. He laughed arrogantly, his laughter echoing like thunder in a tomb, yet Chao Mu still did not retreat. This time he discarded all weapons, fighting barehanded, his two clenched fists gathering the purest power, then rushing towards his opponent like a living javelin. His fists continuously expanded, eventually forming a gigantic fist twice the size of Qin Shiqing's body. With an aura of crushing mountains and rivers, Qin Shiqing sneered, clenching his fists, his eyes filled with contempt. Is this all the Chao family's techniques amount to? Two fists, one carrying the might of hell, the other filled with the arrogance of a deity, collided with a thunderous roar that shook heaven and earth as if the very Tao was cracking. Qin Shiqing was ecstatic, his eyes blazing with fire, completely immersed in the thrill of slaughter. Two immense energies erupted between them, the battlefield once again exploding, broken rocks flying, the earth scarred beyond recognition as if it had just endured a natural disaster. Chao Mu's eyes opened once more, still resolute, though his face was stained with blood. At the same time, the system notification panel silently appeared for the last time. Revival attempts remaining not exceeding 5 within 3 days. On the blood-stained, dust-filled battlefield, only Qin Shiqing stood tall and unyielding. Around him lay Chao Mu's numerous corpses, dead in various postures, each a symbol of failure. Qin Shiqing's body was rapidly self-healing, his flesh and blood reconnecting as if never damaged. He laughed arrogantly. Who else dares to come? Today I will level the Chao family. Leading the immortal sects with no worries, however, not far away, Chao Mu slowly emerged from the dust, his steps unhurried, showing no sign of faltering. I have to admit, the Tao soldier's endurance is indeed astonishing. It seems my Chao family's moves are not enough to completely eliminate you. Qin Shiqing sneered, his contempt evident. It's too late to beg for mercy now, you arrogant fool. But Chao Mu's expression was unruffled. He smiled slightly, gently flicking his finger. Beg for mercy? I haven't even performed the most spectacular part yet. In an instant, an arm that had been lying still on the ground suddenly trembled. In the blink of an eye, 4 Chao Mu bodies which had been scattered across the battlefield suddenly leapt up simultaneously, tightly embracing Qin Shiqing's 4 limbs, locking him down like iron clamps. These were blood-flesh clones. At the center, Chao Mu calmly clenched his fists, uttering a single word. Explode. A terrifying explosion suddenly ripped through the air where Qin Shiqing had just stood. His body detonated into countless dazzling golden fragments before Chao Mu's eyes. Chao Mu stood amidst the chaos, his hands clasped behind his back, calmly looking at the golden dust that filled the air. I have to admit, you died beautifully, but that golden light didn't dissipate. Instead, it rapidly coalesced into a human form in the air, and a familiar voice rang out. It's futile. Aren't your Chao family members always just watching from the sidelines? Qin Shiqing reappeared unharmed, looking down with a triumphant sneer. No matter how many times you kill me, my body will be remade. This is the power of the immortal Tao. The golden light instantly condensed, completely recreating his body. Qin Shiqing laughed arrogantly. How many more bodies does your Chao family have to detonate? Just then, Chao Mu suddenly laughed, his gaze still fixed on his opponent, casually asking, as if with a hint of mockery, who said I wanted you dead? Immediately after, the golden light that was shaping Qin Shiqing's body suddenly exploded like fireworks, scattering into the air and vanishing without a trace. Qin Shiqing was stunned, his eyes filled with panic, turning to look at a nearby rooftop where a figure stood. What's that? My golden body was actually destroyed? That person was none other than Sister Shui. She stood firmly on the high ground, her hands forming a seal, her gaze cold as ice and snow. The 1,000-year spell had been activated, and his body, before it could fully reshape, began to shatter piece by piece like broken glass in a child's hand. Qin Shiqing was utterly terrified, roaring frantically. Why is my body out of control? What have you done to me? Chao Mu calmly walked forward, a hint of a sinister smile playing on his lips as if he had just pulled off a cunning trick. Old man, have you heard of transforming one's body into a sword? Qin Shiqing was greatly startled, his face stiff as if he had heard a clap of thunder on a clear day. What? His memory instantly rewound to a dusk with fallen leaves covering the courtyard. The two had once sat together to discuss, and Chao Mu had shrugged. If Iron Wolf and Arhut are low-grade experimental subjects, severely damaged in 2 years, then Qin Shiqing is practically a family heirloom. A dead man is a dead man, yet he lives like a phoenix in a storm without a trace of aging. I once shattered him to dust, but still couldn't kill him completely. It's too unreasonable. Sister Shui sat beside him, her finger gently touching the tabletop, slowly speaking. Regardless, his body is composed of spells. To put it plainly, he himself is a material for a talismancy spell. She slightly lifted her head, pondering. The more profound the spell, the more sensitive it is to errors. A single hair's breadth of deviation can lead to catastrophe. Perhaps I can use this to make him serve us. Her words made Chao Mu's eyes light up as if he had discovered a treasure. Oh, Sister Shui, can he be refined? She tilted her head slightly, asking in confusion. It can be done, but it requires several key conditions to be met. Sister Shui began to explain, her voice steady and slow as if lecturing on Tao principles. With your extraordinary physique and superior internal energy, it's not difficult to shatter the outer layer of red fire fine gold on his body. There's no need to sacrifice your own flesh. She continued, her gaze serious. Once the physical body is damaged, I will have an opportunity to intervene in the spell structure, making it insufficient to contain his divine soul. But if we fail, we will perish under his furious retaliation, because such exquisite spells are usually deeply connected to the divine soul. She gently shook her head as if lamenting those who dared to touch divine soul spells. If the divine soul cannot escape the shackles of the physical body with my current strength, it's difficult to seize control. Sister Shui sighed as if expressing empathy for those who dared to touch divine soul spells. Martial artists who cultivate to that realm have their divine souls tempered by an iron will, not easily shaken. Chao Mu smiled, offering a sharp judgment. Not necessarily. Qin Shicheng is a man who reveres strength, prioritizing the immortal Dao above all else. He kills extraordinary beings if they're wrong, proves his Dao if his wife dies, and even gambles his own life. A person twisted to the extreme. That is the belief he holds. A sly smile played on his lips as if he had already seen the outcome. And that belief is precisely his Achilles' heel. Sister Shui said no more, immediately nodding. Proposed, let's practice it in the dream realm first. Chao Mu nodded in response. That's what I intended. He gently closed his eyes, sinking his soul into the depths of imagination. Qin Shicheng's figure immediately appeared clearly in his mind. This is the image of King Qin I've shaped. Their previous clashes had partially revealed his strength, which was probably similar to his real counterpart. The two immediately soared into the air, charging at that person, and engaged in fierce battle. Chao Mu struck to scatter the opponent's lower body, then shouted loudly. Sister Shui in the distance had already removed her blindfold, responding without hesitation. However, her unstable magical power made the situation both comical and tragic, sometimes turning him into golden dust, sometimes a roasted pig, and sometimes even directly into a golden shining armor from head to toe. He threw up his hands and sighed. How can practicing sword techniques lead to such bizarre phenomena? Sister Shui replied awkwardly. I haven't mastered it yet. Let me try a few more times. 5 years gradually passed in these repeated attempts. Returning to the present, Chao Mu stood below, his voice powerful. Sister Shui, success or failure depends on this one move, the girl focused and chanted. But still remembered to nod in response. I understand. She raised her hand to the sky, and streaks of emerald green light instantly shot towards the golden light mass suspended in the air. Qin Shicheng's veins bulged on his forehead and he roared frantically. Impossible! I am King Qin, the supreme Dao soldier personally created by the great Dao sect Immortal Master. You cannot subdue me. His figure, originally human, gradually melted, transforming into the shape of a sword. In his last breath he still roared with all his might. My choice was not entirely wrong. It is I who lost, not the great Dao sect Immortal Master, nor the immortal Dao. As long as my will is firm and my spirit unyielding, one day the Immortal Master will return and the great Dao sect will surely revive. As soon as his words fell, his body burst forth with golden light, then completely transformed into a golden treasure sword. Chao Mu walked forward, grasping the hilt, and raised the sword high, proudly proclaiming, King Qin's sword now belongs to me. Sister Shui smiled gently, tidied her somewhat disheveled hair, and casually asked, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. How did you know he would have a mental breakdown? Chao Mu gently tapped the glowing blade. There's a saying, when things reach an extreme, they reverse. I had already anticipated it when testing in the dream realm. When they returned to the memory fragment of the dream realm, the two were standing together beside a golden cactus, discussing strategy. Sister Shui was then performing transformation magic, reshaping the entire body structure, and she said in a deep voice, if we completely transform his physical body, it will be difficult to take the initiative. Then what about the fragments? I will continuously destroy his body, even if those fragments are bound by the divine soul, in the chaotic battle with clever manipulation. It will surely be hard to detect. As soon as she finished speaking, Chao Mu immediately nodded in agreement. Indeed. He clenched his fists, turned and looked directly at her, his eyes flashing with determination. In that case, it's simple. As long as Sister Shui makes a slight modification, immersing the spell into a few of the fragments he reclaims, those fragments will become invisible blades, piercing directly into his mind. The scene immediately returned to reality. Chao Mu tightly wrapped a pure white cloth strip around the golden blade, then wore it behind his back. The two walked side by side and he lightly sighed, saying Qin Shicheng. He always believed he was the only one who upheld the Dao heart, and anything that challenged him would be mercilessly eliminated. He appeared as a copper wall and iron barrier on the surface, but in reality he was as fragile as a mirror. Ever since the variable of the extraordinary being appeared, his Dao heart was like a candle in the wind. He cleared his throat and continued. I crushed him many times, forcing him to doubt his martial arts path. Then Sister Shui shattered his still arrogant golden body, making him completely lose his direction. After two such heavy psychological blows, could that fragile Dao heart still hold up? Seeing Sister Shui still silent, Chao Mu frowned slightly and turned to her with a question. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? She smiled, gently replying, No, what you just said is completely correct. I just think you've matured a lot more than before. His face flushed slightly and he reached out to scratch his head, looking a bit awkward. Is that so? If that's true, then it's good. However, he secretly sighed in his heart. By the dream realm's time, I am now several hundred years old. Sister Shui's eyes were bright and she spoke softly. King Qin has been defeated, and the hidden danger of those old soldiers has also been resolved. What are your plans next? Chao Mu immediately grinned and replied, You live to eat, and I've fought so much that my stomach is rumbling. Let's eat our fill first. Before long, the table was laden with delicious delicacies, colorful and fragrant. Chao Mu moved so fast that he was a blur, picking up food and laughing. All exquisite. Sister Shui, eat up. She just shook her head helplessly, watching him devour his food, speechless for a moment. Eat slowly, be careful not to choke. Sister Shui was still worried. He wasn't in a hurry to eat, but turned to Chao Mu. "So you've put this matter aside for now." His mouth was full of rice, but he still managed to squeeze out a few words through his chewing. "Yes, the blade has been tested, but the bullets should fly a bit longer." She suddenly recalled the images of Iron Wolf and Daoshu that had flashed through her mind in the illusion at the Inkwash art market. "No, it wasn't us who deliberately exposed them. There's another force in this city observing in the dark, but it's unclear whether they are friend or foe." Chao Mu, however, paid no attention to this. He held his rice bowl like a treasure, eating with rice grains around his mouth, chewing loudly. "Don't worry, I've already instructed Qianli to have Tingsho Tower temporarily stop spreading news about this area. It's not too late to act after we've investigated thoroughly." Sister Shui looked at him helplessly. "You're turning into a hamster." She raised her chopsticks to her mouth, her eyes calm but her heart still a little uneasy. Although Chao Mu had made arrangements, she still wanted to investigate personally. To avoid any accidents, her sapphire blue eyes suddenly flashed with an unusual light, and immediately after a huge monster appeared in her field of vision. The giant beast opened its maw, and inside it contained dazzling light. Sister Shui suddenly clutched her head, her face twisted in agony. Chao Mu immediately cried out in alarm. "Sister Shui," he rushed forward asking with concern, "did you use your eyes again?" Despite her rapid breathing, she tried to reassure him. "I'm fine, it's just that the opponent is extremely vigilant. I was discovered as soon as I probed." Hearing this, Chao Mu frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes, sensing who it was that had perceived Sister Shui's gaze. An extraordinary being. The scene shifted to another location where the two stood overlooking a small town below. One person spoke. "My lord, the inkwash technique was placed near the market area, and King Qin had no choice but to kill people under such circumstances." The person called my lord did not turn around but silently gazed at the distant sky. "Establishing virtue is a great endeavor. Sacrifices are inevitable, no need to worry about trivial matters." Li Gongda also watched from the side, responding softly, "Yes, fortunately, the Chao family saved those people in time and the final outcome was not affected. The great Dao sect's tricks are gradually being exposed. King Qin is dead and they can no longer sit idly by." He glanced at my lord doubtfully, whispering, "That Chao family member, could he be a transcendent grade martial artist? And he has reached the realm where strength and internal energy are fused, and his spirit-refining cultivation has also touched the first grade. Such a transcendent grade figure should be famous, but we in Tingsho Tower know nothing about him." The lord frowned slightly, his tone steady and thoughtful. "It's not that simple. His body contains brute strength that surpasses ordinary people, and in my opinion it can even rival a great demon." Upon hearing this, Li Gongde was greatly startled, his voice suddenly rising. "My lord, are you saying he possesses demon bloodline?" The lord remained motionless, still with his arms crossed. "My gaze remains unwavering. I cannot draw conclusions so early. It's better to report back to foster father first and then discuss." A gentle breeze swept through, rustling a few yellowed leaves which slowly drifted down in the jade-clear sky. In the residential area below the town, the streets were still bustling with people, showing no signs of chaos. The news of King Qin's sudden disappearance from Dachin Prefecture surprisingly had not spread. That day, the entire market was strictly sealed off. All Dao soldiers present were efficiently dealt with, and the common people who witnessed it were personally instructed by Chao Mu to remain silent, as if nothing world-shattering had ever happened. The person who had been standing behind Qin Shicheng all along was Chao Mu. Taking advantage of the chaotic situation, he immediately impersonated King Qin, approached and negotiated with the great Dao sect's people, to probe the deeper intentions hidden beneath their veil of righteousness. The esteemed elders of the great Dao sect high above looked down upon the respectfully bowing crowd below. This organization was spread across Central Continent, enjoying immense prestige and authority in the hearts of the common people. Although its reputation had been damaged by the incidents involving Daoshu and Daogen in the imperial capital, after Emperor Yang's clever handling of the aftermath, the great Dao sect remained as stable as Mount Tai, its influence completely unharmed. Sadly, this situation was not unique to Central Continent. Similar traces existed throughout Jojo. The isolated city incident had once exposed the truth of the war between mortals and extraordinary beings, awakening the world. But regrettably, that event was already 40 years in the past. Over those decades, immortal sects continuously appeared as saviors of the human realm, resolving countless natural disasters, causing the common people to increasingly distance themselves from the already discredited court, turning instead to the cultivation world for hope. The court also went to great lengths to curry favor with the immortal sects, unwittingly reinforcing this trust. At this point, the public's reliance on the immortal sects could be likened to water overflowing its banks. Dachin Prefecture, adjacent to Central Continent, was a crucial chess piece thrown out to strengthen this bond, thereby perfecting the great Dao sect's plan to attract talent. Beneath Emperor Yang's facade of power, he was in reality merely a puppet manipulated by the great Dao sect elders. Dachin Prefecture was chosen as a pilot, with King Qin at its helm. He possessed a Dao soldier's body forged from red fire fine gold, capable of both suppressing natural disasters and quelling rebellious martial artists, thus attracting many who believed in King Qin, turning it into a sacred land. As long as the common people fully trusted Dachin Prefecture, the Great Tao sect would begin its infiltration from this place, then gradually expand its influence throughout Central Continent, eventually spreading to other regions. On that day, King Qin would rightfully represent the Great Tao sect in establishing temples, whether for receiving worship and praise or for coercing the populace into conversion, no longer needing Emperor Yang's consent. By then the court would be in their hands, while the Great Tao sect would still brazenly maintain its supreme status as an immortal sect. All these intricate situations Chao Mu had quietly conveyed to Emperor Yang through Hai Saiyuan, causing even this monarch who believed he held sway over the world to be alarmed. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. The silent atmosphere was suddenly shattered by an angry roar emanating from a rotating building in the sky. A building as absurd as a celestial battleship. The high and mighty elder glared at the two individuals before him, each word exploding like thunder. Qin Shicheng is dead. News from Daqin Prefecture has spread throughout Central Continent, yet we only just learned of it. Who exactly is this person who has been impersonating Qin Shicheng and interacting with us all these days? The cultivator, whose Dao name was Daoni, respectfully bowed and said, "Please calm your anger, elder. In truth, Qin Shicheng was always incompetent yet cunning enough to slip into Daqin Prefecture and secretly sabotage our plans. To achieve this, he must be a highly cultivated individual." Daojian, standing by, leisurely stroked his beard and offered a calm smile. But regarding Dao soldiers, the 9 immortal sects have already reached an agreement. If this matter spreads, other sects that are planning to establish mortal kingdoms might also be implicated. In this disciple's humble opinion, the culprit may not be from another immortal sect. The elder's anger gradually subsided as he stroked his beard in contemplation. What you say also makes sense. The remaining 8 immortal sects are not yet at the point of openly turning against each other. Their struggles are still carried out in secret. But this incident still cannot be taken lightly. With that, he turned his head to Daoni and commanded, "You must immediately investigate, no matter who that person is, erase all traces. If it is someone from an immortal sect, bring back the evidence." That person immediately bowed and assented as he turned to leave. A hint of barely concealed schadenfreude flashed in Daoni's eyes. He glanced at Daojian and at the same time spoke with a cold spiritual message. "Just having formed a golden core, you dare to disregard your senior brother. Don't forget, you're just a wild dog master picked up. No one ever took you seriously." Daojian merely cast a light glance as indifferent as if a breeze had passed by. Then he smiled, waving his hand like a polite person seeing off a friend. "Senior brother Daoni, take care. Don't let the headwind mess up your hair." After Daoni's figure gradually disappeared, the elder continued to give orders. "Daojian, there's another matter I need you to handle." That person immediately bowed respectfully. "Please instruct me, master." In another place, the scenery was strikingly different. People still strolled leisurely, chatting animatedly, completely oblivious to the storm gradually approaching. Suddenly a strange sound broke out, causing passers-by to look up. The spiritual vessel, which had just been stationary in the air, now sped away like a meteor. Someone cried out in alarm, "Extraordinary beings are here!" Beams of light shot from the spiritual vessel, tearing through the sky and plummeting to the ground. Daoni led his companions flying on swords, their forms suspended in the air. He looked down and let out a cold roar. "You foolish rabble, do you really think you can hide from me?" Before he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a dazzling blue light shot down, instantly tearing apart a house below. At the same time he roared, "Come out now!" Where the light beam touched the ground, a huge handprint was deeply etched into the pavement, as if a testament to authority from the high heavens. Right in the center of that handprint, golden yellow chi suddenly surged upwards, transforming into beams of light shooting towards the sky like arrows from heaven. A gasp of alarm echoed in the air. Sword Chi Protection. Daoni and his companions immediately performed their incantations simultaneously, forming a golden light shield around their bodies. However, as soon as the light appeared, it was torn apart like thin paper by the golden yellow Sword Chi. Layers of protective light shattered into dust, some groaning, some screaming, "What is this? How can it break our golden light shield?" Amidst the slowly dissipating smoke, a blurred figure gradually emerged. It was Chao Mu. His low voice rang out, "This sword is called King Qin's sword." Half of his face was covered in shadow, making him appear mysterious. He slowly raised the sword and said in a steady voice, "It is 2 feet 8 inches long, forged from minerals from the depths of lava, repeatedly tempered by the Tao sect's true fire, forming a red fire fine gold sword body." A faint smile played on his lips as he lightly pointed the sword tip towards the sky. "I wonder which of you esteemed immortal elders is willing to use your own flesh and blood to test this metal immortal Tao?" The common people below looked up, their eyes dazed, muttering, "Is this real? Or are we dreaming?" Just then a sword light flashed in the air, splitting a figure in two like tearing cloth. Then continuous sword lights caused the common people below to cry out in terror. He killed an extraordinary being with one sword strike. Chao Mu landed just in time to slice a flying extraordinary being in half. The other survivors instinctively retaliated immediately, unleashing various spells, lightning, flames, light, all kinds of spiritual energy overwhelming him. Facing this storm, Chao Mu merely curved his lips slightly. His smile full of amusement as if watching a comical play. He gently raised his sword, swung it in a circle, and with a resonant voice he shouted, "This move is called King Qin's Rend and Shred." The sword light shot out, piercing through their formation, hitting countless targets. Someone gritted their teeth and roared in the smoke and fire, "We can't afford to disperse our power any longer. We must work together to capture him." Daoni immediately echoed. Exactly. Immediately after, everyone in the air united their strength, launching a massive combined attack towards Xiao Mu. This colossal strike, gathering the power of all, tore through the clouds and plunged towards Xiao Mu. That magical power, with the momentum of destroying heaven and earth, closed in on his figure in an instant. But Xiao Mu, far from dodging, suddenly leaped up, rushing straight into the sky like a dragon emerging from the sea. In a flash his figure was suspended in the air and a golden-yellow sword light immediately swung out, meeting the attack like a fierce tiger blocking thunder. Not only did it block that earth-shattering move, but the sword light continued to pierce through, striking directly at the crowd suspended in the air. Witnessing this scene, several extraordinary beings' eyes widened like brass bells, their mouths agape, unable to speak, in their panic. Someone couldn't help but turn and shout at the spiritual vessel, "Senior brother Daoni, why aren't you acting quickly?" Daoni's voice came from high above, trembling unnaturally. "No, this is wrong. That person is not a cultivator. He is a Chao family member, the one who almost took Elder Qingzuo's life. Even the elder was killed with his golden core shattered. How can I follow in his footsteps?" In a flash, the spiritual vessel in the air suddenly flickered, instantly vanishing without a trace, leaving only Daoni's trembling voice echoing, "Today's matters end here. This is of great importance. I must immediately return to the sect to report." The remaining people were still suspended in the air, dumbfounded, frozen before they could even board the vessel. But Xiao Mu was not in the habit of letting people remain stunned for too long. Turning around, the two saw his figure charging towards them with his sword, like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. No longer able to maintain their immortal demeanor, everyone scattered in panic, leaving only streaks of light shooting towards the sky. Xiao Mu did not pursue, merely stood leisurely in place, coldly uttering a single sentence, "HMPH, they ran quite well." He rested the sword on his left shoulder, a triumphant smirk on his lips. "You people, apart from the ability to suppress common folk, possess no other capabilities." Seeing the situation resolved, the common people below cheered in unison. "Great hero, you have rid heaven continent of evil and suppressed immortals with your martial arts. Great hero, please accept me as your disciple." Xiao Mu smirked slyly, his heart filled with joy. "Oh, it's time to spread the human Tao scripture." Meanwhile, in a distant dense forest, General Hai gratefully said, "This time we've truly troubled you immortal maidens." The woman walking ahead smiled politely. "General, you overstayed it. Just call me Azan. I promised my junior sister I would safely deliver everyone to the city lord's mansion. She has been in contact with me and will be there soon." Suddenly Azan stopped, her gaze slightly frozen. General Hai and the bespectacled man beside him also immediately stopped, asking in confusion, "What's wrong?" Azan stared intently ahead, her expression tense. "Someone is approaching." Immediately after, a rope flew out of thin air. In a flash, Azan was tightly bound to a tree as if she had already fallen into a hidden formation. In the air, a figure descended, smiling like an old friend reunited. "General Hai, long time no see." The man with glasses quickly stepped forward to rescue Azan. General Hai, however, vigilantly retreated and asked in a deep voice, "You are?" He suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, "You are Jiyu Zhen?" That person with his hands behind his back leisurely smiled. "My Dao name is Dao Zhen now." General Hai's eyes were cold and he cautiously asked, "What is your purpose in coming here today?" Dao Zhen smiled calmly, "Just want to chat." General Hai hesitated, pressing, "Chat about what?" Dao Zhen bowed and approached, his voice growing colder. "Who led you out of Daqin Prefecture?" But General Hai did not answer immediately, instead frowning and retorting, "Are you asking for the extraordinary beings or for the common people?" Dao Zhen nodded lightly, a gleam in his eyes, and then spoke a sentence that left General Hai frozen in place. "It's the Chao family, isn't it?" Seeing that surprised reaction, Dao Zhen's lips curved upward with a hint of self-satisfaction. "Just as I thought. In this world, besides your Chao family, there's probably no one else with such leisure to be both idle and meddlesome." General Hai suddenly spoke in a deep voice, interrupting him with a calm yet resolute explanation. "Azan, General Li entrusted you to the extraordinary beings simply to find you a way out of that desperate situation. Elder Qingyi valued your aptitude, which is why you were given an additional choice, believe it or not. But General Li and the soldiers and civilians of the isolated city never hoped for you to return and rescue us from the great desert." Dao Zhen chuckled, his eyes unwavering. "General, you worry too much. I have never resented you. On the contrary, I am very grateful. In fact, I've long felt that your resistance was merely a meaningless farce. Even if I rescued you and revealed the truth of Daqin Prefecture, what then? After leaving the great desert, didn't you also witness the decline of Jojo with your own eyes?" There was no mockery in his tone, only the coldness of falling snow. "The great Yan court cruelly exploits, while under the rule of the immortal sects, as long as one sincerely offers incense, the common people can live in peace and prosperity. In some places the common people can even regularly receive clean water. Isn't that much better?" he emphatically concluded. "Daqin Prefecture is precisely the Penglai of the mortal world." Hearing this, General Hai was furious, his eyes practically spitting fire. "Penglai of the mortal world, your words are truly a perversion of black and white. Can only those who prostrate themselves before the great Dao sect receive the protection of King Qin's mansion and escape disaster? It is you extraordinary beings who secretly instill such evil thoughts into the common people, leading to countless natural disasters. Daojen spread his arms, his posture calm as if delivering a sermon. Cultivators require stable incense offerings, not intentionally harming mortals. As long as they obediently listen, they need not worry about disaster. As for those who do not comply, a little discipline, what's wrong with that? He tilted his head, his eyes showing genuine incomprehension. Could it be that the interests of immortal sects and mortals were never in conflict from the beginning? But General Hai could bear it no longer and roared, "Mortals are imprisoned, punished by you at will. Daojen, what you just said wasn't about humans but about livestock." Daojen gently stroked his chin as if pondering a philosophical phrase. A moment later he opened his eyes and looked directly at the general, a smile still on his lips. "What's the difference?" Daojen was unwilling to argue further and gently raised his hand. An ancient mirror immediately appeared in his palm, and his voice was as flat as if he were reading an administrative order. "Master has instructed me to come here to sweep away all traces." The mirror immediately enlarged, and a sweep of light instantly drew General Hai and the bespectacled man into an illusion, leaving only Azen still idly bound beneath the tree. Daojen said softly, his tone icy, "Since you can't escape death anyway, why not come with me? Perhaps you'll suffer less." With that, the mirror flew back, gently resting in his palm like an obedient pet returning to its master. Azen was furious, hissing, "You!" Only then did Daojen slowly turn around and say half-jokingly, "I almost forgot about you." Seeing that he finally noticed her, Azen retorted through gritted teeth, "You rely on incense offerings for cultivation and cannot comprehend the true heavenly Tao, so how can you ascend to immortality?" Facing this accusation, Daojen merely chuckled dismissively. "Oh, not necessarily. Since its power it can be used. Isn't it a waste of a heavenly gift not to use it?" As he approached step by step, he taught doctrine like a scholar. Since ancient times, whether gods or devils, there has been no shortage of those who relied on human incense for cultivation and ascension. Spiritual energy is used by everyone and incense is the same. We are simply taking the first step, using it more effectively. Perhaps one day the path of incense can also open the door to the heavenly Tao. He stopped in front of Azen, bent down, his voice softer but his tone full of mockery. "Besides, injustice is everywhere in this world and people's hearts are upside down. Prayer to gods and Buddhas has never stopped. When mortals have nowhere to flee, they can only look up to the heavens for help. Don't you also rely on spiritual power to open Taoist temples and earn money? What's the difference?" Azen could not accept this twisted logic and immediately roared, "Ah, you talk about mortals, but what about you? You haven't attained the Tao yet. Aren't you also a mortal, also full of desires? Your greed for incense has caused chaos in the world and alienated people's hearts. The grain grown by farmers is forcibly collected by the court to support you extraordinary beings. Merchants were heavily taxed to the point of bankruptcy, with insufficient profits to survive, fluctuating prices, stagnant trade, and small vendors going bankrupt one after another." Her gaze was as sharp as a knife and her voice was fearless. "Official positions and tokens are manipulated in your hands. If common people do not burn incense or kowtow, their lives are not guaranteed. You came from an isolated city. If you still have a shred of conscience, don't step on the bloodstains of your own compatriots. Your leading the old soldiers away is tantamount to sending them to their deaths." Hearing this, Daojen not only wasn't angry but laughed happily, with a casual wave of his hand. The ropes on Azen immediately loosened, then floated away and dissipated into the air. He looked at her, his smile meaningful. "I have formed a heavenly Tao golden core. With my current cultivation, protecting a few hundred mortals is nothing more than a trivial matter. I won't kill you. I only hope you go and accuse that person surnamed Chow, whether it's for the old soldiers' rebellion or for other conspiracies. I am very much looking forward to the upcoming show." A low voice carrying a cruel jest suddenly sounded behind Daojen. "How does the heavenly Tao golden core taste?" Daojen's whole body trembled, and he immediately turned his head sharply. However, before he could act, a huge and grotesque head appeared behind him, its mouth open like an abyss waiting for prey, ready to devour his life. A gluttonous heaven-devouring art erupted, and the creature bit down fiercely. In an instant only half of Daojen's body remained, still standing stiffly, trembling as if he hadn't had time to understand what had happened. Azen witnessed this scene with her own eyes, her pupils dilating in extreme horror, too terrified to speak. The man who had just spoken still stood motionless. He looked like a ferocious deity in human skin. The girl was so stiff with fear that her lips trembled for a long time before she stammered, Who are you?" He burst into laughter, his tone full of mockery. "What does a golden core matter?" In the dim light, his burly figure was clearly visible, his silver hair flowing like a waterfall, his long beard fluttering in the wind. The old man calmly lowered his hand, speaking as if discussing everyday matters. "It's nothing more than blood food." Azen still hadn't fully recovered, staring blankly at the mirror that had absorbed General Hai, now rolling on the ground. A wave of terror surged in her heart. A golden core cultivator was swallowed just like that? Was this person a mortal or a demon? A large hand suddenly bent down and picked up the mirror. The man silently handed this exotic treasure to Azen. "I, a mere mortal, cannot deal with extraordinary beings' techniques. Please take them back to the mortal world." The girl hadn't fully understood, only managing to utter, "Ah," then quickly nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes." After the handover, the old man said nothing and immediately turned to leave. Azen silently watched the gradually receding figure. A myriad of questions surged in her heart. Had martial artists in just a few decades evolved to the point where they could withstand immortal techniques with mere vital energy? She suddenly started. Could he be the martial sage? In another direction, a young man saw the white-haired old man leave, and immediately said eagerly, "Foster father, wasn't it too risky for you to kill the great Tao sect's golden core cultivator? With the great Tao sect's power, isn't that a dangerous path?" The young man was precisely the mysterious young master who had tracked the war in King Qin's mansion. He followed closely behind the martial sage, unable to hide his worry. Although the 9 immortal sects haven't fully grasped each other's strengths, the great Tao sect has been able to hold Zhangzhou steadily for so many years. They are by no means ordinary. In my opinion, instead of confronting them, perhaps we should first focus on the Yunxiao sect in Qizhou or the Xuanchen sect in Nanzhou. The martial sage merely glanced at him, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Report to me in detail about the situation within Daqin Prefecture. The young master immediately bowed his head and respectfully replied to the order. He secretly sighed. Foster father has endured for many years for the sake of the world. It seems this time he is truly going to raise an army and change the world. In another place, General Hai was startled and immediately exclaimed when he saw the person in front of him. General Wu, Azan smiled radiantly, tears streaming down like spring rain, choking out, "General Li, General Wu is still safe and sound." Her heart was still worried about her brothers. "Even if it's just my guess, I've already sent a spiritual message to my junior sister with spirit stones, hoping she can discern the truth." However, at this moment her heart was not entirely filled with joy. If that person was truly the martial sage, it might not be a good omen for her junior sister. The bespectacled man gently placed his hand on General Hai's shoulder, his eyes still filled with doubt, and softly asked, "As an immortal maiden, has there been any change in Zhangzhou?" The girl tightly clasped her hands, her face beaming with a resolute yet bright smile. "My junior sister and Hero Chao have already repelled the extraordinary beings in Daqin Prefecture, and now the martial artists there are filled with passion and high morale. Everyone is learning that scripture from Hero Chao, right? I hope they can all become as strong as Hero Chao, so they can teach those extraordinary beings a good lesson." Hearing this, General Hai turned to the man and said in a low voice, "Is it the Mount Sumeru King scripture? Will Hero Chao teaching this method effect father?" Then he frowned as if talking to himself. "Although my father is also taking disciples and lecturing on scriptures, but..." Azan, however, was completely unconcerned, chuckling with her hands on her hips as if she had just done something proud, her mouth wide with a smile. "Why be afraid of dealing with villains? Since the two heroes are concerned, they should finish things here quickly and return to support them early." As soon as her words fell, she pointed to the sturdy city gate ahead and shouted loudly as if leading an army charge, "We're here." Meanwhile, in another corner, as the sun was replaced by darkness, outside the courtyard of Daqin Prefecture, a group of people gathered. In the center of the courtyard, Chao Mu sat cross-legged, with balanced streams of green and red qi flowing on either side of his body, like yin and yang harmoniously blending in his heart, his thoughts continuously surging. "I have died 4 times, wasting 80 years searching for a way out, and finally have time to sort everything out. Sister Shui has imparted the complete longevity art to me. Although it is similar to the Mount Sumeru King scripture, there are also differences. If the two can be merged, it will surely break through old limitations." In just an instant, 2 opposing primal forces collided like tigers and dragons, unleashing a fierce impact, refusing to yield. Chao Emu's entire body trembled violently, blood gushing from his mouth, and large and small wounds covered his body, yet his face remained calm as if he were drinking tea and enjoying flowers, nonchalantly saying, "Cultivation deviation again." Despite his body being covered in wounds, he still pondered, stroking his chin, his eyes flickering with thought. Previously, the Mount Sumeru King scripture stalled at the 7th layer, so I used the longevity art as a guide for its development. Indeed, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Cultivating both techniques simultaneously is an unimaginable challenge. The artifact showed his vital energy status was only 20, but Chao Mu merely sneered dismissively. "A mature person doesn't make choices, all consequences must be borne. So what if I have cultivation deviation? I'll worry about it when I'm dead." He gently circulated the dual forces at his fingertips, feeling the flow of primal energy. After extensive modification, the Mount Sumeru King scripture can now integrate, and his vital energy is gradually stabilizing. "There's hope." Chao Mu immediately sat down and primal energy roared forth again. He shouted loudly like a battle drum signaling a new round. Again, he didn't know how many times he had failed, but he still roared like thunder again and again, until at some unknown point the 2 forces finally collided head-on again. But this time they didn't cancel each other out, instead they achieved integration. Each primal force occupied half of Chao Emu's body, not conflicting but harmoniously dancing like yin and yang. He suddenly opened his eyes, his left eye crimson, his right eye emerald green, his voice deep like winter thunder. Another 80 years passed and finally it was successful. His current vital energy is 10 times greater than his peak back then. The artifact showed his vital energy value reaching a maximum of 220. Now, Chao Mu stood before a quiet room's wooden table clutching a writing brush and began to carefully write on a pristine piece of paper, each stroke deeply etched. The final stroke fell as if demarcating a new era. At the top of the page he clearly wrote Human Tao Scripture, Volume 1. He revealed a satisfied smile, and thoughts surged in his mind like a declaration. Whether ordinary folk or powerful individuals, as long as they follow this path they can achieve cultivation. This is the human martial way, a path that mortals can achieve with determination and a little skill. In just 3 days, Volume 1 of the Human Tao scripture had spread throughout the jurisdiction of Daqin Prefecture and even secretly reached the capital, thanks in no small part to Tingsho Tower. Chao Mu used this as bait, entrusting it to Qianli to deal with the Tao soldiers. Before long, this cultivation method fell into the hands of those who most needed to see it. An old man trembled, his voice choked with emotion. The Chao family truly did it. He held the book in his hand, tears streaming down. Although it would take a century to master this method, it was a light at the end of the tunnel, a new hope for the world. In another place, Daoni knelt beneath a waterfall, respectfully reporting to the person meditating in the water. Master, the martial arts seem to be gradually taking on a new form. He frowned, his face gloomy. I didn't expect the Chao family to be able to use King Qin, this Tao soldier, and turn him into their own tool. That surging vital energy can even break through my protective magical technique. And recently, a new cultivation method called the Human Tao scripture has been circulating in the martial world. The elder under the waterfall then spoke softly, his voice low like an echo from an ancient cave. The sect master already knows everything. You need not say more. Daoni paused slightly, then bowed his head in admission of error. Yes, but he couldn't help but worry. His master blamed him for ruining a major plan, and even the sect master was concerned because of it. This time it's truly over. The elder still didn't turn around, his gaze following the waterfall as if staring at distant fate. His voice was gentle yet cold. Mere mortals, even if they train their muscles and bones, cannot compare to us cultivators. But their actions this time have touched the very foundation of the incense Tao. That so-called Human Tao scripture was originally written by a man named Hai Wuya in the celestial prison, but it's being hyped up immensely. The Human Tao scripture's meaning is that mortals can also cultivate. Though the words are beautiful, how can a fish born in water leap out of the pond and transform into a dragon? Wanting to defy heaven and change fate is nothing but a pipe dream. The surrounding scenery was unusually quiet. Only the elder's words echoed like a Taoist scripture in the void. Tilted his head and glanced at Daoni, his gaze as sharp as a night wind. But a 1,000-mile dike can be breached by an ant's nest. If the withered tree of martial arts is sprouting new branches, then uproot it. Sunlight illuminated the water's surface, shimmering like a bright sword. Daoni quickly bowed in agreement. Yes, master is wise, sect master is wise. Meanwhile, in a dark and lightless cave, a shrill scream echoed and the air seemed to solidify. Qingzuo's face was terrifyingly twisted at this moment, and he let out a bestial roar, howling like a madman. It was all his fault. I still haven't refined the pill. Arg, I must kill him, kill him. Suddenly, a cold voice from the cave entrance interrupted his frenzy. Junior brother Qingzhou, long time no see. To what extent has your cultivation recovered? Qingzhou roared. What are you doing here? The person didn't move an inch, slowly walking in, their eyes as calm as deep well water. You were derelict in your duty and put the great Tao sect in danger. For the sect master not to have annihilated your soul yet is a great mercy. Qingzhou's face twitched, veins bulging, a venomous smile playing on his lips. HMPH, a death penalty is spared, but a living punishment is unavoidable. You've been waiting for this day for a long time, haven't you? Fine, go ahead, kill me if you want. The person spoke slowly, their tone as if preaching in the deep mountains. Junior brother, you were always too competitive, which is why you've fallen to this state today. The resentment in your heart has accumulated like a mountain. If this continues, you won't be able to cultivate and will easily fall into inner demons. It's best to clear your mind as soon as possible. This person was none other than one of the inner sect elders. He calmly looked at Qingzhou, his eyes completely unwavering. The sect master has an edict assigning you a mission. Go to southeast Haizhou, follow the traces of the Chao family and thoroughly eradicate them, leaving no future troubles. Hearing this, Qingzhou's lips curled slightly, as if he was savoring an impending bloodbath. His face immediately twisted, his eyes burning with madness, and a dry chuckle escaped his lips, accompanied by a brief and murderous reply, "As you command." The scene shifted to the magnificent imperial palace, where royal power reigned supreme with towering city walls inside the imperial hall. The emperor's face was grim. Filled with rage, he swept all the documents, seals, and precious objects off the table. The sound of shattering echoing through the palace, he clenched his fist, burning with fury, and squeezed out each word through gritted teeth. So King Qin was actually a Tao soldier manipulated by the Immortal sect, and Daqin Prefecture was established in Zhangzhou. I, the emperor, was completely unaware of such a shocking matter. I still haven't grasped the great Tao sect's conspiracy, nor do I know where these powerful martial arts experts from the Chao family came from. The emperor gritted his teeth, his body trembling with anger. How many more things do I not know? Just then a chamberlain hurried in, interrupting the emperor's rage. Your Majesty, someone from the great Tao sect requests an audience, saying they have important matters to report. Hearing this, a bright light immediately flashed in the emperor's eyes and his face calmed down. He solemnly ordered, "Summon him quickly." Soon after, the room was tidied up, soft light shining through the window onto two silently confronting figures. One was the supreme son of heaven, the other, dressed in Taoist robes, stood like an ancient pine in solitude. The emperor narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with endless doubt, his tone incredulous. Minister Hai was actually a member of the Martial Tao Alliance? Immortal Master, Hai Wuya is a top-ranking official in the court. Aren't your words too hasty? Without clear evidence? The Immortal Master remained as calm as a deep autumn pond, his tone resolute. The sect's great Tao has personally investigated. This person's identity is clear and undeniable. Once it's confirmed to be a remnant of the martial Dao alliance, they are undoubtedly a traitor threatening the stability of Great Yan's empire. Speaking of this, he slightly frowned, his expression stern, carrying a hint of elusive threat. Your Majesty, the Emperor of Great Yan surely won't condone such a thing, will you? The atmosphere in the room was as taut as an invisible string ready to snap at any moment. The Supreme Emperor pondered in silence. If he wanted to protect Haiwuya, he would have to completely break with the Immortal sect. King Qin had just died and all usable individuals were lost. The court was like a rudderless boat in a storm. Images of his ancestors flashed in his mind, those founding monarchs who had resolutely upheld moral principles. If he abandoned Haiwuya, how would it be different from abandoning the spirit of the imperial family since its inception? On the road to the underworld, how could he face his ancestors? The emperor's brows furrowed slightly, and he ultimately chose to retreat gracefully, immediately issuing an edict to summon Haiwuya to the palace, stating, "I will personally interrogate him. If he is indeed a renegade of the martial Dao alliance, he will be dealt with according to law." He thought to himself, "I do not wish to be the monarch who ends the dynasty. Great Yan's foundation needs to be stably inherited." Upon hearing this, the immortal master did not linger, turning to leave, leaving only a definitive statement, "Very good, but please remember, after the interrogation, if the charges are confirmed, not only must he be executed, but it must be proclaimed to the world that the Emperor of Great Yan and the Great Dao sect are united in their resolve to show no mercy to rebels." The emperor did not say any more unnecessary words, but quietly watched his back disappear into the desolate corridor. His hands, tightly gripping the sword hilt, were trembling at this moment, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just experienced a fierce battle within his heart. Meanwhile, in another place, a white-haired old man with his hands behind his back gently taught a group of young children the human Dao scripture. "The earlier you cultivate, the more profound benefits you will gain." 6 children diligently practiced martial arts, and upon hearing their teacher's words, they shouted in unison, "Yes?" Suddenly, 3 figures in scarlet armor, standing as solemn as statues, entered through the gate. They loudly proclaimed, "Flying fish guards, by imperial decree, request Minister Hai to enter the palace for an audience with His Majesty." The children immediately sensed something was wrong and cried out in alarm as if afraid Haiwuya would be taken away. "Grandpa Hai, don't go, they're bad guys, boo-hoo." The old man smiled, his eyes as gentle as ever, and softly coaxed, "It's all right. It's all right, Master is just going into the palace for a trip. You all be good and go find teacher Tong Xinglan to continue your studies, remember." The leading flying fish guard approached, bowed with cupped hands, his face clearly showing some embarrassment and regret. "Minister Hai, actually His Majesty." Before he could finish, Haiwuya gently waved his hand to interrupt, his tone calm yet resolute. "No need to say more, this old man understands. I won't make things difficult for you or His Majesty." The old man calmly followed the guard, with 2 other guards solemnly escorting him from behind. He secretly thought, after the turmoil in Dachin Prefecture, the Chao family brothers had gone on a killing spree, and the human Dao scripture had deterred the extraordinary beings. This time, someone would probably want to seek some justice. He lightly glanced behind him, a hint of calm flashing in his eyes. "It's nothing. If this old bone can make the extraordinary beings focus their attention on me, it will be my last contribution to those 2 children." The children cried and trembled, tears in their eyes, watching his figure gradually disappear outside the gate. In their eyes he saw a faint glimmer of hope. Before his body turned to ashes, he had already reunited with Saiyuan. Seeing the human Dao scripture completely passed down by the Chao family brothers, the fate of Great Yan would surely have a ray of hope. He did not look back, continuing his dignified steps towards the palace city. Though his figure was aged, he stood as unyielding as a majestic mountain. To hear the Dao in the morning and die content in the evening. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, someone was slurping noodles as if nothing in the world was more important than this hot bowl of noodles before them. Sister Shui sat opposite, watching Chao Mu intently, who ate as happily as if he had won the lottery, then gently frowned and asked doubtfully, "The human Dao scripture has spread too quickly recently. I'm worried that more martial artists will want to challenge the immortal sects, but why does this cultivation method give me a feeling of borrowing ancient immortal cultivation techniques?" Chao Mu, his mouth smeared with noodle soup and cilantro, chewed and waved, his mouth wide in a beaming smile. "As expected of Sister Shui, you saw it at a glance. It resembles it, but it never is, because it's not based on immortal spirit roots but on the human Dao." Before he finished speaking, with a bang, a black shadow suddenly crashed heavily onto the table, making it shake. Chao Mu reacted like lightning, shielding his noodle bowl as if it were a priceless treasure, then furiously roared, "Holy crap, who dares to cause trouble?" The figure that landed like lightning was none other than the renowned Divine Constable Wei En. He remained in his landing posture, panting, and without time for explanation urgently said, "Chao family brothers, old Hai is in trouble."